Chapter 361 Honorary Elder? Lu Yuan carefully searched for the materials he needed in front of several display racks. But the result made Lu Yuan a little disappointed. Although the three elders carefully collected them, there were no Tai Chi items, and most of them were at the same level as the Wind Spirit Stone.
Is that all?
Lu Yuan asked, slightly disappointed.
You don't like all these high-quality materials?
Seeing that Lu Yuan was not very interested, the third elder couldn't help but ask. Lu Yuan randomly picked up a piece of fire attribute, and said to the third elder,
Take it!
When the third elder saw Lu Yuan treating him so perfunctorily, his old face suddenly became a little embarrassed. And he said with a little embarrassment,
Let's go! I will take you to find the first elder. I know that you kid doesn't like me.
After the third elder finished speaking, he couldn't help but pull Lu Yuan out of his room. The two of them soon arrived at the first elder's courtyard. But there was no one in the courtyard.
Follow me. I know where his collection is kept. You're welcome to pick whatever you want.
The third elder said unceremoniously.
Third elder. No need. Regardless of the difference between taking it yourself and stealing it, I'd better leave first.
As the saying goes, a gentleman loves money and gets it in the right way. But Lu Yuan couldn't do anything to get it without asking.
You kid. I asked you to take it. So what's the point of taking it without asking?
The third elder said helplessly. As soon as the third elder finished speaking, the first elder's voice came from outside the courtyard.
Third elder. What are you going to get from me again?
The third elder suddenly became serious when he heard the sound. He put his hands behind his back and straightened his waist to look in the direction of the courtyard door. The first elder returned with the second elder, his expression slightly solemn. His eyes looked around Lu Yuan, and finally said to the third elder,
Are you here to take advantage of me again?
The third elder replied solemnly,
You saw this little brother's performance yesterday. I promised him that I would give him some top-quality materials. But brother, you know that I have been focusing on farming in the past few years, and have always wanted to improve the agriculture of Shibing country. I haven't collected forging materials for a long time. So you don't have anything to give to others. Are you going to let me pay for it for you?
The great elder answered. The second elder didn't speak. He just looked at Lu Yuan silently, not knowing what he was thinking.
Are you the one who caused celestial phenomena twice yesterday?
The second elder finally couldn't help but ask. The second elder was a bit serious. Lu Yuan didn't know how to answer for a while, so he could only nodded.
It's this boy. I bear witness.
The third elder answered happily.
Let's talk inside first.
The elder took the lead in entering the living room. After the four people sat down in order, the servant quickly brought 4 cups of tea. The great elder took a sip of tea and then said slowly,
The 3 kings are very angry and worried at the same time. The stranger who disturbed the situation today is really rampant. If he wins the championship, the entire Songhui continent will be disgraced. I'm afraid the forge enthusiasm will be deeply affected.
The second elder continued.
Even the North and the South, who have been fighting each other for many years, have temporarily put aside their airs and shared the same hatred, which shows the seriousness of this situation. Just a young man. What kind of trouble can he make? Besides, there are many talented young people in Songhui continent. Does it mean that we will definitely lose?
The third elder said, somewhat unconvinced.
The 3 kings are also people who are proficient in forging. Although their level is not as good as you and me, their eyesight is very accurate. Didn't you see that the foreigner's skills are unique and very high? I'm afraid it will be difficult for our players to compete with him this time. Match.
The great elder frowned and said with a sad look on his face.
It's a pity that Tuoxian, if he hadn't wasted these 4 years, I'm afraid he still has the strength to fight.
The second elder said.
Although the young prince is extremely talented, he is still a little young and lacks experience in forging, so he may not be his match. Although Ding Yu can compete with the forging sage, his shortcoming is that he is too unconfident. Facing such an arrogant person, the enemy will be directly crushed by their momentum alone. Looking at the players this year, I think there is only one person who can defeat that boy named Fang Di.
The great elder evaluated this year's contestants and finally focused on Lu Yuan. The hall suddenly became quiet, and the 3 elders all looked at Lu Yuan, making Lu Yuan feel a little uncomfortable.
To be precise, I am a stranger. Although I can't stand that kid. But even if I win by luck, doesn't it count as a victory for Songhui continent?
Lu Yuan is not afraid of offending people by saying this. He will definitely try his best in the competition. But he must compete on behalf of the Craftsman god lineage, not on behalf of Songhui continent. The great elder said lightly with a smile on his face.
We welcome anyone to participate. The reason why we don't want Fong Di to win is just because he is too arrogant and does not conform to the nature of a craftsman at all. And regardless of your character or strength, it totally fits the look of a champion in our hearts. The meaning of the champion of the forging conference is not simple. The champion will be an example for those who love forging, and will be the direction for everyone's efforts in the next 4 years. So in addition to strength, character is also the key.
The second elder added. Lu Yuan always thought that competitions were just competitions, with only superiority and inferiority being determined. He didn't expect that the elders of the Blacksmithing Association had to consider so many things. Moreover, although the kings were just spectators on the surface, they still gave orders subtly. Lu Yuan looked at the third elder, then glanced around the first elder and the second elder. Suddenly he felt that he had fallen into a trap. It seemed that these 3 old men had premeditated and chose fake materials to trick him here. It's true. I just don't know why.
It's better to tell the 3 elders what you have to say.
Lu Yuan stopped beating around the bush and made it clear. The third elder suddenly laughed out loud.
Ha! I just said that this kid has a very bright mind. Brother, just say it directly.
The great elder stopped beating around the bush, looked at Lu Yuan with admiration and said,
We hope you can win the championship in this conference and accept the appointment as the honorary elder of our divine weapon kingdom. The position of elder will not have any restrictions on you. You only need to have a positive image and set an example for the children in Songhui continent who love forging. You want to place your bet on a stranger?
Lu Yuan asked. The great elder shook his head and said,
The world structure has changed. Although we were not born on the same continent, we are now in the same world. What is needed now is not rejection, but tolerance and acceptance. Only constant exposure to new knowledge can only in the forging industry will there be new breakthroughs. You are a stranger to us, but you are a stranger who shares the same expectation with us, which is to pursue the limits of forging. Different worlds have the same dream. Maybe this is the charm of forging.
The great elder spoke impassionedly. To be able to open his heart to an outsider and be prepared to entrust him with an important task, with just a few contacts and the feeling of being a fellow craftsman. His courage are really extraordinary.
I like the atmosphere of Shibing Kingdom very much. This is the dream home of all craftsmen. I will do my best to win the championship.
Lu Yuan said sincerely. Lu Yuan's words were very measured. He only agreed to do what he originally wanted to do, but skipped other things.
By the way, the third elder just asked me to go directly to the collection room and pick it up without asking. Is it also a test you 3 seniors gave me?
Lu Yuan suddenly said with a smile. Hearing this, the 3 old men either laughed awkwardly or held up their teacups to cover their cheeks. And the hall became quiet again. Chapter 362 Deep Sea Black Iron.
By the way, the third elder just asked me to go directly to the collection room and pick it up without asking. Is it also a test you 3 seniors gave me?
Lu Yuan suddenly said with a smile. Hearing this, the 3 old men either laughed awkwardly or held up their teacups to cover their cheeks. And the hall became quiet again.
I have a piece of strange iron that cannot be melted by ordinary flames. I haven't thought about what to forge with it, so I have been keeping it till now. I wonder if my little brother would be interested in taking a look.
The elder changed the subject and asked directly. Lu Yuan was not that ignorant, and said directly,
Oh, I would like to see this unusual iron.
As soon as the great elder clapped his hands, 2 servants soon entered the room carrying a large piece of ore. Everything seemed to have been prepared. The great elder no longer tried to hide anything, but looked at Lu Yuan's reaction with a smile. As soon as the ore was carried into the house, the temperature of the entire room suddenly dropped a lot. Lu Yuan looked closely and found that the density of the ore was not weaker than the meteorite. Lu Yuan called Xiao Tao and quickly scanned the source and information of the ore. Deep sea black iron. It is formed by the gathering of deep sea metal objects. After being continuously compressed by the huge pressure of the deep sea, coupled with the continuous erosion of sea water flow, its density is compressed to the limit. Because it has been in the deep sea all year round, the ore itself is endowed with a rich water content. Attributes.
What a deep sea black iron. I would like to ask, is there a sea near Songhui continent?
Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. The 3 elders were surprised to see Lu Yuan know this thing. They didn't expect Lu Yuan to have such knowledge at such a young age. Naturally, the 3 elders knew about such a precious material. However, the 3 of them knew that their forging skills would be difficult to improve due to their advanced age. So they did not dare to use the natural resources violently. So they kept the ore to this day.
Little brother, do you know this thing?
The elder asked in surprise.
I know a little bit. This thing should be produced in the deep sea. Logically speaking, it should be difficult to be discovered.
Lu Yuan explained calmly without taking his eyes off the ore.
If so, it shouldn't be wrong. This ore has been around for a long time. There is indeed a sea around Sanhui continent. However, after the sudden change some time ago, the sea disappeared for no reason, and the area around Sanhui continent also turned into land. This piece of black iron first appeared in a fishing village in the south. One night, there was a violent storm. When the sky cleared the next day, a large whale stranded on the beach. Because it was too heavy, it died after being rescued. There. This ore was also found in the belly of the whale when it was decomposing its body. When it comes to decomposing a whale carcass, it is quite tragic. No one expected that the dead body could explode after being cut open. The smell was really... Fortunately, the second elder was in the southern country at the time, and it was only after his strong struggle that the ore was exchanged for it.
Seeing Lu Yuan tell the source, the great elder also began to introduce the origin of the ore.
That's a whale explosion. It's just a natural phenomenon. The ore should have been swallowed by the whale when it was eating. If it weren't for the whale, it would be difficult for this ore to appear in time.
Lu Yuan was a little confused. Said with emotion. The great elder nodded as if he understood, and continued.
If you agree to my previous conditions, when you win the championship, this piece of deep-sea black iron will be given to you as an extra reward.
The other two elders were not surprised when they heard this. This decision should be a decision made by the three of them after discussion. Lu Yuan looked at the ore and fell into deep thought. It took him a long time to come back to his senses.
If I say that I need it before winning the championship, will it seem a little impatient?
Lu Yuan suddenly asked.
I think little brother is not an impatient person. Let me tell you what the reason is. Ding Long, the mayor of Kashan town, once briefly introduced the forging conference to me. After several rounds of eliminations, the players will be allowed to perform in the finals. Whoever forges the best work will become the champion.
So I want to get this piece of deep-sea mysterious iron first. Lu Yuan Dao. You want to use it to create a final piece? Not entirely. But with it, I can have a chance to achieve the goal in my heart.
Lu Yuan thought of the work he wanted to forge, and his eyes shone with light. Although the three elders did not know what Lu Yuan wanted to forge, they were also affected by these bright eyes.
If materials are provided to the players privately in advance, is this considered cheating for personal gain?
The second elder calmed down and reminded him.
If he can forge a player who can surpass the Daxiao Longke sword on the street, I would like to see the work he wants to forge. There is no mention of malpractice for personal gain. I have long promised to give him a thank you gift. Although the thank you gift is heavier than expected.
The third elder gave a suitable reason. The elder thought for a moment and said,
I don't want such an outstanding child's work to leave any regrets. I hope you won't disappoint us three old men.
The elder remembered what Lu Yuan had done. He had a unique understanding of craftsmanship at a young age, was able to take each of his works seriously, even if all he made was a hoe, and could still persist in his personality in the face of temptation. What could such a child do? Will he break his promise? With the consent of the great elder, Lu Yuan accepted the ore unceremoniously and said that he would give everyone a satisfactory answer. Afterwards, Lu Yuan said a few words and left.
Brother, this kid left in a hurry. Could he have just taken the ore and ran away?
Asked the second elder.
Brother, the same goes for you. Even if you agree to give him the ore, you should still ask him what he wants to do. My curiosity has been aroused. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well these days.
The third elder had no doubt at all.
Lu Yuan. The third brother is absolutely right. I haven't seen that kind of look in years. I'm also looking forward to the final day.
The great elder said with emotion. The contestants arrived at the competition venue early the next morning. This time, the venue changed location to a large open space outside the city. More than 600 forging tables were neatly arranged. It seemed that they were planning to compete together in this round. Although there is no auditorium, the enthusiasm of the audience has not weakened at all. The audience consciously stood outside the area circled by the soldiers, waiting for the game to start. On the makeshift rostrum in front of the stadium, the kings of the three countries and representatives of senior officials from various countries were seated together.
First of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the re-examination. Next, the first round of the elimination round of the forging competition. The theme of this time is sharp. No matter what the forging work is, those who can cut off this fine iron pillar can advance to the next round.
The host was emboldened. Although the venue was very empty, the loud voice still reached the ears of everyone present. Only then did Lu Yuan notice that there was an iron pillar not far below the rostrum. The iron pillar was about the thickness of a telephone pole. It seemed to be made of refined iron. It would indeed be difficult to chop it with a sword, but without limiting the use of internal strength. This test would be much simpler. The competition ends when the sun reaches noon. Everyone can choose the materials on site or use the materials they have prepared. The competition officially begins. The host was not verbose at all, and the rules were very simple. All the players picked up the officially prepared materials beside their forging stations. Chapter 363 Promotion to Goalkeeper Fong Di. As the host announced the start of the competition, all the players on the field were busy. More than 600 people were forging together, and the scene was quite good. Even though the competition venue was chosen in an open space in the countryside, the sound of tinkling iron was deafening. The questions of the competition are also relatively common. The sharpness of the weapon is very important, but there is a hidden element in it, which can be regarded as a test for the more than 600 players. If you want to cut off a fine iron pillar as thick as a telephone pole, simple sharpness will not work. You also need a strong sword body. Otherwise, the sword body will not be able to withstand the impact and be destroyed before the iron pillar can be cut off. There are more than 600 people present who have been selected through re-examination, and their forging skills are all at the level of private masters. It is not too difficult to make a sharp weapon with all your strength, but it will cost you a lot of top quality materials. After all, this is only the first round of the knockout round. If you consume too many materials, you may not be able to go far later. After all, everyone does not have a lot of materials in their collection. Shiryu and Guisong, two contestants from Kaoshan town, followed the village chief's instructions. No matter which round of competition it was, they must not give up materials. They were not good enough to collect materials, so they almost did not use the materials provided by the official and directly used the market. The purchased or begins to be forged. The village chief Ding Long saw the two of them being so wasteful from a distance, and couldn't help but cover his eyes with one hand. These two guys were really violent. Among the other players with higher level, the ones Lu Yuan could call were Tuan Xian, who represented the North Kingdom, Ding Yu, who represented the South Kingdom, Little Prince Xie Bing, who represented the Shibing Kingdom, and Fong Di, who was an uninvited guest from the Demon Clan in the Taoyuan world. This kind of low-level exam question was not difficult for a few people at all. They didn't come up with the materials they prepared at all, and just started forging with the ordinary or provided by the official. As the previous champion, Tuixian was able to forge pseudo-artifacts. Such a simple question naturally couldn't stump him. He directly forged several hard ores together to make a broad-back sword that he was best at. A broad-back knife is most suitable for chopping and is very hard. In Tuanxian's mind, it is the most suitable answer to this question. Ding Yu's strength is second only to Duan Xian. But since Duan Xian has not improved at all in the past few years, Ding Yu's strength has the potential to surpass him. However, Ding Yu lacks self-confidence and is always unable to display his normal strength in competitions. The little prince Xie Dan is completely opposite to Ding Yu. Perhaps because he was born in the royal family, his inner self-confidence is incomparable to ordinary people. This kind of aura makes him able to do anything with ease, and he will not be nervous at all when forging. Make mistakes. Fong Di was even more relaxed. For him, this difficult question was simply an entry-level difficulty. However, Bai Lao taught him that if he wanted to convince these people, he should play in their way and then crush them. Fong Di, who was deeply convinced, then started the game calmly. Lu Yuan looked around for a week before starting to take action. After all, Lu Yuan didn't pay attention to such a trivial matter as pile driving. Although the fine iron pillars were extremely dense, they were dead objects after all. In Lu Yuan's view, as long as they were done seriously, the iron sword, combined with the second sword of his 9 swordsmen, cleave, is enough to cut off the iron pillar. Time passed by minute by second, and one contestant took the lead in completing the forging. But when he chopped down the iron pillar, only a knife mark was left, and he stopped and was directly eliminated. Ha ha! You clown! You can't stop cutting down the iron pillars. You feel that you are not strong enough. So you want to compete for the first place? Fong Di said coldly after the forging was completed. Lu Yuan had also finished forging at this time, and was about to step forward to cut the iron pillar. But unexpectedly, Fong Di beat him to it. I'll go first. After Fong Di said this, he rushed to the iron pillar, swung his sword a few times quickly,
then turned around and looked at the players on the field. The eyes of everyone in the venue were focused on Fong Di. The sound of the iron pillar collapsing broke the silence. The iron pillar's knife edge was very neat, and the iron pillar was chopped into pieces with a few easy swings.
Fong Di is promoted,
the host announced directly. The official staff quickly pushed up another fine iron pillar. Originally, this iron pillar could test many people. Unexpectedly, Fong Di destroyed one with just a few cuts.
Why are you still pushing it? I don't think it's interesting to chop down pillars. I made this fine iron sword at will. You all come and chop with me. If any of the players present cuts off the iron sword in my hand, then I will quit directly. Contest.
Fong Di's tone was very arrogant, and he didn't take everyone seriously at all. Lu Yuan looked at the iron sword forged randomly in his hand, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He originally thought that it would be enough to cut off the fine iron pillars. But now that something like this suddenly happened, he didn't know whether he should take the risk or not.
You are so arrogant. Today I will teach you how to behave.
Another player finished forging, and when he heard Fong Di challenge all the players, he suddenly became angry and directly picked up the long sword he had just forged and stepped forward.
You dared to show your disgrace even with a dull knife.
Fong Di had excellent eyesight and noticed that none of the contestants on stage had polished their blades.
That's enough for your dull knife.
The player was a little embarrassed by what he said. Although he knew that he was impulsive, he was too embarrassed to look back and simply slashed at him with a knife. Ding! When the two long knives collided, there was only a crisp sound. The long knife of the player who rushed forward was broken into two pieces.
I don't know how heavy the hammer is, and the blade may be thin or thick. How dare a work like this come forward to show its embarrassment?
Fong Di said coldly.
I'm here to teach you.
Another player rushed forward. Zheng. Fong Di just swung his sword and cut off the incoming sword.
It's a shame to use high quality ore to pile up and rely on the quality of the ore to pass the test. But we don't have the strength to forge it to perfection. It's a shameful waste of materials.
Fong Di criticized with disgust. Next, more than a dozen contestants in a row, without any surprise, had their works cut off and walked out of the arena depressed. What was strange was that no one from the official leaders or the host spoke to stop them. Lu Yuan looked at the three kings and elders. Everyone was watching the game calmly, with no intention of ending it.
Ha ha. Why doesn't anyone dare to do it? I'm not targeting anyone. I just think everyone here is rubbish.
Fong Di said with a straight face as he glanced across the audience.
We will fight with you.
Lu Yuan originally wanted to see how Tuoxian and others made their decision before making any plans. Unexpectedly, two players from Guishan town, Shiyu and Guisong, couldn't help shouting and rushed out.
Where did these two little kids come from? What are they holding?
Fong Di glanced at the two of them and couldn't help laughing. Shiyu and Guisong performed quite well this time. They used some high-grade ores, and the equipment they created has reached the purple rare level. But in this kind of situation under the circumstances and in front of such a master, this achievement seemed insignificant.
Okay, I'll make it happen for both of you.
Fong Di's long sword glowed with purple light, and he slashed twice into the void. The two sword auras struck at the two of them. Guisong and Shiyu raised their swords to parry, but they still could not escape the fate of the broken sword. The two were shocked by the aftermath. He vomited blood from his mouth and flew out. Lu Yuan rushed over to catch the two of them, stared at Fong Di angrily, and said calmly,
Since you are here to participate in the forging competition, you are a craftsman. So why make the competition a mess? Huh? I didn't realize before that there is such a person among this group of trash.
Fong Di glanced at Lu Yuan intently and murmured in a low voice. Chapter 364, Draw and Promotion. Lu Yuanfei stepped forward to catch the repelled Shiyu and Guisong, and looked angrily at Fong Di, who had a joking look on his face. Fong Di went too far, relying on his high level of forging. He not only forcibly changed the rules of the game, but also wantonly destroyed the players' works and trampled on the players. The most hateful thing was that he even started to hurt the players' bodies.
Huh? I didn't realize before that there is such a person among this group of trash.
Fong Di glanced at Lu Yuan intently and murmured in a low voice.
Even if your forging skills are the best in the world, since you are here to participate in the competition, you can just quietly get the first place. Why should you trample on others to show yourself? Is it because of inferiority?
Lu Yuan said in a neither humble nor arrogant way. Fong Di looked at Lu Yuan blankly, and couldn't help laughing after hearing what Lu Yuan said.
Ha ha ha. Mr. Bai, this kid actually said that I have low self-esteem. Ha ha ha.
The old man beside Fong Di had never left even half a step away. At this time, he also had his hands behind his back. And Xiao looked at Lu Yuan with interest. The king and the elders on the rostrum all smiled when they saw Lu Yuan take action. And the players in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Even the extremely powerful Zhuan Xian and others were no exception.
I didn't expect this kid to be able to say that he has low self-esteem,
the little prince said to himself. The little prince Xie Dian had never been afraid of anyone. And he was shocked by Fong Di today. He didn't expect Lu Yuan to dare to say such a thing. The reason why Lu Yuan has not done anything is because Fong Di used the weapons themselves to compete in the beginning. And the iron sword Lu Yuan forged this time was just to pass a mission to advance. In terms of pure weapons, Lu Yuan's casual making is not as good as Fong Di's. Di has been planning for a long time. But Fong Di's blow just now had already used his internal power. Since Fong Di used his internal power first, Lu Yuan could use his own internal power to make up for the lack of equipment.
Let me end this farce.
Lu Yuan continued to improve his momentum. And now the competition was no longer about weapons, but the internal strength and momentum of the two. Whoever has strong internal strength will take the initiative. Covering the weapon with his own energy can greatly increase the toughness of the weapon. Of course, momentum is also very important. Whoever has more momentum than the opponent can take the initiative when making moves. Fong Di defeated many players, and this was the stage where he was in full swing. On the other hand, Lu Yuan did not show weakness and relied on his own fighting spirit to resist Fong Di's murderous intent. Fong Di's body was filled with purple arrogance, and the iron sword was also covered with purple light. The arrogance jumped and showed his extraordinary strength. Lu Yuan did not show weakness and chose to protect himself with Qilin fire. And the iron sword turned into a fire sword. Speaking of Lu Yuan's skills, the Qianquan Sutra is mainly to assist the Qianquan palm technique. When practicing to an advanced level, it is mainly to increase thinking and understanding. The Marrow Cleansing Sutra is mainly to strengthen the body. And the Dian passed down to him by Zhulong. Lu Yuan hadn't had time to practice the Shenlong Ju at all. At this time, only Qilin fire could fight head-on. The two of them were still looking at each other 1 second, and then disappeared in the next second. When they looked at each other, they had changed positions back to back. The weapons in their hands were broken into 2 sections. Fong Di casually threw away the remaining half of the iron sword, turned to look at Lu Yuan and said,
"You are very strong, but you are only better in martial arts."
In Fong Di's view, if his iron sword breaks, he has already lost. Lu Yuan also threw away the iron sword in his hand and turned around and said,
"It's just a draw. There is no difference between victory and defeat. If you can keep your own game, I am willing to have a real forging competition with you in the finals."
Lu Yuan tried his best, but the iron sword in his hand was still too weak, and Fong Di was very strong. So in the end it was just a draw. Fong Di was stunned again when he heard this. He hadn't heard such words in a real competition for forging for many years. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them, and the host spoke appropriately at this time.
"Since it is a competition, some confrontations are good to watch. What player Fong Di did before was illegal. But because he is a foreigner, the policy is relaxed, and he will be given a yellow card warning. If he violates the rules next time,
he will be directly disqualified from the competition." Host, how do we determine whether to advance?
Tuotian only cares about whether he can advance.
Contestant Fong Di cut off the fine iron pillar, and contestant Lu Yuan fought Fong Di to a tie. So they both advanced at the same time. Players who were eliminated by Fong Di before will not be resurrected and hope to continue working hard next time. Those who have not completed the test contestants continue to cut off fine iron pillars as the standard for promotion.
After the host made the announcement, the noise returned to the arena, and the players also began their promotion test. This fine iron pillar looks like it is easy to cut, but in fact it is extremely pure. Most players stop here, and in the end, less than 100 people passed this round of elimination.
This round of knockout matches is very exciting. The reason why someone changed the format of the competition and the official did not stop it is to let the craftsmen of Songhui continent understand that there are people outside the world. And there is another world outside the world. I hope that the defeated players will turn their grief into power.
The Great Elder briefly summarized the game and explained why Fong Di was so arrogant and the officials did not stop him.
Just a reminder to everyone. The next round of competition will be titled Hard Training. Those who advance in the next round will directly advance to the finals. Please have a good rest today and prepare for tomorrow.
The Great Elder added, "The competition is like this. Some people are happy and some are worried. If it weren't for Fong Di, the uninvited guest. It is estimated that the other two players from the backing town would also be able to advance. Although the rankings will definitely not be too high. It is an honor after all.
The two of them have performed very well. Village Chief. Don't be too sad.
Lu Yuan comforted Ding Long and said. Ding Long smiled bitterly and said,
I just feel sorry for so many materials. If those two weapons are not cut off, they can at least be sold for some money.
Lu Yuan originally wanted to comfort everyone, but he didn't expect that everyone was in a good mood, especially Ding Long, who was still joking at this time.
Village Chief. Has this kind of question been asked in previous competitions?
Lu Yuan still doesn't understand what forging the heart means. If you have had this problem before, it would be best to learn from experience. Ding Long shook his head and said while recalling,
the past competitions were all very conventional questions. They either looked at the sharpness of forged weapons or tested the toughness of equipment. There were no such weird rules at all.
Lu Yuan smiled helplessly.
It seems we can only wait until tomorrow to find out.
Lu Yuan was obedient and had a good night's rest. After all, the question was only about
training one's mind.
There was no guarantee that he would be able to answer the question as long as he had enough energy to cope with the changes. The competition on the third day finally returned to the square. The auditorium was already overcrowded. More than 100 forging platforms were still arranged neatly. It seemed that more than 100 people were competing together. The host's words were still very simple.
Today's test question is forging the heart. The so-called forging the heart is just a test of your willpower. Everyone has a small storage bag on the forging table, which contains the materials to be used today. The materials are very limited and can only be used to forge 100 weapons. So how to save materials while ensuring quality is something you need to consider until sunset.
After the host finished speaking, he took out a prepared long sword and placed it on the front desk. It should be used as the standard for these 100 weapons. Chapter 365, Forging the Heart. The style of the sword is very ordinary, but the quality is not low. It can only reach the rare level. However, even if it is 100 swords of the same quality, it takes a lot of energy and physical strength. Lu Yuan finally understood the meaning of this level. Forging the heart tests not only the craftsman's strength, but also his mental strength and perseverance. Forging a piece of equipment with all your heart is very energy-consuming. Lu Yuan was knocked unconscious several times due to forging.
And it was very boring to do the same thing over and over again. This test question is really a test of one's mind. And the time limit is sunset, calculated according to the time of the new world. There are about 16 hours until sunset. That is, there are still 960 minutes. On average, it takes less than 10 minutes to make a rare level long sword. People are simply treated as tools in assembly operations. And Lu Yuan took a quick look at the materials in the storage bag and found that there was almost no excess. In other words, in these 100 forgings, a maximum of 1 or 2 failures were allowed. Smart people have noticed that time is running out. So they seize the time and start taking action. Players who can reach this stage through layers of screening will naturally have no problem in forging rare-level weapons. But continuous and high-yield forging is not a problem for all players. Anyone can do it. Even Lu Yuan did not dare to be careless. After all, time was very tight, and it took time to smelt ore. Not to mention forging and polishing. Even Fang Di, who has always been confident and arrogant, frowned when facing the test questions. Apart from doing such repetitive things when he first started practicing forging, he has never done such a boring thing after achieving success in forging. What kind of effort? It's all bullshit here to Fang Di. Fang Di's achievements are all based on his super talent. More than 100 players present all concentrated on forging. In order to save time, some filled the forging furnace to the brim. As a result, the smelting time took even longer. Lu Yuan used the chilling fire and the forging furnace. And the two-pronged approach greatly improved the smelting efficiency. Since the chilling fire is supported by the original fire, Lu Yuan's use of it consumes very little of himself. And he is not afraid of using it for a long time. Purple rare level equipment is not difficult for Lu Yuan. But the official material grade is not high. So if you want to use these materials to forge, the refining and details must be perfect. Lu Yuan took out his flame blade and the Earth's core flame fine hammer. The heat around the forging platform suddenly rose to a higher level, allowing the ore in the forging furnace to continue to be smelted. The Earth's core fire fine hammer began to be forged. With the blessing of the Earth core flame fine hammer, the ore can be forged into shape before it cools down. After quenching and polishing, a finished product can be completed in about 7 minutes. It is undoubtedly the best among all the players present.
because ore was constantly being smelted in the forging furnace. Lu Yuan was forging almost non-stop, truly becoming a forging machine. Lu Yuan is the fastest in the competition, followed closely by Fang Di in terms of forging speed. Fang Di's forging hammer is also very special. It contains a feeling of earth-like thickness. It seems to be of extremely high quality. Although the smelting speed is very high, it is slower, but it saves a lot of forging time. Although the level of the equipment meets the competition requirements, it is inferior to Lu Yuan Lai in many details. The players in the third echelon are Tuan Xian, Ding Yu, Xia Dan and others. These three people represent the three major countries of Sanhui continent. There is definitely no problem in entering the finals. But compared with masters, like Lu Yuan and Fang Di, then still a little short of a distance. Time passed by minute by second, and no one even had time to drink water. Finally, someone fell down at the hottest time at noon. The first one was followed by the second one. Many contestants saw that they could not complete it in the end. So I simply chose to give up. Half of the more than 100 people in the field left before the time was over. And they all complained about why there was such an impossible problem in this forging conference. Lu Yuan completed the task first, and the first place advanced to the finals. There were still more than 2 hours before sunset. Even though Lu Yuan's body was very strong and his mental strength was super strong, he was still exhausted and almost collapsed. Lu Yuan, who had not drank water for almost a day, had dry lips. It was not that Lu Yuan had no time to drink water, but that he was immersed in Lu Yuan, who was forging, had long forgotten his body's needs. When the host announced that Lu Yuan had advanced, Lu Yuan lay directly in front of his forging platform and looked at the clouds in the sky with satisfaction. This competition was truly hearty. What a forging heart! The great elder really has good intentions, Lu Yuan said to himself. When Fang Di finished, the sun was already very far to the west. He did not choose to relax like Lu Yuan. When he heard that he had successfully advanced, he glanced tiredly in Lu Yuan's direction, turned around silently, and left the field without saying a word. Lu Yuan also felt Fang Di's gaze. Simply using the forging furnace to smelt was only about an hour slower than him. Fang Di's strength could not be ignored. During this long tug-of-war, Fang Di did not dare to use the energy in his body to smelt. The reason why he left in a hurry was because he was afraid that he would be embarrassed in the crowd because of his lack of physical strength. The players in the third echelon all finished the game at the last moment of the game. Torches were lit around the stadium. The players all found it boring after a long day of tug-of-war. But the audience watched with gusto, and all the players were impressed by the players who persisted until the end. Impressed by perseverance. A total of 9 people entered the finals. In addition to Lu Yuan, Fang Di, Tuan Xian, Ding Yu, and Xia Dan, there were 4 young players. The 4 players were also very talented. They relied on their youth and strength to compete hard. She persisted, but looking at the state of these 4 young players, it was difficult to continue participating in the finals. After the host announced that several people had advanced, all the players on the field collapsed on the ground. This was more like a martial arts competition than a forging competition. The great elder stood in front of the stage at this time, and his rich voice spread throughout the audience. In so many forging conferences, this type of question has never appeared. I am very happy that 9 contestants have advanced. I am happy that young people have risen to the challenge. At the same time, I am also disappointed. I did not expect that Sanhui continent can be used for forging. For the sake of glory, so many people chose to give up. The reason why the title is called Forging the Heart is because I want you to exercise your mind and will while pursuing the limit of forging. Lu Yuan, who was promoted first, is right. The so-called ingenuity is worth every inch of time in repeated years. I hope that whether you are promoted or abstained, you can pass this competition and find your own path. Set a direction for your own forging path. Everyone present was moved by the great elder's words. They originally thought it was just a perverted knockout round, but they didn't expect it to have such a profound meaning. Lu Yuan's physical strength has long been restored. Looking at the great elder on the stage, he couldn't help but think of his ancestor Oyi. Although the two were very different in strength, they were exactly the same in educating people. Chapter 366, the final is coming. Since today's competition takes a long time, and considering the participating status of the qualified players, it has been temporarily decided that the final will be held in 3 days. I hope that the qualified players will have a good rest, and be in the best condition to face the final. After the great elder educated the contestants, the host then announced a piece of good news. If the finals were not postponed for a few days, I'm afraid there would be people who couldn't even lift a forging hammer tomorrow. After Lu Yuan came out of the arena, he had a quick bite of dinner and went straight into the house. Now he had 3 more days to adjust his condition and conceive of his work for the next finals. The forging conference is like this every year. During the knockout rounds, there will be some questions that test basic skills. However, the questions in the finals are usually about free play, forging a work that you are most satisfied with, and then the official will judge the champion. In fact, there is no need for official judging at all. The contestants can enter the finals, and their eyesight is naturally good. When the contestants complete their works, who is higher and who is lower will naturally be determined. Lu Yuan once again took out the fist-sized dark stone, and the whole room suddenly became a lot darker. The candlelight in the room was sucked away little by little, and eventually the room became dim. This kind of darkness is not simply invisible. It can even make people unable to feel their own body, making their 5 senses become sluggish and their mentality becomes negative. Lu Yuan hurriedly rewrapped the ore. After a while, the light gradually returned to the room. Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of who won. The mysterious stall owner said quietly to him after he refused the gold coins. Actually, this stone is not only eye-catching, but it is also too evil. I really don't dare to keep it around, so I came to the market hoping to get rid of it as soon as possible. This fist-sized dark attribute stone is indeed evil. Even System Xiao Tao couldn't accurately name it. He only knew that it was dark attribute. Lu Yuan did not put away the dark attribute ore, but continued to take out the deep-sea black iron and inspected it carefully. The deep-sea black iron was of extremely high quality. Lu Yuan carefully observed its texture and impurities, and found that this ore was worthy of coming from the deep sea, and its texture was as docile as water, and there is no impurity in the ore. Although the deep-sea black iron is water-based, it gives people a slight chill. This chill is not violent, and there is nothing to feel at first. When the chill is felt, it is already bone-chilling, erupting from the inside out, making the body stiff. The blood seemed to be coagulating. Lu Yuan ran the marrow-cleansing meridian, and then his meridian slowly returned to normal, and his body warmed up. These 2 pieces of ore are really not a fuel-efficient lamp, Lu Yuan said to himself with a wry smile. Finally, Lu Yuan took out the meteorite. This piece of meteorite the size of a basketball was obtained in the Soul Fighting Kingdom. At first, Lu Yuan planned to use the meteorite as the main material for forging. Later, because the meteorite itself had a hardness, and has no other attributes, so it was delayed again and again. When he came to the forging conference this time, he unexpectedly received dark attribute gems, which made Lu Yuan very inspired. Black meteorite paired with dark attribute gem seemed like a perfect match just thinking about it. And when the final started, Lu Yuan unexpectedly obtained the deep-sea black iron. All 3 ores were obtained, and Lu Yuan suddenly had an inspiration in his mind. The gradually disappearing light, the cold that gradually invades as the light disappears, and the hardness of the meteorite iron. It is simply a perfect weapon. But I don't know if the finished product will be what Lu Yuan thought. Lu Yuan just kept staring at the 3 materials, constantly refining his work in his mind. He had already started forging in his mind, including the hardness of the ore and the amount of materials required, all relying on his eyesight to judge. Lu Yuan had the confidence error is not too large. For 3 days in a row, Lu Yuan did not leave the house except for going to the toilet. He was thinking about forging even while eating. This was the first time that Lu Yuan spent such a long time thinking about how to forge a weapon. Lu Yuan was ready to go to the arena early in the morning on the 4th day. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, everyone from Kaoshan town was waiting at the door. It seemed that they had been waiting for a long time. Why are you so early? I shouldn't have gotten up late. Right. Lu Yuan even wondered if he got up late. No. You are early too. But we are too nervous and afraid of holding you back. Village Chief Ding Long smiled awkwardly. Ha. Let's go. Let's have breakfast first. It won't be a big deal on an empty stomach. Lu Yuan's mentality was very relaxed, as if he was not participating in the finals at all. Brother Lu, are you sure? Ding Long was not in the mood to have breakfast at all and asked with some uneasiness in his heart. Just do your best. Although this is a competition, forging is never a comparison. As long as you try your best to be worthy of your own heart. Lu Yuan seemed to be comforting Ding Long. After speaking, he nodded, feeling that what he said made sense. Brother Lu, it seems that not only is my forging strength inferior to yours,
But my state of mind is also quite different from yours. If I could have known you earlier, I might have had the opportunity to take a step forward.
Ding Long shook his head. He shook his head and sighed.
It's enough to hear the truth in the morning and die at night. You can gain enlightenment at any time, as long as you are willing to work hard.
Lu Yuan put down the bowl and chopsticks and said seriously,
I don't care about it now. I worked hard before and finally came to the conclusion that sweat is not worth talent.
Ding Long said with a self-deprecating smile. The villagers in Kaoshan town at the next table all knew about Ding Long's deeds, and they were a little sad to hear what he said.
Some people have been slacking off for a long time, and when they work hard, they feel that they are working hard. Brother Ding, even if you don't have any great achievements in the future, as the head of a village, you still have to bring some positive energy to the villagers.
Lu Yuan doesn't think Ding Long's words are wrong. Sometimes sweat is indeed no match for talent. But if you really love something, then even if you don't reach the highest peak, you will pursue it throughout your life. Lu Yuan stood up and headed to the arena. All the villagers in Kaoshan town followed him silently. Ding Long frowned and didn't know what he was thinking. After entering the arena, the villagers of Kaoshan town went to the auditorium. When they left, Lu Yuan gently patted Ding Long on the shoulder and said sincerely,
Brother Ding, I will work hard to win the championship. I hope you won't do it because of your past failure and age to deny yourself.
Ding Long looked at Lu Yuan walking towards the field, and suddenly felt that this was not a child younger than him, but an old man in his 50s or 60s. Lu Yuan appeared on the field, and the audience burst into warm cheers. He looked towards the center of the field and found that the players had already arrived. Not far in front of him, Fong Di and Bai Lao seemed to have arrived a little earlier than him, and had not yet reached the center of the field. The audience shouted in unison,
Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan!
Fong Di frowned, looked back in disgust, and muttered to himself,
I thought I would make the final appearance, but I didn't expect that this club would be later than me. I was quiet when I came out. Everything he does when he comes out is like taking a shot of chicken blood.
Mr. Bai looked at Fong Di in surprise. Mr. Bai had watched Fong Di since he was young and had never suffered any setbacks, let alone say such aggrieved words.
What are you looking at?
Fong Di said to Mr. Bai.
If you want to destroy it, you must first expand it. Master Fong Di, you have to work hard. In terms of forging talent, who can beat you?
Bai Lao said with a smile. Chapter 367, the final begins.
If you want to destroy it, you must first expand it. Bai Lao, I finally said something I like to hear these days.
Fong Di shook off the gloom and said with a smile. After all, Fong Di has been hailed as a genius since he was a child. Over the years, he has created many magical weapons for the Demon Clan. It was not until the Demon Clan's barrier was opened that Fong Di realized that there was such a vast world outside. Fong Di and Bai Lao traveled in Taoyuan continent for a long time, and the one they heard the most about was the lineage of the Craftsman god. But there was no trace of it until the explosion of the space-time rift caused a change. Everyone came to this new world together, and Fong Di was completely immersed in this world, in a forging without limits. But it was the first time in his life that he participated in a blacksmithing competition, and he unexpectedly met such a young man. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and his forging skills were even better than his own. This shocked the arrogant Fong Di. After Bai Lao's investigation, it was found that although this young man represented Kaoshan town in the competition, he always claimed that he was a descendant of the god of Craftsman lineage. He obviously wanted to let more people know about the god of Craftsman lineage through the forging conference. Fong Di quickly came to the center of the field and stood in the middle of the players who had arrived. Bai Lao ignored the staff and stood directly behind Fong Di. Why did you squeeze into the middle later?
One of the young players shouted in disgust.
I'm standing in the same row with you. I've already given you a lot of face. If I don't have the strength to stand in the middle, why should I stand?
Fong Di said coldly, without even looking at the young players.
What is your strength? Everyone advances based on strength. Why do you think you are better than us?
The young player said unconvinced. When Fong Di heard this, he couldn't help but glance at the young player, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on his lips.
I heard that at the end of the promotion round, one player collapsed on the ground from exhaustion and didn't get out of bed after 2 days of rest. It couldn't be you. Right.
You? The young man pointed angrily at Fong Di. And in the end, he only said the word, you, because the person paralyzed on the ground was really himself.
You want to grab the C position at a young age? The main position should be for me as the first person to advance. Right.
Lu Yuan finally arrived at the center of the arena. When he saw Fang Di bullying someone, he couldn't help but make fun of him. Fang Di clasped his hands behind his back, and was not angry when he heard what Lu Yuan said. He stretched out his hand in a gesture of invitation, and generously gave up the middle position.
If you want to destroy it, you must first expand it,
Fang Di muttered in a low voice. The interlude didn't last long. The 9 contestants quickly stood still. Lu Yuan glanced at the contestants strangely, and found that except for the young contestant, who was still angry, the others were secretly adjusting their state.
The level is not good enough. No matter how hard you try to adjust, it will be in vain. That fool is still angry. How can you create a perfect utensil with an angry heart? It's better to go home early,
Fang Di said without hesitation. Fang Di's words once again attracted everyone's attention, including everyone who was closing their eyes to adjust. Just when everyone was about to refute, the host suddenly spoke.
This exciting moment has finally arrived. The finals of the forging conference are about to begin. Let me tell you the rules. This year's rules have changed compared to the past. The forging time of the finals will no longer be limited, as long as the players do not leave the forging platform for a long time. It will not be over. Those who maliciously delay the game time will be directly eliminated. I believe that the audience of Sanhui continent, even if you have to wait for a month, as long as your work is perfect enough, it will be worth it.
The host said a lot of official words, but the main point is that time is not constrained. This also gives the players a lot of room to play. It is definitely a good thing to have enough time to pursue details. Lu Yuan found it a little funny. No matter how much the audience loved forging, they wouldn't be bored watching blacksmithing for a month.
In this final, the contestants are asked to freely express their works, whether it is armor, weapons, or any weird gadgets. In the end, the kings and elders of the 3 kingdoms will give scores. The one with the highest score will win. This time the champion will receive a magic weapon. As a national honorary elder, all forging resources in the country can be used with priority.
The host continued to introduce.
What about second place? What reward can second place get?
The angry young contestant heard the host's words, and turned to look at Lu Yuan and Fang Di in the middle, knowing that he had no hope of winning the championship. He couldn't help but raise his hand, and ask what the reward would be for second place.
There is never a second place in the forging conference, and the rankings that are circulated are just the thoughts of most viewers,
the host explained.
Why didn't the last champion give me the position of honorary elder?
Tuixian asked.
Contestants, please respect yourself. This is the competition site, not a Q&A session. Contestants, please take your seats. The competition officially begins.
The host finally lost his patience, and did not want to continue answering. So he directly announced the start of the competition. Duan. As the huge gong rang, the contestants each found their own forging platform. Each forging platform had the name of the contestant on it, and the order was based on the order of promotion to the knockout round. Since there are 9 people, the forging tables for the last 8 people are arranged in a row of 4. As Lu Yuan was the first person to advance to the finals, the forging table was arranged in the middle in front of the 8 people. The rest of the people were arranged from left to arranged from right to right. Fang Di was once again robbed of the limelight by Lu Yuan, and he was actually ranked second. This shocked Fang Di, but he adjusted in a few seconds. Fang Di turned his anger into strength, and quickly took out the prepared materials from the storage bag. A large piece of hard or without attributes, and a small piece of blood-red chalcedony. As soon as the blood-red chalcedony appeared, the surroundings were immediately filled with the smell of blood. Lu Yuan felt something strange behind him. He turned around, and saw many innocent souls lingering above the chalcedony. Blood chalcedony, made from the blood of thousands of people. It absorbs the blood of the sacrificer and collects the soul of the deceased, which can be used for inlaying. Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask Xiao Tao to report the basic information about the blood chalcedony. He felt it was a bit cruel. Thousands of people's lives had to be exchanged for such a gem. The other contestants also took out the materials they had prepared and started to get busy. Although there was no time limit for the competition, Lu Yuan did not want to be left behind, so he directly took out the materials he had prepared. The dark attribute stone was still wrapped in black cloth. The flame blade unsheathed and cut off 1/3 of the deep-sea black iron, and then cut off 1/3 of the meteorite. These are the processes that Lu Yuan has already thought about. 1/3 of the deep-sea black iron is used as a sheath, and 1/3 of the extraterrestrial meteorite iron is used as a reserve for future armor. Because Lu Yuan discovered adding some extraterrestrial iron to any material will increase its hardness, Lu Yuan has already thought about the process. The first step is to fuse the deep-sea black iron and the outer meteorite. This step is the simplest, but it is also the most test of skills. Without real talent and practical knowledge, it is difficult to shake these two ores, let alone integrating it. Lu Yuan threw all the meteorite iron and deep-sea mysterious iron into the forging furnace, and used his palms to spray the unicorn fire into the furnace. Chapter 368, Blind with Open Eyes. Lu Yuan put both materials into the forging furnace. The Kirin fire combined with the refined charcoal in the forging furnace made the temperature in the furnace reach a terrifying value. But neither of the two ores showed signs of melting. Lu Yuan stared at this piece of extraterrestrial iron. When he first got it, he only saw that the quality was higher than the one he saw on Taoyuan Road. Now after smelting it, he found that the quality was not a bit higher. The original piece of meteorite was it didn't take so much energy to smelt. In contrast, deep-sea black iron is more difficult to smelt. It is a water-based ore, and its temperature is extremely low. The ultra-high temperature in the furnace has no effect on it. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry, and controlled the Qilin fire to continue to heat up. The fight between water and fire was to see who was stronger. It is obviously a protracted battle for Lu Yuan, but it is not so difficult for the other players. The fastest person to do it is the young player who had a conflict with Fang Di before. What he wanted to forge was a sledgehammer. Maybe he knew that he had no hope of winning, so he chose to make a blunt weapon. After all, a weapon like a sledgehammer can be used as long as it has enough weight. It is powerful enough. All it needs is to compress more materials to the extreme and make the appearance more fancy, so that it looks very powerful. However, this player also underestimated the official score. The elders are all forging masters, so they can naturally tell which equipment is more difficult to make. If weapons such as sledgehammers cannot reach the extreme, it will be difficult to get high scores. The other three players have some pursuits, and they are all making mainstream weapons such as swords. However, both in terms of forging techniques and details, they are still very immature. The equipment they forge is at the epic level, and at most it can reach just the threshold of the epic level. Although the four young players are not at the highest level, they can reach the finals at such a young age, and their future development is limitless. Everyone's eyes are still focused on the long-famous Tuan Xian and others. Tuan Xian, as the previous champion, has been abandoned in recent years due to reaching a bottleneck, but his strength has not declined. In addition, in recent years, he has relied on his fame to win materials and worked hard to win another championship. What Tiao Xian forged this time was a thick-back machete. After watching Lu Yuan's forging last time, Tiao Xian got a lot of inspiration. The flashy appearance is just a bonus. If you want the weapon itself to score high, you still need to refine and forge it, only by working hard on the details. Ding Yu has been upset for 4 years since his last defeat. During these 4 years, he has not stopped working hard all the time, just to avenge his shame in this blacksmithing conference. He was secretly happy to see Forge Xian wasted for several years, but he was still secretly happy. Unexpectedly, 2 unknown masters suddenly appeared. Ding Yu, who was originally not confident, knew that his strength was not as good as Lu Yuan and Fang Di. He had been restless these days. Fortunately, the good habits he had maintained saved him. Once he entered the forging state, distracting thoughts were left behind. What Ding Yu is forging this time is a sword, which is being smelted and forged repeatedly. Judging from the extraordinary materials used and the forging details, the finished product should be able to exceed Ding Yu's best results. As a rising star in the Shibing Kingdom, the little prince Xia Dan has been given the title of genius since he was a child. After careful instruction from the elders, he was finally allowed to participate in the forging conference this time. He originally thought that he would shine in the first competition, but he didn't expect that his light would be covered up before the game. If you are a genius, then who are those 2 people? Xia Dan naturally has no shortage of rare materials. The work he forged in this final is also a sword. In Xia Dan's eyes, only swords can match the dignity of the royal family. So since he learned blacksmithing, his favorite thing to make is swords. Although Xia Dan is young, he is really experienced in forging. Every detail is handled as well as Tiao Xian and Ding Yu, who have been training for many years. The solid basic skills make the early forging flawless. If he keeps his mentality stable, he will definitely be the champion. A strong contender. Fang Di only had Lu Yuan in his eyes, and the others were not in his consideration range at all. At this time, he changed his previous arrogance and focused entirely on his own forging. This time Fang Di also chose to forge a sword, but it was a 2-handed sword. The material used was as full of earth as his forging hammer. The material selected was the rare earth attribute mineral thick earth ore, which has high plasticity. It is also extremely hard, making it excellent in making armor and weapons. Every contestant is forging according to their own expectations, and the audience is watching attentively. A layman can watch the fun, and an expert can watch the door. The contestants who can reach the finals are all excellent. There are not many opportunities for this kind of live performance. It is the best opportunity to learn. The original intention of the forging conference is also to exchange and learn. Only with competition can there be motivation. And with benchmarks can the public have a sense of direction. Lu Yuan was not moved by the atmosphere at all, no matter how fast others forged. He just stared at the forging furnace attentively. In the end, it was the meteorite iron that melted first. Lu Yuan used his hand of void to grab the meteorite iron, put it on the chopping board, and waved a ball of unicorn fire out of his hand to wrap the meteorite iron, not to continue smelting, but simply to play the role of heat preservation. After dealing with the meteorite, he continued to smelt the deep-sea mysterious iron with all his strength. After unremitting efforts, he still broke through the deep-sea mysterious iron's defense. The whole ore began to melt. When it melted to a certain extent, Lu Yuan casually melted the deep-sea mysterious iron. The iron and the meteorite iron were put together. Lu Yuan put the black iron that had been cut off to make a sheath into the forging furnace, closed the door of the forging furnace, and let it slowly smelt. The remaining small half of the extraterrestrial meteoric iron was put into the ring of the god of Craftsman and prepared at some when forging armor to further increase the armor's hardness. After everything was prepared, Lu Yuan picked up his forging hammer and started forging directly without removing the unicorn fire from the surface of the two ores. Both ores were of the highest quality, with almost no impurities in them. Lu Yuan forged for a while to ensure that both ores were refined to perfection, and then opened the mysterious dark attribute ore wrapped in a tablecloth on the chopping board. The surrounding light dimmed as the mysterious ore was opened. Lu Yuan did not dare to look directly at the dark attribute ore. The hand of the void controlled it and placed it between the deep-sea black iron and the outer meteorite. He raised the forging hammer high and began to forge. The purpose is to integrate these three ores into one. As Lu Yuan's forging speed accelerated, the three ores finally began to fuse. Lu Yuan continued to forge the ores to change their shapes. This was done to make the three ores fuse more evenly. The dark blue deep-sea black iron was fused with the black meteorite iron and the mysterious ore like a black hole. The new fusion body turned pitch black. When Lu Yuan's last hammer fell, the three ores finally merged together perfectly. With a perfect fusion of the ore, a sudden change occurred in front of Lu Yuan, and all the light around him disappeared. Lu Yuan once again fell into darkness. This time, all five senses disappeared. He felt that he only had two eyes left, but he couldn't see anything. Cannot see?
Is this what it means to be blind?
Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh at himself when he was in trouble. Chapter 369 Mindset. Lu Yuan smiled mockingly to himself. But it could only be a feeling. With the disappearance of his five senses, Lu Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. The weightless powerlessness made Lu Yuan at a loss what to do. The audience looked at where Lu Yuan was in confusion. Darkness had already covered Lu Yuan's forging platform, and the black shadow was still spreading. The sudden change made everyone stop what they were doing.
What tricks is this kid doing again?
Tuotian lifted his hair from his forehead and said in surprise with wide eyes.
There was such a strange phenomenon at the beginning of forging. I don't know what will happen when the equipment is formed.
Ding Yu sighed. Ding Yu has no prejudice against Lu Yuan. Forging has always been Ding Yu's belief. So he has always respected people who are truly capable. Faced with this vision, everyone was waiting and watching. But the elders all noticed something was wrong. Because in broad daylight, there were dark shadows spreading, which was completely contrary to common sense.
The game is suspended. All players stay away from the shadows.
The great elder's voice spread throughout the entire field. Although the players didn't understand what was going on, no one wanted to encounter this evil thing. So they all chose to retreat.
That player from the North Country, please evacuate the arena.
Seeing that everyone had left, except for one player representing the North Kingdom, the great elder quickly reminded him loudly.
Great elder, this competition is very crucial for me. Although I can't win the championship, now is the critical moment for my sledgehammer to take shape. Give me a little more time. I don't want to leave any regrets in this competition.
This player is the youngest one representing the North Country. He was ridiculed by Fong Di when the competition started. He knew that he was not as strong as these people. He just wanted to have no regrets in this competition and try his best to get a higher ranking. Although the forging conference always only recognizes the first. When the great elder saw the player saying this, he couldn't continue to urge him. In Songhue continent, no one has the right to interrupt a person who is forging. Not even the king. This is a rule left by generations for many years. And it is also a rule for forging. A concrete manifestation of love. The black shadow continued to spread outwards. And as the black shadow grew larger, the speed of spread also accelerated a lot. And soon it encompassed the entire competition venue. The player from the North Kingdom only felt the shadow when he saw it. It was cold. But I thought it was too late to retreat. And I was drowned in the darkness with frightened eyes. No screams came out. And even the sound of his hammering disappeared immediately. The arena fell into a deathly silence. And the audience was already buzzing with discussions. This was the first time I encountered such evil things. There are so many. The forging conference has never been suspended because of a certain player.
This kid is really evil. What kind of thing is he doing?
Tuoxian couldn't help but take 2 steps back when he saw his country's players being swallowed up by the black shadow.
Young master, this dark shadow is unusual. Let's stay away.
Bai Lao whispered to Fang Di. Fang Di glanced at Mr. Bai, then looked at the black shadow and said,
The forging was interrupted, and it feels uncomfortable not to be able to finish it in one go. Besides, forging should be done while the iron is hot. I'm afraid it will be difficult to win this competition. This kind of competition is meaningless. Except for that kid. No one else is worthy of standing in the same arena with you. Your safety is the most important thing.
Bai Lao said confidently with his hands behind his back. Bai Lao said this in a loud voice, which made the other players around him very unhappy. And they all turned their attention to the old man and the young one.
The forging conference has been held for hundreds of years. And there are not only a few people who are amazingly talented, but also countless people who have become famous at a young age. But no one has ever been so arrogant.
The little Prince Xie Dan replied angrily after hearing this. As the Prince of Shibing Kingdom, Xie Dan was not angry because he was unworthy of the word, but because Mr. Bai said that this kind of competition was meaningless.
Ha ha. We are not worthy. If that kid Lu Yuan had said this, it would have been easier for people to accept that if you said it.
Tuoxian replied with cold words. At this moment, the only way to compare with Fang Di is with Lu Yuan. After all, Fang Di has always been suppressed by Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan's age is not considered a peer. The implication is to tell Fang Di that there is no need to be too arrogant. After all, he is a peer. There is someone more powerful than him. Fang Di glanced at Tuoxian, then turned back indifferently and continued to stare at the black shadow, not taking Tuoxian seriously at all. There was a lot of people outside, but Lu Yuan was sinking deeper and deeper into the darkness. He was obviously in the arena, but he couldn't even hear a sound from the outside world. Moreover, the feeling of weightlessness became more and more serious, making Lu Yuan unable to calm down at all. Think of countermeasures. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and looked around, trying to see some clues. After all, Lu Yuan's eagle eye had reached its peak. Lu Yuan's eyes moved back and forth, and there was no change in his sore eyes. He couldn't feel his body, and couldn't see anything strange around him. This is the first time Lu Yuan has failed after reaching the peak of Eagle Eye. Every time he has something to rely on, but this time he really fell into despair. Lu Yuan calmed down and closed his eyes directly. Since he couldn't see with his eyes, he might as well not use his eyes to see. Lu Yuan tried to mobilize the qi in his body, hoping to use the movement of qi to connect with his body. But it was as if nothing came of it. In desperation, Lu Yuan had to use the only power he could control now, which was mental power. Lu Yuan's mental power is constantly improving through the deepening of his forging skills. He spreads his mental power into a network, and also imitates the black shadow and slowly spreads around. The mental power spreads much faster than the black shadow. Soon Lu Yuan's the spiritual power breaks through the darkness and sees the light again. After Lu Yuan's mental strength regained its strength, Lu Yuan finally regained his sense of being down to earth. And he also had an idea of the approximate location of the people around him. The black shadow seemed to feel the escape of Lu Yuan's mental power, and instantly accelerated its spread, and soon wrapped up Lu Yuan's mental power again. Lu Yuan's mental power and the black shadow began to pull each other. In the end, Lu Yuan's mental power could no longer spread, and he was once again trapped in the boundless darkness. Lu Yuan had a flash of inspiration in the darkness, and a feeling seemed to pass by. This feeling should help him get out of the predicament. But he just couldn't grasp it. Since I can't grasp it, I just relax and think about it. The first thing I think of is my eagle eye. From the very beginning, Grandmaster Uya's special training on painting. I have improved it to the peak step by step. After reaching the peak of eagle eye, there seems to be nothing that cannot be seen through. But this mysterious stone seems to be his nemesis. The more thoroughly he sees, the deeper he sinks. Lu Yuan thought of this, and finally knew what that flash of inspiration was. All 5 senses disappeared, leaving only vision. However, the more he looked, the deeper he sank. The sudden breakthrough of mental power made Lu Yuan clear that he is still on the playing field. But he is just trapped in this darkness, and cannot extricate himself. He smiled again, and then directly cut off the connection between himself and the vision. He relaxed and began to look for himself in the dark based on his feelings. After the vision was cut off, other feelings gradually returned.
It turns out that you don't have to use your eyes to see the truth. This sentence is true.
Lu Yuan Dao. After cutting off visual contact, Lu Yuan not only did not feel darkness, but instead felt as if he knew his surroundings well.
Ahem, congratulations on your peak eagle eye's successful breakthrough and acquisition of the new skill Mind's Eye Dot.
System Xiao Tao's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 370. If the heart is not right, the sword will bring evil.
Ahem, congratulations on your successful breakthrough with peak eagle eye and your acquisition of the new skill Mind's Eye Dot.
System Xiao Tao's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Yuan's ears.
Xiao Tao, you finally woke up. This stone is so evil that I almost died.
Although Lu Yuan had gotten out of the predicament, he was still in the darkness. He suddenly heard a voice, and felt extremely friendly.
Don't be careless. Feel your surroundings with your heart, and start running the exercises first. Otherwise you will freeze in a while,
Xiao Tao reminded. Lu Yuan put away his distracting thoughts, and took a closer look, and found that his body was indeed in bad condition. He had not noticed that his 5 senses had disappeared before, and now the blood flow in his body had slowed down. There was no time to think about it, so he quickly started to perform the marrow cleansing meridian. After the qi in the body began to circulate normally, the body gradually returned to normal.
Huh? There's actually someone trapped here?
After Lu Yuan recovered, he began to explore the surroundings. Although it felt like falling into an abyss in the darkness, there was actually no change in the surroundings. It was just that the dark attribute eroded people's 5 senses. In addition, the ore was fused with a deep-sea black iron. And the attributes, there is a hint of icy chill in it, which makes people hard to guard against. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, but was aware of his surroundings. He quickly walked up to the player from the North Country, and threw him out with a push of luck in his hands. The direction of the throw was exactly where Tuxian was standing outside. Lu Yuan still didn't understand how powerful this mind-eye skill was. In short, he didn't deliberately explore it, but he just felt that Tuxian was there. And Lu Yuan's judgment was not bad at all. Although Tuxian's martial arts skills are average, it is not difficult to detect such a big living person flying towards him. He doesn't need to think twice to know that he is a player from his own country. Tuo Xian flew forward to take over the young player, and found that his eyes were dull, and his body was stiff. If he hadn't still been breathing at this moment, Tuo Xian would have defined him as a dead person.
What kind of evil thing is this? I almost lost my life just by being affected.
Tuo Xian put the young player on the ground, and quickly moved away. He felt the coolness invade his body, after just being in contact for a while. The elders also realized the seriousness of the matter, and they all came to the scene quickly, said people to send the frozen players down for treatment, and then signaled everyone to continue retreating.
Hey, after this happened, do we still want to continue the game? Just watch him perform alone,
Fong Di asked with some discomfort. Fong Di originally planned to let Lu Yuan swell up before defeating him. Who would have thought that Lu Yuan would be in the limelight? But now the game can no longer continue, which made Fong Di feel as uncomfortable as eating a dead rat.
This is the first time that this has happened in the forging conference. Compared with the outcome of the game, your safety is the key. Your losses during this period will be borne by the Divine Weapon Kingdom.
The Great Elder could not look away from the spreading black shadow, and could not tolerate it, said doubtfully. Fong Di wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Bai Lao, who followed the other players out of the arena and headed to a safe area.
Brother, you see this attribute is so dark. The weapon is like this before it is formed. If it is successfully built, it will definitely be a magic weapon, to prevent it from causing harm to the world in the future. Do you want to kill it?
The second elder was thoughtful. Before the player after everyone left, he whispered,
if the heart is not right, the sword will be evil. I think it mainly depends on the person who uses the weapon. Does a dark attribute have to be a magic weapon? What attribute of a weapon does not kill people?
The third elder retorted.
What you two said makes sense. Let's just wait and see what happens. If the formed weapon is really a magic weapon, then it must be destroyed at all costs. No matter how good your heart is, you can't withstand the erosion of the magic weapon.
The great elder said.
Brother, just do as you say and wait and see what happens. But to be on the safe side, we should set up a formation,
said the second elder.
Ha ha. Speaking of which, the three of us haven't joined forces for a long time,
the third elder said with a laugh. Hearing this, the great elder looked at his two brothers and couldn't help but nodded and said,
Okay, set up the formation.
As soon as the great elder finished speaking, the three of them exchanged glances with each other. The second elder and the third elder immediately dispersed to the left and right. When the two stood still again, the three elders formed a triangle. The three of them made secrets in their hands to mobilize the energy in their bodies. And at the same time, he patted the ground, and a layer of transparent barrier rose up in front of him, eventually joining together to form a circular cover, covering Lu Yuan and the spreading black shadow.
To be able to have three elders set up the formation together, we can see that the elders attach great importance to this dark shadow.
Xie Dan couldn't help but sigh when he saw the elders joining forces in the audience. The audience outside was talking a lot, and the players who were leaving were in mixed moods. The elders were busy protecting everyone's safety, but Lu Yuan had no time to think about this. The reason why he didn't leave was because he didn't want to give up forging. After rescuing the people, Lu Yuan walked back to his forging platform, first looking at his newly acquired skills. Mind's Eye, it is formed after the eagle's eye reaches its peak and breaks through. Put aside what you see with your eyes and observe with your heart. Only when your mental power and eyesight reach a certain level can you understand. Things viewed through the mind's eye are more thorough and three-dimensional, and are not affected by any external factors. Lu Yuan was naturally very happy after reading the attributes. No matter how good his eyesight is, he will always be confused by some things, such as advanced illusions and this irresistible darkness. But with this mind-eye skill, he cannot be affected by any external factors. I don't know how much this anything can include. After many experiences, Lu Yuan doesn't believe that anything is absolute. He put away his thoughts and calmed down again, picked up the forging hammer on the chopping board, and carefully looked at the fused ore. After the three ores were fused, the color changed to the same as the dark attribute ore. Dark and without any luster. Even though he was already in the dark, in it, you can still feel it absorbing light. And the black shadows that are spreading around are also coming from this ore. The flames in the forging furnace had been completely extinguished, and Lu Yuan had to rely on the chilling fire to resmelt it. Under the influence of the water attribute of the ore and the dark attribute, the chilling fire was also affected to some extent. Lu Yuan sent the origin of the chilling fire. Only then did Tinder stabilize the situation. Qilin's original fire has grown a lot after being nourished by Lu Yuan's practice. After the purity of the fire became high, the ore finally began to melt. Lu Yuan's original idea was to make a one-handed long sword. But after this unexpected incident, Lu Yuan changed his decision because he remembered what his senior brother Mou said in Heping village.
What I do is both good and evil. I don't want to disgrace the sword.
In the same way, the sword is the gentleman of hundreds of weapons. With this dark and cold attribute, Lu Yuan doesn't want to use it as a sword. As long as he has the sword in his heart, it doesn't matter what he holds in his hand. Lu Yuan smiled after thinking for a while, and said to himself,
Then let's make a Tang sword. It won't disgrace the sword in my heart because of its attributes, and it won't be too different from the sword when used. Difference.
Chapter 371 Gold Swallowing Beast. The Tang sword had a huge influence on swords in East Asia, especially the Japanese samurai sword. It can be said to be the pinnacle of the sword history of the Xia kingdom. The Tang Dao was originally used as a military sword, and its greatest function was combat. So armor breaking and durability were both critical. Lu Yuan forged it with a new metal that was fused from 3 top-grade materials, so it could easily meet these two conditions. The shape of the Tang Dao is simple and elegant, with a narrow and straight blade, a long handle, a horn-shaped tip, a straight blade with no blood groove, and the hand guard is generally small. The original flame of Qilin appeared and soon burned the ore red. Lu Yuan took advantage of the opportunity and began to forge it with the Earth's core flame fine hammer. Different from the previous fusion of materials, this time every time the hammer hit the ore, the black shadow would tremble violently. For a moment, Lu Yuan felt his heart sink. The enthusiasm for forging seemed to be fading, and a slight chill seeped into his meridians. Lu Yuan was not unfamiliar with this situation. When he strengthened the Night Sword, forged the Shadowless Sword and the Thunder Sword, there were similar backlash situations. However, this time the equipment reacted like this before it was even formed. It was really weird. Lu Yuan could only use his energy to resist the invading cold air, while controlling his mood so as not to be affected by this dark negative state. Facing Lu Yuan, who has mastered his craftsmanship, the resistance of a piece of ore is obviously of no use. The black mist that spreads to the surroundings is also gradually shrinking. As the black mist shrinks, when Lu Yuan hammers down, there is always the shadow of a monster emerging. Heart. This monster looks like a tiger, but not a tiger. Its teeth are jagged but look a bit like shark teeth. Its body is tall and strong, but not bloated. Its tail swings back and forth like a whip made of stones. It has no fur on its body, but it looks like it is covered with fur. All kinds of ores are generally uneven. At first, the monster seemed a little hostile to Lu Yuan, but as the black shadow continued to shrink, the monster became a little excited. After Lu Yuan observed carefully for a while, he found that the monster was not a physical entity, but seemed to be a soul trapped in the ore. Only when he suppressed the ore did the soul show signs of breaking free.
Human, are you here to save me?
The demon beast soul took the lead in communicating with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan frowned, not knowing how to answer. After all, this sudden change would be beneficial to the forging.
Don't be afraid. I usually only eat metal ores and never eat human flesh.
Seeing Lu Yuan's silence, the demon beast was worried that Lu Yuan would be afraid and hurriedly explained. The monster grinned its big mouth, revealing its jagged teeth, and smiled in a self-righteous manner. But little did it know that this would make it even scarier.
I'm just forging equipment. Are you?
Lu Yuan told the truth, without stopping the forging hammer in his hand.
I am a gold-eating beast. I usually like to eat metal ores. One time I accidentally ate this soul-eating ore. Unexpectedly, I couldn't digest it. Later, my body was destroyed and my soul was trapped in the soul-eating ore.
The beast slowly walked towards Lu Yuan and said in a calm tone,
That black ore is called the soul-eating ore. It's different. It almost made me doomed several times.
Lu Yuan's forging hammer accelerated. While the black mist continued to shrink, the ore was gradually taking shape.
This ore is very evil. Although it is a rare treasure, because it was bred in a mass grave. It is more like a collection of various negative emotions than an ore. I was also greedy at first. I didn't expect that even I can't digest this thing. If you can save my soul, I will definitely repay you.
The gold-swallowing beast said pitifully. Lu Yuan felt soft-hearted, and was a little touched when he heard this. He replied sympathetically,
I forge my equipment. If I can control this soul-eating mind, you will naturally be free. You can just leave on your own when the time comes. Ahem. You are really stupid. Although I don't have any information about the ore, I do know about this gold-eating beast. It is very greedy.
And who said it doesn't eat people? Be careful.
Seeing Lu Yuan's sympathy, Xiao Tao hurriedly reminded her. But before she finished speaking, the gold-swallowing beast that was already very close pounced on him. Since Lu Yuan was communicating with him using his mental power, the soul of the gold-swallowing beast was also similar. Energy body. So if he is bitten, Lu Yuan's spirit will be severely damaged, and it is not impossible for him to even become a vegetative state. Lu Yuan was already alert when he heard Xiao Tao's words. Although Xiao Tao didn't finish his words, he gave Lu Yuan an early warning. When the gold-swallowing beast pounced on him, Lu Yuan immediately turned over and retreated. He used his palms to launch the move Chinku and look back and draw. Tiancheng. The unicorn fire attacked the gold-swallowing beast together with the wind from his palm. Although Lu Yuan was not familiar with the soul thing, usually such Yin-type things were afraid of flames. This was a basic common sense for modern people. Before the gold-swallowing beast could react after missing a blow, he saw two balls of flames flying over, and his expression suddenly became tense. The flames were unusual at first glance, and they would be burned to pieces if they were touched.
Young hero, show mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong.
The gold-swallowing beast shouted while running back. Lu Yuan's flame was indeed useful. He turned the unicorn fire tool into a long whip and chased the gold-swallowing beast to beat it.
I'll beat you to death. I'll be frightened.
Even the gentle Lu Yuan couldn't help but curse.
Brother, I was wrong. Brother, don't bother me. Eldest brother, eldest father,
Lu Yuan chased after him and swung his fire whip. He didn't really hit the gold-swallowing beast, but hit it with every blow. The gold-swallowing beast was also spineless and even called him daddy. Lu Yuan also found the situation funny and simply stopped holding the fire whip in his hand, preparing to see what the gold-swallowing beast would say next. Seeing the silence behind him, the gold-swallowing beast sat down on the ground, put its front hooves on its chest, stuck out its tongue like a puppy, and looked at Lu Yuan pitifully.
Dad, you will be my dad from now on. I will listen to you in everything. Don't let me lose my soul. Okay? Don't kill me.
The gold-swallowing beast said carefully. Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, and suddenly remembered Zheng Yu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and the same scene when he bullied Scar Wolf King. Thinking of his friends, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little heavy. This frightened the gold-swallowing beast. He thought he had done something wrong and almost shed tears.
I don't mind killing you. Tell me honestly how you got here.
Lu Yuan asked.
What I told you before was all true. I ate the soul-eating mine. But it was backfired and my soul was trapped here. Since I haven't eaten for a long time, I just couldn't hold back my words to you. Dad. By the way, the 2 pieces of ore were not wasted thanks to me. Can I overcome them?
The gold-swallowing beast answered obediently.
What's the meaning? This soul-eating ore is extremely overbearing and evil. It is impossible to fuse with other ores. I have swallowed your 2 top-quality ores. Otherwise, I would have finished all 3 of them.
The gold-eating beast couldn't help but sound arrogant when talking about eating.
Become coquettish.
What?
Let you eat it?
When Lu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but raise the fire whip again. The ore he had worked so hard to find was actually eaten by it. And Lu Yuan suddenly became furious.
Dad, don't be angry. Listen to me first. What I eat is not the 2 pieces of ore, but the attribute soul in the ore. Ore also has a soul.
Chapter 372 Eternal Night.
Ore also has a soul.
Lu Yuan asked doubtfully. The gold-swallowing beast did not dare to say another word. Seeing that Lu Yuan had questions, he quickly answered.
General ores are just composed of metal and impurities. But top-quality ores generally have attributes. And some even breed stone spirits. Most stone spirits are not aggressive. So except for monsters like me who specialize in eating ores, it's hard for others to spot it. And no one will care.
Lu Yuan was thoughtful when he heard the words. What the gold-swallowing beast said should be true. Didn't the original Thunder Spar also give birth to thunder spirits?
Lu Yuan looked at the ore in front of him. There was indeed no change in volume. And the properties of the deep-sea black iron were obviously still there. Maybe the gold-swallowing beast really absorbed the properties, and then merged with the soul-eating ore. No wonder these 2 attributes are as natural as each other.
I originally planned to let you go, but all the properties of the ore have been absorbed by you. So I'm afraid you won't be able to leave.
Lu Yuan thought for a while and said,
Hey, although my soul is intact, it will be difficult for me to rebuild my body even if I escape from the soul-eating mine. It doesn't matter if I don't leave. I just ask you not to kill me.
The gold-swallowing beast replied sadly. Lu Yuan nodded and said,
You stay here quietly. If you cooperate well with my forging, you will stay in the sword and become the weapon spirit from now on. If you dare to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being ruthless.
The gold-swallowing beast lay obediently on the ground after hearing this, although there was some unwillingness in his eyes. He finally chose to give up resistance.
I can see that you know the ore very well. Even the forging and refining did not destroy the basic structure of the metal. It is not a grievance to follow you. Just continue. I will cooperate well. I can't control the dark attribute of the soul-eating mine, but Xian the ice iron and the meteorite iron have been absorbed by me and will no longer hinder you.
The gold-swallowing beast said sincerely. Lu Yuan nodded, retracted the scattered mental power, and began to forge with all his strength. The coldness and the darkness seemed to have disappeared. Only the dark attribute of the soul-eating mine had little impact on Lu Yuan. The blade was roughly formed quickly, and the surrounding black shadows shrank to only cover Lu Yuan's forging platform. And the clanging sound of forging could also be vaguely heard. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the arena. The black shadows shrank again and again, proving that the forging was coming to an end soon. With such a large array of weapons, everyone wanted to see what the finished product would look like. The blade was finally forged, leaving only the handle and polishing unfinished. At this time, the gold-swallowing beast who had been quiet for a long time spoke again.
This knife is made perfectly. Let me help you too.
The gold-swallowing beast had been watching Lu Yuan's forging, and it regarded metal ore as food. It never thought that the ore could have such a role. After Lu Yuan's forging, it turned out to be a magical weapon.
Do you know how to forge?
Lu Yuan asked casually. He had survived the most difficult time. Lu Yuan didn't need help from others at all. Lu Yuan still liked to do such things as forging by himself. The gold-swallowing beast didn't speak, and closed its eyes quietly. After a while, its body began to twist and deform, and finally disappeared from Lu Yuan's eyes. When he looked again, it had turned into a sword hilt. The hilt of the sword is square, and slightly long enough to be held by both hands. The body of the hilt is full of uneven bulges, which are somewhat like the various or particles on the surface of the body of a gold-swallowing beast. However, they are very smooth, which greatly increases the friction and makes the weapon more difficult to use. Get rid of it. The gauntlet is the head of the gold-swallowing beast that looks like a tiger, but not a tiger. It holds a long knife in its wide mouth, as if it spit out the knife. The end of the handle is made of the tail of the gold-swallowing beast, which is like a stone whip. The tail is coiled into a pyramid shape. After being quenched, the long sword took shape. The gold-swallowing beast's eyes flashed with golden light at the gauntlet, and the black mist around Lu Yuan was instantly absorbed into the sword. When the audience was happy that the black mist had disappeared and could finally see the situation on the field, their eyes fell into darkness again. This time it was not the black mist in the sword, but the sun that disappeared. Everyone in the arena felt a cold chill, and the audience in the darkness began to become a little confused. However, everyone found that no matter how they shouted, they could not make any sound, and the entire Shebing kingdom fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, the darkness began to shrink. Light began to leak from the horizon, shrinking around the arena, and all the darkness was absorbed into the black sword. The surroundings were bright again, and the auditorium was already in chaos. Order was gradually restored after the light was restored, and in this hot summer, everyone was shivering from the cold. Lu Yuan stood alone in the middle of the arena holding a long knife in his hand, and everyone's eyes were focused on the long knife in his hand. The knife is 80 centimeters long, and the handle is 25 centimeters long. The whole long knife is dark and dull, except for the eyes of the gold-swallowing beast on the handle guard, which occasionally flashes a golden light. Congratulations. What was forged this time was a real artifact. Xiao Tao's voice came. This time the announcement was away from the rigidity of the past, and the words were more emotional.
Is it completed before it is polished? Is this what it feels like to forge an artifact? It seems to be much more profound than when forging a thunder sword.
Lu Yuan looked at the long sword in his hand blankly and said to himself,
With me here, you don't need to polish it anymore, and it will get sharper with more use in the future.
The gold-swallowing beast did not appear, but the sound passed into Lu Yuan's mind. Lu Yuan nodded, casually took the deep-sea black iron that he had prepared to make a scabbard, and smelted it again. The scabbard was quickly forged into a square rectangular shape according to the length of the tang sword. Just as Lu Yuan was preparing for further production, the business of the gold-swallowing beast came over again.
Just leave it to me. I'll come. I'll come,
the gold-swallowing beast said with a somewhat anxious tone. The long knife flew up automatically and was inserted into the formed black iron. However, the strange thing was that when the long knife was inserted, no debris was removed. It seemed that the scabbard itself was hollow. The long knife was quickly sheathed, and the gold-swallowing beast on the gauntlet opened its big mouth and bit the edge of the scabbard. The long knife and the scabbard fit together tightly.
From now on, I can do the work of eating metal,
the gold-swallowing beast volunteered. Lu Yuan was also happy to save trouble. After the long sword was sheathed, the dark atmosphere was covered up. Only the sheath still sent a slight chill from time to time, but it had no effect on Lu Yuan. Seeing that the forging had been completed, the three elders withdrew the barrier and came to Lu Yuan. Even the three kings on the podium couldn't help but come to the arena, intending to have a look at this weapon. Lu Yuan ignored the three elders and couldn't help but check the attributes of this tang sword. Unnamed. Artifact. No level occupation restrictions. Attack power, 150,000. Strength plus 2,000. Additional attributes. Dark attribute attack. The enemy hit will be attacked by dark attributes, which will weaken his fighting spirit and double his negative emotions, affecting normal judgment depending on the strength of the enemy's will. Additional attribute, water attribute attack. Since the main material is deep sea black iron, the weapon is attached with water attribute attack. The water of the deep sea has a biting chill. After cutting the opponent, it invades the enemy's body like water, but the temperature is as cold as ice. Additional attributes, sharp blade.
The meteorite iron is tough and sharp, making the blade extremely sharp. It can easily break through the enemy's defense, and has an 85% chance of ignoring the enemy's defense. Additional attribute, Devour. The gold-swallowing beast serves as the soul of the sword. Since its soul is completely preserved, it can easily swallow the enemy's weapon when in close combat with the enemy, causing damage to the enemy's weapon to a certain extent, depending on the opponent's weapon level restrictions. It is only effective for metals. Additional attribute, Confusion. Due to the influence of the soul-eating or attribute, the entire blade has a light-absorbing effect. Therefore, when attacking quickly with the sword, it is easy to be deceived by vision, causing the enemy to make misjudgments. Additional skills, Eternal Night. Releases boundless darkness, causing the enemy to feel as if they have fallen into an endless abyss. In this area, fighting spirit will be wasted. The 5 senses will be greatly reduced. All negative effects will be doubled, and the coldness in the night will invade the body. The range is based on the user's ability. Depends. P.S. There is no doubt that there will be no daylight in the eternal night. In times of danger, we have to rely on the mountains. I am lonely and carefree, leaving only traces of right and wrong. Forger, Bu Dao Huan.
Little brother, what's the name of this knife of yours?
The elder looked at the knife in Lu Yuan's hand with some obsession, and couldn't help but ask. Lu Yuan came to his senses and blurted out.
Yongya.
Chapter 373 Reunion.
Yongya. This sword is truly worthy of its name.
The great elder couldn't help but sigh as he remembered that when the sword was completed, the world fell into darkness.
Little brother, can you let me take a look at this sword?
The third elder came forward with a smile, and said to Lu Yuan shamelessly. The second elder changed his usual indifference and looked expectant. Lu Yuan was not stingy, and handed the knife directly to the 3 elders, who came forward. The 3 elders gathered together to observe it carefully. After seeing the appearance, they naturally wanted to take a look at the blade. But something unexpected happened. No matter how hard the third elder drew the sword, the Yongye sword would not come out of its sheath.
Third brother, what are you doing? Stop making trouble and pull it out for everyone to see.
The elder was also a little anxious when facing a weapon of the divine weapon level.
I come!
Seeing that the third child still couldn't pull it out, the second elder grabbed the Yongye sword directly. But no matter how hard the second elder tried, the Yongye sword still didn't react at all. The Yongye sword forged on site is enough to prove that Li Yuan's forging level is higher than that of the 3 elders. But in terms of martial arts cultivation, the 3 elders are also considered first-class masters. They can't pull out a single sword. Obviously there is something in it. Doorway.
Brother Lu, what's going on?
The elder calmed down and asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't expect this to be the case. After taking a closer look, he suddenly realized that it was the gauntlet transformed into a gold-swallowing beast that was causing trouble. After Yongyi was sheathed, the big mouth of the gauntlet's animal head automatically bit the scabbard. At this time, the gold-swallowing beast did not let go. The Yongye knife and the scabbard were like one body, and naturally they could not be pulled out.
Xiao Jin, stop making trouble and let them see.
Lu Yuan said something to the knife in the second elder's hand. When the 3 elders were confused, their hands suddenly loosened and the Yongye knife was pulled out effortlessly. The 3 elders only felt that their vision went dark, as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The 3 of them were close at hand, but they lost contact in this darkness. A biting coldness penetrated their bodies, but they felt passive and did not want to go. Resist. The predicament of the 3 elders only lasted less than 3 seconds. When vision was restored, the Yongye knife had been sheathed and returned to Lu Yuan's hand.
Next time Xiao Jin dares to act like this, I will deal with you,
Lu Yuan said to the long knife in his hand. After all, the 3 elders had seen the world, and they quickly readjusted themselves and exchanged looks of approval with each other.
Brother Lu, a great talent, actually forged such a weapon. Judging from its quality and the celestial phenomena when the sword was made, this sword should be called a divine weapon. It is a great honor to see this sword in this life.
The great elder praised. Lu Yuan could understand the mood of the elders, and even he was very happy. After all, this was a real artifact. Although the original Thunder Sword was also an artifact, it was in a sealed state when it was born, and most of the Thunder Spirits were in a dormant state, full of energy like a gold-swallowing beast. Most of the attributes attached to Yongyi are special effects, which are not as simple and crude as the Thunder Sword. Moreover, the weapon skills attached to Yongyi are only in one area. They are not as powerful as the attack skills attached to the Thunder Sword.
But the basic attack power is much higher than the Thunder Sword. The two weapons should be considered to have their own merits. If the Sky Thunder Suit and Thunder Sword represent a smart critical strike, then the Evernight Knife is a symbol of sharpness that cuts through everything.
Can the three elders see clearly?
Lu Yuan asked. The three elders smiled awkwardly. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, the three of them fell into darkness. They had never seen the true appearance of the blade when it was successfully forged before. The light around the blade was sucked away due to the distance. It's not clear what the blade looks like at all.
Brother Lu is joking. I am afraid that the person who can see the true form of this sword must be a leader in this new world. The three of us brothers are not so lucky.
The great elder did not feel inferior because of his lack of strength. Instead, he had a very high opinion of the Yongyan knife. When the elders were discussing forging with Lu Yuan, they even forgot about the three kings, let alone the remaining players.
This little brother is extremely talented. This is the first time in the history of the forging conference that it has turned into a solo performance.
The king of Shibing Kingdom and the two kings of the north and south took the lead, followed by several other contestants. The frostbitten one was probably still being treated and was not one of them. It should be difficult to complete his work in this competition. This was the first time in history that one player could bring three kings to the arena at the same time. The audience was also excited by the scene, cheering and shouting endlessly. The only ones on the field who were not happy were the other players, although they were shocked by Lu Yuan's level. After all, their own honor was involved. If this person didn't exist this time, everyone could still try their best to give it a try. But this situation made everyone lose confidence in the competition. When the three elders heard the king speak, they remembered that the game was not over yet, and that he had left everyone aside.
Your Majesty the King, why are you all down? How can we sit still when such outstanding young people appear in this forging conference?
Said the king of Shibing Kingdom.
You three elders took advantage of your proximity to see this magic weapon without waiting for us. We are also very curious about this magic weapon,
said the king of the North Kingdom.
It's better not to look at this knife. Even if you look at it, you can't see it, and you can easily get hurt if you're not careful,
the elder said truthfully. Although the great elder told the truth, the three kings were obviously not satisfied with the answer, and could not help but frown. Before the kings could speak, there was a loud noise at the entrance to the arena, and the soldiers maintaining order seemed to be blocking someone. Lu Yuan took a closer look, and after being slightly surprised, he quickly rushed towards the entrance of the arena. The voice of the intruder approaching the entrance became clearer and clearer, and the man shouted,
Boss! Boss! It's me! Get out of the way! I want to pass!
When Lu Yuan heard this familiar voice, he couldn't help but smile. The person who came turned out to be the long-lost Zheng Yu.
Stop it!
Lu Yuan quickly came to the soldiers. He said casually, and the soldiers stopped blocking him. Zheng Yu rushed towards Lu Yuan without blocking him, and gave Lu Yuan a big hug.
Boss! I finally found you. Do you know how I have spent these 2 months?
Woo! Zheng Yu started to cry when he was so excited.
Hey! You are a big man. Can you be strong? What happened? Where are the others?
Lu Yuan asked.
Boss, I can't protect them. After you were stunned, everyone still didn't escape. They were all put under house arrest. But it didn't take long for them to release Jianshen, Fong Rou and me, Li Tong, Luo Yi, Xinghe, and I don't know where the pills were taken.
Zheng Yu calmed down and said,
Hey! It's me who's been delayed for too long. And I've caused you trouble.
Lu Yuan said with some guilt.
As long as the boss finds you, it will be easy. Let's go rescue everyone together.
Zheng Yu burst into tears and smiled, his eyes full of hope. Chapter 374 News A. Lu Yuan was also very happy to see Zheng Yu again. Zheng Yu had lost a lot of weight after not seeing him for a long time, and he was covered in dust. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot along the way, judging from the fact that he was still wearing modern clothes. It was estimated that the system had not awakened yet. The new world, there were so many dangers that it was really hard for him to find it so far.
There are many dangers along the way. It's really difficult for you.
Lu Yuan patted Zheng Yu on the shoulder and said,
It's okay, boss. It's worth all the hard work and danger to find you,
Zheng Yuan said with a smile. At this time, the three elders had also walked over. The three kings were obviously a little dissatisfied when Lu Yuan left them aside. Moreover, after seeing Lu Yuan's work, they obviously had no expectations for the other contestants and left the field directly.
Brother Lu, who is this? Do you need any help?
The great elder spoke first, seeing the slightly embarrassed Zheng Yu. He quickly asked with concern.
My friend needs to rest. You have also seen my work. If nothing happens, I will leave first. You can just make arrangements for other matters. I will rest for one night and may leave here tomorrow. I hope the Great Elder will forgive me.
Lu Yuan clasped his fists and said directly,
In this case, it is inconvenient for us to stay longer. I hope you can accept the title of Honorary Elder of our Shebang Kingdom. We need a positive image to inspire the new generation. In addition, the door of Shebang Kingdom will always be open to you.
The Great Elder sincerely requested.
The Elder's words are serious. I am grateful for the love of the Shebang Kingdom, but I am disrespectful. I also hope to see the rise of the blacksmith industry, and more master craftsmen can exchange their experiences together. You can watch the arrangements, and I will leave first.
Lu Yuan didn't refuse. The new world was very big, and there were many talented people. It was always good to accumulate more fame.
Hey, I admit that you are very strong, but my work has not been completed, so this time does not count. I will defeat you next time we meet.
Demon Fong Di crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a look of dissatisfaction. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded.
I'll be with you anytime.
Fong Di watched Lu Yuan and the two leave, remained silent for a while, and said to Mr. Bai in a calm tone,
Old Bai, let's go! Young master, he just took advantage of the properties of the ore, and his real strength may not be stronger than yours.
Bai Lao followed Fong Di and comforted him. Fong Di stopped and turned to look at Bai Lao, and said seriously,
His forging skills are very strong. I can't compare with him now. This time, I also realize many of my shortcomings. I will definitely win next time.
Bai Lao nodded happily. The young master with high eyes could actually say these words, which surprised Bai Lao. Fong Di's sudden growth made Bai Lao feel that this time was really not in vain.
By the way, don't call me a genius again. I suddenly felt that the word genius was too harsh.
Fong Di just took 2 steps and suddenly turned back and added. The 2 players with the highest level in this competition left the field one after another. The remaining players did not look happy on their faces. They stood silently and didn't know what to do. Tuixian was the first to come back to his senses and forced out a smile. He lifted his hair from his forehead and said to the elders,
Elders, should we continue to complete our work?
This forging conference is the last chance for Forging Xian to participate. Although there is no hope of winning the championship, he does not want to have any regrets. Forging Xian's words woke up the dreamer, and everyone else also came to their senses and quickly returned to their forging benches. Although the fire in the furnace had been extinguished, the fighting spirit in their hearts was ignited. Only when they have a goal there is motivation to catch up. The little Prince Xie Dan looked helplessly at his half-forged long sword. He was originally known as the most talented young man in the history of the Shebang Kingdom, but he didn't expect that he would encounter 2 insurmountable barriers in his first competition. What talent! He was so talented that he didn't even have the qualifications for blacksmithing in front of him.
Although there is almost no suspense about the result of the competition, the spirit of not giving up is the most precious. Through this conference, I believe that everyone will know their own direction. I hope that the young heroes will catch up and let Sanhui continent forge a path.
Go to the next level, and the game continues.
The Great Elder spoke passionately, once again igniting the enthusiasm of the audience. Several contestants also regained their energy and worked hard to perfect their works. Lu Yuan led Zheng Yu back to his residence quickly, ordered some dishes casually, and closed the door.
Do you know where they are being held?
Lu Yuan asked.
I'm not sure about this, but I guess it's Professor Sun's base. Professor Sun's base?
Lu Yuan asked in confusion.
Professor Sun has great ambitions. The entire Taoyuan group building is actually a high-tech base. The building's own defense system is complete with both offense and defense. In addition, with the Taoyuan system in hand, everyone under his command can inherit the equipment attributes in the game. After the arrival of the new world, communications were interrupted. The order of life was messed up, and all planes and trains were suspended. Human beings, who had been comfortable for too long, were powerless in the face of the invasion of monsters and other races. After several battles, even the military has compromised to Professor Sun's side, and now only Professor Sun's power can help mankind withstand the crisis of invasion.
Zheng Yu briefly talked about Professor Sun's situation. Lu Yuan has been in contact with Professor Sun many times, and has always known that Professor Sun is committed to scientific research and development, and talks about benefiting mankind every day. He can be said to be a very extreme person, but he did not expect that his ambitions are so great. Taking advantage of the new world, the chaos began to pursue power.
By the way, haven't you awakened the Taoyuan system?
Lu Yuan asked. Zheng Yu shook his head and said,
The Taoyuan system is controlled by Professor Sunday. Apart from the people on Professor Sun's side, only Zhao Jiuzhou, who has joined the demon army, can also transform. This is what Li Tong's brother Li Wei said of.
When Lu Yuan heard the news about his acquaintance, he hurriedly asked,
Didn't Li Wei go looking for Li Tong? Hey, of course I have looked for it. But it's a pity that Taoyuan building cannot be entered at all. And the guards have a very tough attitude. If they break in, they will be solved directly by force. I have no choice but to wait and see. However, the communication equipment developed by LJ Times Company has been completed. It was originally developed to cooperate with the Taoyuan system in the modern world. Now it is independent. With it, it can replace mobile phones. After all, except for some dedicated lines, all other communication equipment is scrapped.
Lu Yuan nodded. This was the first time he had learned so much information after entering the new world. He had heard Li Jingbai say that he was engaged in research and development before. If communication equipment could be popularized in this troubled world, then when the world returns to peace, LJ Company's prospects are limitless.
In fact, the Taoyuan system already has its own consciousness. As early as in the game, the system has left a mark on every player who has entered Taoyuan. If they can awaken, they can get assistance from the system. But because Sun the Professor controls the data, so the equipment in the game is temporarily unavailable.
Lu Yuan also shared news about the system with Zheng Yu.
Boss, can you think of a way to wake me up? Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to help. Okay, I'll ask the system shout out to see if there is any way. Lu Yuan Dao.
Chapter 375 News B.
Is Xiao Tao here? Is there any way to quickly awaken the system?
Lu Yuan quickly asked Xiao Tao to find a way. The room suddenly became quiet. Zheng Yu was waiting for Lu Yuan's answer, and Lu Yuan was also quietly waiting for Xiao Tao's answer. After a while, just when Lu Yuan thought Xiao Tao would not answer, Xiao Tao's voice rang in his mind.
The system clones scattered among you can theoretically only be activated by your own energy. If you can activate them, if the mother body of the Taoyuan system is liberated, the system in everyone's body will naturally be activated. Since he hasn't been activated yet, it means that the energy in Zheng Yu's body is not enough. It will be impossible to find the system matrix you mentioned for a while. It seems that it will not be possible in a short time.
Lu Yuan replied with some disappointment.
Xiao Tao.
Zheng Yu saw Lu Yuan frowning and not saying anything. He didn't know what happened, so he could only wait silently.
It's not impossible, but it will cost you a lot.
Xiao Tao added.
You have learned how to breathe loudly. If you have any ideas, tell me quickly.
Lu Yuan quickly replied.
As clones of the mother system, we still have some contact with each other. If I come to awaken the clone in his body, there should be a high chance of success. However, it will consume a lot of your mental power. I'm afraid it will take a week to recover. Only then can we recover.
Xiao Tao said. A week is indeed not a short time. Lu Yuan has experienced the feeling of excessive mental energy consumption. When he first practiced forging, he fainted several times and suffered from a splitting headache the next day.
Just do it.
Lu Yuan decided to help Zheng Yu activate the system. After all, it was always better to have a helper along the way.
The whole process takes about 10 minutes. He must open his heart and not be defensive in any way. And no one can disturb the whole process. You just ordered the meal, so you should wait until the kid finishes eating before starting. It just so happens that you can also take the opportunity to adjust your state.
Xiao Tao's tone was calm, but she had already arranged everything.
If you hadn't said that I had ordered the meal, I would have forgotten about it.
Lu Yuan smiled awkwardly. After ending the conversation with Xiao Tao, Lu Yuan briefly told Zheng Yu what had happened, and the two of them calmed down to adjust. If Zheng Yu was able to search so far in a mortal body, it was inseparable from the months of special training in the villa. Although his ability to fight enemies in actual combat was not very strong, his ability to protect himself was still effective. The journey was not without danger at all, but it relied on Zheng Yu's wretchedness and the experience and training effects imparted by Lu Yuan to avert danger. Lu Yuan taught everyone his Jinkuan Sutra. Although everyone could not achieve anything so quickly, Zheng Yu, who had just started, also benefited a lot. The food was delivered quickly, and the two of them were in similar condition. They took a simple bite and started activating the system. In fact, the process of activating the system is not complicated. It just requires a large amount of mental energy consumption within 10 minutes. A large amount of consumption in a short period of time puts a huge load on the body. So the recovery time is so long.
Let's start when you're ready. Put your hands on his head and input mental power into his mind. Then I will get in touch with the system clone in his body. Remember? Because I am charging him with mental power. So it takes a lot of energy. Once you start, you have to persist until the end. Otherwise the backlash will cause you to be seriously injured.
Xiao Tao explained in detail without worry. Lu Yuan nodded, concentrated on placing his hands on Zheng Yu's head, and slowly input his mental power into his body. Zheng Yu had no defense at all. Lu Yuan's mental power invaded without any obstruction. After entering Zheng Yu's mind, there was indeed a familiar feeling calling him. He carefully controlled his mental power and moved forward. But he was attracted by Zheng Yu's memory on the way. This is the first time that Lu Yuan has invaded other people's minds with his mental power. The memories in Zheng Yu's mind are divided into several categories. A small part of them is obviously family. Another small part is trivial things in life. And another part is, the biggest memory of my relationship with Miss Linger is when I was with you all. Lu Yuan didn't have a habit of prying into people's privacy. But when he passed by recent memories, he couldn't help but take a look. Although Zheng Yu told Lu Yuan a lot of news, the description was very bland, and even the experiences along the way were downplayed. Lu Yuan wanted to see what this kid had experienced.
Lu Yuan found Professor Sun's memory after he surrounded the villa and stunned Lu Yuan. The battle was fierce. Although many gaps were created, everyone still had no chance to escape. It could also be said that they had no choice to escape. Everyone surrounded Lu Yuan. Protect him tightly until Yi takes Lu Yuan away. After Lu Yuan was taken away, the soldiers surrounded everyone. Even though everyone knew some skills, they were still no match for guns and cannons. The soldiers simply did not make it difficult for everyone. It was not until Professor Sun chased him out for a long time that the leading soldier looked like after getting some news. He directly escorted everyone to the car. The soldiers did not take everyone away. The girl Linger and the nanny of the villa were left behind. It seemed that these two people were not important to them at all. As soon as the memory screen changed, he arrived at the solitary room of Taoyuan building. Everyone was detained separately. The room was still relatively clean. Lu Yuan could feel the fear and despair in Zheng Yu's memory. During the process, he was tortured several times and underwent several strange physical examinations. In the end, he seemed to have lost interest in Zheng Yu. And Jianchen and Fang Rou were released together. In the memory, when the three of them were released, they found that the outside world had changed drastically. The streets of the town were also torn apart and interspersed with many strange lands. Some buildings were lucky enough to remain intact, but some buildings had collapsed. The town power grid, transportation and communications were all paralyzed. When Lu Yuan saw this, he thought of the modern towns he passed before. The conditions in the two were basically similar. The sudden appearance of monsters from other worlds and races from other worlds plunged the capital into chaos. It is difficult for the guns and artillery of the ordinary army to be effective against the thick-skinned monsters. Thanks to Professor Sun's armed forces, although the security of the capital has been restored, the power is biased towards Professor Sun's side. Fang Rou was also injured in a sneak attack by a monster. Although it was not fatal, it was not suitable to travel far. After everyone finally went home to see their families, Fang Rou was left at Jian Chen's home to recuperate, while Zheng Yu ignored the objections of his family, still resolutely searched all the way in the direction where Yi left. Needless to say, the hardships and dangers along this journey were natural. After leaving the town, there were even more monsters. However, Zheng Yu avoided them one by one. He inquired and asked along the way. After learning that the Shibing Kingdom in Sanhui continent was going to hold a forging at the conference, I felt that if my boss was still alive, he would definitely come back to participate when he heard the news when he went north. Unexpectedly, he guessed right. Lu Yuan never thought that his stupid brother, who had always called him boss, would mature and be able to stand on his own after experiencing the sudden change in the world.
If you've seen enough, get down to business.
Xiao Tao's voice sounded again, reminding Lu Yuan not to waste time. Mental power followed the direction of the summons and quickly found a seed-like object.
Found it! Wrap it with spiritual power and prepare to recharge.
Chapter 376, Buying an Outfit. As Xiao Tao said, there is indeed a subtle connection between the clones of the Taoyuan system. After Lu Yuan briefly looked at Zheng Yu's experience during this period, he quickly found the imprint left by the system in Zheng Yu's mind.
The system clone in his body is in a dormant state. Now you only need to wrap it with your mental power and recharge it. It will automatically stop when the recharging is completed.
Xiao Tao reminded him in time. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated, controlled his mental power, and carefully started to charge it. After starting, as Xiao Tao said, his mental power dropped at a rapid speed. As time went by, waves of tiredness came over him. And then Lu Yuan's head began to tingle. It had been a long time since he had pushed himself to the limit. This feeling of fainting at any time was something he had only experienced when he first started forging, since Xiao Tao said that his mental strength was sufficient. Lu Yuan was not worried about gritting his teeth and persisting. The charging lasted for about 10 minutes. A white light flashed in Zheng Yu's mind, and the charging was finally completed. Lu Yuan withdrew his mental power. His mind became dizzy, and he felt that the world began to spin.
How is it? Have you felt the existence of the system?
Lu Yuan asked Zheng Yu.
Well, there was indeed a prompt that the system activation was successful just now. That's good. You should familiarize yourself with it and remember to practice the Qingquan Sutra. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself to maintain the energy of the system.
Lu Yuan explained a few more words and then set Zheng Yu to rest. Judging from the current situation, he would definitely not be able to set off tomorrow morning. Moreover, although Zheng Yu had activated the system, he did not have special weapons such as the Ring of the God of Craftsman to bind items. The equipment in the previous game is no longer there, so I have to find time to make some equipment for him.
Don't go to sleep directly. It's rare for your mental energy to be exhausted. At this time, practicing the Qingquan Sutra will definitely make a breakthrough.
Xiao Tao reminded. The Qingquan Sutra is rated as an S+ level skill by Xiao Tao. While it can increase internal strength, it always makes people feel enlightened. Therefore, in a sense, the Qingquan Sutra also has the effect of training mental strength. At this time, Lu Yuan's mental energy is exhausted, although his practice state will be slightly worse. It is precisely because the sea of consciousness is empty that all the energy gained from practice is fresh energy. Once he persists in recovering, he will definitely have a breakthrough than before. Lu Yuan had been in meditation for 3 days. Zheng Yu naturally knew that the boss was overexerting himself. He had seen Lu Yuan practicing before, so he always stayed outside the door to protect Lu Yuan. 3 days of not eating or drinking did not make Lu Yuan weak. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes, it seemed like light was shooting out. His mental strength had been fully restored, and he had truly made a breakthrough. Just as Xiao Tao said at the beginning, the energy can be restored quickly, but the fatigue of excessive consumption and the impact on the body will take some time. After his mind regained consciousness, Lu Yuan's thinking became much clearer. He had been a little too hasty before, so rushing back to save people was no different than flying a moth into a flame. Although he has a new magic weapon, his armor has not had time to be updated. Although the 5 elements natural disaster set is also top-notch, it still has some flaws when it comes to the battlefield. Professor Sun has many people under his command, and he is also very powerful. He has the data of almost all players, so the weapons of his people must be quite terrifying. In addition, he has taken away his thunder suit and thunder sword. Lu Yuan and Zheng Yu are simply invincible.
Boss, wake up! I made you tired just to help me.
Zheng Yu became much more polite and courteous after meeting Lu Yuan this time. I don't know whether it was because he was under too much pressure, or because he hadn't seen each other for a long time. In short, he was not as talkative as before. Lu Yuan patted Zheng Yu on the shoulder and said with a smile,
You are still so polite to me. I'm going to buy you an outfit. Boss, don't be too tired as you just recovered.
Zheng Yu said with concern.
You kid, what's going on? If I had told you to get something for you before, I would have rushed out already.
Lu Yuan was really not used to Zheng Yu looking like this.
I'm just torn. I want you, boss, to rescue everyone as soon as possible. But I'm also afraid that something might happen to you. To be honest, just the two of us, even if you, boss, are here, it might be difficult to turn things around.
Zheng Yu said with a complicated expression.
Don't worry. Everything will be fine. We are never alone.
Lu Yuan said confidently. Lu Yuan led Zheng Yu to the Grand Elder's villa. The forging conference had ended for 3 days, and the follow-up finishing work had already been completed. The contestants and envoys from the north and south countries had all left. The Grand Elder was leisurely drinking tea with the second and third sons.
I'm disturbing the 3 elders. I originally planned to leave, but the forging consumption that day was too great. I didn't expect that it took me 3 days to recover.
Lu Yuan greeted the three elders politely.
Brother Lu, you're welcome. You are now the honorary elder of the Shibing Kingdom. You can stay in the Shibing Kingdom as long as you want. We hope you can live here forever.
Seeing Lu Yuan's visit, the great elder hurriedly stood up to greet him.
That's right. If you weren't here, I would have gone back to farming a long time ago. With the hoe you made for me, I will definitely have a bumper harvest this year.
The third elder laughed.
Not doing your job properly.
Upon hearing this, the second elder put his hands behind his back and turned his face to the side, saying with hatred for iron. Lu Yuan didn't want to hear the three old men arguing, and he didn't have time to explain farming to the third elder. No matter how good the farm tools were, they were only more efficient, and what affected the harvest depended on the seeds and the land.
I came here this time to ask for some material shamelessly, because time is a little tight. I really don't have time to go out and look for it. So I asked the great elder to make it easier. Ha ha. What did Brother Lu say? Just tell me what type of materials you want. The prize for the champion of the forging conference has not been distributed to you yet. You are in a hurry for materials. Do you want to forge equipment?
Said the great elder.
Well, I have some things to do after I leave here. My friend has lost all his previous armor and weapons, and I plan to buy him one. It's easy to talk. I have a merciless request. I don't know if Brother Lu can agree,
the elder said with a smile.
Speaking, I wonder if you can let a few students from my Shibing Kingdom watch while you are forging it. I will ask them to stay away so that they will not disturb your train of thought.
The great elder made the request with some embarrassment. This was indeed an unkind invitation. Ordinary forging is different from competitions. When craftsmen are working, most outsiders are not allowed to watch. After all, it is not a teaching between master and apprentice. Outsiders are on the sidelines. Watching is no different from learning from a teacher.
Yes, it doesn't hurt to be closer. I am very focused when forging, and I won't be disturbed by too much external interference.
Lu Yuan has never been afraid of others stealing lessons. Instead, he hopes that there will be more people who love forging. Only by working together can we make breakthroughs. The more people who love forging, the more meaningful it will be to stand at the top of this industry.
Brother Lu is really ambitious. When do you plan to start?
The elder asked.
If there are enough materials, let's start now,
Lu Yuan said nonchalantly. Chapter 377 Breaking Ground Suit. Lu Yuan was embarrassed to take materials from others for no reason, since the elder wanted to take this opportunity to gain experience for the younger generation. Lu Yuan just went along with the flow and treated it as repaying the favor of taking materials for free.
Of course we want to see Brother Lu forging as soon as possible, but the situation is too sudden. It will take some time to prepare materials and notify people to visit. You have to rest for a while. I will send someone to pick you up in 2 hours.
The great elder was overjoyed, but he was not too impatient. It was a rare opportunity to get a live demonstration by the craftsman who forged the magic weapon. You must be prepared properly. Preparing the materials is of course very simple. The most important thing is to notify the viewers. People. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry and told the great elder the properties of the materials he needed. He also had someone prepare some breakfast and had breakfast leisurely in the great elder's courtyard.
The boss is the boss. No matter where he goes, he is treated as a guest.
Zhang Yu finally relaxed a little after eating the sumptuous meal.
Grandmaster Uya once said that people will only respect things of value. In order to be respected here, I have to do business on the street.
Lu Yuan mocked himself for forging hoes on the street as a showmanship. But Zhang Yu was not present and obviously did not understand what Lu Yuan was talking about.
I didn't expect that the boss would sell his soul in order to become famous,
Zhang Yu muttered softly. Lu Yuan had a very good ear. When he heard this, he hit Zhang Yu on the head with chopsticks and said with a helpless smile,
I'm a prostitute, not a prostitute. What do you mean by selling your soul? It's just a hoe forged on the street. 2 hours passed quickly, and the great elder's attendants came to pick up Lu Yuan and the two on time. The place they went to this time was very luxurious. Even though Lu Yuan didn't spend much time in the kingdom of divine soldiers, he could tell that this was a magical place. The imperial palace of the warring kingdom. Under the leadership of the attendants, we quickly arrived at the forging room in the palace. Everything in the palace was magnificent. The forging room was very large. There were rows of display racks in the room with a lot of forging materials on them. The shape of the forging furnace was also very exquisite. It can increase the temperature of the flame a lot, which is more conducive to quickly smelting ore. There were about 30 people standing in the forging room. Among them, The emperor of the Shibing kingdom was actually present, followed by several young people. The little prince Xie Dan was also among them. It seemed that the other few people should be his royal brothers, and those in the back row where they are all blacksmiths that some ministers and the country want to promote. The room was very quiet. When everyone saw Lu Yuan arriving, the king of the Shibing kingdom stood up to greet him. Such a serious atmosphere made Lu Yuan a little nervous.
This is the king of our Shibing kingdom. I heard that Brother Lu was willing to stay and teach, so I deigned to come here to watch.
The great elder introduced Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had already met him during the forging conference, and when he heard this, he clasped his fists and nodded as a salute.
Elder Lu, don't worry about us. Just focus on forging later. If there is any disturbance, just raise it, and I will ask people to evacuate the room immediately.
Although the Shibing king was old, he had no airs about him and gave Lu Yuan a high status in his words.
It's okay. It's up to you, as long as you don't reach out to cause trouble.
Lu Yuan also smiled back and said easily. In fact, Lu Yuan didn't plan to build high-level armor this time. He just randomly asked for some high-quality ores and planned to build a set of epic-level armor for Zheng Yu. Although the grade he plans to forge this time is not high, the various details of Lu Yuan's forging will still inspire those present. Lu Yuan walked to the forging table. The materials had been prepared long ago. They were all placed in a space storage bag. Lu Yuan took out the ore inside. Although the bag was not particularly large, it was enough to store some daily necessities. Without any intention of returning it, he threw it directly to Zheng Yu, who was not far behind him. Zheng Yu took it and smiled understandingly, then tied the bag around his waist naturally. The attention of everyone present was all on Lu Yuan, and no one cared about a storage bag. The artifact was forged in the forging conference, but because the black fog blocked the view, everyone only saw the result. But no one saw the forging process. Now I can finally see it up close. And of course, I don't dare to get distracted.
Actually, the finished product of my forging today should be around the epic level. So you just need to pay more attention to the details. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time.
Lu Yuan gave everyone a head start before starting, lest anyone misunderstand today's forging process as the process of forging artifacts before it is completed. The ore that the Great Elder found was dark gold in color and contained a high gold content. However, it was an earth-attributed ore, and the grade of the ore was much better than Lu Yuan expected. Without wasting any more time, he waved his hand, and the unicorn fire appeared in his palm, igniting the charcoal in the furnace and starting to smelt it directly.
Smelting is the first and most critical step in most forgings. It will directly affect the subsequent refining. It does not mean that the ore is the best if it is refined to the extreme, but the degree of refining will have a great impact on the grade of the finished product. Impact?
Lu Yuan couldn't help but start explaining while doing the work at hand.
In fact, everyone has heard what Lu Yuan said. Almost all of them were mentioned by their elders when they were starting out. However, the basic skills are too boring. So few people can practice the basic skills to the extreme, let alone practice their eyesight alone. As the ore was smelted, Lu Yuan took out the earth core flame fine hammer and began to refine it. While refining, he explained to everyone, as if the epic level armor did not require full concentration at all. Everyone only saw Lu Yuan's multitasking. But little did they know that it was precisely because of the growth of Lu Yuan's mental power that it seemed difficult for Lu Yuan to concentrate while forging and explaining at the same time. In fact, half of his mental power was used for forging, which was more than enough. A set of armor quickly took shape in Lu Yuan's hands. There was nothing special about the appearance of the armor. It was a decent heavy armor suit. But there was one thing that made Lu Yuan unexpected. It was originally just to build epic level armor. But the last set of equipment took shape and turned out to be a suit of armor. He bought a suit, and the quality of the suit actually reached that of a pseudo-artifact. Due to the limitations of the ore quality, the set was only a flash of golden light, and not many celestial phenomena appeared. But this flash of golden light was a symbol of the best set. Everyone watching was stunned. They were forging in such a light manner, and they were making it while explaining it. They didn't see anything special about Lu Yuan. So how could he make such a top-notch suit?
Congratulations! You have made another pseudo-artifact suit. Give it a name!
Xiao Tao's lazy voice sounded, and the words were no longer so official. They were all spoken words. Lu Yuan took a look at the attributes of the suit and said casually,
"Let's call it the Earthbreaking Suit."
The reason why Lu Yuan chose this name is because the set skills that come with the set are mainly Earth attributes. and contain a large amount of gold elements. So the set skills actually have two attributes, earth and gold. Breaking out of the ground, 5 sharp long knives stick out from the ground side by side, causing damage to enemies 20 meters away in a straight line. If the enemy's defense is lower than the long knife, it will directly break through the defense and kill instantly. If the enemy's defense is higher than the long knife, the enemy will be knocked back. Lu Yuan himself did not expect that the heavy armor suit would actually have an attack type set skill. Chapter 378 Wangjing. Lu Yuan was a little surprised by the properties of the equipment, and the jaws of everyone present were even more astonished. It was clearly stated that the equipment was forged at an epic level. But after the set was completed, the smell of the equipment could not be deceived.
Brother Lu, what you do is really unexpected.
The great elder broke the silence and sighed. The king of divine weapons is also a forging madman, but his forging talent is not high. Now that he saw an expert like Lu Yuan, he couldn't help but get up and step forward to hold Lu Yuan's hands. He still looked like a king.
Elder Lu is truly a god. If we can have this kind of teaching more often, I believe that the new generation of the Shibing kingdom will be able to reach unprecedented heights.
King Shibing said with some excitement. Lu Yuan threw the earth-breaking suit to Zhang Yu, shook his head and said calmly,
I can demonstrate it to everyone without hesitation. But forging is not a performance after all. Please forgive me. The king.
Lu Yuan politely rejected the request of the divine weapon king. The king was not angry because of it. Instead, he replied cautiously as if he had said something wrong.
I'll talk about it when I have a chance. I'll talk about it when I have a chance.
The 3 elders were helpless on the sidelines. The king was usually known for his seriousness, but he had no resistance to forging. Lu Yuan's several forgings deeply conquered the king of Shibing kingdom, which made the king talk to Lu Yuan a little bit. Be careful, for fear of offending this divine craftsman.
Elder Lu, I have a question. I wonder if the elder can help answer it.
The young Prince Xie Dan ignored his father's gaffe. He kept thinking about the process of Lu Yuan's forging just now in his mind. If he had any questions, he couldn't help but come forward. Asked. Although Lu Yuan did not refuse the position of honorary elder, he was not officially granted the title. From then on, everyone called him Elder Lu.
Little Prince, may I ask?
Lu Yuan stretched out his hand to signal.
When you refine the ore, your hammering posture is very strange, and the ore always rotates in an irregular direction. I wonder if this is a personal habit, or is there some secret to it?
Xie Dan observed carefully, and after getting Lu Yuan's permission, he hurriedly said, asked my own questions. Lu Yuan looked at Xie Dan and couldn't help but nodded. Ever since they met at the market, Lu Yuan had always had a good impression of Xie Dan. Now he could ask for advice humbly, which was very rare.
Each ore has its own texture, and this is also true during forging. The metal will naturally not be damaged due to asymmetrical texture, but consistent texture will make the ore more tough.
Lu Yuan did not hide it, and directly told the secret. This short sentence made everyone present fall into deep thought. Ore also has texture. This new theory has never been heard in the entire Songhui continent, and no one has seen any texture in metal ore. Lu Yuan originally wanted to use the palace's forging room to forge his own armor, but there were too many people watching. If he was using basalt or to forge something top-notch, these viewers would probably go crazy with excitement. So he simply took advantage of everyone's thinking, quietly dragging Zhang Yu out of the forging room.
Let's leave the city directly,
Lu Yuan suddenly said.
Why so sudden? Craftsmen are very crazy. When these people learn new knowledge points, they will definitely pester me crazily before they fully understand it. Although it is okay to teach them, our time cannot be wasted here.
Lu Yuan, the thinking is very clear.
Oh, I understand. Celebrities should stay away from crowded places.
Zhang Yu is right. It is not an exaggeration to say that Lu Yuan is the star of the entire Songhui continent. The two of them had nothing to pack, and quickly evacuated from the palace. They purchased some food and water on the way to the city gate, and then quickly moved in the direction pointed by Zhang Yu. Lu Yuan rode a 9-colored sacred deer to carry Zhang Yu on his back. After, for a long time, he stopped to rest. Zhang Yu asked a question that Lu Yuan couldn't answer.
Boss, although your ring of the craftsman god is special, and has preserved the items in the ring, how did you preserve the 9-colored sacred deer? It shouldn't be in your ring. Right.
Lu Yuan had never considered this question, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer it.
If you try summoning a mount, will the mount space be an independent existence? I tried it before, but there was no response at all. I don't know what happened to my wealth.
Zheng Yu suddenly remembered Scar Wolf King. Lu Yuan couldn't answer, so he had to call the system Xiao Tao again.
Xiao Tao! Xiao Tao! Mount!
Before Lu Yuan finished speaking, Xiao Tao replied directly.
No need to repeat it. I've been listening. And next time, just call me my name once. Don't repeat it twice. The Mount space is an independent space. After all, it is a place to store living creatures. It is our system that manages the entrance to this space. Although the system cannot help you get your equipment back, it can open the pet space. After all, pets and mounts are both I signed a magic treaty with you. Then why can't Zheng Yu summon him? How long have you been helping him activate? He hasn't practiced hard, and the system has insufficient energy. So now we can only reply to some simple conversations and ask him to practice more frequently so that the system can absorb enough energy.
Xiao Tao explained. Lu Yuan conveyed this information to Zheng Yu, which instantly aroused Zheng Yu's desire to practice, directly changed his travel plan, and increased his practice time a lot. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry. After all, the previous consumption had not been fully recovered, so he just took this opportunity to rest. In addition, Zheng Yu could increase his strength, which would give him an extra boost during the rescue. The two of them rushed on time and in a regular manner, resting and eating when they were tired, and meditating and practicing at night. They passed many small villages along the way, and it seemed that they had reached the northern territory of Songhui continent. Along the way, he encountered quite a few monsters. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be afraid for Zheng Yu, wondering how he found him all the way south. Lu Yuan handed the newly forged sledgehammer to Zheng Yu. Although the sledgehammer was not of high grade, it was enough for ordinary battles.
How long does it take to reach the next realm?
Lu Yuan asked.
Come on! Have you seen the mountain in front of you? After climbing over the mountain, you will see a town. Then see if there is a car that can take you. You will be back in the capital soon.
Zheng Yu remembers the way very well. Lu Yuan nodded. It turned out that Zheng Yu's journey to find him was not too far. However, he passed by Dochi continent along the way, and then came to a small area of the demon realm, experienced a modern town, and finally interspersed with a pale Hui continent. No one would have thought that Uya's flight distance of more than 10 minutes would be interspersed with so many sectors. But there are fewer of them in modern cities.
We are finally back to the capital. We must rescue everyone safely.
Lu Yuan looked at the north with firm eyes, and said seriously. Chapter 379 Changes in Town. Sure enough, as Zheng Yu said, after climbing over a high mountain, a somewhat dilapidated modern city came into view. Perhaps because there is a great wall blocking the mountains, this town has not been invaded by monsters and foreigners, so some residents can still be seen on the streets. Due to the fusion of multiple worlds, the streets and some high-rise buildings in the town are interspersed with other lands, so the town looks a bit dilapidated.
It's strange to say that when I came back all the way, I saw modern cities interspersed with lands from other worlds, but the sections of other worlds were relatively complete. I don't know why.
Lu Yuan Dao.
Never mind it. Based on my years of experience, don't think about things you can't figure out. Maybe the answer will come out one day. Boss, let's find a restaurant to have a big meal first.
Zheng Yu said I'm open-minded and never worry about these things. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. This little brother of his was really optimistic by nature. Feng Dian had been sleeping in the open for several days, and a good meal was indeed a good choice. However, when the two entered the town, they discovered that the residents wandering on the street were all weak and seemed to be about to faint at any time. Not to mention the restaurants. All the shops were looted. Lu Yuan stopped a middle-aged man with a haggard face to ask about the situation. The middle-aged man was a little panicked at first, but he relaxed his guard after seeing that Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan were dressed in ordinary clothes.
Brother, what is the situation here now? It doesn't look like there is a monster invasion. Why is the town still like this?
Lu Yuan asked.
The world has suddenly changed, and the guards have gone to support other towns. Who knows? A group of evil forces suddenly appeared somewhere, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil. The remaining police and soldiers were too few in number, and the more heroic ones were sacrificed, while the more timid ones were sacrificed. The people have given up their resistance. So what can the remaining civilians do?
The middle-aged man said weakly. Lu Yuan took out some dry food and water and handed it to the middle-aged man. Upon seeing this, the man grabbed the food and ate it in big gulps. Seeing that there was food here, the surrounding civilians also ran over quickly.
Give me something to eat too. Please. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Give me something to eat.
More and more people gathered around them. At first, they just surrounded Lu Yuan and Zheng Yu. But later they started to pull together, trying to find food from the two of them. Lu Yuan was really helpless as he was being pulled, and a little anger was aroused in his heart. He had good intentions, but who knew that these people would treat him like a robbery?
Okay, everyone, get out of the way,
Lu Yuan roared angrily, and the people around him suddenly became quiet, but had no intention of leaving. Lu Yuan directly took out his palm, and used the big Nine Heavens hand palm shadow to gently push on the people around him. Instantly surrounding him, the person was pushed out 3 meters away.
Ouch! Why are you beating people like this? You're going to beat me to death.
An ant sat down on the ground and started to cry.
That's right. If you don't give them food, why are you beating them?
People around you started talking about it.
Shut up! Whoever is messing with this, I'm going to beat him up.
And you, old lady,
when I came up to grab things, I didn't realize that you were an old man. And you were even trying to blackmail someone by sitting on the ground. Master, I won't let you do this. I'll give you a shot first in the BB.
Zheng Yu clenched his fists and cursed loudly at the people around him.
You're a rude kid. It's obvious that there's no one at home to discipline you. I'm not as knowledgeable as you.
The old lady mumbled and stood up from the ground, patting the dust on her, but,
two little brothers, don't blame us. We are all hungry and have no choice. All the food has been collected by the evil forces. We have managed to survive by relying on the food at home. Most of us are starving and have no choice,
said the middle-aged man from before. Lu Yuan nodded to express his understanding. Although he was a little angry, it was not the fault of the civilians that the world had become like this.
Zheng Yu, please share this food with everyone.
Lu Yuan took out the food he had stored and handed it to Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu took the food reluctantly, obviously still a little worried about the rudeness of these people just now. But he still did as Lu Yuan wanted.
You all line up one by one. If you don't follow the rules, don't blame me for being ruthless. Women line up in the front and men line up in the back. The ant who blackmails people should stay at the back,
Zheng Yu said loudly. After the threats just now and the temptation of food, everyone was really obedient. There were not too many people at all, and the food Lu Yuan brought out was enough for everyone to share.
Brother, why don't we ask other cities for help?
Lu Yuan asked from the side.
The network is paralyzed, and mobile phones and computers have become furnishings. Now, except for places occupied by evil forces, there is no electricity in other places. Other cities are too busy to take care of themselves. Some people drove away from here, but there is no news again. Now the main towns and cities, the exits were blocked, and we couldn't leave even if we wanted to. That group of thugs only recruit young and strong young people, or some pretty women. People like us, who are older and have little value, will only be left out to starve to death. It's pity that I have such a high degree of education. He turned out to be a person of no value to them.
The middle-aged man complained.
Do you know the location of these people?
Lu Yuan asked.
It's in a refrigeration factory in the south of the city, because that factory has its own power generation device and can refrigerate food. They occupied it.
The middle-aged man answered without thinking. These bad guys didn't seem to hide their plans, so the hiding place is not hidden.
Boss, are we going to act righteously?
Zheng Yu had already distributed the food and approached Lu Yuan and said,
This group of people want to enrich the country, and they can openly confront the country. It is a heinous crime. Besides, we can't just watch innocent people starve to death.
Lu Yuan Dao.
Boss, you really have a strong sense of justice. I will accompany you to deal with these evil thieves.
Zheng Yuzhen was worried that he would not have a chance to use his pseudo-artifact suit. This chance would never come.
Little brother, it's a good thing that you are young and hot-blooded. It's just that they have guns, and they are all heavy machine guns. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fight against the soldiers guarding the city. Don't go to die. You too. It's better to leave here as soon as possible.
The middle-aged man was concerned. Explain? While Lu Yuan and others were talking, suddenly an open-top jeep roared over. Several young men in the car looked like gangsters, holding submachine guns in their hands and cheering and screaming.
Oh no! Let's go! These bad guys are here to play tricks on us again.
When the middle-aged man saw this, he immediately panicked and dragged Lu Yuan and Zheng Yu away. But Lu Yuan remained unmoved. The man sighed helplessly and ran away to himself. The people around them dispersed in a hurry. The gangsters on the jeep seemed to like this scene very much. Only Lu Yuan and Zheng Yu were left on the street.
and they naturally became the targets of the gangsters. The jeep stopped suddenly in front of Lu Yuan. The gangsters got out of the car with guns and jokingly said to Lu Yuan and the other two, "Why don't you two run away? Are you so scared that you peed your pants and your legs are weak?" Ha ha ha. After the leader, Wang Mao, said this, all the younger brothers laughed. Lu Yuan sighed and said coldly, "The fish that slipped through the net in a harmonious society can't help but pop up as soon as the world changes a little. You guys really can't hold your breath." Chapter 380 Sandman Gang. Unlike the towns that had been invaded by demons before, this situation of fighting among themselves made Lu Yuan even more angry. Especially when these people made their own fortunes and left no way for others to survive. Ha ha. You are quite arrogant. You really can't tell the difference between the situation. First beat them both up. Then tie them up and drag them behind the car. I'll see if he still has a hard mouth. Wang Mao sneered. Several gangsters around were holding machine guns and planned to use the handles of their guns to inflict violence on Lu Yuan and the other two. "Don't fight back or we'll shoot right away," the gangster said with a mean smile on his face. Zheng Yu tugged at the corner of Lu Yuan's clothes. Facing several machine guns, anyone would be a little nervous. Zheng Yu didn't know Lu Yuan's plan, and he didn't have time to change into equipment at this moment, so he was still a little scared in his heart. Lu Yuan did not dare to be careless when facing the machine gun. After all, he and Zheng Yu had no protection at this time. No matter how high his martial arts skills were, he could not stop the bullets from shooting randomly. The Yongye, slightly grasped in his left hand, had already appeared in his hand. "Just in time to test the knife with you." When Lu Yuan spoke, Yongye had already unsheathed his sword and made a move, leaving only messy black knife shadows in the air. The few gangsters only felt that their eyes were dark, and they didn't understand what was going on. There was no machine gun in their hands. One exception was broken into two sections. Seeing that Lu Yuan was already behind several people, Yongye had already sheathed the sword, and the dark and cold sheath pressed against the shoulder of the leading gangster. "Let's go! Take me to meet your boss," Lu Yuan said calmly. A few gangsters were not worth mentioning at all. Lu Yuan made a casual move and scared the legs of several people. After asking about the location of their dens, Wang Mao even gave out the basic information about the gang. He really had no backbone at all. The gang that occupied the town was called the Three Gate Gang. The gang itself was not a famous gang, but its core members had killed people, so they were ruthless and decisive in everything they did. This time, due to the sudden change in the world, the army's arsenal was actually split into half. Although the army had reduced its losses in a timely manner, it still lost part of its arms, and this part of the guns and ammunition fell to the Sandman Gang hands. Later, because one side was in the dark and the other was in the open, the Sandman Gang unscrupulously took advantage of the situation when all the elite troops were transferred. They actually occupied the town in one fell swoop and tyrannically gathered all the food and various supplies. They did not want to people who join or have little value can either find a way to escape secretly, or they can only stay and wait to die slowly. What a Sandman Gang! What they did is more vicious than monsters, Zheng Yu said while driving the gangster's jeep. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. When Zheng Yu got angry, he stepped on the accelerator. This was very painful for the gangsters, whose hands were tied with ropes behind the car. The speed of the car was not fast, and several of them were already out of breath. Now that they accelerated, they were even more exhausted. But he didn't dare to stop. When Lu Yuan learned about the behavior of these people, he was very angry in his heart. Even when he saw Zheng Yu torturing these gangsters, he was not as soft-hearted as usual. The car drove for half an hour before we saw the place where the Sandman Gang was hiding. This was a large refrigeration factory. It was the company that the Sandman Gang used to hide their identities. The reason why they used such a factory to hide was precisely because easily clean up criminal evidence. The car stopped a few hundred meters away from the factory, and several gangsters collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, gasping for air. You stay here and watch them, and wait for the backup to arrive, Lu Yuan said to Zheng Yu. When Lu Yuan and his two men set out, they had already told the civilians on the street to find a way to contact the surviving police or soldiers. After all, after they dealt with these gangsters, someone would need to take over the food in the freezing plant and the captured hostages. If they were handed over directly, if given to civilians, it might cause unusual commotion. Zheng Yu nodded, knowing that his three-legged cat skills would be a burden to follow. So he simply followed the arrangement. Zheng Yu, who was fully armed, was as tall and mighty as a god of war. If Lu Yuan hadn't known about the strength of his little brother, he would probably have felt like staying. He was a bit underwhelmed by guarding a few gangsters. Boss, please be careful. I will adapt to the system as soon as possible so that I can be of help in the future. In fact, Zheng Yu can already use his skills. But because there is no strong energy support, the system is very unstable. Once a fight breaks out in the freezing factory, he can't just rely on armor to block bullets. So he is left by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan put on the 5 Elements natural disaster suit, held the Evernight knife in his hand, and rushed straight towards the freezing plant single-handedly. The distance of several hundred meters passed in an instant. Without choosing to hide himself, the guard at the door spotted Lu Yuan from afar. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lu Yuan was coming with bad intentions. After warning loudly to no avail, he had no choice but to shoot to stop him. Lu Yuan's sharp eyesight was such that the guard immediately put away the 9-colored sacred deer as soon as he made a move. The Yongya knife quickly danced in front of him without taking it out of its sheath, blocking all the dozens of bullets that were fired at him. He nodded with satisfaction. And it turned out to be pretty much what he expected. After he learned how to use his mind, the speed of bullets no longer posed a threat to Lu Yuan. In addition, he had already mastered his swordsmanship, so he could block some bullets with ease. But he still couldn't test his limits. Where is it? But Lu Yuan doesn't intend to use his own safety to test it. The alarm in the freezing plant had been sounded. Lu Yuan did not dare to unsheath the Daong night knife. He quickly slashed out with 2 knives, and the 2 black air blades directly attacked the guards. The guarding Sandman gang members fired a bunch of bullets at them, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. People who can block bullets have only been seen in cartoons. I didn't expect to see them with my own eyes today. Before I could recover, the black light was already close, and it was too late when he wanted to resist. The 2 guards lost their lives and became 4 pieces scattered on the ground. Lu Yuan didn't expect that a wave of his hand would be so powerful. Although the scene was a bit shocking, he couldn't feel any mercy for these heinous people. According to the information provided by Huang Mao, there are more than 500 members of the Sandman gang in the freezing factory. Because they occupy the town, almost everyone has a gun in their hands. After the alarm sounded, the gang members rushed out one after another. No matter how fast Lu Yuan's swordsmanship is, he can't withstand the fire of hundreds of people. So Lu Yuan decided to strike first. Breaking void, Lu Yuan once again jumped over the level and used the 7th sword breaking the sky. The black arc-shaped sword energy spread out. As the sword energy spread, the surrounding light gradually dimmed. The wrought iron fence around the cold storage factory was easily cut into 2 pieces. Just now the gang members who had gathered to shoot didn't realize what was going on, but they felt that they would die as soon as their eyesight went dark. Dozens of people were killed with 1 strike in the air. Ordinary people who relied solely on firearms had no defense against such an attack. This was the first time Lu Yuan had committed a massacre in this world. Although the other party was heinous, such a bloody scene still made Lu Yuan slightly uncomfortable. But Lu Yuan had no choice, because the members of the Sandman gang saw that their own people had suffered heavy losses, and more people gathered together and began to concentrate on shooting. Facing bullets being fired at him from all over the sky, Lu Yuan closed his eyes, and the trajectories of all the bullets appeared in his mind. There are too many. Can't we hide? Lu Yuan was not afraid, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 381 Lester 3. Facing the bullets flying all over the sky, Lu Yuan couldn't dodge and didn't intend to. The artisan god ring flashed slightly, and the basalt shield appeared directly in front of Lu Yuan. The huge basalt shield protected Lu Yuan's body tightly, and the bullets crackled like raindrops. It was hit on it, but not even a trace was left. A group of gangsters didn't know how to cross fire. A bunch of bullets were quickly used up. After a burst of firing, the battlefield suddenly became quiet. Those with spare magazines were reloading, while those without spare magazines just stood there blankly. The bloody scene not far away made everyone give up the idea of rushing forward. When the Sandman gang members finished changing their magazines, Lu Yuan had already disappeared. Where is he? Did he escape? The gang members asked each other in confusion. 1 second they were thankful that the evil star had escaped, and the next second everyone was plunged into darkness. Eternal night. It is the additional skill of the weapon. With Lu Yuan's current strength, the range of Yingya is about 20 meters. It does not seem to be a very wide range, but it has trapped nearly 100 people. If they are powerful warriors, they may be able to resist. But these bully gangsters, after being wrapped in endless darkness, their fearful hearts instantly reached the edge of collapse. Their fighting spirit was reduced to the slightest bit, and there was no trace of chill. It gradually invaded the body. In just a few seconds, the bodies of nearly 100 gangsters became stiff and lifeless. The first time he actively released the weapon skills. Although it was effective, it consumed a lot of energy. After the experiment, he put away the skills, and the darkness dissipated, revealing the stiff bodies of nearly 100 gangsters. Their faces were full of fear. Their faces were ashen, and their bodies were stiff, like statue after statue. Lu Yuan dispersed the skill, and did not continue to attack. He was mentally estimating the damage capability of the skill. For those who were not determined and had no martial arts skills, he could almost achieve an instant kill effect without having to take action himself. If the enemy is more powerful, it should only have a restrictive effect. But the blinding effect can give Lu Yuan, who has the mind's eye skill, the upper hand.
No more fighting. I surrender. This is not a human being. It's just a monster.
Some of the remaining gang members have lost their fighting spirit. After all, the scene before them is too impactful.
A bunch of trash. Hundreds of people were bullied like this by one person.
A tall man walked out of the house and roared angrily. A total of 5 people came out of the room. The one who was angry first was obviously the boss of the Salmon gang. The other 4 people just followed behind him. They all had one thing in common. They all looked fierce and ugly. Their faces looked like they had had sulfuric acid poured on them. The exposed skin was also numb. Lu Yuan's eyes became serious. These people were not ordinary people. Just by feeling, he knew that these people were from the Lian family. And they were not simple people. Xiao Tao's voice sounded at the right time.
These are not humans. They should be humanoid forms transformed by monsters. The leader has reached level 80, and the other 4 are also at level 70. Other information is currently unknown.
After entering the new world, there are many things in the system that Xiao Tao cannot give specific information about. But with simple basic information, Lu Yuan is enough to be prepared.
Listen, members of the Salmon gang. If you give up your resistance now and promise not to do bad things in the future, you can avoid death today.
Lu Yuan ignored the leader of the Salmon gang and said righteously to the gangsters around him. Lu Yuan's killing just now had a great impact on the gangsters. When many cowards heard this, they threw their machine guns to the ground and ran away.
They are a bunch of trash. They don't have enough ability. They don't even have basic loyalty. Damn it!
The boss of the Salmon gang said coldly. The gangster who gave up resistance and planned to escape was pierced by venom, like water droplets in his brain, before he could run away. The wound was not big but fatal instantly. The dead man's head was still being corroded by the venom.
Let me see who dares to run away. You are a bunch of trash. Just stand there and watch. Let's see how your boss kills the enemy.
The boss of the Salmon gang continued after clearing the door. Killing chickens to scare monkeys really works. Although the gangsters are scared, no one dares to run away. Anyway, the boss said that no one needs to take action. So they just have to be bold and watch the excitement. If the fight starts later, stay away.
You are such a big talker. Are you leaving someone behind to embolden you? Or are you planning to bury him with you?
Lu Yuan was not in a hurry, but planned to explore the other person's background first.
I'll see if you can still be so relaxed for a while. The 4 of you block his escape route.
The boss of the Salmon gang did not quarrel with Lu Yuan and ordered people to surround Lu Yuan. At this time, Lu Yuan could not care about other people, because his aura had been locked. If he attacked other people, the other party would definitely seize the gap and instantly put him at a disadvantage.
I won't kill an unknown person with my sword, but tell him his name.
Lu Yuan planned to use dialogue to distract the other party and loosen the aura that locked him.
Lei San.
After the leader of the Salmon gang reported his name, he took action without any delay. His lower body was very strong, and he kicked off his legs hard and attacked Lu Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yuan had always been nervous, and he didn't dare to be careless when the other party attacked him. The Yongyan knife swept out, trying to resist with the sword's energy. Something unexpected happened to Lu Yuan. When the sword energy hit Les San's body, it was as if it was cut on oil. It was instantly slid to the side. Les San's attack was not affected at all, and he thrust his palms at Lu Yuan with undiminished strength. Far chest pushed over.
What a toad skill!
Lu Yuan no longer used the sword energy to attack, and directly danced the Yongyan knife. The dark blade moved in front of Lu Yuan, and a black shadow remained in the air for a long time. Lei San's vision was guided by the confusion attribute of the Yongyan knife, and he was suddenly a little unsure of the distance. In addition,
He was also wary of the weird black long knife. His powerful palm turned into two moves. Palm prints flew out. Lezen pushed out two palm prints, used the force to stop his body, waved his hands with venom, and then followed. The shadow of his palm was stirred into pieces by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not dare to be careless about the venom. He released the Kirin fire with his left hand and blocked it in front of him. There was a sizzling sound, and the venom was instantly evaporated, leaving only a foul smell, which made Lu Yuan fuzzy.
I feel like vomiting. But that's it. It's time for me to attack. Jing Hong died.
Lu Yuan took advantage of the situation to counterattack. The speed of Lu Yuan, who had greatly increased in strength, was much faster than before. He was as graceful as a dragon, and as graceful as a dragon. He used one move to shock the dragon flawlessly. When paired with the Yongye knife to absorb the surrounding light, Lu Yuan attacks become more difficult to defend against. Lei San's only long-range attack method was venom, and he was not good at weapons. He did not dare to touch Lu Yuan's long knife with just his palms. Fortunately, thanks to his flexible legs and extremely fast movement, Lu Yuan's attack was always half a beat slower. Lu Yuan was getting more and more frightened as he fought. He didn't expect that Lei Bei San was moving so fast, and he accidentally let Lezen San seize the gap when the move ended. Lezen opened his mouth, and his tongue stretched out 2 to 3 meters, instantly wrapping around Lu Yuan's body. With a pull, he actually pulled Lu Yuan backwards. Seeing the hit with his tongue, Lezen immediately transformed from his human form back into his true form. He opened his mouth wide and wanted to swallow Lu Yuan.
Holy shit! It turned out to be a toad that turned into a spirit.
Chapter 382 Paving the Road with Blood. Lu Yuan's body was sucked by the tongue, facing the monster that showed its original form. He couldn't help but said in surprise,
Holy shit, it turned out to be a toad that turned into a spirit.
After Lei Bang returned to his original form, his size increased instantly, just by pulling Lu Yuan back. His body had already grown to about 5 meters. His tongue was as thick as an adult python, and he could even swallow a cow with his big mouth. None of it is a problem. As Lei San's tongue became thicker, the winding force became stronger and stronger. Lu Yuan tried to use the Yongye knife to slash, but found that he couldn't use any strength at all. Moreover, Lei San's tongue was very tough, and there was mucus secreted from it. It is not only corrosive, but also greatly reduces the sharpness of the Yongye knife, which plays a role in unloading force. Lu Yuan's attack didn't go as expected, so he couldn't let go. The Yongye knife was thrown out with force and shot directly at Lei San's head.
Go! The gold-swallowing beast!
Lu Yuan blurted out for some reason. After throwing out the Evernight knife, he grabbed it again with his left hand, and the flaming blade appeared in his hand. Before he could delay any further, all the unicorn fire was concentrated on the flaming blade. The flaming blade, which was originally a short sword, was suddenly enlarged to more than 1 meter in length by the flames. Skyfire. Lu Yuan used all his strength to slash forward with a knife, directly releasing the additional skill of the flame blade. The Skyfire, after being enhanced by the Kirin fire, became even more domineering. The flames followed Lei San's tongue towards his mouth in a straight line. The mucus secreted by the tongue made a sizzling sound, and the moist tongue gradually became dry. Severe pain swept over him. Lei San no longer cared about swallowing Lu Yuan, and threw Lu Yuan out with a slight flick. And then the mouth shrinks into an O shape, and the tongue covered with flames is sucked back into the mouth like a noodle, while the flames on it are blown out by the strong wind it exhales. Lu Yuan rolled several times in the air and landed on the ground in a somewhat embarrassed state. He did not know the details of the enemy's situation and acted rashly, without making adequate preparations for emergencies. Lu Yuan almost paid a heavy price. This also sounded a warning to Lu Yuan. Even if the weapon in his hand was sharp, the enemy was not a wooden stake to be slaughtered. Fortunately, the difference in strength between this toad and himself was not too big. If the enemy were stronger, I am afraid that he would have been killed long ago. There is no recovery. Although Lezen dealt with the flames on his tongue, he was too late to dodge the flying Yongye knife. The gold-swallowing beast controlled the long knife and stabbed Lezen's right eye fiercely. The cold dark attribute instantly invaded Liang San's brain. Liang San felt numb, and then his vision began to blur. He wanted to control his body, but could not feel the existence of his own body at all. Brother. The 4 people who had surrounded Lu Yuan before saw Liang San's huge body collapsed, and couldn't help but rushed over anxiously. Several of them were obviously toads, who had become spirits. They fled far away with every step. The younger brother who arrived first grabbed Yong. The night knife was pulled out directly. The blood spurting from Lei San's right eye was already black. Although he had not yet regained consciousness, he did not die directly. Lei San's younger brother pulled out the Yongya knife, intending to keep it as his own. Unexpectedly, the tail that was originally coiled into a pyramid shape suddenly stretched out at the handle of the Yongya knife and stabbed the back of his hand. The Yongya knife was released. After that, the gold-swallowing beast controlled the blade and flew back towards Lu Yuan.
Xiao Jin, you did a good job.
Lu Yuan grabbed the Yongya knife that flew back and praised the gold-swallowing beast in the knife.
Dad, next time you throw someone out, please don't set fire to the back of your butt. Okay? I'm most afraid of fire.
The gold-swallowing beast said aggrievedly.
Bah! Who is your father?
This gold-swallowing beast didn't know how many years it had lived, but it actually called him father. And he was still a male. This made Lu Yuan very unacceptable.
It's not like you scared me with the fire whip. As soon as I saw the fire behind my butt, I wanted to call Daddy.
Lu Yuan was speechless and did not dare to talk to the gold-swallowing beast. After all, the enemy had not been eliminated yet. At this time, Lei Bangsan's 4 younger brothers had all returned to their original shapes. Although they were slightly smaller, they were still about 3 meters tall. The 4 little toads surrounded Lei Bangsan behind him, but they also blocked them tightly.
I've fallen into a pile of toads today,
Lu Yuan said with some disgust. Lei San was still lying on the ground and had not recovered. Lu Yuan did not dare to wait and bullied him directly. He used the flame blade of his left hand to resist the venom with flames, and the Yongya sword carried out the main attack. He gave full play to the advantage of the light swordsmanship and allowed his huge body to be used. The monsters are difficult to defend against. In just a few minutes, the 4 toad brothers were beaten with wounds all over their bodies, and dark green blood flowed all over the floor. Seeing that the 4 little brothers were about to run out of life, Lei San finally woke up and got rid of the entanglement of the dark attribute. But the pain of losing his right eye was still there. When he saw Lu Yuan still attacking his little brother, he suddenly became angry and dark green arrogance erupted from his body. Lu Yuan also noticed something strange at this time. The dark green blood on the ground seemed poisonous and very sticky. As his physical strength declined, his speed seemed to be greatly affected, because the 4 younger brothers were getting more and more injured and their counterattack speed had dropped. Lu Yuan had not noticed it before. At this time, Ming San woke up and entered a state of rage again. Lu Yuan wanted to retreat before he noticed something strange. When the 4 little brothers saw Ming San wake up, they jumped away to stop the bleeding and heal their injuries. In the center of the battlefield, only the angry Ming San and Lu Yuan, who was slightly poisoned, were left. Although Lei San's younger brother's tactics were clumsy, he succeeded in delaying Lu Yuan. While protecting Lei San, Lu Yuan was unknowingly poisoned.
Paving the road with blood is indeed cruel enough.
Lei San jumped high into the air and jumped towards Lu Yuan, trying to hit Lu Yuan to death with his huge body. Lu Yuan threw out a few air blades and jumped far away, but his feet were stuck to his feet because of the thick blood. Although he broke free from the restraints, he was unable to jump up. In the end, he had to roll to escape the blow. The blood on the ground seemed to be showing signs of coagulation, and became more and more viscous. As Lu Yuan rolled several times on the ground, the armor was covered with dark green blood. It was not only sticky but also smoky, making Lu Yuan want to vomit. On the other hand, Lei San was not affected at all, and even resisted several of his own sword energy, but remained unscathed. Lei San amphibian monster is level 80, and has 30% vitality. At this time, it enters a berserk state. Xiao Tao's system prompts brought Lu Yuan back to his senses, and the scene of countless monsters and upgrades in Taoyuan appeared in his mind.
Isn't it just a level 80 toad?
Lu Yuan abandoned his distracting thoughts, and his expression became serious. Professor Sun still did some good things, which was to get the players used to fighting monsters. Lei San's first blow missed, and he kicked his huge body hard with his hind legs and rushed over again at a very fast speed. But Lu Yuan did not continue to choose to dodge.
I'm the best at fighting bosses.
A big golden hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed a bulge on the top of Ming San's head. Lu Yuan's body collided with the rushing Ming San. Chapter 383 Lei San's secret killing move. Lu Yuan used the grip of the void hand to quickly rush towards Lei San. The Yongya knife in his right hand slashed out 2 air blades to clear the way. He grabbed the shadowless sword with his left hand and appeared out of thin air, followed by a burst of bright light. The sun and the moon shine. It was the additional skill of the shadowless sword that caused Lei San, who had only one eye left, to become blind. It was difficult for One Eye to grasp the distance. The sudden situation made Lu San panicked. He could only wave his two front paws randomly, and venom began to leak from the surface of his body to protect himself. Lu Yuan succeeded unexpectedly. Facing Lu San, who had lost his balance in the air, he once again used the Hand of the Void to speed up the approach. Then he used the Shadowless Sword in his left hand, and the Evernight Knife in his right hand. His body spun like a top. This move was exactly what Lu Yuan did. On a whim, he used Whirlwind in the air. Whether it was the Shadowless Sword or the Evernight Sword, both were extremely sharp. The fast-spinning Lu Yuan easily broke through Lei San's defense, and dark green blood spurted out like a water pump. Lu Yuan knew in his heart that the blood was poisonous, but he was too close and had no time to stop it, so he could only let the stench pour all over his body. The dazzling white light disappeared, and the surrounding gangsters gradually regained their sight. What came into view was Lu Yuan shooting down the huge legging San.
Should we help fire a few shots?
The gangsters were discussing.
Are you crazy? If the shot misses, why don't we get eaten by the monster? What if the shot is on target? That kid wins, and none of us can run away. Our boss is actually a monster. It's really unexpected. Can you imagine that in this era? Swords are more useful than guns? Shut up, everyone. And when you see the opportunity, shoot and sneak up on that kid.
The four-toed boys of Lei San shouted angrily. The gangsters naturally dare to be angry, but dare not speak out. From the moment they joined the Salmon Gang, the majesty of Lei San and the four younger brothers must not be violated. Those who disobey orders will be silenced directly, if the rewards for each work are not generous. Who wants to work under such a person? Although the four-toed boys had not fully recovered, the bleeding from their wounds had stopped. Seeing that the boss was shot down from the air by Lu Yuan, they couldn't help but rush forward and besiege Lu Yuan again. Lu Yuan was not greedy for the sword when he landed, for huge toads rushed towards him. Naturally, they could not escape his eyes. He no longer paid attention to Lei San, who fell to the ground. He quickly charged up his strength and directly stabbed the one with the lowest health. Passed. Little brother Toad didn't expect that Lu Yuan would turn his target towards him. He had no time to adjust his position, and was directly pierced through the brain by the Yongya knife from the chin. The forward thrust of his body of more than 3 meters was actually stopped by Lu Yuan's move, and he stepped on it with both feet. Toad brother's chin pulled out the Yongya knife and struck it with a backhand. This slash also fully demonstrated the second form of the 9 swords of the Sword Master, and little Toad lost his life unwillingly. Lu San got up from the ground again, and saw that one of his little brothers had been killed. His arrogance became even stronger, and even the remaining 3 Toad brothers went berserk.
I advise you not to be too angry, otherwise it will easily harm your body.
Lu Yuan looked relaxed and joked on the surface, but actually he wanted to catch his breath. The toxins in the Toad's blood had begun to slowly invade his body, and his mind was already a little dizzy at the moment. Lei San and the 3 younger brothers were semi-surrounded. They no longer flew to attack, and 4 thick tongues attacked Lu Yuan without any warning. Lu Yuan knew that if he divided the Qilin fire into 4 parts, it would not be enough to limit the attack of the tongue, so he finally chose to break them one by one. Although Lu Yuan was poisoned, the condition of the toads was also not good. After going berserk, they would definitely fall into weakness. Before that, he only had to eliminate the Toad brother first, leaving only the boss Lei San. Lu Yuan would be weak long enough to destroy it. Choosing the Toad boy who was in the worst condition, Lu Yuan put away the Shadowless sword and held the Yongya knife with both hands. He kept changing his steps to dodge the attack, and at the same time, he gathered his energy on the knife and started to attack its tongue. Stand up. Broken, broken, broken. Lu Yuan's figure flashed 3 times from left to right, and the 3 dark knife shadows lingered in the air for a long time. The tongue of Toad brother was also broken into several sections. At this time, Lu Yuan was only a few steps away from brother Toad, but he did not get closer quickly. Instead, he walked towards him step by step. However, brother Toad, who had severed his tongue, seemed to be stunned and stood motionless on the spot. It wasn't that Lu Yuan was too big, but when he attacked just now, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that when the senior sword master taught him the second sword cleave, he didn't dare to move at all because the space around him was blocked by the powerful sword intention. It was as if there were tens of thousands of sword points pressing against his body. The same was true for Toad brother at this time. Lu Yuan needed to maintain his sword intention, so he could only walk over step by step. A casual slash of the knife ended the life of little Toad.
He turned slightly to avoid the attacking tongue again, and repeated his old trick. Soon another little brother toad was killed by Yongya's knife. The rhythm on the field suddenly became weird. Slow? But every time Lu Yuan slashes, the speed is very fast. How fast? But every time it ends. It's like taking a leisurely stroll. Only Lusan and a toad brother were left on the field. The two finally figured out that they would no longer attack with their tongues. In the past, the tongue was the most effective weapon for foraging. Unexpectedly, not only did it not work today, it also became their own flaw. The leprechaun made a cry, and little Toad raised his head and screamed in response. Then the leprechaun's big tongue wrapped around little Toad and swallowed it directly. Lu Yuan suddenly understood the scene. This leprechaun must have absorbed his younger brother to restore himself. Although it was impossible to fully recover, it was not good news for Lu Yuan, who was chronically poisoned. As expected by Lu Yuan, Lusan's vitality was increasing bit by bit, and the wounds on his body were healing visibly. Thousands of armies kill. Lu Yuan did not dare to wait. The fully charged Qianjun was extremely lethal. Lu Yuan rushed over like an arrow from a string. Lusan seemed to have been prepared for it. He wanted to beat Lu Yuan to death with his front paws. Ideals are always plump, but reality is skinny. Pan Sang completely underestimated Lu Yuan's speed. Not only did the blow miss, it also left a gap in his abdomen. Lu Yuan stabbed Lezen in the abdomen with a knife. Once the knife hit, Lu Yuan was confident that he would disembowel him directly. But an accident happened. The sword that was supposed to hit missed, and a big mouth suddenly opened in Lei San's abdomen, and there were two more eyes on his chest. The sword pierced the open mouth. However, the body was entangled with the tongue, causing the sword not to hit the entity. The next second, Lu Yuan was swallowed directly, and Lei San's abdomen closed again, as if it had never been open. Ha, young man! Lei San absorbed Toad Brother, and his physical condition was recovering. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile contemptuously after swallowing it. As soon as Lezen finished speaking, black mist began to appear in his mouth and nose, and then his face began to look a little ferocious, and he finally spat out a few words in pain. That's sloppy. Chapter 384. Kill the donkey? It was an accident that Lu Yuan was swallowed. No one would have thought that a leprosy patient could open his mouth when he reached his abdomen. After being swallowed, a large amount of stomach acid began to erode Lu Yuan's body. Just when Lezen thought the battle was over, a cold feeling came out of his body. The familiar feeling of despair came to his heart again, with another cold dark attribute. And this time, it was caused by cold from the inside out. Lei San's expression froze as soon as he uttered a few words. Lei San's body has been surrounded by black mist. He was already seriously injured, after being eroded by the dark attribute from the inside out. He finally couldn't resist and lost his life breath. A long black knife was inserted from Lei San's body, and then a wound was opened. The wound was large, but no blood flowed out. Lu Yuan, covered in dirt, crawled out of his body and gasped for air. Lu Yuan's face turned dark. His mind was dizzy, and he had no strength at all. The toxins in the blood of these toads were much stronger than the venom they sprayed out. After finally getting out of Lei San's body, he used his kung fu to restrain the poison, and looked at the remaining gangsters of the Sandman gang with burning eyes. Although the leaders of the Sandman gang had been eliminated, this group of gangsters with machine guns is still quite a threat. The gangsters felt Lu Yuan's gaze, and couldn't help but lower their heads. They had clearly seen the method of killing this god just now. Even the boss, who was a monster, was killed, and the gang members showed no resistance at all. There is no thought. We surrender. Please don't kill us. The gangsters threw their machine guns to the ground one after another, and raised their hands. They all looked pitiful, but there was no trace of the arrogance they had when bullying civilians. All go to the corner and squat with your hands on your head. If anyone causes trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless with the long knife in my hand, Lu Yuan said in a cold voice. The gangsters were relieved when they heard this, and ran towards the corner one after another, fearing that they would be caught behind by the murderous god. Lu Yuan said to the gold-swallowing beast and the Yongya knife in his hand, Chao Jin, go and watch them for me. If there are any dishonest people, just teach them a lesson. We have killed enough people today, so try not to kill any more. Lu Yuan did not want to commit any more crimes against enemies who gave up resistance. After all, most people were just puppets. Although they were not good people, they could not commit crimes that would lead to death. Seeing that the search here was over, Zheng Yu quickly drove over in a jeep dragging the previous gangsters. After asking them to squat in the corner,
Zheng Yu hurriedly came to Lu Yuan to express his condolences.
Don't come here. Be careful of the blood on the ground.
Lu Yuan stopped Zheng Yu from stepping forward. Even if he was poisoned, if Zheng Yu got it, he might not be able to survive for half an hour. Lu Yuan dragged his heavy body out of the blood-stained area, resisting the urge to fall down, and whispered to Zheng Yu.
I was poisoned. I had such a fierce battle just now. I'm afraid I won't be able to survive for long. I went inside to extract the poison, and the remaining I'll leave the rest to you. Please be safe.
Zheng Yu nodded.
Don't worry, boss. I will protect you after someone comes to take over.
Zheng Yu was wearing armor and holding a sledgehammer in his hand, and he scared the gangsters without saying a word. Lu Yuan insisted on walking to Meng San's office. The moment he closed the door, he finally couldn't hold on anymore and slumped down on the ground. At this time, Lu Yuan's skin had turned dark green, and he felt that his heartbeat was getting slower and slower. It seems that they have begun to fail. After adjusting his sitting position and opening his palms, Lu Yuan saw a golden round bead shining in his palm. According to the information given by Xiao Tao, this inner elixir should be the inner elixir cultivated by Lei San. Generally, it can only be formed by monsters who have cultivated to a certain level. Lu Yuan's body came into contact with poisonous blood, and the fierce battle accelerated the invasion of toxins. At this time, it was already difficult to exterminate the poison. Fortunately, Lei San's inner elixir could detoxify him. With the absorption of energy, toxins can be naturally decomposed, and the body will also have some poison resistance. Lu Yuan ran the Marrow Cleansing Sutra, controlled the energy in his body to connect with the inner elixir in his hand, and after establishing the connection, he began to extract the energy from the inner elixir. Since Lei San's level is much higher than that of Lu Yuan, the energy of the inner elixir is relatively overbearing. As soon as it enters Lu Yuan's body, it starts to run rampant. Although it has the effect of suppressing the toxin, it makes Lu Yuan's meridians bear it. A lot of pressure. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had gone through the marrow cleansing meridian exercise, and his meridians were not only very strong but also widened a lot. After being neutralized by the marrow cleansing meridian, this violent energy was gradually assimilated. Lu Yuan thought it would take several days to recover this time, but he didn't expect that it only took one afternoon. Not only was all the toxins removed, but his strength also increased a lot, probably because he absorbed the energy of the inner elixir.
Xiao Tao, what level am I at now?
Lu Yuan asked curiously after waking up and stretching his muscles.
After absorbing the energy of the inner elixir, coupled with the previous battle, a comprehensive assessment of your ability should be around 30% experience at level 70. The absorbed energy needs to be filtered and compressed.
Xiao Tao gave an evaluation result. Since leaving Taoyuan world, my level has increased very slowly. The main reason is that there have been fewer battles. This time it is equivalent to killing one big boss, and 4 small bosses in a row, plus absorbing the energy of the inner elixir. This is also, I have only raised myself about 2 levels. Needless to say, I know that after reaching the threshold of level 70, each level will be more difficult. Lu Yuan opened the door and came to the courtyard. Although it was already dark outside, it was very lively, and there were an absurd number of civilians gathered. All the corpses and remains in the courtyard had been disposed of, and there were only slight traces of blood.
Boss, are you awake?
Zheng Yu's voice was slightly tired, mixed with a little bit of unhappiness.
Well, I didn't expect to recover quickly this time, and it's a blessing in disguise. What's going on at the door?
Lu Yuan found that there were 7 or 8 police officers standing guard in front of his door. It was better to say that they were standing guard than surrounding him.
What else can I do? Just look at you,
Zheng Yu said with resentment.
Look at me! If you don't deal with the gangsters, why are you looking at me?
Lu Yuan asked in confusion.
Here comes an old stubborn man. After seeing the scene, he concluded that you are guilty. This means that even if these gangsters break the law, they should be punished by the law. You have no right to kill innocent people indiscriminately. So I am watching you here and prepared to bring you to justice.
Zheng Yu, the angrier you get, the louder you get.
This seems to make sense. But we don't have time. Boss, you don't really intend to subjugate the law, do you? You are just doing chivalry. What's wrong with you? Let's go. Let's go find their leader first and see what's going on.
Lu Yuan Dao. Just as Lu Yuan was about to continue walking out, the guard raised his gun.
Please cooperate with us. If you continue to break into the post, we will open fire.
Lu Yuan slapped his forehead. This good guy is much harder to deal with than the bad guy. Chapter 385 City Lights. Facing the bad guy Lu Yuan. He could kill him. But facing this situation, there was really nothing he could do.
Let's go inside first,
Lu Yuan said to Zheng Yu. And then said to the policeman guarding him.
Please wait until your leader is finished and come here. I want to have a chat with him. Boss, are you really admitting it like this? You have wasted so much effort and almost put your life in danger. But they treat you like this. It's unfair.
Zheng Yu shouted in dissatisfaction. Lu Yuan smiled helplessly, patted Zheng Yu on the shoulder, and took the lead in entering the room without saying a word. After entering the house, Lu Yuan realized what had happened while he was recovering from his injuries. When the reinforcements arrived, the scene shocked everyone. Ordinary people who were used to peace would certainly not be able to accept it. Through interrogation, the gangsters learned that all this was done by Lu Yuan. After the news spread, most of the people watching felt that Lu Yuan had gone too far, and why it could not be resolved peacefully. However, a small number of rational people still supported Lu Yuan. After all, what they did was already considered heinous. Lu Yuan didn't know what to say after hearing this. It would be easy to leave if he wanted to. But Lu Yuan still wanted to hear what the leaders had to say.
By the way, boss, when you saw someone taking over your black knife, you ran towards the mountain. A knife can still have its own consciousness. Is this still the world we are familiar with?
Zheng Yu added.
It doesn't matter. It won't run far. If you are not satisfied with the answer they give before tomorrow morning, then you will have to leave here forcefully, no matter who is right or wrong. This step is contrary to the law. Are you willing to go with me?
What? Lu Yuan didn't care about the whereabouts of the Yongya knife. Considering the current situation, he decided to ask Zheng Yu's opinion first. Even if Zheng Yu had always listened to him, it still involved the future. Zheng Yu nodded without hesitation.
Boss, I will follow you wherever you go. For you, I will be the enemy of the world. Okay, why do you think Xiao Xinghe is so disgusting?
Lu Yuan originally wanted to laugh, but thinking of his good brother, he felt a little heavy. The door of the room was gently pushed open, and a hearty voice followed.
You don't have to go against the law, let alone be the enemy of the world. In extraordinary times, extraordinary policies must be implemented, and we will not let heroes shed tears.
The person who spoke was a young soldier, wearing a military uniform and full of energy. His words were tough, and he had a somewhat unflattering attitude toward those in police uniforms around him. The man in the police uniform was a bit old. He didn't care when he heard the sarcasm in the words. He just smiled and said,
Of course we can't make a hero cry. It's not like you don't know that the pressure of public opinion can crush people to death. Don't worry, little brother. Take a night's rest. And tomorrow morning, I will not only clear your name, but also make you a great hero in the city. I just want to make some nonsense. If you ask me to say that as long as you protect the safety of the people, why should you care what they say? There is no blood on the battlefield. Besides, can't you even see the corpse of the monster? He even said that the method was too cruel, and it was like having chicken feathers stuffed in his head.
The young soldier said angrily.
Save some strength to defend the motherland. The decision will be made tomorrow morning. Please go to bed early tonight. I think this office is quite complete. I will have someone bring you two some food later. I will also invite you too. A little brother cooperates.
After speaking, the police officer nodded, turned and left, leaving the young soldier with a look of reluctance.
Don't worry, little brother. Your going to the meeting alone is an act of heroism. Even if I don't have many people left, I will always be on your side. If anyone dares to embarrass you tomorrow morning, I will definitely kill you. Protect.
After saying that, the young soldier followed him out. Lu Yuan has never been a soldier, but he still admires the style of soldiers. They are upright, resolute, bloody and loyal. Although the police responsible for urban security are also very hard-working. Most of them are too secular. After all, one is a senior officer. On the battlefield, one is in contact with the people. So the two are destined to have different acting styles.
I didn't expect this Toad's office to be quite complete. It's almost like a hotel. I'm going to take a shower first. It's getting dark anyway. We'll see what happens in the morning.
Zheng Yu looked at the calm Lu Yuan, and still couldn't understand why the boss, who was similar in age, could always deal with things calmly and be able to handle any situation with ease. In the early morning of the next day, the noise outside the house woke up Lu Yuan and the two of them. After getting up, they had not yet come to wash up. But there was a knock on the unlocked door. Lu Yuan opened the door and saw that the police officers and young soldiers from last night were there. And there were a few leadership-looking figures standing next to them. Not far away was a group of media. And finally a group of melon-eating people were surrounding them.
This is the young hero who saved our city. Everyone applauds and welcomes him.
Lu Yuan looked at the people who were applauding wildly with a question mark on his face. Yesterday, he had to punish himself. But today he became a young hero. The contrast was really big.
The unforgivable Toad spirit took advantage of the sudden change in the world, and the city garrisons came to support him. He actually tried to occupy our city. Burned, killed, looted and committed all kinds of evil. While hijacking the finances, he even kidnapped several young women. Thanks to this young man, it took a hero's righteous action to make the whole thing collapse and let everyone have a good meal. He is the light of our city.
The media host made a touching speech to the camera. And some people even shed tears when the melon eaters felt the same.
Now, please leaders,
please present awards to the young heroes and take a group photo together.
As soon as the host finished speaking, the host brought a large board with the appearance of a check. The amount was written as 100,000 yuan. And there was also a gold medal with the 4 characters,
City Lights,
engraved on it.
Please remember the appearance of this brave young man. Let's let the young hero have a good rest, and then go interview the rescue girls.
The host led everyone to the other side, while Lu Yuan stared blankly at the gold medal around his neck and the check in his hand. It seemed that he could move around at will.
Little brother, I wronged you yesterday. Thank you for your contribution to us. You will always be a hero of our city.
After the police officer finished speaking, he gave a serious military salute. And the soldiers around him also smiled and performed a military salute. It was not until this moment that Lu Yuan felt that what he had done was worth it.
Boss, where are we going? Why are we going back?
The city has gradually restored order, and Lu Yuan and Zhang Yu chose to leave quietly. But the direction was not to the capital, but to the mountain they had just climbed.
Go and retrieve the Evernight knife first. The gold-swallowing beast must have been greedy again and went to the mountains to find or to eat.
Lu Yuan said in a relaxed tone.
Boss, can I ask you a question? Explain. Why were you able to wait so calmly yesterday instead of leading directly? With your ability. I'm afraid they can't stop you with a gun. Doing good deeds does not necessarily lead to good results. And helping others does not necessarily mean everyone will appreciate it. I just want to see if what I do is worth it. Facts have proved that as long as most people have no choice but to help, that is enough.
Lu Yuan got the answer he wanted, and happily walked in front, playing with the gold medal engraved with city lights from time to time. As for the check for 100,000 yuan, Lu Yuan left it in Lei San's house. On the desk. Perhaps the most worthless thing in this troubled world is money. Chapter 386 Return to Beijing. Lu Yuan quickly found the Yongyan knife in a mineral vein. At this time, the Yongyan knife had transformed into a gold-swallowing beast. But it was hard to be found hiding in a corner in total darkness.
Why are you running around blindly?
Lu Yuan asked.
You're here. I smelled a mineral vein here when I passed by before. Anyway, you were healing yesterday. So why not come over and have some snacks done?
The gold-swallowing beast said while nibbling on the ore.
Next time you dare to run away privately, be careful that I will make your soul fly away.
Lu Yuan threatened.
Anyway, if I die, your Evernight knife will be useless. It's better for us to cooperate and win-win.
The gold-swallowing beast doesn't seem to be afraid of Lu Yuan's threat.
Humans give a full meal before executing an execution. I wonder if you are full.
Lu Yuan was not angry even after being rebutted. With a move of his right hand, chilling fire appeared in his palm, and he stared at the greedy gold-swallowing beast with cold eyes. The gold-swallowing beast only felt a chill running down its spine when it turned around and saw Lu Yuan's cold eyes and the unicorn fire in his palm. It immediately grinned and apologized. It didn't dare to say any more and returned to the form of the Yongyan knife, regardless of the ore on its claws, and floated obediently into the scabbard.
Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I will ask for your permission next time before I come out. By the way, this ore is not bad as a snack. Take some back to eat when you are hungry.
The gold-swallowing beast did not forget to say after entering the scabbard. Lu Yuan put away the Yongyan knife, and then he discovered that a large hole more than 2 meters deep had been dug out here. It was obviously the work of a gold-swallowing beast. In addition to ordinary rocks, there were also some special ores mixed in the hole. Just as the gold-swallowing beast said, this is a mineral vein. Judging from the intensive output of the ore, It really didn't eat less this night. Gray phosphate or an earth attributed or produced in deep mountains. The texture itself is not hard enough, but it contains strong earthy attributes. It needs to be combined with other ores to forge the best equipment.
Shoutout gave the basic information of this ore, and even explained how to use it together. Needless to say, Lu Yuan could see that it was not hard enough. Although this ore was not particularly top grade, it did have rich earthy properties. It's pretty good as an excipient to add attributes.
Boss, is that the weapon spirit in your weapon? Just like the green snake in the chief own sword?
Zheng Yu asked.
That's right. But there are differences. This gold-swallowing beast is trapped in the soul-eating mine, while the green snake uses its own cultivation to cultivate the sword and voluntarily stays in the sword. There are still some differences in nature,
Lu Yuan replied.
Although this gold-swallowing beast is naughty, it is good for finding ores. It can actually dig out veins in such a large mountain range.
Lu Yuan nodded. It seemed like it would be a good idea to let it out for a while if it had nothing to do.
Let's go! It's time to return to the capital. Let's go to Jianchen's place first.
Lu Yuan thought for a while. And for the time being, only Jianchen could stay there. The most important thing was that Fang Rou was also there. Zheng Yu had been away for so long. So Jianchen and others who stayed there knew best about the situation in the capital. Lu Yuan and the other two did not choose to hitchhike, and continued to move forward quickly on the 9-color sacred deer. People who have seen monster beasts are no longer so surprised to see someone riding a deer running on the street. Some people even recognized that it was a mount that had appeared in Taoyuan. But they were a little curious about why things in other people's games could appear in reality, but not themselves, who had also played the Taoyuan game. Zheng Yu pointed the direction along the way. Although he took many wrong steps, he finally arrived near Jianchen's house. The journey was not easy. There were soldiers patrolling and guarding everywhere. Naturally, he saw someone riding a deer on the street. They will be interrogated, and both Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan will be taken away for investigation. In the end, Lu Yuan used the skill of the shadowless sword and left quickly, while the soldiers were blind. There were too many things to deal with in the capital. For a normal person like Lu Yuan, there was not much time at all. It was difficult to deal with. So in the end, it was settled. The order in the capital is much better than that in other cities. Although many buildings have been destroyed, and the ground is interspersed with land from other continents, there are almost no incidents of smashing, and looting. This may be due to patrols and maintenance of public order. It's about having more people.
This is Jianchen's family? I didn't realize that this kid's family is quite rich.
Lu Yuan sighed as he looked at the villa in front of him.
Not only is he rich, but he is also very lucky. Look at the houses next to him. They were all torn apart by the intervening land. Only his family is fine.
The originally closed villa area became an open one due to a sudden change. Lu Yuan pressed the doorbell and found that there was no electricity at all. He didn't expect that the power supply had not been restored after so long. Lu Yuan knocked on the door, and someone answered quickly. After asking some questions, he opened the door and followed the nanny to the living room to wait. Not long after, Jianchen ran down, followed by a young woman, who turned out to be Qing. Snake.
Brother Lu, you are finally back.
Jianchen hugged Lu Yuan and was about to cry with excitement.
Okay. Young man, why are you crying?
Lu Yuan patted Jianchen's back and comforted him.
Xiaochen, we have a guest at home.
Another couple came downstairs, apparently Jianchen's parents, followed by Fang Rou, who looked slightly pale. Fang Rou was also excited when she saw Lu Yuan. She walked forward with a smile and didn't know what to say for a while. She just looked at Lu Yuan with twinkling eyes.
Mom and Dad, this is Brother Lu, whom I often call. Brother Lu has been taking care of me for so long,
Jianchen said happily.
Hello, Uncle Yang. H. Lo. Auntie.
Lu Yuan said politely to take care of him.
Okay. You are indeed a talented person. My Yangchen is introverted. Since coming into contact with you, he has become a lot more cheerful and sensible. I have to thank you. You sit down for a while,
and I will ask the nanny to prepare lunch,
Jianchen's mother said. Jianchen's father chatted passionately with Lu Yuan for a while, and then returned to the room at Jianchen's signal. After all, the young people still had a lot to say.
Jianchen, have you activated the system?
Lu Yuan asked directly after the adults left.
What system?
Huh?
You don't know the system? What's going on with the green snake?
Let me tell you. Green Snake replied after hearing this. He glanced at Jian Chen and said with a slightly red face.
Originally, you were going to come to Taoyuan World not long ago. But suddenly one day everyone disappeared. And Taoyuan World also appeared. There was a commotion. And a large number of monsters all poured into the space-time rift. After asking around, I found out that Senior Zhulong was plotted here. I was worried that Qinshan was in trouble. So I ran over here.
Lu Yuan had long heard that Jian Chen and Green Snake were in love. But they were both humans and monsters in different ways. He didn't expect that the turmoil in the world would allow these two to escape the constraints of time and space. He just didn't know if Father Yang and Mother Yang would agree if they knew about it.
Fong Ro, how are your injuries? You look pale. Are there any internal injuries that haven't healed?
Lu Yuan probably knew about Green Snake and hurriedly asked about Fong Ro's situation.
Damn it. You finally remembered me?
Fong Ro stretched out her fist and hit Lu Yuan hard. And then tears flowed out like a dam.
Tong Tong and the others were all taken away. Why did you come back now? I thought you would never come back.
Chapter 387 Gathering Together. Fong Ro cried for a long time before she calmed down. And her face became even paler due to her excessive emotion.
Thank you for your hard work. I am the one who has caused trouble to everyone. I'm sorry.
Seeing Fong Ro's appearance, Lu Yuan felt a little guilty in his heart. If he hadn't brought everyone together, if he hadn't brought Zhulong and others to the villa, if he had been stronger, maybe the result would not have been like this. This is it now.
Boss, don't say such things. How can I blame you for such a thing?
Zheng Yu saw Lu Yuan blaming himself and quickly comforted him.
Yes, Brother Lu. I can't blame you for this. I can only blame Professor Sun for being too ambitious.
Jian Chen agreed. Seeing Lu Yuan's desolate expression, Fong Ro also felt that her words were inappropriate, and quickly explained,
I don't mean to blame you. I just just.
Lu Yuan stretched out his hand to wipe away Fong Ro's tears, looked at everyone and said,
Actually, we are all children from ordinary families. Faced with such changes, we can hide like everyone else. But you can take risks for the sake of your friends. It's amazing. Leave the rest to me. Brother Lu, what are you going to do? The Taoyuan building is now impregnated with iron walls. And no one expected that Professor Sun, who has always been in a wheelchair, turned out to be a master. Even if you, Brother Lu, take action, you may not be his opponent.
Jian Chen has been collecting relevant information recently.
Zheng Yu has told me the general situation. The most important thing now is to contact some powerful people first. Can you contact Li Wei? Through him, you should be able to unite the Xia family. With the participation of these two families, the rescue plan should go more smoothly. Lu Yuan Dao. Sister Jingmai came to see me before, and she left a communicator. Now the communication and network are all paralyzed. Only the communication device newly developed by LJ can be used independently. But it has not been promoted yet. I left one for everyone's convenience. Contact us.
Fong Ro said quickly. Fong Ro quickly took off the communication device. The appearance of the device was different from that of a mobile phone. It looked a bit like a sports Bluetooth headset. It had a good texture, but was very light. It was U-shaped. After wearing it around her neck, she did not notice the presence of the headset.
This one doesn't have headphones.
Lu Yuan asked.
Well, this uses the latest technology, which uses over-frequency vibration to transmit sound. Of course, if the call is not secret, you can also choose to broadcast it externally. As she spoke, Fong Ro clicked 3 times on the edge of the U-shaped frame, and then the communicator flashed with light blue light. She made another stroke with her finger, and a blue light projected a blue screen in front of the machine, with everything on it. List of functions. The menu is not fancy. In addition to calls and text messages, it only has the function of querying data. It seems that it is specially produced for communication. There is only Li Jingbai in the communication list. Depending on the situation, it is not practical to contact others for the time being.
Sister Jingbai said that because the current situation is complicated, the communicator is not available for sale. So only some insiders are using it for the time being. The communication network is also the Li family's own satellite transmission. So you can rest assured that calls are safe.
Fong Ro continued. Fong Ro simply taught Lu Yuan a few gestures. You can operate the communicator by sliding your fingers and tapping. Since the functions are relatively simple, it is easy to learn.
What an amazing invention. With such a shape and operation method, it is more convenient to use during combat.
Lu Yuan said with emotion.
Why didn't Sister Jingbai take out such a good thing earlier? In the days without phones, it would be too troublesome to do anything. It would be great to promote it and release it earlier. It will definitely sell for a good price.
Zheng Yu said while looking at the communicator.
You are the only one who is smart. Now is a time when everyone is in danger. Just maintaining law and order is already very troublesome. If this kind of product is introduced, it will definitely cause chaos. Besides, no one knows whether the coins will be worth anything in the future. Naturally, the Li family cannot take the risk.
Fong Judo. Lu Yuan tried to call Li Jingbai. After a few seconds of beeping, Li Jingbai's voice came through.
Hello, is this Ruru? What's the matter? How is your body recovering recently?
Li Jingbai asked with concern.
It's me, Lu Yuan. Fong Ro. She's recovering well.
See you in.
Are you back? Are you with Fong Ro? Wait for me there and we'll meet.
Li Jingbai said angrily and hung up the phone. Lu Yuan wanted to ask something, but found that the call had been interrupted, and smiled helplessly. Now he could only wait for Li Jingbai's arrival. While waiting, Father Yang and Mother Yang had already prepared meals. The meals were rich in style. Although they were not very luxurious, they had a taste of home, allowing Lu Yuan, who had been traveling around for several months, to enjoy a moment of comfort. Lu Yuan also missed home, but he was just worried. The safety of his parents should be no problem. After all, the two of them were very powerful, although they were approachable. Even the sun couldn't see through it. Before the meal was finished, Li Jingbai had already arrived, accompanied by Li Wei and his father Li Wenfeng. Lu Yuan had met Li Wenfeng once, but he didn't have much communication at Xiao Lui's birthday party. He was probably worried about his daughter, so he came in person.
Ha ha, I knew your kid was fine.
Li Wei saw Lu Yuan smiling and came over and patted his shoulder and said. Lu Yuan responded with a smile. Although he didn't have much contact with Li Wei, he always gave people a trustworthy and friendly feeling.
Hello, Uncle Li.
Lu Yuan said low to his elders first. Although he knew that Li Wenfeng was here because of Li Tong's affairs, he was still a little surprised. After all, the head of such a big family should not place his hopes on a child.
Bar? Hello. You are much more mature than when I first met you.
Although Li Wenfeng's tone was friendly, he still had a serious elder style. Lu Yuan didn't know what this sentence meant and didn't have much communication. Could it be that he had been sleeping in the open for several months and was already so old that he could tell he was mature at a glance? Father Yang and Mother Yang warmly greeted everyone to sit down, and after a few casual greetings, Jianchen sent them away. After all, the two of them had nothing to say about what was going to be said here.
Is there any news about Li Tong and others? Professor Sun didn't even give you face?
Lu Yuan was the first to speak. When the situation of Li Tong and others was mentioned, Li Wenfeng's expression froze, and Li Wei and Li Jingbai also frowned.
My father has come forward to negotiate, but Professor Sun's side is too powerful. Not only my sister Li Tong was arrested, but also many children of the rich and powerful family were arrested. The purpose is obvious, which is to pass through various the descendants of the family are threatening the major families.
Li Wei said solemnly.
Now Tong Tong's safety is guaranteed, provided that our Li family doesn't make any small moves. So it has been so long that Tong Tong has not been rescued.
Li Jingbai followed.
What about the Xia family? Louis was also arrested. Logically speaking, the Xia family is so powerful that they should not be willing to accept it.
Lu Yuan asked.
My Xia family will naturally not be willing to accept it. But we also have our own difficulties.
Xia Lui's father, Xia Rui, was led to the living room by Yang's father, and he obviously heard what he just said.
You little bastard. If such a big thing happens, you won't go back to see your dad first.
Xia Rui was followed by a couple. Who could it be if they weren't Lu Yuan's parents? Fortunately, Jian Chen's family was big enough. But the few people who visited also made the living room lively. Chapter 388 Details.
You little bastard. If such a big thing happens, you won't go back to see your dad first.
When Lu Yuan heard this familiar voice, he couldn't help but rush over and hug his father hard.
Mom and Dad, why are you here?
Lu Yuan was so excited that he almost cried. No matter how strong he was outside, the moment he saw his parents, he suddenly realized that he would always be a child.
You little brat. You're just playing a game, and you made such a big fuss. But I heard that this big change is a result of your contribution.
Lu Yuan's father, Lu Fei, broke the warm atmosphere of the reunion and grabbed Lu Yuan's ear with one hand to teach him a lesson.
Lao Lu, what are you doing? Xiao Yuan's friends are here. Save him some face.
Lu Yuan's motherly Jingxian patted Lu Fei and said. Lu Fei was very considerate to his wife. He let go of his hand and looked at Lu Yuan and said,
Why are we here? Such a big thing happened. Of course. We were worried that something might happen to your kid. I wanted to vent my anger for you. But I didn't expect the situation to be like this.
It's so complicated that even Lao Xiao and his family can't do anything about it.
Xiao Rui sighed unwillingly after hearing this, turned his eyes towards Li Wenfeng, and nodded as a greeting.
Brother from the Lu family, come here. Uncle Xiao, let's see how you are doing with your kung fu training.
Xiao Rui said to Lu Yuan. Xiao Rui patted Lu Yuan for a while, then kneaded him again, and then nodded with satisfaction.
I didn't expect to make such rapid progress in less than a year. It seems that you have experienced a lot during this period. Heroes emerge from troubled times. You younger generation should work hard.
After the excitement after meeting, after everyone said hello and sat down, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Now there is a problem that we have to face. And that is how to deal with Professor Sun's power. Apart from the powerful Professor Sun, he secretly cultivated many subordinates in Taoyuan world. And they all came to the world through this great change. In addition, he controls the Taoyuan system mother body and mechas with heavy firepower. Each of these items can play its own role. And even the country chooses to temporarily compromise to avoid its edge. If you want to save people in such a place, it is no different from pulling teeth from the tiger's mouth.
Of course our Xia family can't sit still and wait for death. Although our little girl has been taken hostage, we will not compromise. It's just that we lack a chance to completely defeat Professor Sun's side. All rash actions are just to scare the snake away, lest he become angry. Now, it won't be good if everything comes to an end.
Xiao Rui said, breaking the silence.
What exactly does Professor Sun want from the major families? With his current force, wouldn't it be enough to control them by force? And also use such a despicable method as taking hostages? The reason why major families are difficult to shake is not just because of their long existence, nor just because of their money. The resources and information held by each family are very critical. Professor Sun naturally knows this, although his armed strength has the upper hand. But if you want to gain real power, you need the support of major families. Otherwise you will only get an empty SHL.
Xiao Rui explained. Lu Yuan and other young people were confused after hearing this. The methods of the adults were indeed very complicated, and it seemed that it was not possible to rule the world with hard fists. There were still many uncertain factors. When Li Wenfeng saw that the children didn't understand very well, he explained,
Professor Sun is the strongest in terms of apparent strength now. But the foundations of major families that have existed for hundreds of years are rooted in the ground like big trees. If we want both jade and stone to perish, then the damage will be immeasurable. This is exactly the case. So Professor Sun wants to make the major families compromise by threatening the descendants of each family. Of course, he will also give us the corresponding status and lure us with huge benefits to help him rule the country without losing anything. That's why the stalemate has continued until now.
Xiao Rui continued what Li Wenfeng said.
No matter what, Li Tong, Luo Yi, and Xinghe are all implicated by me. I will definitely rescue them.
Lu Yuan clenched his fists and said,
You little brat. You still have some sense of responsibility.
Lu Fei said appreciatively.
Boss, there's Miss Linger too. She was also on the release list at the beginning. But it's a pity that she had to stay with Miss Xia for life and death, and was imprisoned again later.
Zhang Yu reminded in a low voice.
Don't worry.
Lu Yuan nodded.
The momentum and determination are enough. But how do you plan to save him? Do you have any plans or any support?
Lu Fei poured a bucket of cold water on him at the right time.
As far as I know, Professor Sun is not only powerful, but he also took away your heavenly thunder suit, with the addition of the divine weapon and his own strength. Even masters, like Shulong, suffered a lot. Now you are going to die. Lu Fei continued. Lu Yuan fell into silence. Li Wenfeng and Xia Rui didn't speak, but looked at Lu Yuan quietly. Fang Rou, Zheng Yu and others also frowned, seeming a little dissatisfied with Lu Fei's scolding of Lu Yuan.
Since Uncle Li and Uncle Xiao rushed over immediately, it proves that my return is of certain value. Although my current strength is not as good as Professor Sun, some things do not necessarily have to be done head-on. Instead of I'm pouring cold water on you. Why don't you tell me first and see if there are any clues? What do you think, Dad?
Lu Yuan was silent for a while, then raised his head and replied calmly. The three elders all smiled when they heard this.
Lao Lu gave birth to a good son. He is indeed the one my daughter likes,
Xia Rui said with a smile. Li Wenfeng also smiled and shook his head and said,
At first, Ta Tong was always with this kid. I thought that a college student didn't study hard and knew that playing games all day long had no future. But I didn't expect that a game would change the world. What's more, I didn't expect that young Master Lu is really a talented person. And Brother Xia has a sharp eye for pearls. I, Old Li, am ashamed of myself. I am ashamed of myself. Old Li, you don't have to regret it. I don't mind having 2 more daughters-in-law. I think your girl is smart and well-behaved. And she is worthy of my brat,
Lu Fei said proudly. When Li Wenfeng and Xia Rui heard this, they looked at Lu Fei strangely, as if they wanted to see how thick-skinned he was to say such a thing. The joke relieved the atmosphere slightly. Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Only Fang Rou's face was a little unnatural. Li Jingbai took Fang Rou's hand and patted it to express comfort.
Now communication equipment is completely paralyzed, because we have started developing new equipment a long time ago. So the Li family has become the only company that masters communication now. Although Taoyuan Group has strong comprehensive strength, not everything is produced in-house. Communication equipment is one of them. They have been cooperating with us before, including now that their communications are also handled by our Li family. So we have the opportunity to enter Taoyuan in an open and honest manner. Building.
Li Wei saw that the topic was getting further and further away, so he quickly brought the topic back on track.
There are also members of my Xia family in the building. Although they are not strong enough to change the overall situation, they can still be helpful at critical moments. And some basic internal information has also been spread.
Xia Rui also got back to the point. Lu Yuan suddenly realized that these people had some plans for a long time. They came to test themselves at this time. They were really calm. Being able to place an informant in the Taoyuan group was definitely not something that happened overnight. They had their own trump cards. Maybe this is the foundation of each major family. Chapter 389 Internal Situation of Taoyuan Group. Lu Yuan lamented that the Xia family had such a profound background that they even had spies in places like the Taoyuan Group. The unknown enemies were the most terrifying. Having insiders would undoubtedly reduce the difficulty of rescue.
Uncle Xia, can you tell us about the internal situation of Taoyuan Group now?
Lu Yuan asked. Xia Rui stopped pretending and said directly to everyone.
The boss behind Taoyuan Group has never shown his face. Any press conference or announcement has always been conveyed by Professor Sunday. Even internal employees have never shown up.
I have met the real boss. And judging from the current situation, it is possible that Professor Sun is the real boss of Taoyuan. So his ambitions make sense. But how can he, a person engaged in technology research and development, have such strong funds? Besides, the game Taoyuan is so popular and the technology is so advanced. Yet he wants to conceal his identity and has never been discovered.
Lu Yuan couldn't figure it out. Xia Rui smiled and said,
You are still students after all. Only after you enter the society can you understand that there are many things that cannot be just looked at on the surface. Things that seem impossible can actually be done in many ways. Where there are people, there is room for operation. As for money, there are a lot of people willing to invest in game projects like this that change people's lives.
Although Lu Yuan still felt that something was wrong, he did not want to get entangled in this matter and continued to ask,
Where are the others? Do you know where everyone is being held? You brat. Listen to what your Uncle Xia is saying slowly. Why do you still panic when things happen after you have been exercising for so long?
Lu Fei criticized.
Old Lu, don't always criticize the child. Lu Yuan is already very good. And he is also anxious.
Xia Rui comforted Lu Yuan and then said,
Xiao Yuan, the rescue is very dangerous. So I will try my best to explain the information in detail. Everyone's current situation is relatively safe, because the major families have reached a consensus. As long as we don't act rashly, Professor Sun will not be defeated. The major families can exist for hundreds of years. The most important quality is patriotism. So the more we get to when a foreign enemy invades, we are more united than usual.
Lu Yuan nodded and calmed down his impetuous heart. Xia Rui continued,
There are a total of 115 floors in Taoyuan building. The reason why it does not look too high is because some of them are hidden underground, which are 85 floors above ground and 30 floors underground. Each underground floor occupies more than it's much bigger on the ground. You should have been to the 32nd floor above ground before. The first 50 floors above ground belong to the Taoyuan Game Development Department. Now the game has stopped running. There are a large number of Professor Sun's people living there. They can all transform into the state in the game to fight. After the 50th floor, only those authorized by Professor Sun can enter. Most of them are high-end R&D personnel, and some valuables are stored there. Even my informant has not visited the specific situation. The 30th floor underground belongs to the arsenal. The troops inside are not from Earth. It is said that Professor Sun brought them back from Taoyuan world. I only learned about this recently. There are many newly developed mechas inside, which are said to be able to enhance themselves of magic and body.
After hearing this, everyone suddenly felt a lot of pressure. No one expected that there were so many troops hidden inside, and they seemed to be well armed. In addition,
Professor Sun had all the data in the game, and the Earthlings who could transform must also be armed. Very good. Lu Yuan even thought that the previous orders from the Holy City blacksmith shop might have been customized by Professor Sun himself. If that was the case, Lu Yuan could be considered an accomplice.
Uncle Xia, do you know where the mother body of the Taoyuan system is?
Lu Yuan asked.
This is not very clear, but it should be above the 50th floor. Professor Sun never trusts anyone if it is too confidential. Can you tell me who the informant is?
Lu Yuan wanted to know who was responding inside, so that it would be easier for future actions. Xia Rui shook his head unexpectedly and explained.
The identity of the informant must be kept secret to prevent you from leaking the truth after you find out. Just let them know you.
That's it.
Don't worry. They are all professionally trained and have good psychological quality. After passing the test, until the critical moment, you will only think that they are enemies, and they will only help you in critical moments. So don't place your hopes on them. You mean there is more than one informant?
Xia Rui smiled and did not answer. But the answer was obvious.
What if I accidentally kill a friendly soldier? Don't worry. They will avoid a direct conflict with you. If a fight cannot be avoided, it proves that you are in danger. They will not hesitate to reveal their identity to protect you. And there will be a safe word from time to time. At critical moments, they will naturally tell you.
Xia Rui explained.
I need a few days to prepare. When will Sister Jingbai have the opportunity to bring me in?
Lu Yuan asked.
In about 10 days. We will go back to submit communicator samples and study the next cooperation plan. There will be about 6 or 7 people in the group by then. You can take the opportunity to mingle among them. However, Taoyuan group is very strict about people entering and exiting. So when we come out, if there is one less person, it may arouse suspicion.
Li Jingbai said.
It seems that we need to make a careful plan.
Li Weidao.
If they didn't have a hostage in their hands, they could just smash the window and break in.
Zheng Yu couldn't help complaining when he heard that the matter was so complicated.
Children are too reckless. Let's not talk about whether you can break the glass of Taoyuan building. The air defense and automatic defense guns of the building itself are enough for you. Coupled with the troops stationed inside, a strong attack will undoubtedly be a cord of death.
Xia Rui explained.
Our Li family can only provide technical support for the time being. We can only rely on Brother Xia for personnel mobilization and cooperation.
Li Wenfeng said to Xia Rui.
It seems that the only way to attract attention is to create some chaos. Xia Yuan took advantage of the chaos and stayed in the building. In the panic, no one would notice the few people who went out.
Xia Rui thought for a while and said,
The security system of Taoyuan building is not that simple. It is not enough to just create chaos, but also to use some high-tech means to interfere. I will go back and make a plan first. After all, I have been to Taoyuan building the most times.
Li Jingbai said. Because Li Jingbai had negotiated business with Taoyuan Group many times. She had indeed been there many times. People inside Taoyuan Group saw that she had no force, so they were much less wary of her.
Wait a minute. Do you want your honor to go into danger alone? I don't agree.
Lu Yuan's mother suddenly said angrily. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Everyone was thinking about how to enter the Taoyuan Group and how to rescue the arrested people. But only this mother was thinking about the safety of her child.
Sister-in-law, don't get excited. This time I'm not going to ask Xiao Yuan to rescue anyone. I just hope that he can find out some further clues. If the younger generation still has his skills, I really can't find a second candidate.
Xia Rui said a little embarrassed.
You? A father? Don't even dare to go. Why do you let my child take the risk?
Li Jingxian turned away from his gentle nature, and his words were full of hostility at this time.
I really want to go, but I really don't understand those high-tech things. I'm afraid I'll be discovered before I can find anything. Although I don't want to die.
I'm just afraid of alerting the enemy, angering the Taoyuan group, and causing serious consequences. The children who were caught.
Xia Rui said with a painful expression. Li Wenfeng also sighed deeply and said,
Hey, even if it means using my life in exchange for Tomer.
Lu Fei had a relaxed look on his face, gently pulled Li Jingxian to his side, and said with a smile,
Yuan will be fine. We are in troubled times when men become famous. There are intact eggs under the overturned nest. And Professor Sun's influence, the first battle is a matter of time. And Yuan should be allowed to hone her skills. Besides, if he doesn't save his wife, who will he save?
Chapter 390 Sharpening the Gun in Battle. A week passed quickly. Lu Yuan had adjusted his condition to the best. After discussing it at Jian Chen's house, Lu Yuan finally insisted on sneaking into Taoyuan group to investigate the situation. In order to facilitate the implementation of the follow-up plan, Lu Yuan was taken to Li group. Although many buildings were torn apart by other continents that came in, fortunately the Li group building was not affected. And although there was no external network, the power supply and local area network had been restored internally. Lu Yuan was arranged to a temporary lounge prepared for employees in the building. After 7 days of training and adjustment, his physical condition had reached its peak. Li Jingbai has been the busiest person these days, because entering Taoyuan building must be handled by Li Jingbai, including the environment and routes inside. Only she who has been there several times knows best. So this operation is all directed by Li Jingbai.
Sister Jingbai, are you still busy? It's almost time to take a rest.
After Lu Yuan finished practicing, he came to Li Jingbai's office and found that she was still busy. There was a large pile of documents on the table. Ordinary people might have a headache just looking at the number.
Well, it doesn't matter. This meeting itself is also very important. It is related to whether we can gain the trust of Taoyuan group. Only by breaking into them can we get more information. If we can let them use our communicator, then a lot of key information will be you can eavesdrop.
When Li Jingbai heard Lu Yuan's voice, she immediately put down her work, raised her head, and said to Lu Yuan with a smile.
Although Sister Jingbai is not good at playing games, she is really admirable for doing these things. By the way, are you ready for the room?
Lu Yuan asked.
It has been prepared for a long time. Seeing that you have been meditating, I didn't disturb you. Let's go and take you to see it.
After Li Jingbai said that, he stood up easily, but he didn't expect that he would almost fainted in front of him. Lu Yuan took a step forward and grabbed Li Jingbai's arm with one hand to prevent him from falling.
Sister Jingbai, are you okay? It's okay. Maybe I haven't eaten regularly in the past 2 days, and my blood sugar is a little low. There are so many people in the company. Why do we have to do everything ourselves?
Lu Yuan said with concern. Li Jingbai stood up straight and said with a smile.
I am in management at such a young age, and I don't rely on relationships. Every field needs someone to perform their duties. Right? When you go into battle to kill the enemy, all I can do is provide backup.
Lu Yuan vaguely remembered that when Li Jingbai logged into the game for the last time, she said to Lu Yuan before logging out,
the game is not her dream. Her dream is in reality.
Maybe the Li group is carrying her dream. The reason why Lu Yuan needs a room is because of the armor he wears. After all, the level of the 5 elements natural disaster suit is not high. If he is discovered, his defense will be the key. I got basalt before, and by chance I got gray phosphate ore, plus some remaining meteorite. These ores are enough for me to make a more perfect set of armor, but I have never had time to forge it. As the saying goes, sharpening a gun before battle is useless. There are still 3 days to go to Taoyuan building. At this moment, Lu Yuan is at his peak, and there is nothing better than forging equipment now.
Look at this room. The forging tables are made of alloys. There is a smelting furnace in the back. The large water tank here is also prepared as you asked. And the room is completely isolated from the outside world as you requested. Li Jingbai introduced the prepared room to Lu Yuan. When he introduced that it was isolated from the outside world, he reached out and pressed the switch on the edge of the forging table, and a dark blue light mask enveloped the room.
This is a light mask made by converting energy. With it, you can rest assured that everything in the house will not be perceived by the outside world, and things from the outside world will not disturb you.
Li Jingbai added.
This is a bit like a barrier set up by a master. I didn't expect that Li Group's technology is not bad.
Lu Yuan praised.
Now that technology has really advanced, investigation and surveillance are really difficult to prevent. Therefore, secret things such as scientific research must be carried out in such a confined space. Otherwise, business secrets will be easily leaked.
Li Jingbai explained.
Well, thank you, Sister Jingbai. I still need to prepare some materials. If I don't go out by myself, try not to disturb me. I will control my time so as not to delay my plan.
Li Jingbai nodded and left directly. Lu Yuan reopened the protective shield, took out the materials one by one, and placed them on the forging table, looking at the several materials in trance. The reason why such a space is needed is not to be disturbed. Lu Yuan is afraid that if he forges a divine weapon or the like and attracts celestial phenomena, it may attract the attention of Taoyuan group and be detrimental to the plan. The basalt ore itself is extremely strong, and it is difficult for ordinary flames to melt it. If the hard meteorite is added, the hardness of the basalt ore will undoubtedly increase to a higher level. When such an ore is turned into armor, its defensive power can be imagined. Although the texture of gray phosphorus ore is not hard, the earth attribute contained in it is very rich. Basalt ore and meteorite are not lacking in hardness. But what is lacking is the additional attributes. The earth attribute and defense are a perfect fit. Lu Yuan took out the remaining third of the deep-sea black iron for forging the Evernight sword. The deep-sea black iron itself contains cold water properties. According to the 5 elements, earth overcomes water. But the quality of the deep-sea black iron is higher than gray phosphite. So if the proportions are right, both attributes can coexist in the same piece of equipment. Lu Yuan didn't think about the use of the hodgepodge. But when he saw the Xuanwu mine, he could always think of the scene of fighting Xuanwu. The mythical beast Xuanwu can be said to perfectly combine the 2 attributes of water and earth. So Lu Yuan, I want to use Xuanwu as the theme for the equipment set. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely think that Lu Yuan was stupid. Because after taking out the ore, Lu Yuan didn't even blink his eyes, and he was already wandering around. And he had no idea what he was thinking. After a long time, Lu Yuan came back to his senses, and finally showed a smile. Then the Kirin fire appeared in his hand, and ignited the high-grade charcoal in the forging furnace with a casual flick. The basalt ore was thrown into the furnace piece by piece. Among the materials used this time, basalt ore and deep-sea black iron are the most difficult to smelt, because the amount of basalt ore is relatively large. A forging furnace is used to smelt it. Deep-sea black iron is controlled by Lu Yuan in midair, and Qilin's original fire is divided into 2. Second, half of the deep-sea black iron is smelted, and the other half is put into the forging furnace to raise the temperature of the forging furnace to a higher level. As time went by, the 2 ores were eventually melted red. Lu Yuan stared at the fire intently. When the ore was smelted, he did not use tongs. He directly grabbed it with his empty hand, and all the red-hot ore fell on the chopping board. The appearance of the geocentric flame hammer brought another heat wave to the extremely hot room. The clanging sound rang out, and the rescue plan finally began. Chapter 391 Xuanwu Cheers. With the beginning of forging, Lu Yuan's rescue plan finally took the first step. If a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. If he wants to pull teeth from the tiger's mouth, he must harden himself. The basalt ore is fused with meteoric iron, which makes its hardness a step higher. Later, it is blended with a small amount of gray phosphorite and deep-sea basalt iron, which adds earth and water attributes to the ore. Facing the fused ore, Lu Yuan seemed to have found the aura he had when he faced Xuanwu. In fact, it is not surprising that such aura could be produced. After all, the Xuanwu ore was bred by the attributes of the mythical beast Xuanwu, and then incorporated the earth and water attributes, making the new ore attributes more in line with the atmosphere of Xuanwu. Just as Lu Yuan was about to continue forging, he heard the spiritual imprint left by the mythical beast Xuanwu and said, "What a little guy! His forging skills are really incredible. Although the attributes of this ore are lower in level, they are really close to me. Rather than yours, to keep the consciousness in my mind, I might as well help you. And by the way, I can also receive nourishment from the properties of the ore. I wonder if Senior Xuanwu has any advice." Lu Yuan heard that Xuanwu wanted to help him, but for a moment, he didn't expect how the spiritual imprint could help him. "My mind is quite flexible when forging. But why am I so slow in other aspects?" Xuanwu Mark said with a smile. Lu Yuan was stunned by what he said. He didn't feel that he was slow in any way, let alone what other aspects Xuanwu said. Xuanwu Mark ignored Lu Yuan and continued. "Although I left you only a trace of mark, it can be regarded as part of my spiritual body. As long as I maintain my own energy,
When you find by who and rescue me, now I can return to my true self. But now it seems that you won't be able to find the white tiger for a while. Instead of letting this spiritual power continue to be consumed, it is better to help you. And I can also receive the nourishment of the attributes in the ore. You mean you want to attach it to my equipment?
Lu Yuan asked in surprise.
Yes. But ordinary equipment is not worthy of carrying me.
Xuanwu Mark gave a confirmed answer. Lu Yuan was naturally very happy. There was no need for the equipment to be molded. Lu Yuan had already judged the quality of the equipment. Each piece of equipment would be at least the pinnacle of the pseudo-artifact level. If the 5 pieces of equipment were put together, it would definitely be the level of an artifact. As for jewelry, Lu Yuan does not plan to use basalt or to make it, because the 5-piece armor set is enough to become an artifact set. Instead of wasting several equipment slots, it is better to forge some more suitable jewelry equipment when suitable materials are available. Even if the level is somewhat behind, the attributes of the Finghua Peerless Jewelry set are still very practical. After all, the attribute of Overlord can really turn the tide of the battle at critical moments.
Senior, don't worry. This set of equipment will definitely not disappoint you.
Lu Yuan replied happily. The Xuanwu Mark seemed to be sleeping again, and did not give any response. Lu Yuan no longer delayed, and the Earth Core Fire Fine Hammer struck the ore without any hesitation and began to forge. The first thing to make was the armor, due to the high hardness of the fused ore, and the deep sea black iron with water properties in it. The temperature of the ore dropped very quickly. Even with the blessing of the Earth Core Flame Fine Hammer, it was still smelted repeatedly. After 4 or 5 times, the armor gradually took shape. The armor style is not complicated either. There are 2 basalt carapace-like shoulder pads on the shoulders that fit the shoulders naturally. The chest is a 3-dimensional shape that looks like a basalt head. It protects Lu Yuan's entire chest and looks impressive at the same time. People. A 20 centimeters wide waistband perfectly connects the armor and bottoms. There are 3 claw-like protrusions at the front of the boots, which imitate Xuanwu's claws. The helmet was the most elaborate piece of equipment for Lu Yuan. There was a vivid Xuanwu carved on the top of his head. It was exactly what he looked like when he was angry when he fought against him. Lu Yuan, who almost died in its hands, would naturally remember this image deeply. When the equipment was taking shape, due to the energy shield in the room, the suit triggered celestial phenomena, but could not contact the outside world. The whole room began to vibrate, and the 5 pieces of equipment automatically attracted together and emitted a gray-white light. The energy in the room was raging. Lu Yuan wanted to put the suit away but couldn't do it. The energy shield in the room that isolated the outside world also made a clicking sound, as if it would be torn apart by the energy at any time. Lu Yuan did not expect this to happen. If the energy shield ruptured and the celestial phenomenon descended, it would probably attract Professor Sun's attention. By then, he would definitely be exposed. Not only would the rescue plan be ruined, but he might also be in crisis.
Good boy. You really did not disappoint me. But these artifacts still need to be baptized by the celestial phenomena to be complete. I understand your concerns. I will help you suppress this energy first, and then release it when you fight. Accept the baptism of celestial phenomena.
Xuanwu's spiritual imprint disappeared in a flash, and was directly integrated into the equipment. Lu was too far away to feel anything strange. But the suit became quiet after being invaded by Xuanwu's imprint. The surrounding energy no longer leaks out, and is slowly absorbed by the suit. The slightly grayish-white suit is no longer dazzling, and a layer of white fluorescence flashes on the surface of the equipment.
Put it in your ring. Remember that the next time you take it out, it will be the time to receive celestial baptism.
Xuanwu's voice came over.
Senior, is he going to sleep again?
Lu Yuan asked.
The equipment is full of energy, which is just used to nourish my spiritual body. But don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. After my absorption and filtering, the attributes of your equipment will only become more advanced.
Xuanwu Mark explained. Then it became quiet.
Thank you, Senior.
Lu Yuan thanked him, and put the quiet suit directly into the God of Craftsman's ring. At this time, the energy shield was full of cracks, and the energy body actually had cracks. This set of defensive equipment seemed a bit too arrogant.
Congratulations! Another set of magical armor. Your craftsmanship is really getting better and better.
Xiao Tao's voice sounded.
That's ridiculous.
Lu Yuan said modestly with a smile.
Should we go through the procedure next? Or should I come directly?
Xiao Tao continued.
What do you mean?
Lu Yuan didn't react for a moment.
Name it. Anyway, you must name it Xuanwu suit. And that's basically the answer when I ask you. so I might as well just pick it up for you, Xiao Tao said. Lu Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, You really understand me. Not only are my skills improving, you seem to be getting smarter and more humane. It's you who are too monotonous. Let's call it Xuanwu suit. The attributes of the suit have been suppressed, so the current attributes are not accurate. When it comes to light again, it will be the moment when it truly takes shape. This set of equipment will surpass the Sky Thunder set. Xiao Tao was also a little excited as she spoke. Lu Yuan said, I don't know how poor little Lei Ling is doing now. Lu Yuan was not surprised by Xiao Tao's reminder. Instead, he thought of the stolen Thunder Suit and Thunder Sword, and became worried about the somewhat unruly Lei Ling. Lu Yuan was reminiscing, and there was another strange movement in the ring of the god of Craftsman. After Lu Yuan checked, it turned out that it was Yongye Dao calling to him. Lu Yuan took out the Yongye Dao. Before Lu Yuan could say anything, the Yongye Dao turned into a gold-swallowing beast and hurriedly said to Lu Yuan, Where did you get such a large piece of Wenyu? Of? What Wenyu? What are you talking about? What a violent act of cruelty. A person like you will definitely go to H.L. after death. The gold-swallowing beast's few words made Lu Yuan even more confused and had no idea what he was talking about. Chapter 392 The Home of the Weapons. The gold-swallowing beast spoke nonsense, and Lu Yuan had no idea what it was talking about. What do you mean by Wenyu? Where can I find any jade? Lu Yuan asked back. It's in your ring. Just wait. I'll go in and help you take it out. The gold-swallowing beast once again got into the ring of the god of Craftsman, and it only took a few seconds for the gold-swallowing beast to appear in front of Lu Yuan again. Where's jade? Lu Yuan looked at the gold-swallowing beast with a satisfied expression. But as usual, he didn't see any trace of Wenyu at all. The gold-swallowing beast opened its mouth wide, and reluctantly spat out a large piece of jade that was more than 1 meter long. There was still the saliva of the gold-swallowing beast on the jade. Can't you take it properly? Do you have to keep it in your mouth? Lu Yuan could not imagine how the small gold-swallowing beast could swallow such a large thing. Hee. Isn't it because it's dirty? I'll help you clean it, and I'll also moisturize its throat, the gold-swallowing beast said with a mean smile. Lu Yuan carefully looked at the large piece of jade in front of him, and finally recalled where he got it. It was when Lu Yuan was making prizes for the Holy City, when monsters attacked the city in Taoyuan World. He kept it in the treasure house of the city lord's palace. But at the time, I didn't think that this jade could be used to make equipment, and I couldn't think of any other uses for it. Even Momonosuke said that it should be of little value. Lu Yuan remembered that it should have been a big gray in color before, but now it had a light green background. It looked like the gold-swallowing beast really helped clean it up. I took out this large piece of jade again, although the color became more beautiful. Apart from the gentle feeling, I didn't see any other value. What's wrong with this piece of jade? I don't see anything special about it. Lu Yuan still didn't know why. Hey, you are so bright-eyed, but you have so little knowledge, the gold-swallowing beast said with a look of disgust. As soon as Lu Yuan raised his hand, the unicorn fire appeared in his palm, and said to the gold-swallowing beast, You better speak nicely. The gold-swallowing beast was a little embarrassed. Calm down and explain. Jade can be said to be a priceless treasure. Of course, it has no value for you to forge. So you think this piece of warm jade is ordinary. Although it can be felt that this jade still has a certain hardness, it is indeed not suitable for use as a forging material, and it itself has no properties. Lu Yuan nodded in approval. As the saying goes, gold is valuable and jade is priceless. Even though I have eaten all kinds of top-quality ores, I still can't stop craving jade. Jade is very nourishing to people. Similarly, all kinds of living things can also nourish jade. Its only value to you is to use it. Come and keep these weapons of yours, the gold-swallowing beast said matter-of-factly. Do you want to keep weapons? I heard Senior Sword Master say this, so I made a scabbard for each weapon. Lu Yuan Dao. The sheath of the sword can indeed play a certain role, but it is difficult to calm down its violent attributes. Only by recharging its energy can it shine brilliantly when it is unsheathed. If this large piece of warm jade is made into a sword box, then matching the scabbard will definitely allow the weapon to be cultivated to the greatest extent. It is really 100 benefits without any harm. The gold-swallowing beast continued to introduce. Sword box? Put all the weapons together? It's a good idea, but I'm not really good at forging this jade. The gold-swallowing beast let out a sinister smile again, rubbed its 2 front paws and said with a smile, It's okay. Isn't it me? You? Yes. As long as you are willing to leave this job to me, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer,
the gold-swallowing beast said expectantly. Lu Yuan didn't take this material seriously at all. Seeing the gold-swallowing beast taking such initiative, he nodded, wanting to see what other tricks it had up its sleeve. Seeing Lu Yuan's agreement, the gold-swallowing beast couldn't help but stick out its tongue and lick its lips, then turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the large piece of warm jade. I saw black shadows constantly surrounding when you. The large pieces of jade began to shrink and change shapes, but no debris was seen flying out. In just a few minutes, the original oval-shaped jade turned into a rectangular shape more than 1 meter long. Stand where you are. The appearance of the sword box has taken shape. Every corner is rounded and not particularly sharp. The gold-swallowing beast has also returned to its original position with a satisfied look on its face.
Is this the end?
Lu Yuan asked.
Not yet. I just want to savor the taste first. This kind of deliciousness is not something you can eat casually. Well, then come on.
Lu Yuan did not rush the gold-swallowing beast. Through observation, he found that it was not lying, since it could really make a sword box. Lu Yuan would not be short of this skill. The gold-swallowing beast did not keep Lu Yuan waiting for long. It first returned to the eternal night shape, and then struck the jade with a knife. Then the tip of the knife touched the sword box and began to move. The gold-swallowing beast controlled its strength very well, and the scratches were all the same depth. As the number of scratches increased, even though Lu Yuan didn't understand the formation, he could tell that the gold-swallowing beast was drawing a formation. The painting formation took a long time, taking half an hour. The gold-swallowing beast changed its usual hip-hop look and controlled the steady carving of the Yongye knife. When the formation was completed, Yongye Dao once again transformed into a gold-swallowing beast, and sucked the jade scraps on the ground into his mouth with a big mouth.
The formation is finally completed. Fortunately, I have solid skills,
the gold-swallowing beast said with emotion.
What formation is this? I feel like the energy around me is converging towards the sword box,
Lu Yuan asked.
This is an advanced spirit gathering array. It can gather the surrounding energy. You are lucky. I don't know other arrays, but I am an expert among experts in this giant spirit array. You don't know any other formations? Why did you only learn such a useless formation?
Lu Yuan Dao.
Tired? Do you know how difficult it is to mobilize the surrounding energy with a formation? As long as you have this formation, it will be of great benefit to the weapons in the sword box. What are the benefits?
Lu Yuan continued to ask.
Well, let's take the Evernight sword as an example. When you release the weapon skill Eternal Night, the skill will continue to consume your own power. If you have this spirit gathering array, you can absorb the energy between heaven and earth just by staying in the sword box. Energy. When the skills are released in battle, the energy accumulated in daily life can be consumed first,
the gold-swallowing beast said proudly.
So smart. Of course, the premise is that there is a spiritual beast like me in the weapon, or something like a weapon spirit. Otherwise, there is no way to store energy. This energy is also very beneficial to us. If the scabbard can be regarded as a bed, then the sword box it's our home now. In the end, it's better to stay comfortable for yourself. Hey, it's just mutual benefit. Tell me how many weapons you want to put in it now, so I can make the interior according to the size,
said the gold-swallowing beast. Lu Yuan began to take out his weapons one by one.
The shadowless sword must be put in, as well as you. The flame blade. Leave a place for the thunder sword. And this night sword.
Lin. After all, it is the first weapon given to me by the ancestor. Stop. Stop. Forget about this sword. It's already broken, and its grade is too low. Putting it in has no effect at all, and it lowers our grade.
The gold-swallowing beast looks down on the Yellen sword. After all, the Yellen sword is just a low-level rare quality equipment, and it was broken during the battle. Although it has been repaired by Lu Yuan, it can only be used as a decoration and will not be used at all. Used to fight.
Haha. Yi Lin and Yongyi. If you don't let go, you won't let go. You will inherit the next battle.
Lu Yuan seemed to have thought of something and said to the gold-swallowing beast, when night falls, it becomes eternal night. It is a coincidence in fate. Chapter 393 Departure. The gold-swallowing beast usually looks a little unreliable, but it is still very serious in what it does. The opening of the sword box has been cut open with a sword before,
and the next step is to prepare the place for placing the weapon inside, and the body suddenly becomes smaller. After that, we started digging inside the sword box according to the size of each weapon. After a while, several slender holes were dug out inside. A quick glance showed that they were the same size as weapons. After a pause to ask about the size of the thunder sword, he started chewing again. It was quickly completed, except for a few holes. In addition, there is still more than half of the space left.
Leave some space. If you have new weapons in the future, you can put them in,
the gold-swallowing beast said with satisfaction.
I didn't expect that you can make art out of eating. I really don't know how your teeth grow to be able to chew such round corners.
Lu Yuan stroked the sword box. The corners were smooth and rounded, and the whole thing was as smooth as silk. It was cold when he first picked it up, and then felt warm again. Putting the weapons one by one in the right size, Lu Yuan seemed to feel the excitement of several weapons. And the formation also shone with light green light, and began to gather energy.
It's just a pity that the lid of the sword box is separate from the sword box. I'm afraid it's not very convenient during battle.
Lu Yuan sighed, as he closed the lid of the sword box.
This is easy to handle. Just leave it to me.
As he spoke, the gold-swallowing beast stretched out its pitch-black tongue, and licked the sides of the sword box and the lid. A wonderful thing happened. The lid and the sword box were seamlessly connected, and the lid was turned into a flip-top. Lu Yuan looked at the interface of the sword case in surprise. After opening and closing it several times, there was no crease. There was no sign of loosening after a few hard pulls. He couldn't help but praise.
Your saliva is so sticky. This is truly seamless. Do you think everything I eat is for free? I licked it casually, but I consumed a lot of things in it. Remember to let me eat it back in the future. Okay. When peace comes in the future, I will take you to sell glue. The slogan is can touch the sky, can touch the ground, can touch the big swing arm of the hook machine.
Lu Yuan was very satisfied with the sword box, and could not bear to be happy. I couldn't help but joke a little with the gold-swallowing beast.
Come on! My saliva is so precious. I know that birds' nests are very precious. No one would want to eat your saliva. Look at your big black tongue,
Lu Yuan said with a smile. Lu Yuan's words made the originally proud gold-swallowing beast suddenly wilt. Lu Yuan did not intend to let it go, and continued to ask.
Let me ask you a question. Before your body was not affected by the soul-eating mine, it should have been golden in color. Right. Was your tongue red at that time? Or golden?
The gold-swallowing beast looked at Lu Yuan, with an angry look on his face. He wanted to rush up and bite him several times. But after thinking that he couldn't beat him anyway, he finally turned around and got into the sword box.
Don't usually put the sword box in the storage ring. Otherwise the effect of the spirit gathering array will disappear.
The gold-swallowing beast closed the lid of the sword box and ignored Lu Yuan. The gold-swallowing beast chose not to resist. But Lu Yuan was stunned. He looked at the large sword box that was more than 1 meter high and nearly 40 centimeters wide. It was really inconvenient to carry. Since the operation hadn't started yet, there was no sword box. He put it away and walked out of the forging room with the sword box in his arms. The sword box was heavier than expected, and it felt warm in my arms. It felt as smooth as a baby's skin, and the energy in the air was constantly gathering towards the sword box. Lu Yuan looked at the light green formation that flickered like breathing, and suddenly felt that he had gone too far towards the gold-swallowing beast just now. The main lights in the Li's building have been turned off. Only Li Jingbai's office has the lights on. Everyone else has gone off work. Only Li Jingbai is still sorting out information.
Why are you the only one working overtime?
Lu Yuan came to the office door holding the sword box and asked.
Did you succeed in forging? How did you make such a big box?
Li Jingbai raised her head and said with a smile. Lu Yuan glanced at the watch, which showed it was after 4 o'clock, and then looked at the sky outside the window, which looked like it was about to dawn. Based on the current time, he should have spent almost a whole day. And Li Jingbai had also worked for nearly 30 years. Hours.
Go and rest quickly. Otherwise, if you are not in good condition when you act, it will delay you.
Lu Yuan was not really afraid that Li Jingbai would hold him back, but he was a little worried that her body would not be able to bear it. Li Jingbai took a sip of coffee and said with a smile.
It's much more tiring than this when participating in R&D, don't worry. I will give the collaborative speech this time, so I must be well prepared. Otherwise, I will face all kinds of difficulties and be unable to answer them.
The hind legs.
Lu Yuan nodded, stopped disturbing Li Jingbai, and walked directly to his lounge. There was no need to say anything more at this time. Everyone was working hard in their own way, especially a strong woman like her. What Lu Yuan has to do now is to adjust his condition. And after entering Taoyuan building, he will do everything he can to do something for everyone. In the remaining 2 days, Lu Yuan has been practicing besides eating. Every time he practices, he puts the sword box in his arms. The effect of the practice is much better. It seems that it is unfair to say that the advanced spirit gathering array is useless. The gold-swallowing beast also hid in the sword box and never showed up. This made Lu Yuan feel a little more guilty. It seemed that he had gone too far in joking. After all, he had lost his body and his appearance was completely eroded. The blow was already huge. But I was joking about it, putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. Today is the day to enter Taoyuan building. Lu Yuan put on the suit he had prepared and put on the glasses given by Li Jingbai. The glasses were very ordinary, but they contained a camera, and there was a hidden camera on the frame. The earpiece is said to facilitate communication when everyone is apart. Lu Yuan arrived at the first floor of Li's building according to the departure time, only to find that everyone was waiting for him, including Li Wenfeng.
Sorry, I'm late, Lu Yuan said awkwardly. It's not that you are late. It's that we are too early. Are everything ready?
Li Wenfeng said somewhat seriously.
Uncle Li, please rest assured. I will definitely try my best.
Lu Yuan also said seriously.
Then let's set off. I'll tell you the detailed arrangements on the way.
Li Jingbai said.
Why didn't you see my parents?
Lu Yuan didn't see his parents, and he felt a little disappointed. After all, this trip was relatively dangerous.
They are cooperating with the Xia family to provide support outside. Uncle said I believe you can handle it.
Li Jingbai explained in a low voice.
Brother Lu, please, I will provide you with information remotely, no matter what the outcome is. You must ensure your own safety.
Li Wei walked up and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Lu Yuan greeted the familiar people and then followed Li Jingbai into the car. Although there were not many people there, there were several cars heading towards Taoyuan building together. The journey was not very far. Lu Yuan and Li Jingbai checked some details, and the cars soon arrived at Taoyuan building. No one expected that before they could fight against the demons, the first enemy they would face would be the local earthlings. Chapter 394, Sneaking into Taoyuan building. The car drove to Taoyuan building, and just when Lu Yuan was about to get off, he suddenly thought of a question.
Sister Jingbai, you said you wouldn't meet Professor Sun this time, but several of his assistants recognize me. I'm afraid if I meet them.
Lu Yuan has been adjusting his state recently, and these things have been left to Li Jingbai and others to plan. At this moment, he suddenly remembered and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
Don't worry. How could such a low-level mistake appear on such an important matter? Just relax and mingle among us.
Li Jingbai said confidently. The car door was opened by the driver. Li Jingbai got out of the car first, followed closely by Lu Yuan. After the big change, the appearance of Taoyuan building has changed drastically. It is no longer the appearance of an ordinary building. At this time,
the building is more like a steel fortress. It is as bright as a mirror. Standing under the building, one feels a deep sense of crisis, as if there are countless pairs of eyes staring at oneself. Lu Yuan mingled among the people in the Li group. He looked around and found that no one felt anything. He was the only one who was almost out of breath from the pressure.
Relax and don't try to use your mental power to explore. The aura here is only for masters. The stronger you are, the greater the backlash.
Xiao Tao's voice sounded at the right time. When Lu Yuan heard this, he quickly concentrated his mind and covered up his aura. Sure enough, the pressure disappeared as soon as his body relaxed. On the first floor of Taoyuan building, there are no longer ordinary security guards standing guard, but more than a dozen well-armed strong men, each holding heavy weapons in their hands. There is not a single passerby within a few dozen meters of the building.
The Li group has made an appointment to discuss cooperation matters today.
Li Jingbai looked calm, showed his ID, and took out the Taoyuan group's pass.
Follow me for the next step of inspection,
one of the guards said. The security check at Taoyuan building was not as strict as expected. Perhaps because of a little overconfidence. They just conducted a metal detection to make sure everyone had no weapons and verified everyone's identity. Of course, Lu Yuan's identity and documents were perfectly matched. In this way, a group of 7 people entered the building easily. Unlike before, where there were female receptionists everywhere, now they were almost always led by armed personnel. The internal elevators can only be used with permission. The environment in the lobby on the first floor has not changed much, except that the monitoring has more than doubled. It's hard to imagine how much electricity Taoyuan building consumes in a day when most of the city is without power. Sure enough, rules and disasters are left to the common people, And those who stand at the top are the ones who create rules and disasters. The meeting between Li Jingbai and others was held on the 40th floor. After getting out of the elevator, the group finally met normal people. The person who contacted the Li group was the owner of the Taoyuan group's communications department and several of his subordinates.
Hello, Director Zhang.
Li Jingbai greeted with a smile.
Hello, Miss Li. I've become beautiful again after not seeing you for a few days.
Director Zhang seemed to be very familiar with Li Jingbai. Although his face looked a little haggard, he was full of desire for a beauty of Li Jingbai's level. He glanced at Li Jingbai's important parts several times in just one meeting. Li Jingbai responded calmly, and after a while of greetings, everyone entered the conference room. Before leaving, she looked back at Lu Yuan with a slightly embarrassed look, nodded slightly, and walked in first. Everyone became serious at the beginning of the meeting. Although Li Jingbai's speech was clear and logical, apart from the functions and convenience of the equipment, he could not understand other professional knowledge at all. Lu Yuan could only wait silently until the plan was finalized. Riots occurred. Just as everyone was paying attention to the lecture, they only heard a few roaring noises coming from outside the building. And then the building shook a few times. To make matters worse, all the lights went out in an instant. With the support of several people from the Li group, the technology of the Ministry of Communications, the staff also became panicked. The power outage lasted less than 10 seconds, and the backup power supply immediately activated and the alarm sounded.
Attention of all departments. The exterior of Taoyuan building was attacked by enemies. Technical personnel quickly went to the refuge rooms on each floor. Attention of all departments. A fire broke out for unknown reasons on the 17th floor. Security personnel rushed to provide support and technical personnel continued to evacuate to the refuge room.
Several consecutive broadcasts raised the tense atmosphere to a higher level.
Don't be afraid. Miss Li, let everyone follow me.
Director Zhang took the opportunity to hold Li Jingbai's hand and hurriedly ran out of the conference room. The others were even more afraid of being left behind, so they rushed out after them.
See Yuan, can you hear me?
Sound came from the communicator on Lu Yuan's glasses. This sound was also transmitted through over-frequency vibration and could not be heard by the outside world.
I can hear you. Please give instructions. Follow and run out. Someone will pick you up near the evacuation room. Give him your coat and work badge.
Li Wei's voice came from the communicator.
Good.
After answering, Lu Yuan was the last one to run out of the conference room, deliberately keeping some distance from the front. Sure enough, a door opened and a gap opened. Lu Yuan stepped in, quickly took off his suit, and handed over his work badge without saying a word during the whole process.
There is a set of prepared explosion-proof suits and access cards for the first 50 floors under the table. Remember to take your weapons, and then go down and join the firefighting crowd on the 17th floor.
Li Wei continued. Lu Yuan changed his clothes as instructed. This explosion-proof suit was really heavy. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was in good physical condition.
Brother Wei. Root.
Lu Yuan knew that time was running out, so he hurriedly put on his clothes and asked hurriedly.
You can only use the fire escape, and you need to reach the 17th floor within 2 minutes. If it's too late, things will change.
Li Wei replied. Lu Yuan did not hesitate. He was currently on the 40th floor, and the fire scene was on the 17th floor. Going down the 23rd floor in 120 seconds, while wearing such heavy clothes, was a challenge even for Lu Yuan. Not daring to delay, he quickly followed Li Wei's instructions. When Lu Yuan pushed open the passage door on the 17th floor, the scene was still a bit chaotic. The fire was very big. It was obvious that someone had set the fire deliberately. Lu Yuan put the weapon behind his back and held it nearby. He grabbed a fire extinguisher and took advantage of the chaos to get into the crowd.
See Yuan, you have to rely on yourself next. The pass you just took has the information on the back that you used to hide your identity. People in Taoyuan building usually don't have much communication, so you don't have to worry about anyone knowing that you are an outsider. But remember not to be reckless. There is someone on the communicator at any time. If you have any questions, call immediately.
Li Wei gave the final explanation and stopped talking. Lu Yuan knew that although there was only less than 10 minutes of chaos, many people must have died. First of all, the undercover agent who set the fire inside must have been exposed. Secondly, it was basically difficult for those who carried out the attack outside to escape pursuit. The fire was quickly brought under control. The 17th floor happened to be the floor where items were stored. So although the fire was large, there were no casualties. After putting out the fire, All the personnel began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Lu Yuan did not feel any disobedience among them. But although the others around him were also ordinary people, their behavior was as stiff as robots. And as Li Wei said, there is no difference between everyone. Any communication is based on following orders. After all the hard work, Lu Yuan finally succeeded in infiltrating the Taoyuan group. At least the plan has been successful so far. The next step is to investigate where the captured people are being held without exposing their identities.
Everyone should return to their previous posts. It's not a peaceful day today. Please cheer up.
The team leader in charge of this group of people ordered. Lu Yuan looked confused. God knows which position he was in before. Chapter 395 separated by a door. Just when Lu Yuan was confused and didn't know where to go, Li Wei's voice came again.
Don't panic. The team you are in is mainly to maintain the order and safety of the building. So you will not be discovered for a while if you are not at your post. Take the first 50 floors. Please use your access card to familiarize yourself with the environment first. Although it is impossible for everyone to be locked up in these 50 floors, we still hope to investigate.
Lu Yuan simply replied to express that he had received it, and then left with the team members. It was the same wherever he went anyway. So he just walked around.
Taoyuan group recruits new people every day, and they all go through brainwashing. So with these team members, you are not too worried about exposing your identity.
Li Wei then reminded. Knowing this, Lu Yuan probably had some idea. No wonder these guards were all a bit dull. It turned out that they had all been brainwashed and assimilated by the unified organization. And it can be seen that the internal defense of Taoyuan group is not as tight as imagined. It is obvious that they are overconfident. Lu Yuan is following a patrol team of several people. There is no limit on the number of people in the patrol team. It seems to be well defended, but in fact the management loopholes are quite large. Professor Sun is devoted to studying his technology. Most of his subordinates are civilians, and a few of them understand military management. This patrol team happened to suit Lu Yuan's wishes. They patrolled and investigated layer by layer, allowing Lu Yuan to become familiar with the situation on each layer. Although Taoyuan Building's military management has many loopholes, the overall monitoring system is quite strict. There are almost no blind spots in the public areas, and the studios or warehouses on each floor are also monitored. After Lu Yuan's observation, except for the bathroom and stairs, if you want to sneak into other places without knowing it, unless there is no one in the control room. The team walked through the 50th floor and found nothing strange. Then the leading team leader ordered them to disperse. Lu Yuan sneaked into the stairwell when no one was paying attention. Through observation, everyone was definitely not locked up in the first 50 floors. Moreover, when patrolling the 42nd floor, Li Jingbai and others had already left. Without any worries, Lu Yuan planned to find an opportunity to sneak away. Go to the 50th floor and see.
Brother Wei, does our spy know any other information?
Lu Yuan hid in the stairwell and asked in a low voice. Li Wei's voice soon came through the communicator.
The first 50 floors are where they usually move. Most of the dormitories are underground. But the spies will only have the chance to be on their own floor after they go back. As for what is going on at the bottom, there is no information at all.
No. Sister Jingbai and the others have evacuated safely. Right. How about the people who caused the commotion outside? Are they all safe?
Lu Yuan was still a little worried about everyone's safety.
As long as you take care of yourself. Don't think too much about other things.
Li Wei paused and said with some seriousness.
When you have to, you must put your own safety first. We will need you in future battles. You mean, if you encounter difficulties, you won't save them? One of them is your biological sister.
Lu Yuan became a little excited after hearing this.
Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. I want to save Tonton more than you do. But in the overall situation, your value is greater than hers. The next meeting will be in 3 days. You can use your communicator these days as you like. There is always someone here. Please contact us if you have any questions.
Li Wei didn't want to explain too much at this time and ended the conversation directly. Lu Yuan naturally understands that the current situation is complicated. No matter what others think, he just needs to do his best and it will be okay. The top priority now is to get above the 50th floor. Thinking that above the 50th floor, the elevator would definitely not work, because his access card did not have permission. Although there was little hope, Lu Yuan still climbed to the stairwell of the 50th floor. As expected, this door was larger than the one below. The door is much thicker, almost like a bank vault.
This is too exaggerated.
Lu Yuan sighed as he faced the heavy door. This heavy door could only be opened from above. Lu Yuan could only see the smooth steel plate, and he tapped it with his fingers to confirm its thickness.
Xiao Tao, can you feel the position of the Taoyuan system matrix?
Lu Yuan thought for a while and communicated with the system Xiao Tao. When he helped Zheng Yu activate the system, there was a connection between the two clones in his mind. At this time, when he came to Taoyuan group, there should be a connection with the mother body. This door is very special. You can't feel the situation behind the door at all. But Bin Xiang must be upstairs. Find a way to get through this door. I will contact the mother at all times, and I will tell you as soon as I get in touch.
System Xiao Tao replied. Lu Yuan nodded in response and stared at the alloy door in front of him. This door was obviously a product of modern technology, although it did not have any magical properties. Its hardness was undoubtedly top-notch. Although this door is thick and hard, Lu Yuan's shadowless sword and Yong Yi are enough to break through it. However, if you force the door open, you will eventually be discovered even if you succeed. Lu Yuan carefully felt that no one was approaching, so he simply took off the heavy explosion-proof suit, put the explosion-proof suit into the God of Craftsman ring, and took out the Wenyu sword box. When Lu Yuan was about to pull out the Yongye sword, he didn't pull it out. He saw the gold-swallowing beast biting the scabbard fiercely on the guard. Obviously still angry with Lu Yuan.
Stop making trouble, little beast. I found something delicious for you,
Lu Yuan said to the golden beast swallowing with his knife.
You are just a little beast. Your whole family is a little beast.
When the gold-swallowing beast heard that there was something to eat, although it resisted, it flew out of the scabbard.
Where's the food? Where is it?
The gold-swallowing beast asked immediately after it came out of its sheath.
I just know how to eat it. Here it is. This door. Look at the density of the metal.
Lu Yuan pointed at the door and said,
Damn! You're playing with me. How dare you say it?
The gold-swallowing beast said speechlessly.
If you want to have a delicious meal, you have to put in some effort. Whether you can eat it or not depends on your ability. It's a low-level provoking method, but with such pure metal, it's worth the effort.
After saying this, the gold-swallowing beast transformed into the Evernight knife and slashed directly at the door. Lu Yuan, with quick eyes and quick hands, grabbed the handle of the knife to stop this reckless act.
If I can force it, do you still need me?
Lu Yuan said. The Yongye knife buzzed and vibrated to express dissatisfaction, but Lu Yuan used force to calm it down.
Cooperate with me.
Lu Yuan turned all the energy in his body to concentrate on the Yongye sword, looked at the door with a burning gaze, and quickly thrust out the sword, which was the first sword of the 9 swordsmen of the sword master. Stab. The heavy door made no sound. The Yongye knife stabbed to the end like cutting tofu. Lu Yuan took advantage of the force and exerted downward pressure, and a long incision appeared. Lu Yuan repeated his old tricks, finally cutting out a half-meter square gap, and carefully took it out.
Eat it.
Lu Yuan put the metal block on the ground and said. The Yongye knife turned into a black shadow and quickly wrapped the metal block, while Lu Yuan carefully watched through the opening. There are no cameras installed in the same stairwell. If it were not blocked by this door, there would be no difference from downstairs at all.
I feel the mother's body, but it seems to be in a deep sleep state now.
Xiao Tao's voice suddenly came. Something happened in my workplace recently. I worked overtime until after 12 o'clock every day. I was really speechless. I actually spent a good Christmas working overtime. It was not my intention to stop updating for 2 or 3 days. I am very sorry. Chapter 396, a technology that is terrifying if you think about it carefully.
I feel the mother's body, but it seems to be in a deep sleep state now.
Xiao Tao's voice suddenly came.
Sleeping? It is impossible for Professor Sun to leave such a powerful system unused. Besides, Taoyuan Group has more than one system transformation. How can it be in deep sleep?
Lu Yuan Dao.
I don't know yet. The current connection is too weak. Please pause every time you go up a level to give me time to feel it clearly.
System Xiao Tao replied.
Well, it would be better if you could feel where everyone is locked up. I can't feel people right now. If their systems are awakened, they might still be able to feel something.
Lu Yuan put away the gold-swallowing beast that was still chewing on the door, and walked upstairs briskly. Maybe he was too confident in his own security. Or maybe he felt that no one dared to invade Taoyuan building. There was no one guarding the stairs, or even apart from staff. There are no guards on each floor after the 50th floor, although there were no guards guarding it. The monitoring system was very complete. Lu Yuan did not dare to be careless. So he had to give priority to finding the location of the Taoyuan system mother body. If he could connect Xiao Tao to the system mother body, he might be able to get some useful information. Lu Yuan did not dare to enter the building area rashly, so he could only stick to the door of the stairwell on each floor to let Xiao Tao feel it carefully. When Lu Yuan arrived at the 60th floor, he noticed someone walking towards the stairwell and hurriedly took 3 steps at a time and hid at the corner of the stairs. Entering the stairwell were 2 men in white coats. One was tall and thin, and the other was of normal build and wore a pair of thick glasses. They each lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and began to communicate.
Hey, it's finally almost completed. As long as those experimental subjects succeed, we'll be done. But we don't know if that lunatic will fulfill his promise.
The tall and thin man exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly,
The world has changed. I'm afraid it's not a good thing to give us freedom. I think it's better to stay here. At least we have enough food and clothing to ensure our own safety.
The man with eyes said calmly.
Why do you have such an idea? That's not what you said before. Are you willing to help others do evil and work for that lunatic all your life?
The tall and thin man looked at the man with glasses in surprise.
As long as we succeed, there will be no more wars in the world. How can this be considered as aiding evil? This is obviously for the benefit of the common people. And we will be 1 person below 10,000 people.
The man with glasses said disapprovingly.
I just want to see higher and farther. I want to see what is at the end of science. Although he is crazy, he allows me to see miracles and things that I dare not even think about.
The man with glasses said emotionally said with some excitement. The tall and thin man threw the cigarette but heavily on the ground and spat out a vicious sentence.
Madman! You believe this? I just want to see higher and farther. I want to see what is at the end of science. Although he is crazy, he allows me to see miracles and things that I dare not even think about.
The man with glasses said emotionally said with some excitement.
If my family hadn't been kidnapped, I wouldn't have done anything for this kind of person.
After saying this, the tall and thin man turned to leave. Lu Yuan listened in confusion. Although he didn't know what the 2 people were talking about, they were obviously the core members, and must know a lot of information about Taoyuan building. The most important thing is that these 2 people have no power to fight back. Lu Yuan did not dare to miss such an opportunity, and stood up suddenly. Before the 2 of them could react, they had already arrived in front of the man with glasses, and knocked him out with a knife. The tall and lanky man was about to shout, but Lu Yuan strangled his neck with 1 hand. Even though he was nervous, he didn't make a sound.
If you want to live, don't shout. I'll ask you some questions. If you cooperate, it won't hurt your lives.
Lu Yuan whispered to the tall and thin man. Although the tall and lanky man had some blood, he didn't want to make fun of his own life. So he quickly shut his mouth and nodded slightly to show his cooperation. Lu Yuan let go of his hand, not afraid of the lanky man's tricks. After all, he didn't have any force, and his clothes were thin, and he obviously didn't have any weapons hidden.
What were you 2 talking about just now?
Lu Yuan asked.
Who are you? No outsider has ever come in here. What is your purpose?
The tall and lanky man did not yell or answer Lu Yuan. Instead, he asked Lu Yuan a question.
You actually asked an intruder who he was? Are you not afraid of death?
Lu Yuan suddenly became interested in this man.
I'm afraid of death. My family is still in their hands. What we have developed is a new technology that can extract all the information from the human brain without any damage,
and then inject it into our established program. To put it simply, brainwashing.
The lanky man's answer was simple and clear.
Why are you studying this? Besides, why do you need to study this kind of thing? Professor Sun can even study the matter of traveling through space. Why do you still need you for such a trivial matter as brainwashing?
Lu Yuan said with some disbelief.
What we want to do is to be perfect. The human brain is the most complex thing. Simple and crude brainwashing will naturally work. But the brainwashed person cannot be regarded as the original person. Our technology allows people to maintain their own personalities, behaviors, and abilities, but their values, right and wrong, and who they are loyal to are all determined by the programs we inject. Professor Sun initially said that it was to benefit society, to change some evil people's minds, to make aggressive people become peace-loving, and even to allow the whole world to live in peace. However, good and evil are only separated by a thought. Judging from the current situation, he must be doing it for his own ambition. At first, we were all proud of the future of this technology. But as we got more involved, we realized that Professor Sun was simply a lunatic. Many people wanted to quit, but they all ended up being used in clinical trials. He even brought our family members over. Said it was to facilitate our reunion. But in fact it was used to threaten us.
The tall and lanky man simply sat on the steps, as if he had found an outlet to vent. At the end of the sentence, he covered his face and cried bitterly, releasing his pressure. Lu Yuan felt a little scary after hearing about this technology. You must know that people respect their own ideas and do things. Once the information in the brain is tampered with, people will do what they think is right without realizing it. That is to say, people who use this technology can make the brainwashed people think that their enemies are friends and their relatives are bad guys. They can even make the whole world think that 1 + 1 is equal to 3. And they can make everyone surrender without spending a single soldier. I just don't know how this technology can be applied to people. If the operation is simple, it would be simply terrible.
Help me. I can help you and your family escape.
Lu Yuan stared at the tall and thin man and said. The lanky man felt Lu Yuan's sharp gaze and did not answer immediately. He lowered his head and thought for a while before replying in a low voice.
The betrayers are all dead. This building is scarier than you think.
Really?
I would like to see how terrifying it is.
Lu Yuan said confidently, also to give the tall and lanky man the confidence to resist.
How many of you are there?
The lanky man stared at Lu Yuan as if he saw hope.
Only me.
Chapter 397 Xuan Plan.
What? Are you kidding me?
The tall and thin man could not control his emotions. If Professor Sun was a madman, then the young man in front of him was simply mentally ill.
Do you think that having more people in this building will definitely be useful?
Lu Yuan asked. The tall and lanky man thought for a while, nodded and said,
no matter how many intruders there are, they will never outnumber the guards here. But how can you prove your strength? If I don't do anything, at least I can guarantee the safety of me and my family.
I need some protection. Please understand. You seem a little unclear about your situation. Are you negotiating terms with me now? Otherwise, I know my situation. There are wolves in front of me and tigers in the back. But I also know my value. It is precisely because of my value that I can survive peacefully in the middle.
The lanky man was not afraid at all. Say,
how do you want me to prove it? Isn't it a kind of ability to be able to invade here without anyone noticing?
Lu Yuan was unwilling to let go of the clues in front of him. And he would not be stupid enough to threaten his life. After all, this tall and thin man had a strong personality. And such a tough guy would definitely not get his sincere support.
Actually, I know that when the research on this technology is completed, my family and I will definitely be the first batch of experimenters. I don't want to be a puppet, but I want to ensure the safety of my family, even if I sacrifice myself.
The tall and lanky man was determined. Say,
I don't want to lie. I can only promise you to do your best and try to keep everyone safe.
Lu Yuan met the lanky man's eyes sincerely. After the two were silent for a few seconds, the lanky man finally nodded.
Put on his clothes and let's go back to the department first. If you stay out for too long, you might become suspicious.
The tall and lanky man decided not to delay, and stood up directly to help take off his partner's clothes. Lu Yuan reached out to help and couldn't help but ask.
As a side note, you don't work in a hospital. Why are you dressed like a doctor? Otherwise, what will we wear? Research and development also requires a sterile environment. Clothes like yours are not allowed to enter.
The tall and lanky man looked thin, but he was very strong. He quickly cooperated with Lu Yuan to take off the glasses man's clothes.
What should he do?
Lu Yuan asked. The bespectacled man thought for a while, pointed downstairs and said,
throw him to the corner of the stairs on the next floor. The floor below is full of machines, and almost no one usually goes to the stairwell.
The two tied up the man with glasses and stuffed the cloth in his mouth, and then walked to the department with confidence. Lu Yuan was wearing the clothes of a man with glasses and a mask, and there was someone guiding him around him. But it was really hard to tell through surveillance. The two entered a research room one after another, and the tall and thin man relaxed.
This room is very safe. My partner's disappearance will not be hidden for long. So you have to hurry up and tell me if you need anything. I will assist you.
The tall and thin man gave Lu Yuan an impression not like a scientist, but like a neat soldier. First of all, the tall and thin man had very good physical strength, and had a particularly strong execution ability, and his personality was rather bent than bent.
What's your name? My name is Gao Yang. What are you going to do? I want to find the mother body of the Taoyuan system first. Do you know where it is? There are also family members captured by Professor Sunday. Do you know where they are being held?
Lu Yuan asked.
The mother body of the Taoyuan system? Why are you looking for it? The Taoyuan system has been forcibly closed by Professor Sunday. It is said that it seems to be too intelligent and has its own consciousness, resisting Professor Sun's orders. I want to activate it so it gives a lot more boost. The reason why Professor Sun created the Taoyuan game was to use it to brainwash players. If the technical research was successful at that time, more than half of the world's forces may belong to him, Gao Yang said, judging from the number of users of Taoyuan. What you said is indeed correct. Fortunately, he didn't have time. So how does he plan to implement it now? There are still many methods, and the technology has basically been completed. It is currently in the experimental stage. We call it Xiuan. As long as it is applied, it can be said to have started a new era.
Gao Yang answered Lu Yuan while packing up his belongings. All the information in the computer was copied, and some paper information was also destroyed.
Is it completed? This is not good news.
Lu Yuan frowned and said,
The mother body of the Taoyuan system is on the 84th floor. The entire floor is wrapped in an energy shield. If you enter by force, the alarm will be triggered directly. Those captured will be locked up on the 18th floor underground. The underground mainly consists of an arsenal and guard dormitories. Each floor they are much larger than the area on the ground. And the imprisoned person is in the middle, making it difficult to rescue. And escape is also a problem.
Gao Yang put the USB flash drive into his pocket and told Lu Yuan the information he needed most.
Are your family members also imprisoned underground? Well, I only found out about this when I went to visit them.
What Lu Yuan was most worried about has happened. If everyone is locked up on a certain floor above ground, there will be more ways to escape no matter what. But if they are locked up in the center of the underground, breaking through the layers of defense is simply harder than climbing to the sky. Disaster. The most important thing is that there are many people arrested, and not all of them have the ability to protect themselves. Not to mention using the army of Taoyuan world. The bullets of ordinary guards alone are enough to be fatal.
Is there any way to enter the 84th floor without anyone noticing? By the way, is Professor Sun in this building?
Lu Yuan asked.
We only develop technology, and we don't have the authority to change these things. Professor Sun is usually at the top. As for what he does every day, we don't know. So if the alarm on the 84th floor goes off, based on his ability, it's a dead end.
Gao Yang has obviously seen Professor Sun's strength.
Wait a moment. I'll think about it first,
Lu Yuan replied. Gao Yang nodded and motioned for Lu Yuan to sit down, while he went to play with his computer. Lu Yuan had no doubts about employing people, and was not afraid of Gao Yang's betrayal. So he began to contact Li Wei from the outside world.
Is Brother Wei here? Have you heard the news just now? Is there any good way?
Lu Yuan asked into the communicator. Gao Yang looked back when he heard the voice. His eyes lingered on Lu Yuan's glasses for a moment, and then turned back to continue his work.
It will be easier if the energy shield is cracked internally. It is difficult to do it outside without alerting the snake. As for rescuing people, it may be difficult to attack the 18th underground floor. We may have to give up for the time being,
Li Wei quickly replied.
Well, I understand.
Lu Yuan shook his head. He was very dissatisfied with the answer given by Li Wei. Maybe he was too impulsive. But as for the overall situation they kept talking about, Lu Yuan felt that those were just perfunctory. Did Professor Sun have to brainwash everyone? What are you doing when you become an enemy?
If mental power can penetrate the energy shield, as long as it is connected with the mother system, the energy shield can be closed from the inside. The Taoyuan system is more powerful than you think.
Xiao Tao's voice sounded.
Gao Yang, wait for me here. I'll go up and check first.
After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he walked out. Gao Yang smiled and threw a badge over and said,
You are easy to trust people, and you are not afraid of me betraying you due to one-sided relationships. This badge can be used on all floors except the top floor. I hope you will not disappoint me. Lu Yuan nodded and didn't waste any more time. Still going up the stairs. Chapter 398 Taoyuan System Matrix. Lu Yuan and Gao Yang arranged to meet in the department when they returned. He did not dare to waste time and took the pass card thrown by Gao Yang. So he still chose to go up the stairs. According to Gao Yang, there are no guards between the 50th and 80th floors, and there are no surveillance cameras on the 80th to 85th floors. Professor Sun always stays on the 85th floor by himself and has hardly been seen since the big change. There are some core technical personnel above the 50th floor. They are basically powerless. With Lu Yuan's skills, they will hardly be exposed. Although there is no surveillance after the 80th floor, they are all protected by energy shields. If the contact alarm alerts Professor Sun, the operation will basically be declared a failure. The mother body of the Taoyuan system is on the 84th floor, and the lower floors are all storage rooms. It is said that the treasures collected by Professor Sun are all on display, including equipment, materials, skills, and techniques. Although the treasure was very attractive, Lu Yuan went directly to the 84th floor, opened the stairwell door, and found that there was nothing strange on this floor. When Lu Yuan took a closer look, he discovered a layer of almost transparent energy. Cover. Fortunately, you are prepared in advance, otherwise the alarm will be triggered accidentally.
Xiao Tao. What should we do next?
Lu Yuan started to communicate with Xiao Tao using his mental power.
Do you still remember the feeling of helping your little brother activate the system? Tentatively approach the energy shield. Try to penetrate the mental power into it, and then follow the feeling to find the mother body.
Xiao Tao was about to rejoin her mother's body, and she was actually a little excited when she spoke. She was really becoming more and more humane. Lu Yuan concentrated his mind and began to release his mental power. He did not dare to rush forward. According to Xiao Tao's words,
he slowly began to come into contact with the energy mask. The density of the energy mask is very high, and the isolation level is much stronger than the secret room prepared by Li Jingbai.
Don't be anxious. Look for the interface of the energy shield, and don't rush in,
Xiao Tao reminded. Lu Yuan adjusted his mentality and slowly started searching. Professor Sun was upstairs. If he was exposed, not only would his action fail, he would not be able to protect himself. The range of the energy shield was very large. Just when Lu Yuan was already a little exhausted, he finally found the interface of the energy shield. The energy density here was low, and because it was the connection point of the mask, the energy fluctuated somewhat unstably.
Carefully observe the patterns of energy fluctuations and try to follow the patterns,
Xiao Tao continued. Lu Yuan opened his mind's eyes and cooperated with the feeling of mental power to observe this almost imperceptible pattern. As time passed, Lu Yuan finally mastered the frequency of fluctuations and began to try to make the mental power beat accordingly.
After your mental power breaks through the energy shield, you need to disconnect from the main body immediately. If you fail, it will cause great damage to you. If you successfully close the energy shield, I will help you return to the main body,
Xiao Tao reminded. Lu Yuan has made up his mind. Although it feels uncomfortable to have his mental power damaged, there is no better way now. So he could only do it with firm belief and determination to succeed. Lu Yuan controlled his mental power and carefully invaded inside. He successfully entered the energy shield according to Xiao Tao's method. Lu Yuan decisively cut off the mental power that entered to prevent excessive contact with the energy shield from triggering the alarm. After separating part of the original spiritual power, Lu Yuan felt a little dizzy. Because the contact was interrupted, Lu Yuan didn't know what was going on inside, so he could only pin his hopes on Xiao Tao. Lu Yuan began to close his eyes and rest, and could only wait for the results quietly. Xiao Tao did not explain much to Lu Yuan, so there were many things that Lu Yuan just blindly believed. About 15 minutes later, Lu Yuan noticed that a door had been opened in the energy shield in front of him. A familiar feeling was calling him inside, and he rushed in without even having time to think. As Lu Yuan entered the 84th floor, the separated mental power also returned to his original body. His mental state returned to the same as before, and the memories of the 15 minutes since he left also poured in an instant.
Let's go. I'll take you to meet my mother.
Xiao Tao sounded very happy. There was only one room on the entire 84th floor, and the door was equipped with a high-end electronic lock. When Lu Yuan came to the door following the influx of memories, the locked door opened automatically. The room was a bit dark. There were no windows around, and there were no lamps installed on the roof. There was only a faint light from transparent optical cables all over the room. Lu Yuan originally thought that the mother body of the Taoyuan system was a large computer, but the scene in front of him really shocked Lu Yuan. Sitting on a large chair in the center of the room was clearly a person, but this person's brain was filled with transparent optical cables. There are many densely branched lines connected to many large devices on both sides of the house.
Little guy, you're here.
Before Lu Yuan could recover, the system mother took the lead in saying H, low. And the sound was the system prompt tone that Lu Yuan was very familiar with.
Do you need help?
Lu Yuan was shocked and didn't know what to say. Seeing that the system mother body was covered with tubes, he didn't know why he said this.
Ha ha ha. Thank you for your kindness. I don't need help at the moment. So let's talk about your business first.
the system mother said in a relaxed mood.
Didn't you say that Professor Sun has shut you down? It seems that you are not affected at all now. As you can see, the only way to shut me down is to kill me. Although my child has gone crazy for a while, his nature is not that bad. Besides, I still have value. Child? You mean, you are Professor Sun's mother?
Lu Yuan was surprised.
Xiao Tao told me, you are very anxious to rescue your friends. But why are you interested in my affairs?
Tao Yuan's mother said.
The past few months have subverted my previous understanding. I have too many doubts in my heart that I want to get answers to. I feel that if I miss this opportunity, it may be difficult to see you again in the future. I have read your information. You are calm, upright, brave, and rare. You also have good wisdom. You can be regarded as a leader of the younger generation. However, you don't have much time. The arrested people have begun to be taken away one after another. Brainwashed.
What?
Doesn't it mean that the technology is not perfect yet? There has to be experimentation. And in my opinion, the technology is already perfect. It's just that the technicians keep delaying it.
Without seeing any movement from Tao Yuan's mother body, a projection appeared in front of Lu Yuan's eyes. A group of soldiers were escorting the captured descendants of the family. There were probably hundreds of people, and everyone's hands and feet were shackled. Lu Yuan had extraordinary eyesight, and could see his friends scattered among them at a glance. There were many guards escorting them. Even if he was not Lu Yuan's opponent, it would be difficult for Lu Yuan to ensure everyone's safety.
They will be escorted to the 51st to 59th floors and randomly assigned to various rooms for testing. There are about 30 minutes left in the preparation process. Although it is very critical, it is also a good opportunity for you to rescue them. It seems like I made a wise choice to come to you first. Are you willing to take some time to answer my questions?
When Lu Yuan heard what Tao Yuan's mother said, he knew that it was useless to be anxious now. He might as well take this opportunity to learn more information. But he didn't know whether this Tao Yuan mother was an enemy or a friend. After all, she claimed to be Professor Sun's mother, but she was doing things with Professor Sunday. Do the right thing.
Of course. The reason why I left the seeds in your minds is because of my plan. And you are the best candidate.
Chapter 399 The Real History. The outside scene of the Tao Yuan system mother body did not stop. The children of each family had been gathered in one place and taken to the laboratory one after another. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze. If the experiment is successful, the successors of these families will definitely become Professor Sun's puppets. At that time, all major families will definitely support Professor Sun unconditionally. With a stable enough foundation, Professor Sun's power will be even more difficult to control. Shake.
I want to know about the activation of system clones for each player. I helped a friend activate it once before, but it consumed a lot of mental energy. Although I felt that my mental energy had increased afterwards. If I want to activate everyone, I just need to rely on. I'm afraid I can't do it myself. I don't know what you think.
Lu Yuan collected his attention and turned his attention to Tao Yuan's mother body. It was useless to worry now. It would be more useful to collect some information first.
This is very simple. I can activate everyone's system in an instant, but at the expense of myself. The reason why I haven't done that is because I don't want to make the world more chaotic. Armed with sharp weapons and intent to kill, not everyone is a righteous person. Without a common enemy and a qualified leader, giving too many abilities to ordinary people will be worse than the current situation. At the expense of yourself? Is there no better way?
Lu Yuan asked in surprise.
This is the best ending for me. Besides, my life force is almost exhausted. The reason why I announced that the system has been shut down is because my son wants me to survive for a little longer. Are you really Professor Sun's mother? Now I have an antagonistic relationship with him. You should know this. Right. Why are you still helping me? Actually, Mingming's nature is not bad, but his personality is a bit extreme. His original intention is good, but his power is getting bigger and bigger, and his ambition has expanded to the point of being uncontrollable. When he is tempted to control the whole world. If it were you, could you resist the temptation?
Lu Yuan has never had such great power, nor has he ever thought about controlling the whole world. But when such great power is at your fingertips, people may really be shaken.
Don't think too much. If you don't put this kind of thing in front of you, you won't know how tempting it is.
Tao Yuan's mother interrupted Lu Yuan's thoughts.
There may be a great temptation, but I will not do anything to fulfill myself at the expense of everyone.
Lu Yuan said decisively.
Mingming was also an innocent and kind-hearted child at first. He was devoted to his work. He was considered the youngest scientist. He was a little younger than you when he became famous. Later, when he came into contact with the time and space rift, he joined our team. His amazing talent quickly surpassed all of mine, and his youthful energy and bold ideas were beyond our reach. After entering the Taoyuan world, he slowly began to change. At first, he established his own power, just to gain a foothold in the Taoyuan world, which would be more conducive to the research of other worlds. This is also true, whether it is the magic of Taoyuan world or the various minerals. It has opened our eyes. Although Taoyuan world is not as large as the Earth, it has still benefited us a lot. It wasn't until the overlord of Taoyuan world came to visit that things began to slowly turn bad. The demons you call had always ruled Taoyuan world and called themselves the Saint Clan. Their holy emperor respected strength, so he had requirements for the common people in the tribe. It's also very high, and those who don't have enough physical strength will be directly killed and eliminated. Any creature will be restricted by rules. At first, everyone thought that the weak should be eliminated, but when we appeared in the Taoyuan world, we instilled in them the idea that life should be equal, and soon gained the support of some civilians who had lost their loved ones. Our power began to grow gradually, but the Holy Emperor did not pay attention to us. He only thought about how to break through the limit. It was not until our forces were threatened that the Holy Emperor led his army to come and clear us. In his words, that is to say, it is more interesting to kill them after fattening them up. In that battle, almost all our main forces were wiped out, and I was beaten to the point of dying. At that time, Mingming relied on his own talent, and his strength had surpassed that of ordinary demon generals. Only he could barely fight the Holy Emperor. The result was as expected. Mingming's legs were wasted. But at the critical moment of life and death, Mingming came up with a way to save his life. The Taoyuan mother body talked a lot, some of which Lu Yuan had already come into contact with, and some of the details were heard for the first time. Mingming should be talking about Professor Sun, and it was not the first time for Lu Yuan to hear about the demons claiming to be saints. Any solution? Taoyuan's mother divided the picture that had been playing into several frames, and those were her friends, which was why her conversation paused. The Holy Emperor's skills are very strange. He has all 5 attributes in his body, but it is also restricted by the Taoyuan world. He has never been able to break through level 99. In order to help him break through, he asked the Holy Emperor to cede the land and bypass our mother and son. Human life. The Holy Emperor is also above board. Or maybe he doesn't take us seriously at all. He really did this after agreeing to the conditions. And this is how the demon world seal you saw after entering came into existence. What is the method? To make the 99th level demon emperor fall in love? Lu Yuan was preconceived and still couldn't change the title of demon emperor. The Immortal Vidra Divine Mantra is an ancient skill book. There is one method in it. Split body cultivation. I got it by accident. Although I knew the skill was very strong, I couldn't practice it at all. I didn't expect the Holy Emperor to. It was a bit of a thought. Later, the Holy Emperor concentrated the physical attributes in various parts of the body, and then disintegrated and practiced. Every part of the body was guarded by saint members for generations. It was not until recently that the Holy Emperor was resurrected, and his strength has been improved. In this new world, without the restrictions of heaven, he should be able to break through the limit of level 99. That's wrong. What I saw before was Professor Sun dismantling the Demon Emperor himself. And then, don't you understand yet? What you see is what we let you see. The Holy Emperor can be upright, or he can become the Demon Emperor in an instant. We can be regarded as intruders, or we can be regarded as protecting us. Home. Lu Yuan nodded. Seeing may not be believing. He already knew this. But when things really happened, it still took some time to accept it. Why are you telling me this? You know that I will go against Professor Sun. So how can you help me? Because I don't want him to continue to make mistakes. At the beginning, everyone had the same original intention, which was to advance science and technology, explore more unknowns, and make the motherland stronger. I can use him as a stepping stone on the road he obviously wants to take. But I won't allow him to go astray and do things that harm society. But now I can't stop him, and can only rely on outside help. When I was beaten to the point of dying, there was no way I could continue to live. I still created this Taoyuan system based on my brain. And when I discovered that his ambitions were getting bigger and bigger, I left my mark on each of you. On the body. Lu Yuan was a little helpless. So what if he was successful in the game? He is not a chess piece in the eyes of these people. Chapter 400 Tao Yuan's Mother's Choice. Lu Yuan fell into deep thought after hearing Tao Yuan's mother body's words. How ridiculous his past efforts were. And he was just a pawn in their eyes. Lu Yuan looked at everything in front of him and couldn't help laughing at himself. What a big game. I am not the only chess piece. I use a virtual game as a gimmick to let players help him do things in the Tao Yuan world. Currency can be exchanged from the beginning of the game. And even the auction house's handling fee is not included. However, it really sucks money right down to the bone. To be able to improve this Tao Yuan building to such a high level, I'm afraid the chess players have put in a lot of effort. Lu Yuan Dao. This is not necessarily a bad thing. You have also gained training from it. Without Tao Yuan, your strength may not have improved so fast. Besides, according to the data, you don't seem to have paid tuition fees. Tao Yuan's mother was right. Lu Yuan was actually one of the beneficiaries of this game. Not only did he not pay any tuition, he also received a lot of benefits. Where are Zhao Jiuzhou and others? Since you are controlling this system, why can they separate some player information? Lu Yuan has not forgotten that among the demons he met along the way, many players are also on the battlefield. They are all wearing in-game equipment. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for so many people to activate this system. Although they are also careerists and their thoughts are not upright. They are a big force. No one can predict the future. The more chaotic the situation is, the more likely they will be able to stop Ming Ming's progress. I can't put all my bets on it. On you, a little kid. What Tao Yuan mother said is very simple and clear. Although it is a bit straightforward, it is indeed the truth. To deal with a lunatic like Professor Sun, only Zhao Jiuzhou's mentality can compete. I have nothing more to ask. I would also like to ask Senior for advice on how to rescue my friends. You've finished asking. It's my turn to talk about my affairs. Tao Yuan Matrix did not directly answer Lu Yuan's question and began to talk about his request. Lu Yuan did not expect that Tao Yuan Matrix had anything to say. Seeing that the friends in the picture had arrived at each floor and were about to be stuffed into the instrument, he couldn't help but started to get anxious. Senior, can't you help me save people first? Lu Yuan said anxiously. If I take action, I will be able to detect it right away. None of you can escape. Even if you think about escaping from the building. Can you escape the pursuit? Tao Yuan mother revealed the secret. Are we just going to watch their memories being erased? Although Lu Yuan was anxious, he also understood that recklessness would not solve any problem. In the battle at the villa, although Professor Sun relied on the large formation he set up to cause great losses to both Zhulong and the ferocious beasts, now he only has 7 at level 10. 180 high-level warriors are enough to entangle him, let alone save others. Why don't you listen to my plan first? Tao Yuan's mother said calmly. Lu Yuan had no better way at the moment, so he could only calm down and listen. Senior, please speak. Heroes emerge from troubled times, and you were considered a man of the hour in Tao Yuan world. So I hope you will become the leader. When I am about to die, I will activate the system of all players who have logged in to the Tao Yuan game. Everyone will receive a mission. I named it Homeland Defense. Your information will be announced during the mission introduction, and you will be appointed. As a leader, I will give you Tao Yuan mother body permissions. If there is anyone who doesn't respect you, you can directly erase their system clones. Success or failure is up to you. Tao Yuan's mother said a lot of words, as if she was explaining the funeral affairs. Given me such great power, aren't you afraid that I will become greedy? Lu Yuan asked back. I only do what I have to do. No one can completely predict the future. After all, Ming Ming is my child. Parents should discipline the child if he makes mistakes. The opportunity is left for you. If you can't grasp it yourself, I will happily stand by Ming Ming, on top of the world. Tao Yuan's mother's words showed no emotion. But what was revealed between the lines was entanglement. Maybe she also wanted Professor Sun to succeed. But her inner sense of justice and love for the country did not allow it. Will you disappear? As a former scientist, I shouldn't have said this. Do you think people really disappear after death? I don't know what will happen in the end. Maybe I will exist in the world with spiritual power. Or maybe I will become a human being. Group data. Even if I want to, I can take away a body and come back to life. Although the body is no longer the same as before, it is not impossible to achieve eternal life by repeating this. When Lu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help being shocked. He also had a clone of the system in his consciousness, which meant that if Tao Yuan's mother body wanted to harm him, he might not have time to react. No wonder Professor Zhang Sun planned to teach the world the Tao Yuan game brainwashing. Don't worry. I won't do that. I've said all that needs to be said. Next, I will cut off the power in the entire building for 5 minutes. Mark down the room number on the floor where your friend is. With your eyesight, the darkness should be right for you. No impact. In 5 minutes, I will fully activate the Taoyuan system. By then, as long as you have logged into the game, your skills and level experience will be restored, and the clone Xiao Tao in your body will also return with the mark of the mother body. Mingming knows that my life force is exhausted, so he will definitely stay with me on the last journey. I can buy you an extra 30 minutes at most. If you are still caught, Xiao Ao will leave you according to the order and inject the maternal body to Zhao Jiuzhou.
Tao Yuan's mother revealed the plan without reservation, and even told Lu Yuan the backup plan. Suddenly all the lights in the Taoyuan building went out. At this time, Lu Yuan was already running up the stairs. He did not immediately look for his friends. He went to meet Gao Yang at the first stop. At this time, Gao Yang's family was also doing the experiment. Well, Lu Yuan had already asked for the room number before leaving. The Taoyuan mother body did an incredible job. Even the backup power supply of the building was cut off. The unprepared guards were at a loss in the darkness. Lu Yuan was not restricted at all, and began to rescue his friends from top to bottom. The escorting guards did not wear firearms. They only had electric batons, explosion-proof forks, and explosion-proof shields in their hands. This also greatly reduced the difficulty of rescue. Ordinary guards could not withstand Lu Yuan's attack. Lu Yuan did not use any weapons. He stepped on the Qiankuan footwork, and the Qiankuan palm in his hand was unpredictable. He reached the first stop in an instant. The rescue plan went smoothly. The first person rescued was Zhao Xinghe, and everyone was rescued one after another. The shackles on their hands and feet were not enough to withstand Lu Yuan's sharp sword.
Linger! Why is Luoyi missing?
Lu Yuan came to the room where Xiao Lui was detained, but unexpectedly he didn't see her. At this time, 5 minutes had passed, and the light returned to Taoyuan building. The next moment, Lu Yuan noticed that he had re-established contact with the system Xiao Tao.
The elevator can go directly to the first floor. The program has been set. Hurry up before the monitoring system has been restored. The Taoyuan system will be activated in 1 minute. Everyone is ready for battle.
Xiao Tao's voice not only rang in Lu Yuan's ears, but also all the people who were rescued could hear it. Chapter 401 Evacuation.
Louis hasn't been rescued yet. You guys should go behind my back first,
Lu Yuan said to everyone.
If you want to go, let's go together. If you want to stay, let's stay together. The worst case scenario is death. Brother, I will accompany you.
Zhao Xinghe moved his wrist and said firmly,
I'll accompany you too.
Seeing that Lu Yuan refused to leave, Li Tong also gave up his plan to escape. Upon seeing this, Xiao Tao's scolding voice came again.
If you act like this, how can you take on the important task of leading the army? Are you going to let everyone die because of one person?
A message also came from the communicator.
Lu Yuan, preparations have been made outside to evacuate quickly.
Then Xiaorui's voice came over again.
Xiao Yuan, everyone has his own destiny. Don't delay your plan because of your little girl. Retreat. Uncle Xia doesn't blame you.
Lu Yuan looked at the group of people around him. Gao Yang's family of 3 were waiting silently. Although Yuanzi did not express his position, he did not leave alone. Although Linger looked anxious, he still waited for Lu Yuan's decision. Li Tong and Zhao Xinghe looked like he would live and die together, because Lu Yuan had knocked down all the guards, and the people arrested in other rooms also ran out. The corridor seemed a little noisy.
Is this the choice the leader has to make?
Lu Yuan clenched his fists and muttered in a low voice. A few seconds later, Lu Yuan said with difficulty,
Retreat. Everyone get on the elevator. The Taoyuan system will be activated in less than half a minute. By then, everyone can use the skills and equipment in the game and be ready for battle.
After speaking, Lu Yuan took the lead and ran to the elevator. When everyone came to the elevator door, the door opened automatically and the floor was automatically displayed on the first floor, as if everything had been arranged. The elevator was not terminated midway, and several strangers also came in the elevator. They should all be children of other families. During the dozens of seconds that the elevator went down, it was very quiet in the elevator, and everyone was very nervous. No one knew what everyone was going to face when the elevator door opened. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fire!
As the elevator door opened, an order came from outside, followed by the deafening sound of gunfire. The light from the muzzle made people's eyes hurt. The shooting, which lasted for more than 20 seconds,
finally stopped. What came into view was a huge turtle SH.L, faced with such concentrated firepower. The turtle SH.L didn't even leave a trace. Then Lu Yuan appeared with a gloomy face. A black light drew a semicircle. And then a huge black sword energy spread out like a substance. Breaking void? It was the seventh sword of the 9 swordsmen of the Sword Master. Breaking through the sky. That slashed out horizontally. Lu Yuan did not hold anything back with this blow. At the critical moment of life and death, kindness to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Lu Yuan killed 20 or 30 people instantly with just one move. This was because they all wore heavy explosion-proof suits and used their bodies to cancel out the move. The assault troops retreat. The guardians of the Taoyuan troops attack. And the magicians prepare to attack. The instant loss of dozens of people did not affect the Taoyuan group's troop mobilization at all. Orders were issued quickly, and the troop execution was also very high. The door on the first floor of the building had already been sealed with a thick steel plate. If you want to escape at this time, in addition to facing dense enemies, you also have to find a way to break through the thick steel plate. The guardians of the Taoyuan troops had already raised their heavy shields, and the heavy hammers in their hands made a whining sound. Lu Yuan led everyone out of the elevator. At this time, everyone's Taoyuan system had been activated, and everyone's backpacks and equipment could be used. It seemed that the matrix of the Taoyuan system had begun to burn its own life. If according to the agreement, I and others still have half an hour to escape, as long as Professor Sun appears, then everyone will have no chance of winning. It's been a long time since we had a fight. This time we're going to do a big dungeon. Zhao Xinghe waved the thunder war in his hand, and thunderclouds began to gather on the first floor of the building. Brother Lu, you are too violent now. And I, a medical practitioner, can't bear to look at you. Yuanzi said he couldn't bear it, but his hands were not idle. He threw out a few glass bottles and hit the guardian who was pressing forward. The light green potion touched the armor and emitted bursts of smoke. The strong guardian suddenly he became depressed and could no longer swing the sledgehammer in his hand. Linger also waved the short sword in her hand and began to release buffs for everyone. Although she was still thinking about her own lady, she must not hold everyone back in this critical moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of arrows were fired not to be outdone. But each arrow was shot at the enemy, and the effect was not fatal. It was not that Li Tong was not good at it. After all, he was facing a living person, and even the enemy Li Tong could not kill him. Lu Yuan has experienced this kind of life and death battle many times, and he knows that this is not the time to hold back. The Qianquan steps are used. The body shape is unpredictable, and the Yongya knife in his hand is even weirder. The guardian, whose actions were slowed down by the toxin, was basically a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. With one move of Jinghong, the strange Yongya knife drew black lines one after another. All enemies in the straight line were invariably on their necks. A long and thin knife mark was left on the wound, with no blood flowing out. The wound was dark, and the surrounding skin was all frostbitten and festering. Zhao Xinghe's lightning had already fallen, and the hall, which was mostly made of metal, was filled with lightning. The enemies wearing metal armor were even more paralyzed by the electricity. The enemy's magic attacks have also been launched, and there are not too many fancy ones. They are all basic skills such as Fireball, Wind Blade, Water Ball, and Single Target Thunder. They do not require a one-hit kill, but only seek to win with quantity. Such skills consume a lot of energy. Low and fast release. If a large number of people release it at the same time, its power cannot be underestimated. Lu Yuan had already discussed the tactics with everyone. When he got out of the elevator, Lu Yuan took the lead. After a few people released a round of skills, they followed Lu Yuan and rushed out. So Lu Yuan killed a bloody path with a shocking move. Several people had already disappeared in place and followed him. Intensive magic skills fell on the crowd. Although the troops of Taoyuan group all used the team mode, Lu Yuan's side several people relied on their flexible movements and made full use of the enemy's body to avoid this round of magic attacks. A group of miscellaneous soldiers posed no threat to Lu Yuan at all, especially in a closed space like a building, where the advantage of numbers was not obvious. Lu Yuan wanted to break out and did not want to fight with the people around him. Although the Taoyuan troops were well trained, they were constantly being crushed and killed, and their momentum had dropped to freezing point. Especially those standing behind were all long-range professions. As Lu Yuan advanced, some enemies began to take the initiative to get out of the way, although the first floor of the hall is very spacious. After Lu Yuan's charge, he quickly reached the gate. Lu Yuan faced the thick steel plate.
He didn't need to look closely to know that it must be about the same strength as a 50-story isolation door. There was no time to think too much. And with the momentum of charging forward, he directly drew a triangular sword energy with a few swords. The sword energy solidified and made a sound of breaking through the air. The enemies who were originally blocking the gate did not dare to resist when they saw such a powerful attack, and they all retreated to one side. The triangular sword energy was submerged into the steel plate, and then Lu Yuan came to the door. With luck under his feet, one throw of heaven and earth, Lu Yuan struck the middle of the triangle with a palm, and the triangular steel plate was pushed out, revealing a large triangular hole for everyone to pass through. Lu Yuan was not the first to go out, but turned back and stood on the spot with his sword drawn, signaling the people behind him to retreat first. They quickly rushed out without hesitation, dodging left and right. When the enemy behind him saw Lu Yuan guarding the door, no one dared to step forward. But when Lu Yuan rushed out of the building, he was still shocked by the sight before him. The dense enemies had already surrounded the building. Chapter 402 Tao Xila's Jealousy. Lu Yuan and others had just escaped from the tiger's den. When they came out, they found that the outside was already surrounded by water. The 3 children from various families who had followed them were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. At this time, it was impossible to think about turning back. The troops inside the building had begun to press out, probably trying to capture someone alive. So no one fired or released magic, and the scene became strangely quiet. The encirclement began to shrink continuously, and the drones in the sky had already locked several people.
Damn! This looks cool!
Although Zhao Xing's tone was relaxed, his stiff expression clearly showed his inner uneasiness.
Lu Yuan, what should I do?
Li Tong leaned against Lu Yuan and others, with the bow and arrow in his hand carefully aimed at the enemies behind him. Lu Yuan also frowned. If he were alone, it wouldn't be too difficult to break out of the encirclement. But with a few people under such a level of siege, it would be difficult to ensure everyone's safety.
Brother Wei, in which direction should we break out?
Lu Yuan asked in a low voice into the communicator. But after waiting for a long time, there was no answer.
Ha. Are you still waiting for reinforcements? This plan of yours has been seen through a long time ago. You smart brat. If Professor Sun hadn't taken a fancy to your forging ability, you would have been dead.
A man who looked familiar to Lu Yuan walked out. He was wearing a buff mecha. It seemed that he had a lot of buffs on his body. He was waving a laser sword in his hand. Lu Yuan looked at the man in search of the voice, and Xiao Tao had already displayed the man's basic information. Peach Joy level 85, vitality 100%. Professor Sun ranks 4th among the 4 most capable assistants. He is a fan of mechas, and has strong melee combat capabilities. The laser sword in his hand is extremely lethal. It uses high-temperature flames attached to insulating metal rods to mix liquid propane and oxygen through laminar flow. It forms a high temperature of 4,000 degrees, and can expand and contract the length at will. After reading the basic information, Lu Yuan remembered who this person was. He was one of the somewhat mysterious Taoyuan messengers in the game. The one Lu Yuan has come into contact with the most is Monosuk. The 4 assistants are suffixed with help, people, doing and Lu. Lu Yuan has only seen this Peach Gigi around Professor Sun, and has never experienced it before. Many intersections.
They say the equipment you make is top-notch, but I want to see if the things you made using old methods can surpass modern technology.
Tao Xila stepped down. Her leg propulsion system started. Her body suddenly accelerated, and she turned into a figure and rushed towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not dare to get too close to everyone, fearing that Tao Xila's laser sword would hurt everyone. So he faced them without showing any signs of weakness. The Evernight knife and the laser sword collided, and in the next moment, the two of them had passed each other. The laser sword was broken into 2 sections, and the Yongya knife seemed to be uncomfortable. The 4,000 degrees high temperature actually posed a threat to the Yongya knife.
Ha. It is indeed very strong. But after all, it is still made of metal. I don't know how long it can last,
Mazalu said with a smile, and then pressed the button on the hilt of the sword, and the broken sword body fell off. And then he took out another metal rod and installed it on the base. Firelight spurted out, and a new laser sword was born. The black mist of the Evernight blade twisted for a while before returning to normal. Although it was not serious, the message clearly did not want to have a head-on collision with the laser sword. Lu Yuan stroked the Yongya sword, and then put it into the sword box in the God of Craftsman ring for cultivation.
Better than fire. Right.
Lu Yuan was also interested in this high-tech laser sword.
Of course, Lu Yuan knew the strength of Yongya's sword. Although the laser sword was not as good as Yongya, it made Yongya's sword not want to collide with it. The most important thing is that this laser sword does not seem to be the only one. The sword body can be easily replaced, and the flame can adjust the length. If it can be mass-produced, the effect may not be weaker than the artifact. But what Lu Yuan was not afraid of the most was fire. After putting away Yongyi, the flaming blade appeared in his hand. The chilling fire was amplified through the blade, and a heat wave spread to the surroundings. If you want to compete, let's compete. Lu Yuan did not dare to waste time. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward again. Although there were many people surrounding him, Professor Sun was still nowhere to be seen. It must have been the Taoyuan system matrix that delayed him. If so, there might still be a chance. Tao Jila was not afraid at all. With the support of the mecha, her speed and strength were greatly enhanced. Her own rating was much higher than that of Lu Yuan, and she always had the upper hand in terms of momentum. The swords collided, and a pillar of fire rose into the sky. The intense high temperature spread to the surroundings, and the ground was sucked dry by the high temperature and began to crack. The blade of the laser sword was cut off again, but at the moment of passing by, Emojila touched the mechanism on the hilt again, and the laser sword changed its direction and extended from the end of the hilt. Unprepared, Lu Yuan's 5 elements ground opening armor was cut instantly, leaving a long wound on his ribs. No blood flowed out. The flesh on both sides of the wound turned out as if it had been roasted instantly. It's generally cooked. Lu Yuan almost fell to the ground in pain. He had experienced quite a few battles, and he had never been injured like this in just a few rounds. Ha! It turns out that except for the forging skills, everything else is vulnerable. Tao Jila put on the sword again and said in a contemptuous tone. A green light fell on Lu Yuan, and Linger's healing skills were accurately released. The pain was indeed reduced, but the wound showed no tendency to heal. This was not surprising to Lu Yuan, because it was the main body that was fighting. So ordinary healing skills could only stop bleeding and eliminate mental fatigue, and would hardly have any effect on physical trauma. For external application, Yuanzi handed over a box of ointment and said with concern. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate at all. He took the ointment and applied it briefly. As expected, he felt much better. The injury is very serious. It is very likely that the internal organs have been injured, Yuanzi said after checking the wound. Breakthrough to the west. Follow me soon. Lu Yuan ignored the wound and whispered to everyone. Tao Jila obviously hasn't had enough fun. Although Professor Sun promised to survive, his excessive regard for Lu Yuan made Tao Jila very jealous. Tao Jila wanted to prove to Professor Sun that the products of science and technology are no better than old-fashioned forging. Difference. Just when Tao Jila was about to humiliate Lu Yuan, suddenly a dazzling white light flashed. Everyone around them lost their vision, and their brains felt tingling pain. The next second there was an explosion, mixed with some screams. It was the Shadowless Sword's additional skill Sun and Moon shining, and the 5 elements natural disaster set skill natural disaster. The sudden explosion caused Lu Yuan and others to rush out. When Tao Jila regained his vision, Lu Yuan and others had already broken through the encirclement and ran 100 meters away. A bunch of trash. Hurry up and chase. Tao Jila used the mecha to accelerate and quickly chased Lu Yuan and others. Although everyone on the other side tried their best to escape, it would definitely be a matter of time before they were caught up. And besides, there were attacks and harassment from behind from time to time. Hey! Hey! Can you hear me? As several people broke through, the communicator finally returned to normal, and Li Wei's voice finally came through. We are escaping to the west. There are many enemies, and we need support. Lu Yuan endured the severe pain of the wound and explained the situation while resisting attacks from behind for everyone. Don't walk in a straight line. Follow my command. Reinforcements will be here soon. Chapter 403 Enemy? Charlotte? With the support from the outside world, Lu Yuan and others no longer ran away without direction. Sure enough, when the Taoyuan troops were about to catch up, the responders had already arrived. Several grenades accurately exploded behind Lu Yuan and others, killing the Taoyuan troops. Behind. It's not that easy to run away. Tao Jila didn't care about the grenade explosion. Her body mecha accelerated at full speed, and she rushed towards Lu Yuan like an arrow from a string. Before Lu Yuan could resist, a blue arrow shot over. The shooter was naturally Li Tong, and the arrow was made by Lu Yuan using Tianshan ice crystals. The ice arrow hit Tao Jila accurately. He was too fast,
and had no chance to dodge. As the arrow shattered, his entire body was instantly wrapped in ice. Without the support of the propeller, he fell directly to the ground. Lu Yuan turned back and glanced at Li Tong. He actually forgot that his teammates were not rookies. Everyone who had recovered their fighting ability could be his help. Li Tong felt Lu Yuan's gaze, smiled gently at Lu Yuan, and then continued running towards the reinforcements.
Hey, sister-in-law is sister-in-law. She knows how to relieve my boss at critical moments. Boss, we are here to pick you up.
Zheng Yu, wearing a soil-breaking suit, waved and shouted to everyone. Just when everyone felt safe, a sense of crisis came from the sky, and Lu Yuan's expression changed drastically when he looked up.
Get out of the way,
Lu Yuan shouted. Although Lu Yuan reminded him in time, it was impossible for everyone to escape safely. What fell from the sky was a large round meteorite. Lu Yuan had no time to think about it. The Yongya knife reappeared in his hand, and the hand of the void struck at the meteorite. As soon as he grabbed it, he rushed forward. Sword dance. Waves of jet black sword energy raged in the air, finally breaking apart the meteorite before it hit the ground. Lu Yuan was also in a mess when he landed. Huge meteorites turned into meteor showers. Although they were smaller in size, they were still very lethal. Occasionally, rings of fire would appear on the ground and magma would erupt from the center of the earth.
This fire-lent burning sky suit skill?
Lu Yuan felt very familiar when he was fighting against the meteorites falling from the sky. At this time, the skill of the suit was triggered, which instantly reminded him of the fire-lent burning sky suit.
Luo-yi?
Lu Yuan murmured.
Impossible. If it was Luo-yi, why would he attack us?
Li Tong said after hearing this.
Now is not the time to talk about this. Retreat first and then talk,
Zhao Xinghe reminded. Lu Yuan nodded and was about to continue running away when a wall of fire blocked everyone's retreat. If it were in the game, everyone might rush over while losing some health. But in real-life battles, people's faces would be sore from the blazing flames, and there would be no way to pass.
Stay still, and I'll spare your lives.
A cold voice came from the air. She was wearing a fiery red tight-fitting armor. The unicorn pattern loomed in the halo of light. A huge fire dragon at her feet was holding her up and slowly floating in the air. Who else could it be if it wasn't Xiao Lui?
Luo-yi, what are you doing?
Lu Yuan was interrupted by Xiao Lui when he was halfway through his words.
Bold little thief. You called me Luo-yi too.
After that, a series of fireballs flew towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was a little surprised by Xiao Lui's attitude. Although the fireball was the most common skill, it was greatly enhanced by the fire-lent burning sky staff. He did not dare to neglect and use the Xuanwu shield to resist it. At this time, the reinforcements saw that Lu Yuan and others were trapped, and hurried over to rescue them. Lu Yuan used the wind of his palm to separate the wall of fire into a passage, turned his back to the few people, and said decisively,
You go first. I will stay behind. Miss, what's wrong with you? This is Mr. Lu. He is your fiancé.
Linger shouted to Xiao Lui, as if she had not heard what Lu Yuan said. Xiao Lui frowned, and then a fire phoenix attacked.
You have no shame.
And you will die unjustly if you talk too much.
Lu Yuan waved a sword energy to offset the fire phoenix, turned around and shouted loudly,
Xinghe, take them away.
Zhao Xinghe knew that if he delayed at this time, he would be held back. So he pulled Li Tong and Linger and retreated quickly. Yuanzi threw a bottle of potion to Lu Yuan.
It's for restoring physical strength. Taking it when the crossbow is at its end can restore some physical strength.
After that, he rushed out. Lu Yuan put away the potion, although he didn't know what the physical strength represented. The things made by the pills were certainly not bad.
She has been successfully brainwashed, and the memories and identity in her mind have been tampered with. However, her previous memories have been copied by her mother. If she wants to recover, she needs to be re-injected back into her body.
System Shout-How reminded her at the right time. Lu Yuan clenched the Yongya knife in his hand. It was really difficult to fight against his own people. There was only half an hour left. If the struggle continued, no one could escape. Since Tao Jila just said that Professor Sun was interested in if you forge your own talents, then at least your life will be safe if you keep them by yourself.
How can we re-inject the memory? Do we still need Taoyuan Group's instruments?
Lu Yuan stood up and prepared to resist the army's pursuit. But he was still concerned about Xiao Lui's affairs in his mind.
Her system has also been activated. As long as she does not resist, I can return the memory data to her. However, if she refuses to cooperate and forcibly injects two conflicting memories, it may cause damage to the brain. The worst possibility is you will become crazy or schizophrenic.
Xiao Tao now has the characteristics of the system matrix, and her authority is naturally much higher than before.
Understood. Although the memory has been tampered with, the deepest part of the human mind is often difficult to change, as well as muscle memory. These will be the breakthrough. But it is very difficult.
Xiao Tao added. After a brief exchange, Lu Yuan had an idea in his mind. It would be difficult to restore the memory of an amnesiac, and it would be even more difficult to change the memory that had been added to a person's mind. Tao Xila also regained her freedom at this time. After getting up again, she became a little angry. She pulled out several sword flowers from the laser sword in her hand and stared angrily in the direction of Lu Yuan.
Give them all to me. If you can't catch them alive, beat them to death. If there's any problem, I'll take care of it.
Tao Xila shouted to the Taoyuan troops behind him. Nearly 1,000 soldiers heard the order and began to advance again. The drones roared past and chased the few who escaped.
Who gave you the strength to improve your orders? If something goes wrong, you just have to deal with it. Can you handle it?
Xiao Lui said coldly.
Who are you? Oh, aren't you a prisoner?
Tao Xila said with a frown.
What did you say?
Xiao Lui looked angry. Only then did Tao Xila react and quickly changed her words.
It's nothing. This kid is very difficult to deal with. If you really can't catch him, you can't let him go. Right?
Tao Xila then thought that the beauty above the fire dragon had always been Professor Sun's most important candidate. After brainwashing, she must be a more important combat power. She almost spilled the beans just now because of her anger.
I don't need your help. Leave this person to me.
Xiao Lui said domineeringly. Tao Xila smiled slightly and waved her hand to signal the soldiers to stop advancing.
In that case, I'll leave it to you. It can also reduce some unnecessary casualties.
Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly.
My memories have been tampered with, but my competitiveness is still as strong as before.
Chapter 404. Only by self-destruction can we win. If given a choice, Lu Yuan would rather have another Tao Xila than fight with Xiao Lui. After all, he is one of his own if he strikes hard, and he may not be able to defeat him if he strikes lightly. Lu Yuan Gang was about to speak and test how much Xiao Lui's memory had been changed. But he didn't expect that Xiao Lui had already started to attack. It has always been Xiao Lui's good habit not to underestimate the enemy or give the enemy a chance.
Xiao Lui started with 2 fire phoenixes and released them from a high position, speeding up the movement speed of his skills. The bonus of the fire phoenix suit was really terrifying, and the size of the fire phoenixes was more than twice as big as before. The increase in flames is indeed very large, but it does not pose a fatal threat to Lu Yuan, who possesses the original fire of Qilin. The Xuanwu shield is enlarged to resist the fire phoenix, and the Yongye sword is charged up to prepare for a thrust. Lu Yuan, who planned to counterattack after guarding the 2 fire phoenixes, was careless. Only one of them hit the black basalt shield, while the other one actually flapped its wings twice and moved around far behind. Fire breath. Lu Yuan had no time to resist, so he could only use Qilin fire to cover his whole body and fight the fire with fire.
Netherworld flame bird. Luoyi, has that pet egg finally hatched?
It was not easy for Lu Yuan to resist, because Xiao Lui's magic also contained a hint of Qilin fire, and with the blessing of the artifact suit, the purity of the flame was not much worse than Lu Yuan's. The Netherworld flame bird was what everyone got by accidentally breaking into Bai Qianqian's residence in the Peak Forest. At that time, it turned into a pet egg in order to escape death. Unexpectedly, it hatched at this time.
You actually know the Netherworld flame bird, so you have some knowledge.
Xiao Lui kept casting spells on his hands, and said with some appreciation,
Not only do we know each other, but I personally handed it into your hands. Next, you want to use the secret skill Burning Sky, right?
Lu Yuan's charged 1,000 army kill was interrupted, so he simply put away his Xuanwu shield, grabbed the fire dragon's head with his void hand, and rushed directly towards it. Ultimate meaning, burning heaven. Xiao Lui and the Netherworld flame bird released their secret skills at the same time, and the entire battlefield was suddenly filled with purple-red flames. Xiao Lui's skills were full of scorching heat, while the Netherworld flame bird's skills were bitingly cold. The same fire had completely different effects. Like the 2 heavens of ice and fire, Lu Yuan used the unicorn fire to protect his body, threw out a few air blades to limit the harassment of the Netherworld flame bird, and continued to close the distance with the hand of the void on the other side. Qilin comes to the world. Xiao Lui did not choose to dodge. The Fire Kirin Burning Sky staff weapon skill was released, and the huge Fire Kirin fell from the sky and hit Lu Yuan.
Here I go. I forgot that there is such a trick.
Lu Yuan hurriedly adjusted his position with his hand in the void, and rushed towards the Netherworld Flame Bird. Field Scorching Sun. Xiao Lui once again released his domain skills, and a fireball like the sun rose onto the battlefield. The Summon Fire Qilin and Burning Sky skills were strengthened, but the Netherworld Flame Bird seemed to be weakened. Sea of Fire and Meteor and Fire Shower. Xiao Lui threw out a bunch of skills again, and the entire battlefield was filled with flames. Fortunately, there were no ordinary residents in the streets around Taoyuan Group. Otherwise it would really be hell on earth. Although the Netherworld Flame Bird was nimble, it was still caught by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, who was protected by the unicorn fire, was not afraid of the flames on its body. He turned over and rode on the Netherworld Flame Bird's back, with the tip of the Evernight knife directly touching its neck.
She has lost her memory. You should know what happened and cooperate with me to save your life,
Lu Yuan said in a cold voice. As a wise monster, the Nether Flame Bird knows how to turn an egg into an egg to save its life when faced with death, so it can naturally make the right choice at this time. The Nether Flame Bird did not reply, but it stopped struggling and began to fly according to Lu Yuan's breath.
What did you do to my pet?
Xiao Lui said with an angry look on his face.
You don't know me. But it does.
Lu Yuan now has a mount at his feet, which makes it easier to move in the sky. The fire unicorn summoned by the staff cannot fly, and can only release some attacks and harassment from a distance, such as fireballs. Its melee power cannot be used at all.
I remember that your ultimate dragon control technique can only last for 5 minutes. Why does it take so long now?
Lu Yuan threw out several air blades in succession, and the targets were all the fire dragons at Xiao Lui's feet. After all, it was a competition with real swords and guns, and Lu Yuan could not let go.
No comment. Continuous meteor falls.
Xiao Lui released skills continuously without any sign of fatigue. He summoned 5 huge meteorites in a row. The meteorites had a very large range, and it was almost impossible to escape from the range. Breaking void. Lu Yuan stood on the back of the bird and swung out a knife with all his strength. A real air blade shot through the air and easily cut the first meteorite in half. Then the second and third pieces. After the last meteorite, it cut across the sky and disappeared. And because Lu Yuan used all his strength to move upward, the Netherworld Flame Bird under his feet could not withstand the reaction force and almost fell. The fire unicorn on the ground jumped up high and almost swallowed them both together with its big mouth. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the Netherworld Flame Bird, after regaining his balance, he narrowly escaped. After a series of battles, Lu Yuan could not get close to Xiao Lui's body, and the ultimate dragon control skill had long exceeded Lu Yuan's understanding. It had been a long time since Xiao Lui became stronger. On the ground, Tao Yuan's troops had already retreated far away. Tao Zhila watched the two fighting in surprise, and was actually a little lucky that he and Xiao Lui were not enemies. Lu Yuan knew that he had delayed long enough. Tao Yuan's mother body should be almost burned out, and Professor Sun would arrive at the battlefield soon. Fortunately, he successfully rescued his friends. But it was a pity that he had promised Professor Gao Yang to save his family. When did they get separated? At this time. I can only hope that their family is safe. After continuously releasing his ultimate moves, Xiao Lui finally found a flaw. When Lu Yuan split the meteorite, he had already noticed that Xiao Lui was stiff after casting the spell. The Netherworld Flame Bird quickly rushed towards Xiao Lui under the pull of his breath. Ultimate meaning, Shura slash. Shura's aura instantly locked onto Xiao Lui. Lu Yuan held the knife in his backhand. When the distance was close, he kicked off his legs and slashed out very quickly. Xiao Lui originally wanted to eliminate Lu Yuan in one go, but his skills were broken one by one, and even his pets betrayed him for some reason. The man in front of him always said incomprehensible words, as if he knew himself very well, which gave people the impression that he is also very familiar. I obviously have a good memory and a photographic memory, but why can't I remember knowing such a person? Until the Shura aura appeared, my body was stiff and unable to move at all. A more familiar feeling came to my heart, but I couldn't think of anything, and my body involuntarily activated the skill self-destruct.
Well, the best thing to do at this time is self-destruction. I feel that the only way to win is by self-destruction.
Xiao Lui couldn't help but think in her heart. Chapter 405 Professor Sun appears. Lu Yuan was extremely fast, leaving only a string of shadows in the sky. In the next second, He had arrived in front of Xiao Lui. He saw black light emerging from Xiao Lui's body. And of course, he knew that this was a precursor to the self-destruction skill.
Nonsense! If you use this trick now, you will die,
Lu Yuan shouted angrily. The knife that was about to be swung stopped abruptly. Regardless of the backlash of the move, he reached out and grabbed Xiao Lui's shoulder and knocked him out with a single blow of the knife.
Why are you so desperate? Even if this knife is swung out, it will be the back of the knife. How can I hurt you?
Lu Yuan said to himself helplessly, not daring to waste time. Just as the fire dragon was about to dissipate, the Kirin fire was re-injected into it, guiding the fire dragon to drop the two of them to the ground. He put one hand on Xiao Lui's back and used gentle internal force to calm down Xiao Lui, the violent breath in the body. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the self-destruction to start, and Lu Yuan and Xiao Lui had both practiced the same technique, so their violent aura quickly calmed down. Based on Lu Yuan's understanding of Xiao Lui, there should be many ways to deal with his move, and a mere blow may not be fatal. There is no need to choose such an extreme skill as self-destruction. Xiao Lui should have remembered it. Do this.
Oh, it's a legal profession after all. It's okay to scare people with all the bells and whistles. But when you get close, you're knocked unconscious with one blow.
Seeing that the battle was over, Tao Jila pressed forward. The saucy words on her lips were just to distract Lu Yuan. But in fact, she was afraid that Lu Yuan would take the opportunity to escape.
Netherworld Flame Bird,
Lu Yuan shouted loudly. Lu Yuan originally planned to try to see if it could come to save its owner, but he didn't expect that he actually called it over. The Nether Flame Bird can freely change its body size. When it flew next to Lu Yuan, it had become the size of a dove. If it weren't for the fact that it was still covered in flames, it would have been unrecognizable.
Why did you become smaller?
Lu Yuan wanted it to send Xiao Lui away, but he didn't expect it to become smaller. The Nether Flame Bird naturally landed on Lu Yuan's shoulder and spoke in human words.
I need the help of Yang Fire in my cultivation, so I cooperated with her. The Yang Fire in you is purer than hers, and now you have defeated her and abandoned the darkness for the light. That's all. You are really ruthless and merciless. Help me send her to a safe place. When the matter is over, I will help you practice.
Lu Yuan replied.
It's okay. It's really not advisable to stay in a place of right and wrong for a long time.
The Nether Flame Bird jumped to the ground. Its body gradually grew larger, and it opened its beak to pick up Xiao Lui.
Shut up!
Lu Yuan shouted. When the Nether Flame Bird was stunned, Lu Yuan had already picked up Xiao Lui and placed the staff on its back.
If she makes any mistake, you will be torn into pieces from the end of the world,
Lu Yuan warned. The Nether Flame Bird didn't answer. The flames on its back restrained, fixed Xiao Lui in place, flapped its wings and flew into the sky.
Drone, don't let her run away. Attack me with the archer. Magician,
Taz Heil ordered loudly. The Nether Flame Bird was not kind either. With a wave of its wings, purple sticky flames filled its back. It resisted the attack and left quickly. As for the drone, it had no chance to get close. The high temperature of the flames directly caused the machine to short-circuit and malfunction.
So what if you take her away? Now she only thinks that Taoyuan Group is her destination. She will still come back after she wakes up. And she will also be your enemy,
Tao Jila said angrily. Lu Yuan ignored Tao Jila. There were less than 10 minutes left before the half-hour agreement. Now that everyone who should evacuate had left, Lu Yuan should also find a way to evacuate.
Brother Wei, has everyone retreated safely?
Lu Yuan asked in a low voice on the communicator.
The situation is not good. We just left not far away, and there was an ambush here. Fortunately, Uncle Xia and Uncle Lu were here, so we fought and retreated with everyone. However, there are many enemies. You have been delayed for a long time. Don't worry about it. Everyone else, withdraw,
Li Wei said with a heavy tone.
Try to ensure that everyone retreats. It looks like it will be difficult for me to leave today.
Lu Yuan felt a powerful aura coming from him, and knew that Professor Sun had arrived at the battlefield without even looking.
Hey Lu Yuan. Don't be reckless. Find an opportunity and run away,
Li Wei said anxiously. The sudden situation had already exceeded everyone's expectations. The plan did not expect Lu Yuan to rescue everyone so quickly. Nor did they imagine that Professor Sun had already laid an ambush on all sides.
Take care of everyone and contact us again.
After Lu Yuan said that, he put the communicator into the ring of the god of Craftsman. The Yongya knife was lifted up again, his eyes always staring at the empty distance.
You're a smart kid. You didn't even run away. Let's see how I deal with you.
Tao Jila smiled and danced his laser sword, planning to continue teasing Lu Yuan.
Thanks for your high level. You're actually blind. Your boss is here, and you're still blasphemy.
Lu Yuan said in a serious tone, still staring into the distance. Tao Shila was stunned and looked back following Lu Yuan's gaze. But there was no one behind except the Tao Yuan troops. And there was no one in the sky.
Ha ha. What a kid's trick.
Tao Jila turned around and was halfway through speaking when she realized that Lu Yuan had already stabbed him with a knife. Thousands of armies kill. Lu Yuan was very fast, and Tao Jila was too careless to dodge, so he could only use the laser sword to block it. Lu Yuan used the unicorn fire to protect the blade, and easily broke the laser sword. Tao Jila tried her best to dodge, but was eventually stabbed into the right side of her chest by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan succeeded with one blow, but he didn't take advantage of the victory to kill him. He pulled out the knife in the next second and quickly retreated back. Just as Lu Yuan left, the place where he was hit by lightning, and Tao Jila was blown away.
Trash. I told you not to be careless. You just can't change your habit of being complacent.
Professor Sun's voice came from afar, and then a figure flew over from far to near. Tao Jila was stabbed in the right chest, and the wound was completely black. Even the mecha on her body was eroded by dark attributes. She was then blown away by the aftermath of a powerful thunderstorm, and her combat effectiveness was reduced by more than half in an instant. Professor Sun landed lightly on the ground. He did not look at Tao Shila, who was saluting. He looked Lu Yuan up and down and said,
Good boy. You have made progress in such a short time. Is that a new knife in your hand? I didn't expect that a big shot like Professor Sun would like to steal. Is my thunder sword easy to use?
Lu Yuan looked at the thunder sword in Professor Sun's hand and couldn't help but joke. Needless to say, the powerful thunder just now must be the weapon skill of the thunder sword.
No. 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 I'm doing this openly. Everything you have now is not only due to my skills. Without everything I have done, you would still be just flowers in the greenhouse.
Professor Sun, he was not in a hurry and kept chatting with Lu Yuan with a smile, as if he was back to the first time he met Lu Yuan.
I really don't understand the use of all these tricks. What's the use? Look at my building as strong as a fortress. Look at my powerful army. Don't they all rely on the contributions of Tao Yuan players? There are two ways for you to choose. Submit to me and help me. Judging from your expression, you probably don't want to. The second way is to die here. I guess the knife in your hand is a bit stronger than this thunder sword. Right.
As Professor Sun spoke, his footsteps began to move towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan only felt that the air around him was squeezing him. It was already a little difficult to even breathe, let alone moving. Chapter 406 Turnaround. Sun Ming, the mastermind behind Tao Yuan Group, level 97 vitality, extremely strong. Attack method, known melee swordsmanship. Known to be equipped with a combat spaceship. Summon satellite rays. Poisonous needles. Other unknown. Xiao Tao directly displayed Professor Sun's basic information. Professor Sun's original name was Sun Ming. Lu Yuan already knew this when talking to the mother body of the Tao Yuan system. One thing that Lu Yuan didn't expect was that Professor Sun's level was as high as level 97. No wonder he was able to suppress Zhulong with the help of the immortal drawing formation and satellite rays. Professor Sun walked towards Lu Yuan step by step. But Lu Yuan was unable to move due to the pressure around him, and was struggling all the time.
You are a good boy. It would be a pity to kill him. Oh, that's all. Let me let you die a happy death.
Professor Sun said as he walked, and finally decided to kill him. Professor Sun flicked the thunder sword in his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot toward Lu Yuan's heart. Lu Yuan was pierced by lightning without any accident. But strangely, he was not hurt at all. Lu Yuan was a little surprised, and Professor Sun was even more surprised.
Huh? Your armor can even be pierced by a laser sword, but it can withstand lightning strikes?
Professor Sun failed to succeed, but did not rush to make up for it. He looked at the armor on Lu Yuan with some curiosity. After all, after getting the thunder suit and thunder sword, Professor Sun had tasted the sweetness of the best equipment. So Lu Yuan was particularly concerned. Naturally, the 5 elements natural disaster set does not have such a strong effect. If it were other thunder attribute attacks, it might be able to cause some damage to Lu Yuan. But the thunder spirit in the thunder crystal stone was conquered by Lu Yuan himself. And it was even attracted during the forging. I don't know how many times I was struck by lightning. Not only did this attack not cause any harm to Lu Yuan, It actually revived Lei Ling, who had been sleeping. This familiar feeling made Lei Jian aware that Lu Yuan was coming. After the Sky Thunder suit was taken away by Professor Sun, Lei Ling hid directly in the Thunder Sword, and could not come out no matter how much Professor Sun summoned him. Without the assistance of the Thunder Spirit, although the Tian Lei suit was still powerful, it had lost its core soul energy. Lu Yuan had fought with Lei Ling through telepathy in the battle with Tyrant Bear. This attack also made Lu Yuan aware of a familiar feeling. Professor Sun thought it was the armor that blocked the attack, but Lu Yuan certainly understood that it was Lei Ling who couldn't bear to hurt himself. Eternal Night. Lu Yuan didn't explain too much. The pressure around him was too great. As a last resort, Lu Yuan had to release the domain Eternal Night, trying to resist the pressure with the erosion of darkness. Professor Sun was suddenly shrouded in darkness. Even though he was powerful, he was shocked. The cold attributes began to erode his body, and he gradually lost his sense of direction. Even though he was impervious to cold and heat, he actually felt a hint of coldness. He retreated quickly, but found that he could not get out of the darkness no matter what. Although his 5 senses were greatly reduced, he still blocked Lu Yuan's secret attack with his senses. The gap in strength was an insurmountable gap. Even though Lu Yuan had all the advantages, it only made Professor Sun a little embarrassed. This is also due to the powerful additional attributes of the Tianlei suit. The additional attack speed and movement speed are too much, so Professor Sun can immediately block it with his sword every time he faces a crisis. Lu Yuan spent a lot of energy in the battle with Tao Jila and Xiao Lui. Now he continues to support the consumption of Yongya's skills, which is somewhat too much. After a long attack without success, he can only find a farther position. The Eternal Night skill has been lifted.
Little guy, you can surprise people every time. This knife is really good. I want it.
Professor Sun looked at the Yongya knife in Lu Yuan's hand, with a strong possessiveness in his eyes.
You're really welcome. I see you want everything. You're not afraid of indigestion at such an old age.
Lu Yuan couldn't escape even if he tried to escape. He couldn't be beaten again and again. So he just started talking. Professor Sun had set up a trap for someone to infiltrate. He must have been fully prepared. Only one of the 4 envoys showed up, and the other 3 they must be guarding it elsewhere. But I don't know what's going on with everyone on the other side.
Hee hee.
Professor Sun sneered. His face became serious, and he was in front of Lu Yuan from a distance of more than 20 meters. The thunder sword in his hand flew up and down, leaving blood marks on Lu Yuan's body. Lei Ling can control the energy body emitted not to harm Lu Yuan, but the sharpness of the sword itself cannot be controlled by Lei Ling.
You have to be strong to be a talker. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? Eh?
Professor Sun's face was expressionless, and his eyes revealed murderous intent. He did not kill directly, but teased Lu Yuan with one sword after another. The 5 elements natural disaster suit on Lu Yuan's body had been completely destroyed, and his body was even more bloody. At this time, Professor Sun had completely controlled the rhythm, and he had no chance to resist.
Is this the difference in strength? It's useless for me to think that I can fight no matter who I meet. It seems that the previous masters just didn't have the intention to kill.
Lu Yuan was passively beaten, but the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Thinking about this and his heart started to laugh at myself.
Forget it. It's better not to take out the Xuanwu suit. Otherwise it will be taken away, and the old immortal's fighting power will be increased.
Lu Yuan thought to himself.
Are you going to die?
Lu Yuan stopped waving the thunder sword in Professor Sun's hand, but the tip of the sword stabbed directly towards his face. Lu Yuan felt a little desperate, but also a little relieved. The despair was that he had no chance to choose. The relief was that he finally no longer had to face this troubled world. He had been too tired these past few months. Lu Yuan had closed his eyes and faced death calmly, but the sword never struck. The next second, Lu Yuan opened his eyes and looked around, and the hope of life was rekindled.
Why are you here?
Lu Yuan said in surprise and joy.
You can do it. That Taoyuan building is like a piece of iron. We are all worried about how to take revenge. You actually made such a big noise yourself.
Jin Maoyan appeared next to Lu Yuan. It was he who had rescued Lu Yuan just now.
You don't have any immortal drawing formation today. After months of forbearance, you can finally avenge Brother Zhulong.
Bai Qianqian stood in front of Lu Yuan and others with her claws shrouded in black mist. Her eyes filled with hatred. His whole body was full of hostility.
Hey, you kid. Your strength has improved rapidly. But challenging this old guy alone is still a bit overestimating your abilities.
Hui Qilin stood on the other side of Lu Yuan. saying with half concern and half criticism.
Hey, I've been in special training for several months. And you're just here to show off your words?
Qiongqi said unceremoniously. A commotion broke out in the rear of the Taiyuan troops. There were endless screams, and a cheerful roar came.
It's so damn good. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Ha ha ha. I have to eat enough today.
The one who caused the commotion was not the ferocious beast Tao Thai, but the 4 ferocious beasts and the auspicious beast Fire Qilin. Chapter 407, The Oriole is Behind. The sudden arrival of several monsters caused the battlefield to change instantly. When Tao Thai landed in the middle of the Taiyuan troops, it was as if they were in a deserted place, even though the team members were well trained. After all, there was a huge gap in strength, and the scene was one-sided. Professor Sun looked even more ugly. The situation of catching a turtle in an urn suddenly turned into a mantis catching a cicada and an oriole behind.
So, stay tuned. Does humiliating me give you pleasure?
Lu Yuan sat down on the ground, took out a bottle of healing medicine and drank it. Although it didn't replenish the health bar like in the game, it can effectively prevent blood loss.
So what if there are too many people? They are just a bunch of mobs. I didn't kill you all at the beginning, but now you dare to come here and be rampant.
Although Professor Sun's face was not good looking, he did not want to give up at all.
Stop talking nonsense. Today I will let you know how powerful the peak forest is.
Qiongqi was impatient and directly attacked with a series of wind attribute skills. After several months of training, Qiongqi's strength has been improved. But this kind of long-range magic is still somewhat powerless against enemies who are stronger than himself. After reaching level 90, the gap at each level is huge. As the weakest beast, Qiongqi is very weak when facing Professor Sun alone. Not to be outdone, Bai Qianqian rushed forward. The nails on both hands were protruding. The aura on her body was no longer pink as before, but turned into a strange black. The makeup and clothes on her face were no longer as innocent as when they first met, becoming a little coquettish.
I want to avenge Brother Zhulong. Who asked you to interfere?
Bai Qianqian shouted to Qiongqi. Qiongqi's level has reached level 94, while Bai Qianqian, who is already at a very high level, has now reached level 96. Jin Maohuan is also level 96. Fire Qilin is level 95. And Tao Tai in the distance is level 94.
What happened to Bai Qianqian? Why has her whole body's aura changed? She is so violent now, but her attacks are indeed much more powerful than before.
Lu Yuan asked while adjusting his breath.
Hate will change people. Bai Qianqian's mind is full of Zhulong. A few months ago,
Zhulong's aura suddenly disappeared, which caused her to be on the verge of collapse. Later, she wanted revenge and her strength increased by leaps and bounds. Don't look at it. Her level has not improved much, but her combat power is completely different from before.
Jin Maohuan did not help, and kept observing the situation from the side. He answered Lu Yuan's question.
Senior Zhulong did not die. Although he was poisoned by a poisonous needle in the end, he had already passed the most dangerous stage at that time. He just needed to recuperate for a long time.
Lu Yuan said,
I know. But we didn't tell her that only anger can make people progress quickly.
Jin Maohuan said,
but her attributes have changed. She feels too violent, and is not like what she used to be.
Lu Yuan doesn't agree with this method of improving strength.
Do you know why the nine-tailed fox is called a demon fox? When the fox cultivates into 9 tails, it can be said to be comparable to the divine beast in terms of realm. But people still call it a demon because the fox is fickle. Bai Qianqian has practiced Qing alone for nearly 10,000 years, and her mind is too simple. If she hates Professor Sun to enter the town now, it is better than hating the world when encountering other things in the future. You must know that QB used to be the leader of the 4 ferocious beasts. Hatred is QB's strongest ability. It is only a matter of time before he awakens. This is already the best result.
This time it was Wu Qilin who answered for Lu Yuan. After adjusting the breath, the wound no longer bleeds. But if the movement is too large, it will still affect the wound and cause severe pain. Fortunately, it is a skin injury, so recovery is not difficult. Lu Yuan stood up straight again, and the 5 elements natural disaster suit on his body began to fall off. After the attack just now, the suit was completely destroyed. In comparison, the 5 elements natural disaster set is not Lu Yuan's most powerful equipment, but it has been with Lu Yuan for the longest time. Now that it has been destroyed by life, Lu Yuan still feels a little reluctant to give up.
Senior Qilin, thank you for your mercy when we were in Qilin Cave.
After this incident, Lu Yuan came to understand that perhaps the fire Qilin was not serious about killing him at all. Otherwise, how could he give the Qilin the fire seed in the end? Which Qilin did not answer, but just looked at the battlefield silently. When Bai Qianqian and Qiongqi joined forces, it was still difficult to hurt Professor Sun at all. On the contrary, Professor Sun always had the upper hand. Professor Sun himself has the ability to fly into the air. Coupled with the speed blessing of the Tianlei suit, he is like a slippery loach in the air. Even Qiongqi, who is of the wind attribute, is not as fast as him. The additional attributes of the Tianlei suit can almost make people hit with swords and swords. Bai Qianqian fought hard with Professor Sun in close combat. She suffered secretly every time she collided with the Thunder Sword, and the black energy on her body was fluctuated by the fluctuations. In the duel between masters at this level, there are no too fancy moves. Most of them are competitions of strength, speed, and experience. Moves can often only serve as the icing on the cake. The two of them are not Professor Sun's rivals. Why don't you two go and help? Lu Yuan reminded him. Professor Sun was able to force Zhulong into a desperate situation, relying on more than just means. If he doesn't force out his trump card, even with more people, it may not be effective. Jin Maoyan kept staring at Professor Sun. Then come on. I'm going to save my friends. Lu Yuan turned around and went to the other side to help. There's no need to go. We've already made arrangements. We're almost free now. Besides, it's more useful if your father is here than if you go. Hui Qilin stopped him. Calm down and watch the duel between experts. It will inspire you in your cultivation path. Jin Maoyan reminded Lu Yuan. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Yuan felt that he suddenly felt relaxed. He originally had to do everything by himself, but the addition of the monsters changed the situation 180 degrees, and he became the most relaxed person in the room. There were only about 1,000 people in the Taoyuan troops, which was not enough for Tao Tai to fill his teeth. In just such a moment, the Taoyuan troops were defeated and ran away to death. The injured Tazhao did not dare to fight against Tao Tai and ran to where Professor Sun was not. Seek protection from a distance. Seeing that the soldier had nothing to eat, Tao Tai rushed towards Professor Sun, and gastric juice began to spurt out from the surface of his body to form acid rain. For a moment, the battlefield became fishy and the ground became sticky. Everyone present showed expressions of disgust. Even the usually calm golden retriever's face was twitching. Can you educate this Tao Tai? He is a very powerful and ferocious beast. Why are his moves so disgusting? This was not the first time Lu Yuan had seen this skill, but last time it was an enemy. Although he didn't have to face it head on this time, it was still a bit hard to accept. Professor Sun was not a good person either. He was surrounded by a circle of energy that could not be corroded by Taoya's gastric juices. The thunder sword turned into a thunder whip and whipped towards Tao Tai fiercely. I saw a thick lightning strike on Taoya's body, and a burning smell came out, and the wound was even more burnt. Damn! The meat is not tender, and the temper is not small. So it slipped away. Tao Tai was in pain, and turned around and ran away, turning around to look for the Taoyuan troops, who were alone. Chapter 408. The Xuanwu suit is born. Taoya's bully and fearful appearance doesn't look like a ferocious beast, and his huge body makes him look a little ridiculous. When Professor Sun saw Tao Tai running away on his own, Professor Sun did not continue to pursue him. Although he had the upper hand on the battlefield, it did not mean that Bai Qianqian and Qiongqi were easy to deal with. Besides, there were two masters watching the battle on the other side of the battlefield. Bai Qianqian became more and more courageous as she fought. Her claws were not afraid of the sharpness of the thunder sword, and her attack angle was extremely tricky. With Qiongqi's support behind her, she gradually began to take the initiative over time. Professor Sun was riding a tiger at this time. He originally just wanted to scare the monkeys and let the major families understand the unshakable position of the Taoyuan group. Who would have thought that it would lead to such a difficult group of opponents? Professor Sun shook Bai Qianqian away with a sword, and then used a few sword energy to block Qiongqi's attack. A controller appeared with his left hand, with Professor Sun tapping a few times. Everyone suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming from the head. This satellite ray? Although Lu Yuan's level is not high, his senses are very keen. This sense is clearly the satellite ray used to deal with Zhulong. Jin Maoyan and Fire Qilin also frowned slightly, and Zhulong did not dare to resist the attack, which was undoubtedly a fatal blow to the monsters present. Bai Qianqian stopped attacking. Her beautiful face looked slightly tired. With all her strength, she had consumed a lot of energy in just a few minutes. Since you brought them to my door, I'll give you some gifts and save me the trouble of fighting you one by one.
Professor Sun tapped the controller a few more times, and a loud rumble came from the direction of Taiyuan building, which could still be heard clearly from a few blocks away. Everyone present felt that they were locked by satellite rays, and they did not dare to act rashly for a while. In less than half a minute, another team of dozens of people came from the direction of Taiyuan building. They were more like robots than humans. Each of them had many prosthetic modifications on their bodies. Tao Shila was wearing the mecha on her body, and these people directly pressed the mecha on her body. The overall rating of the artificial human is 85. There were about 60 androids, each of whom had the ability to fly. They came to the battlefield and launched an attack without saying a word. The androids are agile and have a variety of moves. Every part of their body is an offensive weapon. They have small missiles for long range and mantis knives on their arms for close combat. The most important thing is that they are not afraid of death. They only have killings and orders in their eyes. Even though his arm was chopped off, he didn't even frown. The appearance of the artificial man instantly controlled the battlefield. Even if the ferocious beasts were powerful, it would be difficult to eliminate them in a short time. Moreover, the energy of the satellite ray above the head was gathering more and more, and it was obviously in the charging stage. Professor Sun retreated to the back and stood with his sword in hand, quietly watching the excitement. The previous battle was very tiring for him. After all, they were both masters of the same level, and it was still 1v2. On the surface, they had the advantage, but in fact, it was all hidden. Crisis. It was difficult for Lu Yuan to recover in a short period of time, but he could not continue to sit idly by in this situation. The Xuanwu suit appeared in the world with a flash of the god of Craftsman's ring. It was previously built in the Li's building, and was deliberately isolated from the coming of celestial phenomena. With the help of Xuanwu's consciousness clone, it was successfully sealed in the ring of the god of Craftsman. At this time, the Xuanwu suit reappeared, and Xuanwu's consciousness unlocked the seal. The streets, which were all made of suet, were suddenly filled with sand and gravel, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, which suddenly started to rain heavily. The rich earth and water attributes met in midair, and a huge Xuanwu illusion appeared behind Lu Yuan. After Xuanwu's cry, the vision between heaven and earth was instantly sucked into the armor. The Xuanwu suit flashed with light and attached directly to Lu Yuan's body. The Xuanwu illusion behind him roared and then merged into the equipment in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, who had put on new equipment, was full of momentum. The eyes of the entire battlefield were focused on Lu Yuan. Even the androids were forced to stop attacking due to the sandstorm just now.
Is this the aura of the mythical beast Xuanwu?
Fire Qilin asked in disbelief.
Well, it's just a clone of its consciousness,
Lu Yuan replied. Lu Yuan only felt the power of the artifact suit after putting on the Xuanwu suit, because of the integration of Xuanwu consciousness. The Xuanwu suit is a true artifact suit, and every single item is of artifact level. The water attribute in the equipment actually began to warm Lu Yuan's body, and the thick earth attribute made Lu Yuan feel as solid as a rock. There was no surprise in the eyes of the androids. There were only orders in their minds, ignoring whether Lu Yuan had changed his equipment. Several of the androids went straight towards Lu Yuan, facing the attack of the artificial man. Lu Yuan did not even use the Xuanwu shield to resist it, but directly collided with it with his left arm armor. You must know that the forging level of modern technology is actually not low. Every sword and weapon is as sharp as iron. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, it is just scrap metal without a soul. The long knife in the hand of the android collided with Lu Yuan, and there was only a clang sound. The blade of the long knife suddenly had a cut, but Lu Yuan's armor did not even leave a mark of the knife. The Evernight knife drew a line of darkness, and before the artificial man could realize what was going on, the head was separated from the body. The momentary operation amazed everyone around him. This requires so much confidence in one's own armor to dare to use his arms to resist the attack. Lu Yuan, who was still dying just now, instantly shocked the entire audience.
What a good boy. You can always surprise people. I really should have got rid of you just now.
Professor Sun has a very keen sense and has long discovered Lu Yuan's amazing talent. If he cannot be included, he must get rid of him before his wings are full. Otherwise it will be a trouble in the future. Although the artificial man attacked fiercely and was not afraid of life and death, when it could not break Lu Yuan's defense, Lu Yuan stabbed a child and killed several of them in an instant.
This is the strength of the god Craftsman lineage.
Lu Yuan became more and more courageous as he fought. He roared happily and let out all the resentment he was holding in his chest. Lu Yuan and others were struggling with the androids, when a Taoyuan troop flew over from a distance. It was not the reinforcements they had imagined. This troop looked a little embarrassed. The leader was none other than the Peach Man, who ranked second among the 4 great envoys of Taoyuan. He also carried a dying teammate on his shoulders, who turned out to be Momonosuke, whom he had not seen for a long time.
Master, the third brother has already died in the battle. Many monsters were killed during the siege. He would not have been defeated so quickly. I didn't expect that the eldest brother would actually be an undercover agent,
Tao Jiren said with a bitter look on his face.
What? The third brother is dead? The eldest brother is actually an undercover agent?
Tao Jila also flew into the air and asked with a look of disbelief. Professor Sun also showed anger when he heard this. He grabbed the dying Momonosuke and asked sternly,
Why did you betray me? I have always treated you like my own son. And you betrayed me?
Although Lu Yuan has been fighting, he has also been observing the dynamics of Professor Sun's side. Professor Sun's voice was very loud. Not only Professor Sun could not accept this fact, but even Lu Yuan could not believe it. After all, Momonosuke was Professor Sun's most powerful assistant.
I have never been yours from the beginning. Do you think you can unify the world by mastering power? You are so naive,
Momonosuke said weakly. Professor Sun didn't say anything. He threw Momonosuke into the air and struck him with a fused sword energy. Before Momonosuke died, he glanced at Lu Yuan and showed his last smile.
Old soldiers never die. They just wither.
These were the last words Momonosuke left before his body was torn into pieces. Professor Sun took out the controller again and directly activated the fully charged satellite ray. Huge energy fluctuations came from the sky, and the androids also stopped attacking and began to evacuate the battlefield.
Destroy it. I'm tired.
Chapter 409 Satellite Ray. Professor Sun was saddened by Momonosuke's betrayal, and his already old face looked even more tired. After fiddling with the controller a few times, a huge sense of crisis spread in the sky. Lu Yuan didn't understand how the satellite beam was positioned. But one thing was unquestionable. He and his group were all locked, and they couldn't escape no matter where they retreated. The usually calm Jean Maoyuan's expression turned ugly. The fire unicorn on the side turned into its true form. Bai Qianqian and Xiongqi also flew back and looked at Jean Maoyu inquiringly.
This ray is full of natural power. Although it is artificially transformed, its power is also huge. It may be difficult for us to bear something that can make Shulong suffer.
Fire Qilin's body was filled with flames, and a barrier of flames was built to cover everyone in it.
The attack has targeted each of us. If we spread out separately, the attack will be scattered. But our vitality will definitely be severely damaged. Although the attack will be strong when we gather together, the result may be better if we gather the strength of all of us.
Jean Maoyuan also turned into his own body and laid out a barrier, speaking very fast. This is the first time Lu Yuan has seen the body of a golden retriever. Its body shape is somewhat like a dog. The hair on its neck is golden like a lion. It has fine scales on its body. Its 2 front paws are like eagle claws, and 2 the back claws look like tiger claws. And they don't seem to be anything special, but looking at them makes people feel a numbness in their backs. Its attributes are hard to tell what they are. Nine-tailed fox by Qianqian and Xiongqi also set up barriers. The 4 monster beasts' full barrier protection was enough to block even a blow from Zhulong.
And me! Wait for me!
Tao Tai ran over from a distance quickly. His body gradually became smaller, and finally got into the barrier before the satellite beam fell. As soon as the defensive barrier was completed, a beam of light fell from the sky, hitting the barrier within less than a second from its appearance to its fall. Qiongqi and Bai Qianqian are magic beasts of the legal system and sensitive attack type, so defense is not their strong point. The satellite beam shattered as soon as it touched the defensive barrier. Both of them were seriously injured and blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. The satellite rays did not disappear in one blow. The powerful light beams continued to attack the defensive barrier. The barrier under the golden fur cloth is quite strong, and patches of fine lin-like energy appear on the barrier, which disperses the attacks of satellite rays to a certain extent, but it gradually becomes unsustainable.
When all the barriers were broken, everyone quickly fled. If the speed was fast enough, even if there was a lock, it would be too late to catch up with everyone.
Hui Qilin was ready to take over Jean Maojian's defense, and before Jean Maojian's barrier was broken, he came up with a last resort plan. Satellite rays can be said to be similar to light, and its speed can be imagined. If you want to avoid such a close distance, it is a test for everyone, even if others can escape. If the fire unicorn is the last line of defense, If the defense is broken, there will definitely be no time to escape. The power of satellite rays is huge, and it takes time to activate. And the cost of launching at once is definitely not low. If this attack is blocked, the satellite rays will not be released again in a short period of time. Several monsters can definitely defeat Professor Sun together. Lu Yuan took out the Xuanwu shield. The Xuanwu suit and the shield echoed each other. And the Xuanwu Divine Consciousness clone was extremely kind to the Xuanwu shield.
Seniors, please lend me your strength temporarily and leave the rest to me,
Lu Yuan said with firm eyes.
My barrier was broken instantly. Are you sure you can do it?
Xiongqi said questioningly. Bai Qianqian looked at Lu Yuan, but didn't answer. But put her hand on Lu Yuan's chest and simply input energy into Lu Yuan.
Lao Jin, are you holding on for a few seconds?
Seeing Lu Yuan's firm eyes, and seeing that the shield in his hand was indeed extraordinary, Hui Qilin simply stopped supporting his own defensive barrier and passed on his power to Lu Yuan. Seeing that everyone believed in this kid, Xiongqi had no choice but to pass on his power.
Tao Tai, you just know how to follow along. Hurry up and help. No one can get good results if your defense is broken.
Xiongqi yelled at Tao Tai angrily. Tao Tai was too embarrassed not to take action after hearing this. He opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue, tying it around Lu Yuan's waist. And the energy was transferred to it. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and felt a little uncomfortable. Tao Tai felt a little disgusted. But he was still conscientious without his corrosive liquid on his tongue. Feeling the full power in his body, Lu Yuan enlarged the Xuanwu shield to cover everyone. The defensive barrier of Jin Maohuan was finally broken at this time. The barrier laid by Fire Qilin had almost no resistance because it had no energy support. The light beam of the satellite ray hit the Xuanwu shield hard. Because it was a physical collision, Lu Yuan's calves were smashed into the ground. The energy of the light beam began to pour around along the edge. And the crushed sand and gravel actually defied gravity, flying towards the sky. Professor Sun looked at Lu Yuan and others with some surprise. He did not expect that these people could persist for so long. And he did not expect that the armor made by Lu Yuan would have such defensive capabilities. Although satellite rays are powerful, they cannot convert energy for a long time. Otherwise the satellite, the main body, can't bear it either. The attack lasted for another 10 seconds. And Professor Sun turned off the satellite ray attack. At this time, a large circular pit appeared around Lu Yuan and others. The pit was more than 100 meters deep. And the surrounding tall buildings had long since disappeared and turned into fly ash. All that was left was a stone pillar in the middle of the huge pit. There was a somewhat charred shield on the stone pillar. And there were also some minor cracks on the shield. Lu Yuan's arms had lost consciousness. Fortunately, he had the support of the monsters. Not only was the energy input constant, but each of them had a hand free to help hold up the shield.
You're really good at it. You can even block this,
Xiongqi also said with conviction.
Ha. It's great. The artisan god boy is really the one. I'll see what you can do.
Hui Qilin was the happiest one. After all, he and Lu Yuan had a relationship that was both a teacher and a friend.
I would have asked you to come if I had known it was starting.
But I am exhausted.
The golden retriever can be said to consume the most during the defense phase. And it also looks weak at this time. At this time, Taoya's tongue suddenly retracted, and Lu Yuan was dragged towards his big mouth. Lu Yuan was pulled back. Just when he was about to be eaten, Bai Qianqian patted Taoya's head hard.
What are you doing? Just let him go and you'll eat him,
Bai Qianqian said angrily. Tao Tai then let go of his tongue and said in a naive voice,
Sorry. Occupational disease. Occupational disease.
Lu Yuan made the shield smaller, looked at the cracks on it with some distress, and said to Jin Maohuan,
If the attack continues for a while, this Xuanwu shield may not be able to withstand it. Thanks to the seniors. Before that perverted attack is launched again, let's fight quickly.
Jin Maoyan stood up again and looked at Professor Sun and said, although Jin Maoyan spoke like this, he knew that his chances of winning were slim. He had spent too much on resisting that attack. On the other hand, Professor Sun had only fought with Bai Qianqian and Xiongqi for a while. The numbers were superior, but the hope of victory was pitifully small. Lu Yuan has already seen the status of all the monsters through the system. The one in the best condition is Tao Tai, but it is too bulky, and its strength is far inferior to Professor Sun. I have an idea. If the seniors can trust me, why not lend me some energy and let me fight with him? Lu Yuan looked at Professor Sun firmly, his fighting spirit rising involuntarily.
Injecting energy into your body is different from helping you resist attacks. If your body cannot bear it, it will explode.
Jean Maoyan reminded.
Thank you, Senior, for your concern. I have the dragon bloodline given to me by Senior Zhulong to strengthen my body. When you all passed on the energy before, the Divine Dragon art actually started to work on its own. I believe I can do it.
Lu Yuan told the big demons firmly, said the beast.
Besides, I want to take back the lost sword with my own hands.
Chapter 410 Dian Shenlong Ju.
Brother Zhulong actually passed on your bloodline?
Xiongqi said in surprise.
Dian Shenlong Ju? Did you teach it to you?
Jean Maoyan said.
Ha ha ha. The proud son of heaven. The chosen one. I am willing to accompany you to the end.
Wu Qilin expressed his position with a smile.
You and I are destined to be together. Since Brother Zhulong believes in you, I also believe in you. I have only one request, which is to win.
Although Bai Qianqian's attributes have become darker, her face still shows tenderness when she mentions Zhulong.
I really don't know what you are thinking. We have been practicing for nearly 10,000 years, and we still have no confidence in winning. You actually believe in a young boy.
Tao Tai said, dissatisfied. Tao Tai is a glutton by nature. The more he eats, the faster his cultivation will grow. It can be said that cultivation is relatively easy. But if he is allowed to contribute some energy to the outside world, it will be more uncomfortable than killing him. He had resisted satellite rays before. And if he hadn't been, there is also a danger that it is absolutely not possible to get involved. Cultivation can only progress if it is constantly running and consuming, and then continuously replenished and cultivated. Xiong Tao I can only get in and out, and rarely consumes in battles. It can be said that he relies entirely on his own talent to improve his level. This also leads to, although Liao Tao Tai is of a high level, he can only get a beating when facing a real master.
If you don't want to participate, just go aside. Your cultivation is in disarray, and it will be a hindrance in your transmission. Don't delay our business here.
Fire Qilin said to Tao Tai without mercy.
It's okay to retain some strength. The cultivation of the four of us is more than enough to supplement one of his. Don't waste time. Tao Tai goes to delay for a while.
Jean Maoyan said calmly and confidently. Professor Sun naturally noticed something strange here. Although the sound of conversation was cut off, the expressions on those people's faces must have been that they had worked out countermeasures. Although he knew it was not good, he did not dare to attack rashly, since the 5 monsters were there.
It's a pity that I have too few generals. Although the Taoyuan army has become a national model, it still has no effect in this level of battle. If I give myself more time to develop the ultimate weapon, I can still make it more powerful. How many bedbugs are arrogant in front of your eyes? The 4 monster beasts. Jean Maoyan, Wu Qilin, Bai Qianqian and Xiongqi put their hands on Lu Yuan's chest and back at the same time, and pure energy continued to pour into Lu Yuan's body. Lu Yuan also used energy to operate the Divine Dragon art. System Xiao Tao once said that the Divine Dragon art technique was too overbearing. He suggested that he should be at a higher level and practice the Marrow Cleansing Sutra to its peak. One is that he is afraid that Lu Yuan's cultivation will not be able to withstand the consumption of Dian Shenlong Ju, and the other is that Lu Yuan's body cannot bear it. However, when resisting the attack of satellite rays just now, due to the excessive energy transmitted in the body, Dian Shenlong Ju started to operate unconsciously. Dian Shenlong Ju is the ultimate bodybuilding technique. Just like the legend, everything can be transformed into a dragon. Therefore, after learning this technique, the energy of all things can be used for one's own use. This is why Lu Yuan proposed to borrow everyone's energy. Reason: Professor Sun noticed something strange below him, and hurriedly waved a few sword energy, and moved to stop him. Although he didn't know what the situation was, he couldn't leave them alone. When Tao Tai saw Professor Sun coming to stop him, he hurriedly stepped forward. He first blocked the sword attack with his body, and then sprayed out a large amount of acid to defend himself. Professor Sun's strength is already superior to that of Tao Tai. In addition, the Thunder Sword is a divine weapon. A few random sword energy also caused a lot of trauma to Tao Tai. Tao Tai, who is extremely confident in his own body, is also in trouble in the face of the divine weapon. Appear fragile. Above, Professor Sun was fighting with Tao Tai, while Peach Blossoms led the androids to attack Lu Yuan. Fortunately, barriers had been set up around everyone, and they would not be breached in a short time. Lu Yuan's face turned red. Although the monsters tried their best to suppress their energy, the level difference was too huge. Fortunately, the meridians in Lu Yuan's body were strong enough, and the dragon bloodline given by Zhulong also played a role, and he was able to survive. Overcame the first difficulty.
After withstanding the impact of energy, Lu Yuan hurriedly activated the Dian Shenlong Ju, and the four attributes began to slowly merge and transform following the movement of the technique. Qiongqi's attribute is wind. Under Qiongqi's control, the transmitted wind attribute is not violent, so it is quite a worry for Lu Yuan. Fire Qilin's attribute is fire. Since Lu Yuan has the original fire of Fire Qilin in his body, Fire Qilin's attributes are closest to Lu Yuan. Bai Qianqian's attributes have been converted to dark attributes. Dark attributes have always been the most mysterious of all attributes. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had dealt with dark attributes when he forged the Yongye sword, so the transformation was not bad. The most difficult thing to deal with is the metallic nature of the golden retriever. Even though the golden retriever has tried its best to suppress its own attributes, the energy it transmits is too mellow, so it is incompatible with the other three attributes. Even though it is so sharp, it even wants to compete with the other three attributes. The meaning of three attributes competing against each other. Naturally, Lu Yuan couldn't let this happen in his body. He first used the fire attribute to wrap up the metal. Because fire defeated metal, he quickly suppressed the violent metallicity, and then used the dark attribute to continuously erode it. The wind attribute is tempered from it. Lu Yuan's approach of letting the four external attributes restrain each other, and then using his skills to take advantage of them was not unwise. With the continuous influx and assimilation of energy, Lu Yuan's level was temporarily improved. 717579869295. Lu Yuan's level was finally fixed at level 95. Although it was a temporary increase, it still made Lu Yuan feel more powerful than ever before.
Seniors, the energy is enough. Seniors, please stop.
Lu Yuan used his mental power to communicate with the four demons.
Collect your mind, use the excess energy to strengthen your physical body, and continue to operate the Dian Shenlong Ju.
Jin Maowan responded.
If you continue, I'm afraid your cultivation will be damaged.
Lu Yuan Dao. Just by simply borrowing energy, the four monster beasts only need to meditate to recover. But if they borrow their energy to practice, they will absorb their energy. The former is equivalent to pouring the water out of the barrel, and only needs to be filled with water, while the latter is equivalent to shrinking the barrel, which is similar to downgrading, and needs to be practiced again before it can be restored.
The first operation of Dian Shenlong Ju is very important. The degree of operation for the first time will affect your future development. Just practice it after losing some cultivation. Moreover, we are not without benefits. Zhulong once taught us some superficial knowledge of Dian Shenlong Ju, but the real technique was not taught to us. By transmitting energy to you, we can feel the way the technique operates. This kind of gain, but you can't get it through seclusion and practice. You don't need to think too much about continuing to practice. You won't be able to survive for long. If Taohai takes it seriously, it's more than enough to just resist.
Jin Maowan replied with his mind.
Thank you, Senior, for helping me.
Lu Yuan thanked him, and immediately started running the Dian Shenlong Ju. Chapter 411, Jinchuriki. No matter what, it will always be Lu Yuan who takes advantage. After reaching level 90, it is not easy to recover after the level of cultivation has dropped a little. Even if there are some gains, most people are not willing to do that. In fact, it is just Jin Maoyan who wants to fulfill himself. That's all. Although Wachilin has not spoken, the energy transmission has never stopped. Compared with his own decline in cultivation, Wachilin wants to see how far this kid can grow. With a fiery temper, it has already regarded Lu Yuan as a junior disciple-like existence. Bai Qianqian just didn't dislike Lu Yuan. The reason why he didn't stop was because of Zhulong. Since Zhulong passed on his bloodline and skills, she wanted to help this kid. It was equivalent to doing something together with Zhulong. There's nothing wrong with some cultivation. Anyway, monsters have a long life, so they can just cultivate in the future. The one who was most troubled in his heart was Xu Qiongqi. Originally he just wanted to help Zhulong before joining the battle. But inexplicably, he still had to work hard to lower his cultivation level to achieve this kid. You must know that when he attacked the city, he didn't need less. The boy's fault.
That's all. That's all. Just think of it as giving Brother Zhulong some face.
Qiongqi thought. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and started to run the technique with all his heart. His body has been strengthened very well through practicing the Marrow Cleansing Sutra. But it is still far behind the powerful Dragon Clan. With the Dragon Clan bloodline and sufficient energy support, taking Dian Shenlong Ju to its extreme, Lu Yuan's whole body has turned red, and fine dragon scales have begun to appear on the surface of his skin. The meridians in his body have been strengthened again.
and the density of his bones has increased a lot, making them as hard as steel. In just a few minutes, Tao Tai was beaten all over, and Tao Zhila and others also knocked out the cracks in the defensive barrier.
Whether you are done or not, I am going to be beaten to death by this old man. If I had known earlier, it would be better for me to input energy into him.
Tao Tai raised his voice and rumbled.
Input energy?
Professor Sun frowned when he heard this, and carefully focused his gaze on the defensive barrier. As expected, he saw that Lu Yuan's body was full of energy, and he felt that it was enough to fight him, and his body was still changing.
It's so disrespectful to practice martial arts on the battlefield.
Minefield. Professor Sun directly activated the suit skill, and giant thunder began to strike within 100 meters. Under Professor Sun's deliberate guidance, most of the thunder and lightning were guided to the defensive barrier.
Give me all your strength to attack and stop them. Everyone at Taoyuan headquarters will be dispatched. These people must lose their lives today,
Professor Sun ordered.
Hey, your opponent is me. It's too disrespectful to attack others over me.
Seeing that he was ignored, Tao Tai suddenly became furious. With a shake of his body, he threw away many Tao Tai clones. The task of the Tao Tai clones was to guard the defensive barrier and began to attack the soldiers of the Taoyuan group.
If the ferocious beast doesn't show off its power, you all treat me like a sick cat.
Swallow. Tao Tai opened his big mouth and spit out the word swallow. And then his body directly transformed into 4, guarding the 4 directions of southeast, northwest and northwest. A square space was instantly formed, and Professor Sun was caught off guard and trapped in it. Professor Sun naturally refused to sit still and wait for death. He flew with sword energy and tried to attack Tao Tai in 4 directions. But he always deviated when he approached the target, and the sword energy passed through the transparent barrier without any hindrance. Professor Sun tentatively flew towards the edge of the barrier. Just as he was about to touch it tentatively, he discovered that the barrier contained glutinous strong acid. Moreover, instead of being an energy body, this barrier was clearly gastric mucosa. Energy bodies can penetrate without hindrance, but when the thunder sword touches the edge of the barrier, it cannot break through at all. The strong acid in the barrier is gathering more and more, and the space is constantly shrinking, and the pungent gas is constantly irritating. Professor Sun's nerves were trembling, and the air in the barrier was getting thinner and thinner. Professor Sun no longer held back his hand, and concentrated all his energy on the sword. He quickly rotated his body, and stabbed the barrier wall like an electric drill. The soft barrier wall was stretched out, and finally a big hole was stabbed out. Cozy. Professor Sun had just stabilized his body in the air when he suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming from behind him, and used his backhand to defend himself with an energy shield. Vomit. The 4-dimensional barrier of Tao Tai was broken, and the space that had begun to shrink was like a deflated rubber ball. A lot of strong acidic gastric juice had been stored, and it was all spit out from the hole drilled by Professor Sun. Under the huge pressure, the acidic gastric juice is like a water arrow, not only powerful but also extremely fast. The energy shield only resisted for a moment before being corroded and dissipated, but it gave Professor Sun enough time to react. Thunder. A thick thunder fell from the sky, and Professor Sun once again used the thunder sword weapon skill. The sky thunder struck one of the 4 clones, and this clone happened to be Tao Tai's body. The huge power knocked Tao Tai directly from the sky. His body was paralyzed and could not move, and he fell heavily to the 100 meters left behind. In the pit, after temporarily getting rid of the ferocious beast Tao Tai, Professor Sun directly attacked Lu Yuan and others. He smashed the defensive barrier with one sword, and the next second the long sword was pointed directly at Lu Yuan's head. At the critical moment, a strange black flash pushed away the incoming thunder sword from bottom to top. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and slashed out with his backhand. Professor Sun drew his sword to defend and retreated. Professor Sun retreated not because of how powerful Lu Yuan's sword was, but because of the fighting look in his eyes that made him have to be cautious. Without the gap of strength, Lu Yuan, who was equipped with a divine weapon, was much more difficult to deal with than the monster. The expressions of the 4 monster beasts were slightly tired, but more of surprise and astonishment. No one expected that Lu Yuan, who was only at level 70, could absorb so much energy. In order to help Lu Yuan consolidate the Dian Divine Dragon Art, each of the 4 monster beasts was reduced to 1 level. Moreover, after experiencing battles, defending satellite rays, and transmitting energy to Lu Yuan, the strength of the 4 monster beasts was only about 30%, which means that once Lu Yuan is defeated, the only result will be escape or death.
Thank you seniors for making it possible.
Lu Yuan didn't say much, and rushed directly towards the artificial people and Tao Shila in front of him. After all, the energy was borrowed, so it wouldn't last too long. It was best to kill the soldiers instantly while the power was full. Choose. The cyborg, with an average level of 70 or 80, was unable to withstand Lu Yuan's attack. After one move of falling snow, the cyborg fell in large pieces. The Sword Master's falling snow is named after the sword light flashes so fast, like falling snowflakes. But Lu Yuan's eternal night is pitch black, like the god of death coming to take people's lives. Because of Professor Sun's previous order, Taiyuan group troops came out in full force. The land was densely packed with soldiers, including magic troops and technological troops, and many small combat spacecraft flew from the sky. Lu Yuan was not afraid of the army in front of him. He pointed the Yongya knife at Professor Sun and said,
Sun Ming, do you dare to fight me?
Chapter 412 Absolute Defense Xuanwu.
Sun Ming, do you dare to fight me?
Lu Yuan was not afraid at all when facing thousands of enemy troops. Instead, he felt excited, although his power was all borrowed. The feeling of being strong was really fascinating.
Ha ha. You are so crooked that you dare to shout against me even with borrowed power.
Professor Sun was very calm, and Lu Yuan was speechless. In terms of what he did, Professor Sun's Xiuan plan was considered evil. How come he was called evil on the other hand? Lu Yuan stopped talking nonsense and opened the way with a breaking air move. He followed the huge air blade and nimbly attacked Professor Sun in the air. Although the power was borrowed, Lu Yuan's level 95 strength allowed Lu Yuan to float in the sky easily. Every time he moved, it was as if he were stepping on the ground. This surprised Lu Yuan. In the past, the most annoying thing in battles was the air. Every time they all need the hands of the void to grab here and there to barely fight against the enemy. And they will be tricked around even more sensitive opponents. Professor Sun did not face the enemy head-on. He dodged the air-piercing sword energy and retreated directly. With a wave of his hand, the combat spaceship in the air and the long-range troops on the ground launched a direct attack on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's sword was so powerful that it cut through the air. Several high-rise buildings around him were cut in half. Fortunately, the area around Taiyuan Group had already been cleared. Otherwise life would be ruined if this move continued. Even though his strength had been improved, Lu Yuan did not dare to face so many attacks head-on. He had to use the Qianquan footwork to dodge while twisting and turning. When the round of attacks ended, Lu Yuan had already retreated dozens of meters away. In fact, the Xuanwu shield can completely block these attacks. But it has already cracked when it was used to resist satellite rays. Lu Yuan felt distressed, and still waited for repairs before using it. Professor Sun's intention was obvious. He concluded that Lu Yuan's borrowed energy would not last long. So he chose to avoid its sharp edge. Although the strength of the soldiers was uneven, they were better because of their large numbers. Lu Yuan suddenly had a human-see tactic. It feels like a boss. But I have become that boss. Although Professor Sun's choice did not have the style of a master, it was undoubtedly the smartest approach. After all, there were many chess pieces in his hand, and who in a high position would be willing to take risks.
The attacks of these miscellaneous soldiers are not strong. So don't worry about it. The cracks in the shield will be repaired automatically after the war. Don't worry. Just give it a try.
After the energy was filled, Xuanwu's consciousness clone also received a lot of benefits. When Lu Yuan had worries, Xuanwu's consciousness clone relieved Lu Yuan of his worries. Several monster beasts also flew to Lu Yuan's side. Fire Qilin couldn't help but take the lead and said,
Ha ha. You really don't have the style of a master. So you get some miscellaneous people to serve as cannon fodder for you. Leave these miscellaneous soldiers to us. And you concentrate on fighting that grandson. You have heard of his scheming as early as in Taiyuan world. I didn't expect that after so many years. Even the last bit of pride has been lost.
Jean Malian also sneered.
But your strength is greatly reduced now,
Lu Yuan said with some concern.
It's just that it consumes too much. 30% of the strength is more than enough to deal with these miscellaneous soldiers.
Bai Qianqian's hands had turned pitch black, and some fox stripes appeared on his face. He looked at the enemy in front of him and charged forward fiercely. Xiongqi shouted to the glutton in the pit.
How long do you want to pretend? Get up and start dinner.
Xiongqi waved his wings, and several soft wind attributes fell on the monsters and Lu Yuan. And then, they also flew to the side to resist the attack of Taiyuan troops.
Don't let me down, kid.
After saying this, Qilin took out the fire lens sword that Lu Yuan helped make.
As soon as the fire Qilin sword came out, the surrounding temperature instantly became scorching hot. The sword's body turned red, and there were transparent flames around it, giving Lu Yuan the feeling that the forging was successful. It seems a little different now. Ha ha. Do you feel it? Because of the restrictions of heaven, this sword was at the level of a pseudo-artifact. After arriving in the new world, nourished by my own original fire, it is now at the level of an artifact. Don't let me down. Fire Qilin hand, he also rushed into the battlefield with a heavy sword. After being exposed by Qiongqi, Tao Tai had already flown up and rushed into the crowd again. Eating was his favorite thing. Jin Maowan didn't say much. He patted Lu Yuan's shoulder, nodded and flew downwards, because there were already many corpses on the ground. Jin Maowan didn't know what moves he used. All the corpses on the ground got up, turned into a zombie, and started attacking people from the Taoyuan group. Without any worries, Lu Yuan raised the Yongye knife and locked Professor Sun with his own aura. And the war was about to begin. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Professor Sun did not retreat. He raised his thunder sword and took the lead in attacking. Professor Sun's moves are very fast, and every sword has almost no flaws. He is proficient in swordsmanship, and his swordsmanship is much higher than Lu Yuan's. The two of them fought in the air, not sparing any moves from move to move. Any careless move would result in death or injury. Professor Sun's offensive was too fierce. Lu Yuan took the advantage, and was at a disadvantage and passively defended, with a speed that is almost invisible to the naked eye and the blessing of the Sky Thunder suit. If Lu Yuan had not had extremely strong eyesight and awakened the mind's eye skill, he might not even be able to see Professor Sun's shadow. In just 1 minute, the two of them had exchanged nearly 100 moves in the air. The moves were all simple fighting. Lu Yuan had no chance to pose a threat to Professor Sunday. However, Professor Sun used the opportunity to seize the opportunity and almost stabbed him many times. Lu Yuan is in danger. Although several monster beasts consume huge amounts of energy, they can easily dominate the battlefield with their own momentum, physical strength, and level of crushing. However, it is not unreasonable for the ants to bite the elephant to death. And the endless follow-up troops also contain the monsters. The easiest one is the Tao Tai. No matter how much it is eaten, it will recover some of the energy consumed by each enemy it eats. Others will become more and more tired as they fight, but it only becomes braver as it fights. You have made great progress in the past few months. You and I should not be enemies. You should understand that only technology plus magic is the strongest. And it is also the only way we can defeat people from other worlds. The Earth has been comfortable for too long. If it weren't for my efforts, would you be qualified to stand in front of me now? After the two separated, Professor Sun expressed his recognition of Lu Yuan. He also felt that Lu Yuan was able to achieve what he is today because he opened up the world of Taoyuan entirely on his own. You have merit, but your ambitions and actions have surpassed your merit. Don't you have selfishness in everything you do? If you had enough funds, you would not open the Taoyuan to make money. Alright? Lu Yuan had seen through everything a long time ago, and was not interested in what Professor Sun said. A few casual words made him angry and angry. Ignorant humans! If you continue to follow your thinking, control of this world will change hands sooner or later. Professor Sun was so angry that he drew a circle in the air with his thunder sword. Then he pushed the thunder sword with both hands and shot towards Lu Yuan like light. The sword body turned into 2 and 3 in the air. In an instant, a dense wall of swords was formed. They were still talking 1 second, and the next second they used such a move. Not only was it very fast, but it was also very powerful just by looking at the power. Don't talk about martial ethics. Facing the sudden attack, Lu Yuan did not dodge. And besides, he couldn't dodge such a wide range of moves. Absolute defense Xuanwu. The Xuanwu suit on Lu Yuan's body glowed brightly, and the set skills attached to the artifact suit were activated. The substantial Xuanwu energy body covered Lu Yuan in the middle, and a Xuanwu roar seemed to be heard between the flashes of light. The sudden big scene attracted the attention of everyone fighting below. I'll go. It's really the breath of Xuanwu, Hua Qilin muttered, holding the big sword in one hand. This child is uniquely endowed by nature, and his future development is limitless. Jin Maowan exclaimed. Chapter 413 Broken Moon. The battle in the air has attracted everyone's attention. The flying swords all over the sky are dazzling, and the huge Xuanwu power is overwhelming. Although the Xuanwu summoned by Lu Yuan is an energy body, it gives people a heavy feeling as if it has substance. Professor Sun was originally just afraid that Lu Yuan would dodge, so he deliberately made the attack range wider.
seeing Lu Yuan summoning such a big Xuanwu. He knew just by feeling that this move would be difficult to break through. Professor Sun also reacted very quickly. Seeing that the flying sword was about to hit Lu Yuan's defense, he quickly moved his hands together towards the middle. The flying swords in the sky also gathered into one sword, and the sword body rotated rapidly like an electric drill. 10,000 swords returned to one.
You can still have such power through temporary changes of moves. Professor Sun is also a genius in sword training.
Jin Maoyan couldn't help but praise.
He's already that old. I can only say he's experienced. If you say he's a genius, I'm more optimistic about our guy.
Wu Qilin was not interested in Professor Sun.
Is it so difficult to admit that others are good?
Jin Maojun said to Wu Qilin.
I'd rather admit you're better. When I heard that, it didn't sound like a compliment.
Jin Maoyan smiled and threw several golden energy balls, seriously injuring several Taoyuan soldiers. Lu Yuan was also surprised by Professor Sun's reaction speed. Changing his moves at the critical moment required not only reaction ability, but also the control of his own energy and his understanding of the moves. This change of attack has changed from area damage to single point damage. It is not a bad idea to concentrate all your efforts on breaking your own defense. Professor Sun's attack arrived instantly. Lu Yuan used the suit skill for the first time. He didn't know the defensive power of this move. He held the weapon in one hand and was ready for the defense to be broken. The powerful attack hit the absolute defense, and the two energies competed in the air. In the end, the sword only penetrated the defense for about 10 centimeters before losing its stamina. After the attack, Lu Yuan wanted to take the opportunity to take back the Thunder Sword. But Professor Sun called him back first. The energy shield of absolute defense did not disappear directly. Instead, it became smaller and turned into 4 energy shields surrounding Lu Yuan's waist and abdomen. According to the skill description, it should exist for 5 minutes and can withstand 4 injuries. Although the defense is not as good as the original, but normal attacks can never shake it.
It's not difficult to imagine that you were also a talented person when you were young. But it's a pity that your mind was blinded by ambition and desire.
Lu Yuan's words came from the bottom of his heart. He could bring scientific research to such a high level and still have free time to improve his cultivation to such an extent. Even in the new world, Professor Sun can be ranked among the top figures.
You're not bad. But after all, you rely on external objects to enhance your strength. How many times can you withstand the same attack?
Professor Sun opened his hands, and the same move appeared in front of him again, and the sword shadow appeared again in the sky. Lu Yuan was slightly stunned. After arriving in the new world, skills and moves are no longer restricted by the cooling time. However, the more powerful moves put a greater load on the body, so they cannot be used continuously. My set skills also require half an hour of cooling time, but half an hour seems too long for a duel between masters.
It's just in time. I want to try some new moves that I haven't used yet.
Lu Yuan mobilized all the energy in his body, and the sword moves taught by the sword master kept popping up in his mind. Many of the things he had been puzzled about at the beginning suddenly became clear. Speeds and movements that were previously unreachable by his strength could now be easily achieved. Broken Moon. It was the 8th sword among the 9 swords of the sword master. When the sword master demonstrated it, Lu Yuan only felt that it was very fast. The only thing he saw was a full moon cut into 2 pieces with one sword. Now that I have enough strength, I think back on that full moon. It was all sword energy. But the sword was too fast, and the sword energy was too dense. It looked like a bright full moon. But the last broken moon was actually the ending move. The core of this move is the word quick, which means moving fast, launching the move fast, and even retracting the move fast. It's not difficult to be fast, but maintaining speed while ensuring lethality requires very high control of strength. Lu Yuan can't guarantee anything else. In terms of strength control, Lu Yuan can be said to be at the top level. After all, every forging is a training of strength. Professor Sun's sword shot out again, and Lu Yuan opened his eyes and disappeared. This time, the sword shadows in the sky did not merge into one sword, but they all flew with Lu Yuan as the target. Lu Yuan seemed to have disappeared, but in fact, he was just too fast. When he swung the Yongyan knife, he did not directly touch the flying sword, but just relieved it to the side. Lu Yuan, who had awakened his inner eye, could fly twice as much as now. The sword can still be seen clearly, even though Lu Yuan's defense was tight enough. There were too many flying swords. When Lu Yuan broke through the sword wall, all 4 energy shields guarding him disappeared, and the extremely defensive Xuanwu suit was also left deep behind. Deep mark. In just one moment, Lu Yuan swung hundreds of knives. Breaking through Professor Sun's attack was only the first step. In the next moment, Lu Yuan had arrived in front of Professor Sunday. A chaotic air blade appeared in the air, and Professor Sun's whole body was enveloped in it. Since Professor Sun's body was still stiff after the attack, he did not expect that Lu Yuan would counterattack with attack, let alone that Lu Yuan could break through his own attack so quickly. The Yongya knife left a trail of black traces, eventually forming a black hole-like circle in midair. In another trance, Lu Yuan appeared behind Professor Sun, but the black hole in midair was broken into two parts. Lu Yuan kept panting. This attack consumed a lot of energy. After all, Lu Yuan's power did not belong to him, and he first broke Professor Sun's moves, and then launched another attack. At this time, Lu Yuan's hand was already trembling a little. Using the knife so quickly put a huge load on Lu Yuan's body, and it was probably impossible to reuse it in a short time. The air blade in the air gradually disappeared. As the black hole disappeared, Professor Sun's appearance emerged. The Tianlai suit was left with fine knife marks by the sword air. Although it was not completely scrapped, it also lost its luster. Lu Yuan looked at it. I felt distressed for a while. After all, it was originally something that belonged to me. Professor Sun was finally injured. Most of the damage was borne by the thunder suit, so the sword energy only left some small wounds. The most serious one was the final slash, which left a scar on Professor Sun's abdomen. There was a deep wound, and blood was flowing down the armor. Professor Sun was not irritated. Instead, he began to take off the Sky Thunder suit one by one. A soft light flashed across his abdomen with his right hand. Although the wound was not completely healed, it stopped the flow of blood.
Originally, I didn't want to expose the ultimate weapon prematurely, and you messed up my plan. I really shouldn't have kept you until now, if not for the fact that you have some similarities to me when I was young.
Professor Sun stopped talking mid-sentence, and the Tianlai suit was thrown to the ground piece by piece, replaced by a personal mecha that appeared from Professor Sun's storage ring. Although Lu Yuan wanted to stop him, when he used too much force before, his body didn't listen at all. All he borrowed was energy, and his body was still unable to withstand the backlash of the moves. It took less than 10 seconds for Professor Sun to change his clothes. Although the appearance was slightly different, Lu Yuan felt as if he had seen Iron Man. Chapter 414, The Ninth Sword Zhu Xian.
Iron Man?
Lu Yuan knew that his body had not recovered, so he could only delay time by talking.
Ha ha. Iron Man? A kid living in a fairy tale.
Professor Sun snorted coldly, and then his body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lu Yuan and punched Lu Yuan hard in the abdomen. Lu Yuan was punched away and hit the tall building behind him hard, knocking down several walls and falling to the ground. Professor Sun's speed has become faster and his strength has been strengthened. Lu Yuan can still see his actions clearly, but his body has not recovered and he has no time to resist. Before Lu Yuan could get up, a series of energy bombs followed. He rolled in embarrassment and managed to escape the attack. But the building couldn't withstand such a strong explosion and collapsed. Huge clouds of dust surrounded the tall building, and a series of indiscriminate energy bombs attacked, and the building was completely destroyed. Professor Sun ignored Lu Yuan's life and death, turned around and looked at the battlefield, and launched an attack on several monster beasts. There were no machine gun LS as expected. They were all energy bombs condensed by the mecha's energy. Although they looked like it is not big in size, but it is extremely fast, and its power cannot be underestimated.
Damn! This old boy actually has a trick up his sleeve. What kind of armor is this? It seems to be more powerful than Lu Yuan's.
What Qiling complained. Fire Qiling dodged the attack, quickly pulled away and retreated, leaving the battlefield. Several other monster beasts followed closely behind, looking at Professor Sun cautiously.
God is so unfair. We have been practicing for thousands of years, but humans can be better than us in just a few decades. With their cunning minds, how can they win?
Xiongqi complained.
Human beings don't have our strong bodies and long lives. How many top human beings can there be? Who of the other low-level people can single-handedly defeat monsters of the same level? If you don't have enough cultivation, you will only blame others.
By Qianqian, he has never had a good impression of Xiongqi, and couldn't help but reply when he heard his complaints.
Is now the time to discuss this? Our consumption is too great. I'm afraid we won't be able to continue fighting today. And we don't know whether that kid is dead or alive. Jean Malian interrupted the argument between Bai Qianqian and Qiongqi. Professor Sun was forced to show his trump card, and no longer wanted to drag it out any longer. After all, this ultimate weapon mecha was not a finished product. Although it greatly improved his own abilities, it consumed an unusual amount of energy, without a powerful energy core. Previously, Professor Sun's own strength was relied upon for support, so it was not conducive to long-term battles. Several monster beasts retreated and gathered together, which did not affect Professor Sun's attack. There was a burst of energy bomb interference, and then the man disappeared from the place. And when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Tao Tai. Professor Sun condensed a lightsaber in his hand. This lightsaber was completely transformed by Professor Sun's energy. It was filtered and refined by the ultimate weapon. The power of the lightsaber was not weaker than that of low-level artifacts, but it consumed a lot of energy. The monster beasts all saw the trajectory of Professor Sun's movements, but their bodies could not keep up with such a fast speed, especially the bulky Tao Tai, who watched helplessly as Professor Sun cut a huge wound on himself. Giant tornado. At the critical moment, Qiongqi released a large tornado to protect Tao Tai within it. Professor Sun did not confront him head-on, and succeeded in attacking the other monsters again. Tao Tai was the bulkiest and Qiongqi was the weakest. When he reappeared, he had already rushed in front of Qiongqi. However, although Qiongqi was weak, he had wind attributes and was much faster than other monsters. He narrowly avoided Sun Yat-sen's professor's attack. "Everyone, move!" Jean Maoyan reminded. As soon as Jean Maoyu finished speaking, Professor Sun had already arrived in front of him. The sound of metal clanking sounded. A metal shield appeared on Jean Maoyu's arm to block Professor Sun's lightsaber, but he was already kicked in the abdomen by Professor Sun. The golden retriever didn't fight, and relied on the force of the kick to retreat back. After standing firm, he moved quickly. Several monsters moved extremely fast. Even if Professor Sun was faster, it would be difficult to predict everyone. The battlefield fell into a deadlock for a while. Professor Sun ignored Jean Maoyan and Hui Qilin because their overall strength was stronger. He also ignored Qiongqi. After all, Qiongqi was too fast and Tao I had rough skin and thick flesh and was too beaten. Finally, he targeted Bai on Qianqian's body. Although Bai Qianqian has made rapid progress, she has too little actual combat experience and consumes too much. Although she can continue to fight at this time, she seems vulnerable in front of Professor Sun. Bai Qianqian was also moving quickly, but she had been targeted by Professor Sun, and her movement path was blocked by concentrated energy balls. She had no choice but to stop. Bai Qianqian didn't feel Professor Sun's approaching breath, so she couldn't help but be a little careless. 3 poisonous needles passed through the sky quietly. When Bai Qianqian discovered it, it was too late to dodge. She could only use her arms to protect her heart, and the 3 poisonous needles were submerged. Bai Qianqian's left arm disappeared. The poison on the poison needle was the same as the one that was shot at Shulong. Bai Qianqian felt dizzy and couldn't control her body and fell from the air. Professor Sun gathered his power into a super large energy bomb and shot it at Bai Qianqian mercilessly. At this time, Bai Qianqian was in such a state that if she was hit, she would definitely not survive. A huge shield fell from the sky, blocking the attack before the energy bomb hit Bai Qianqian. The energy bomb encountered an obstacle and exploded, sending the shield and Bai Qianqian flying away. Professor Sun was originally ready to continue attacking other monsters, but he was surprised when the attack failed. He looked at the place where Lu Yuan was knocked away with a slight frown. "It's this kid who ruined my good deeds again. I couldn't feel his breath before," Professor Sun said bitterly. While Professor Sun was feeling annoyed, a huge palm print fell from the sky. Feeling the threat, Professor Sun concentrated his energy in his fists and attacked with a huge fist seal, not to be outdone. The person who took out the palm was Lu Yuan. Although Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed at this time, except for his aura being somewhat disordered, there was no fatal injury. The reason why Lu Yuan, who escaped the collapse of the building, appeared was because he had been waiting for his body to recover. Although the move of breaking the moon was quite rewarding, it also cost Lu Yuan a price. The palm prints collided with the fists, and Lu Yuan was shocked and spit out a mouthful of blood. Professor Sun, due to his hasty action, was pushed to the ground even though he did not suffer any loss, and his feet did not enter the ground. Mud. Although Lu Yuan was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, his goal had been achieved. When he used another skill of the Xuanwu suit, the ground under Professor Sun's feet suddenly turned into a muddy swamp. Professor Sun had no time to react. and the strength in his body seemed to be sucked away, and his body continued to decline. Do you also want to control me with this trick? Professor Sun laughed heartily, and the mecha sprayed out boosting devices. His body suddenly stopped falling and was slowly rising. Zhu Xian. A giant sword like a mountain fell from the sky, and the tip of the sword was pointed directly at Professor Sun, who was slowly rising. Chapter 415 Holy Emperor? Magic Emperor? Zhu Xian. A giant sword like a mountain fell from the sky, and the tip of the sword was pointed directly at Professor Sun, who was slowly rising. Professor Sun also felt tremendous pressure, but he had not completely broken free at this time. It was definitely too late to avoid it, so he could only use all his strength to defend. The swamp under his feet dried up in an instant, firmly grasping Professor Sun's body. This was Lu Yuan's intention. After all, the mud under his feet would relieve the force to a certain extent. Professor Sun raised his hands high and sent out a series of energy walls to hit the falling giant sword. But it did not block it at all. It was crushed by the giant sword just after touching it. The giant sword fell faster and faster, and Professor Sun was unable to lift his head under the huge pressure. For the first time, his eyes were full of fear and despair. The moment the giant sword came into contact with Professor Sun, Professor Sun's whole body energy gathered into a vortex, and he actually held the giant sword, and all the mecha boosters on his body were turned on, with Professor Sun's energy as the core. It was amplified through mecha conversion, and it was abrupt withstood this sword. Professor Sun blocked the sword with his strong strength and rich experience. What followed was a competition of strength between the two sides. Lu Yuan was in a commanding position and naturally had an absolute advantage. Professor Sun was attacked first and passively defended, so he could only rely on his strength to make up for the gap. Lu Yuan held Yongyi in midair. His left hand turned into a sword and pressed against the blade. He concentrated all his strength to cast the ninth sword of the sword master, Zhu Xian. At this time, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his body began to tremble. Apparently, the consumption of this sword was also very big. If the eighth sword Broken Moon relies on the body, then the ninth sword Zhu Xian consumes mental power. The stronger the sword's intention, the greater its lethality. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's mental power is far beyond that of ordinary people. High-intensity equipment forging and his own Qianquan Sutra are all helpful in training his mental power. During the duel between Lu Yuan and Professor Sun, Qiongqi had already rescued Bai Qianqian, and Lu Yuan's Black Tortoise Shield, Thunder Sword, and Sky Thunder Suit were all put away. Golden Maohuan and Fire Qilin were guarding Lu Yuan, one on the left and the other on the right. Tao Tai had just eaten a turtle, and now rushed into the crowd to replenish energy. It's not that everyone doesn't want to help harass Professor Sun, but that the energy emitted by Professor Sun collides with a giant sword summoned by Lu Yuan, and is currently in the equilibrium stage. If a wave of energy is added rashly, Professor Sun may be seriously injured or directly killed. But if the energy explodes, Lu Yuan will suffer a strong backlash. Lu Yuan, who barely used the Zhu Xian sword move, has almost reached the limit of his body. If he continues to suffer backlash, he may not be able to bear it. The two people did not contend for long, but within about half a minute, the mecha on Professor Sun's body began to fall off piece by piece, and the giant sword that fell from the sky began to tremble. Finally, the giant sword sent out the final blow, exerting downward pressure with suddenly increased power. Professor Sun also tried his best to increase the energy output. Finally, the mecha could not bear such powerful energy and exploded, and the giant sword also followed. The energy explosion disappeared. Lu Yuan's energy was excessively consumed, and his body could no longer support it, so he passed out directly. Hui Qilin hurriedly caught the unconscious Lu Yuan. Dust was flying on the ground, and Professor Sun didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Bai Qianqian was poisoned, and the strength of several monsters was only about 20%. Although there were not many enemy leaders, tens of thousands of elite troops continued to pour in on the battlefield, coupled with various high-tech attack weapons. Even if they can win, both sides will lose, so everyone has the intention to retreat. After the dust dispersed, Professor Sun stood on the ground in a state of embarrassment. His mecha was completely mutilated. If Lu Yuan hadn't collapsed, he might have been killed by the sword just now. Professor Sun took out the controller and pressed it twice. A combat spaceship flew in front of him very quickly. Seemingly embarrassed, he very nimbly jumped into the spacecraft. The high-intensity concentrated cannon directly hit several monster beasts, locking. In normal times,
This mechanically generated energy cannon would not pose a threat to several monster beasts. But now not only did everyone suffer a serious loss in strength, but they also had to protect Lu Yuan and Bai Qianqian.
Xiongji, Hu Qilin, you take them away first. I will take care of them.
Jin Maowen once again recovered his true form. Since he lacked strength, he should make up for it with the powerful body of the monster. This is Jin Maowen's idea.
Ha ha. Don't even think about running away.
Professor Sun's cold voice came through the loudspeaker. Just when the shaped cannon was about to be fired, there was suddenly an additional person on the battlefield. This person was dressed in white and looked majestic. He stood quietly in the air without any aura coming out of his body. If it weren't for the 2 sticks on his head that symbolized the demons, no one can tell his identity at all. The man raised his hand slightly, and a huge energy palm appeared in front of Professor Sun's spacecraft. With just a slight squeeze, the combat spacecraft was crushed into pieces. There was no explosion or any energy fluctuation. And Professor Sun was also wrapped in an energy shield and captured. Come out.
Boy, do you still recognize me?
The man asked in a cold voice.
Finally, we came to our door.
Professor Sun was not surprised, as if he had expected this day.
You have lied to me for nearly 1,000 years. Now that the Vidra immortal curse has been completed, and all parts of the body have been cultivated to the peak, why can't I break through the limit?
The man still ignored the others and just asked Professor Sun.
The pursuit of the way of heaven is an illusory thing. Isn't the Vidra immortal curse powerful? I just made a suggestion, and you accepted it happily. How can you just say it?
Although Professor Sun was restrained, but he said without fear at all,
in the days when I am no longer around, how many of my saints did you kill in order to consolidate your own strength? You actually want to control the entire Taiyuan world. I appreciate your ambition, and I recognize your strength. But those who dare to betray me will only die.
The man in white didn't wait for Professor Sun to defend himself again. With a gentle squeeze of his powerful hand, he directly eliminated Professor Sun and then threw him to the ground with a flick. The Taiyuan troops were all stunned. Even though Professor Sun's strength was greatly reduced after the battle, he would not be eliminated so easily. What was the background of the man in front of him? Although others don't know him, how many monsters know who this person is? This person is the only person in the Taiyuan world who can rival Zhulong. He was the Holy Emperor of the Holy Clan at the time, but he was later called the Demon Emperor by outsiders. Professor Sun's body fell to the ground, and no one noticed that a ray of data in his body quietly left. Not long after, in a certain room of Taiyuan building, a young man opened his eyes, pushed open the door of the instrument, and sat up.
A group of mortals still want to kill me. The Xion plan has been successful, and I will gain eternal life. Just wait and see. I will trample you all under my feet sooner or later.
After reincarnation, Professor Sun clenched his fists and said bitterly. Chapter 416 Agreement. Professor Sun, who was causing trouble just now, was instantly wiped out. The Taiyuan group troops were without a leader and were in chaos for a while, not knowing whether to advance or retreat.
Long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be alive,
Jin Maowen said to the Demon Emperor. In terms of strength, the Demon Emperor has reached the pinnacle of this world. But in terms of seniority, several major demon beasts are much older than the Demon Emperor.
While I was sleeping, the Pinnacle Forest was honest. Zhulong and I cherished each other's hearts, so we didn't embarrass you. Just leave that kid behind and leave on your own.
The Demon King showed no expression, and his words were unusually calm. Several monsters were a little surprised. Not because they were surprised that the Demon Emperor allowed them to leave, but because they were curious about why such a boy first obtained the true inheritance of Zhulong and then received the attention of the Demon Emperor.
If we want to leave, let's go together. This kid is passed out.
You won't bully a comatose, Junior.
Right.
Hu Qilin held Lu Yuan in his arms and said without any fear.
Huh? I remember that 1,000 years ago, your cultivation level was almost like this. How come you still haven't made any progress in 1,000 years?
The Demon Emperor ignored Hu Qilin's words. His eyes fell on him, and he just commented on the growth of Hu Qilin's strength over the years.
This.
Hu Qilin has been practicing for thousands of years, and now when a junior said this, he felt a little embarrassed on his face.
Is that the descendant of the nine-tailed fox? It seems that the poisoning is very deep. Is it Sun Ning's doing? That kid is also very talented, but it's a pity that he always thinks of some evil ways.
The Demon Emperor turned his eyes to Bai Qianqian and sighed. The Demon Emperor did not wait for the monster beasts to reply. A ray of light shot into Bai Qianqian's body, wrapping the toxins in her body and preventing them from spreading.
We can keep her alive for a while. As for the detoxification, let her go find the Zhulang on her own.
The Demon King turned his attention to Jin Maowan again.
My heart is filled with despair, and I have no fighting spirit. I used to think that you were the one with the best chance of breaking through the limit besides Zhulang. I didn't expect you to end up like this now.
Jin Maoyan was not angry, but just smiled.
Not everyone pursues power. Looking at the world, the only thing that can exist forever is the word love. It's extremely ridiculous,
the Demon Emperor said without hesitation. The Demon Emperor didn't want to argue with Jin Maowan about these meaningless things. So he injected a burst of energy into Lu Yuan's body, and the fire unicorn had no time to stop it. Within a few seconds, Lu Yuan gradually woke up, but his body could not move at all. The excessive use of energy caused the body to be overloaded. In addition to the pain, it was now difficult for Lu Yuan to move his fingers.
You're quite a young man. I've heard a lot of rumors about you, and we've also interacted with each other before.
The Demon Emperor did not embarrass everyone. Wu Qilin's words still had some effect. It was really difficult to bully a comatose junior in front of so many people.
Who are you?
Lu Yuan fell into a deep coma before, and knew nothing about what happened next. The Demon Emperor burst out laughing when he heard Lu Yuan's question.
You have killed so many of my clansmen, and you don't even know who I am. I am the Demon Emperor in your mouth. But I think the name Demon Emperor is very interesting.
Nice to hear. When I ruled the Taoyuan world, everyone respected me as the Holy Emperor. Now that I have awakened, everyone calls me a demon. In this case, I will once again unify the world as the Demon Emperor. Let's see what you call me. I didn't expect that such a powerful person would not be exempt from the common deeds. He has already stood on top of the world. Do he still want to rule the world?
Lu Yuan said weakly.
The weak do not deserve to live in the world. Greed and laziness will only lead to the destruction of the world. All rulers do not understand this truth. So I am the only one here. Why do you think you still have the opportunity to talk to me now? If you hadn't performed well before and killed so many of my people before, I would have driven you to pieces. Did you see the battle just now? With such a large energy fluctuation, I naturally want to take a look. Although your strength was forcibly improved, you were able to leapfrog and fight with Sun Ming, which is enough to prove your worth. Since you killed my people with your strength, that proves that they are not strong enough. So I decided to let you go.
Lu Yuan somewhat didn't understand the Demon Emperor's logic. It seemed that in his values, as long as he relied on strength to win, no matter whether his clan members or anyone else died, he would deserve to die. The strong live, the weak die. The Demon King disappeared for so long. And when he first entered the demon realm, there were people supervising the cultivation of civilians, which shows how deeply rooted his ruling methods are in the hearts of the people.
You don't look like a demon emperor, but you look like the protagonist in a movie or TV show.
Lu Yuan looked at the heroic demon emperor dressed in white, and it was difficult to overlap him with the demon emperor in his imagination.
It is human nature to judge people by their appearance. I admit that I am handsome, but this does not depend on whether I am good or bad.
The Demon Emperor commented to himself in a very calm tone. Maybe it was because he hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time. He talked a lot today. After his resurrection, everyone was respectful. Only the kid in front of him could talk to him in a humble manner.
I remember when I went to look for the mandala eye. That eyeball was the size of a basketball. I didn't expect your proportions to be quite normal. Although you were weak in that battle, your commanding ability was very strong. That's when I started paying attention to you. It also made me curious about what the world is like now. What will happen after being away for so long? Such a strong man appeared. But I was disappointed after his resurrection.
The Demon Emperor did not answer Lu Yuan's question, and there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. In fact, unifying the world was just its rise. Only the emergence of more strong men could excite him. Only breaking through the limits of strength was his lifelong pursuit. Just by looking at his eyes, Lu Yuan knew that the Demon Emperor was the same type of person as Zhulang and Ouya. That kind of exploration and yearning for limits was difficult for ordinary people to understand.
I don't care if you are acting on a whim or for any purpose. I will protect my country. If I have enough time to practice, the invisible cannot defeat you.
Lu Yuan said with firm eyes.
Ha! A person who can't even move his fingers is talking about protecting the country.
Although the Demon Emperor laughed, there was some appreciation in his eyes.
I am only in my early 20s. Although I have been practicing boxing since I was a child, I have only been practicing martial arts for less than a year. If I have enough time, I will definitely be able to reach your heights without even needing thousands of years.
Lu Yuan possesses several top-notch skills. If he has enough time, he is absolutely confident that he can fight against him.
Okay, I will give you time to practice. And the time limit will be when our army will rule this new world. If you are still vulnerable by then I will lose interest in you.
The Demon Emperor was intrigued by Lu Yuan.
Said lightly, if your army succeeds in unifying the world, then I will have no chance to stand in front of you.
Lu Yuan's meaning is very clear. He will protect his motherland to the death. If the demons can unify the world, it will prove that Lu Yuan is defeated and dead.
Ha ha ha. Okay. It's interesting. Whether it's arrogant or trying to be brave. Then I'll wait and see.
After the Demon Emperor said that, he disappeared out of thin air. Lu Yuan stared blankly in the direction of the Demon Emperor and fell into coma again the next second. Chapter 417 Awakening.
This is where
Lu Yuan opened his eyes with difficulty, and his body gradually regained consciousness. A wave of pain swept over him, and his whole body seemed to fall apart. The location was very soft, probably on the bed. There was no light source in the room, so it looked like it was night. His chest and thighs were unusually heavy, as if they were being pressed by something. He closed his eyes and tried to use his mind's eyes to check his surroundings, but the backlash from excessive use of mental power had not yet recovered, and Lu Yuan couldn't help but groan because of a stabbing pain in his brain. After recovering for a while, Lu Yuan realized that someone must be sleeping next to him. The heaviness in his chest and thighs must have been suppressed by that person's arms and legs. Normally, this weight would be nothing, but at this time, my body obviously couldn't bear the weight. My body was too weak to make much noise, and my body couldn't move at all, so I had no choice but to continue like this. I don't know how long he was unconscious. Judging from the lack of dry mouth, it shouldn't have been too long. The wounds on his body have been treated. It seems that his side should have won. Lu Yuan hurriedly ran the Marrow Cleansing Sutra in an attempt to speed up the recovery of the injury. The technique was also running automatically when he was unconscious, but this time the energy was too huge and exceeded the capacity of his body, so the backlash was also severe. The meridians were not fatally damaged, but the muscle tissue was severely damaged. This is why the body cannot move, and the pain is great. The mental power was excessively consumed, and the sea of consciousness was completely empty. It seemed that he had not recovered at all during the coma. No wonder he had a splitting headache when using the mind-eye skill. He couldn't force the recovery of his mental power, so Lu Yuan could only use his kung fu to recover from his physical injuries first. Time passed by, and soon it was getting brighter. The person sleeping next to Lu Yuan finally woke up, moved his arms and legs that were pressing on Lu Yuan, and stretched. It was as if this sleep had made her very tired.
You finally woke up,
Lu Yuan said weakly.
The person who woke up next to him was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. The light in the room was not particularly bright, but Lu Yuan could still feel the caring eyes.
Lu Yuan, are you awake? Are you awake?
It was Fong Rou who was guarding Lu Yuan. She finally reacted and shook Lu Yuan's arm happily.
If you shake it for a while, I will die,
Lu Yuan said with a grin.
Ah, I'm sorry. I forgot in the excitement.
As Fong Rou opened the curtains, the room finally became brighter. Lu Yuan was in a small room. It looked like an ordinary residential building. The room was somewhat messy, as if it had been robbed.
Where is this?
Lu Yuan was a little surprised. After all, none of the people around him were short of money. It was hard to imagine that he would wake up in such an environment.
You were seriously injured, so I didn't take you too far. Senior Huichilin found an empty building nearby. All the people in this building should have gone to concentration camps. The environment is a bit worse, but the facilities are still very complete,
Fong Rou explained.
Is everyone safe?
Lu Yuan remembered that everyone was intercepted when they were escaping, and he was always worried about everyone's safety.
Can't you care about yourself? Look what you have become. Do you know that you almost died?
Fong Rou suddenly became angry and started crying as she spoke.
I'm fine. I just woke up and checked my injuries. I just feel a little tight in my chest and can't breathe. Why can't you breathe? Yuanzi said you were fine.
Fong Rou hurried forward to check.
Maybe he was pressed by someone's arm while sleeping last night,
Lu Yuan replied.
I'm sorry. This bed is a bit too small. I was too sleepy yesterday. You've been in a coma for 3 days. By the way, are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat.
Fong Ro was as nervous as ever. But Lu Yuan changed the topic. And in an instant, she forgot about what she was crying about just now.
Is everyone safe? You haven't answered me yet. Have you? Don't think blindly. Although we were intercepted later, we were able to save the day. Momodosuk saved us at the critical moment. And then all the monsters in the Pinnacle Forest came to help. Remember the tyrant bear we fought, huh? It escorted you until the end, saying it would never forget how merciful you were.
Fong Ro explained.
You didn't lie to me. Where are my parents? I'm injured and they can't be here.
Lu Yuan noticed that Fong Ro was avoiding the important and taking the easy way out. And her eyes were flickering. Obviously she was hiding something. Fong Ro pondered for a while and said seriously.
The matter is not serious. I'd better tell you to prevent you from thinking blindly. My uncle and aunt were injured. Although the injuries were not serious, they are no longer in danger. They are now in the Xia family restoration. Everyone is afraid that you will be worried and asked not to tell you. Zheng Yu and Zhao Xinghe were also injured, but their lives were not in danger. Tong, Yuanzi and Linger were the key protection targets, so they only had some scratches, and they all went home to recuperate. Lu Yi was sent to Bai Qianqian's place by the Netherworld Flame Bird after the war, but she fell into a coma. She was later taken home by the Xia family for recuperation. It was said that a professor from the Taoyuan group could restore her memory, but she didn't know how it was progressing now.
Lu Yuan responded with a hmm. And the ending was quite acceptable. Lu Yuan also understood in his heart that it was useless to get emotional now. After all, it was difficult for him to even move his fingers.
I have never seen my parents injured before,
Lu Yuan murmured.
Uncle and aunt are really powerful. The troops intercepted by the Taoyuan group were all fully armed, either using equipment and skills in the game, or firing with machine guns. Unexpectedly, the two of them used their own skills to take the lead and clear a bloody path for everyone. If it weren't for protecting everyone, they wouldn't be hurt at all,
Fong Ro said with admiration.
Where are Senior Qilin and the others? They are in other rooms on the same floor. They said that they had consumed too much and needed to nurse themselves back to health for a few days. Bai Qianqian was the most seriously injured.
But I heard that Yao Wanzi said that the toxins in her body were sealed. She had never seen this poison before because she was afraid of damage. I didn't dare to take some poisonous blood to study the seal in Bai Qianqian's body. So I can only wait for the seniors to recover and take her to find Zhulong. It will probably take me another 2 days to resume action. You have worked hard these days. Are you injured?
Although Fong Ro has a carefree personality, her figure is the smallest in comparison. She always puts others first and never talks about her own pain.
I'm fine. I'm going to get you some food first. You must be starving after 3 days.
Fong Ro just smiled and shook her head, and then went to prepare food.
Give me some water first.
Fong Ro walked quickly to the bed, picked up the water glass on the bedside table, took a big sip herself, and then kissed Lu Yuan under Lu Yuan's surprised eyes. Chapter 418 Plan. With the end of the Taoyuan building rescue, the city finally returned to calm. After Professor Sun's defeat, the Taoyuan group collapsed, and the state took over the city again. Some of the surviving Taoyuan troops chose to surrender, and some chose to escape. All the system data in Taoyuan building was cleared. Although it was a technical loss, it was also the best ending. Lu Yuan learned through Hua Qilin and others that Professor Sun had been eliminated by the Demon Emperor. So he only thought that all the data was destroyed when the system matrix self-destructed. After a few days of training, Lu Yuan can already sit up on his own, and his physical injuries have recovered to some extent. Lu Yuan is confident that after the injuries are fully recovered, his body will be stronger than before. Moreover, after this battle, the Dian Shilong Ju, which I thought I needed to be more powerful to practice, was actually able to be practiced, and the dragon bloodline was more perfectly integrated into Lu Yuan's body, which was a blessing in disguise. If the Yi Jin Jing can help Lu Yuan recover from physical training, then the Dian Shilong Ju can make Lu Yuan's body stronger, even as strong as the Dragon Clan, and its unique properties allow Lu Yuan to turn all kinds of energy into his own use. During this period, both the Xia family and the Li family sent people to express condolences, because the situation in the city was not yet stable. The family heads were very busy and did not come in person, but Lu Yuan didn't mind. No one's injuries were too serious, and it would take some time for his parents to recover. After all, Not everyone has Lu Yuan's abnormal recovery ability. Because Professor Sun mobilized all the troops during the battle, the hostages and force staff in the building also escaped. Gao Yang, who has mastered the Shiwan technology, is helping Xiao Lui recover his memory. Xiao Tao now has the characteristics of the system's mother body. It might be easier if Lu Yuan comes to help. But Lu Yuan's mental energy is exhausted, and he doesn't know how long it will take to recover. So he just lets Gao Yan do it. The hardest person these days is Fong Rou. She has to take care of Lu Yuan's daily life every day, especially during the days when Lu Yuan couldn't move. Many embarrassing things happened, but it seemed that only Lu Yuan was embarrassed. Fong Rou did not shy away from it at all, and Lu Yuan didn't understand why he didn't send a man to take care of him. Finally, a week later, Lu Yuan regained his ability to move. Although his body was still very weak and his mental strength still showed no signs of recovery, he was at least able to take care of himself. I've worked hard for you these days. You have a good rest, and I can take care of the rest. Lu Yuan stood on the ground and stretched out his waist. His body felt sore and numb. He seemed a little excited after not getting out of bed for a week. Fong Rou first looked at Lu Yuan with a smile, but then her eyes became a little lonely. I'm going to see Senior Qilin and the others. I don't know how Bai Qianqian is doing, Lu Yuan said to Fong Rou and walked out of the room. Fong Rou looked at Lu Yuan's back, stamped her feet and murmured in a low voice, "Umph." He ran out as soon as he could get out of bed. He's still cute when he's stretched out on the bed. This building was an apartment-type building. Hui Qilin's room was right next to Lu Yuan's. The door was not closed. Lu Yuan simply knocked on the door and walked in. Hui Qilin opened his eyes as if feeling something. His eyes filled with relief. You can recover so quickly from such a serious injury. You're really good. How are the seniors recovering? I happen to have something to tell you. Let's go to Bai Qianqian's room first. Hui Qilin went out first and shouted twice. And Jin Maohuan and Qiongqi were shouted out. As for Tao Tai, he must have fallen asleep again. What are you yelling for? Can you have some quality? Qiongqi said angrily. I didn't expect to be able to move freely so soon. The body of the monster is nothing more than this. Jin Maoyuan's eyes fell directly on Lu Yuan and said, Stop talking nonsense. Go see Bai Qianqian first, and then decide what to do next. Hui Qilin interrupted everyone's conversation and walked into Bai Qianqian's room first. Bai Qianqian's face was a little haggard, and she was practicing at the moment. But the energy she gathered would soon dissipate automatically, and there was black energy between her brows, which seemed to be sucking her life force. How are you doing now? Jin Maojun asked. Bai Qianqian stopped exercising and shook her head, her body swaying as if she would fall down at any time. Xiao Yuan is out of danger, and the rest of us have almost recovered. You can't delay any longer in this situation. We will set off to find Zhulong soon. I hope it can help you remove the toxin. Well, Professor Sun's poisonous needle gave even Senior Zhulong a headache. I just don't know if Zhulong is still where I left him. Lu Yuan was also a little worried about Bai Qianqian's condition. We have our own way to find him. After this battle, your strength will improve a lot. In less than 2 years, your strength will catch up with us. We don't know when we will meet again this time. This new world is where you are young. It's a human stage. I hope you can shine. Jin Maohuan said gently. I would also like to thank the seniors who made it possible for me to sacrifice their own strength for my sake. In fact, if you two join forces to fight against the enemy, Professor Sun may not be your opponent. Lu Yuan bowed at 90 degrees to several people and said gratefully, Humans' cultivation talent far exceeds that of demon beasts. Zhulong has practiced for thousands of years to achieve this achievement, while Demon Emperor was able to keep pace with them thousands of years ago. That Sun Ming is very powerful, but he is still a junior to us, so it would be a bit embarrassing for us to join forces. Besides, he has many methods, so we may not be able to gain the upper hand. The Demon Emperor is right when he says that our strength was roughly the same 1,000 years ago. It is really shameful that we have not made any progress in the past 1,000 years. Jin Maohuan also felt a little emotional after this battle. In fact, several monster beasts should be able to win in the end if they join forces. But the price should be very heavy. Lu Yuan can stand up at the critical moment, which is already the best ending. Lu Yuan, the world is very chaotic, but it is also full of opportunities. You have to work harder. I look forward to seeing you defeat the old boy of the Demon Emperor. Fire Qilin patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. What are the seniors' plans after finding Zhulong? I plan to continue traveling around the world. Although this battle is very exciting to me, I am really tired of fighting and killing. People in the world say that I am fierce and aggressive. But what I hate most is fighting.
Xiongqi stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes revealing a sense of loneliness.
I'm not afraid of your jokes. I plan to find Shui Qilin. This time, I will stay by her side no matter what.
Fire Qilin said with a smile.
Don't look at me. Why should I tell you my plan?
Xiongqi said angrily.
We know even if you don't tell us, you and Bai Qianqian will definitely stay with Zhulong and never leave.
What Qilin teased.
Looking for a fight.
Xiongqi actually showed his daughterly attitude and started playing with Wu Qilin.
I didn't expect you two ferocious beasts to have such a good relationship,
Lu Yuan said to the golden retriever beside him.
Only the impact of water will make the sand stick together. If the water disperses, the sand will still be sand,
Jin Maowan said with emotion.
What about you? What are your plans for the future?
Jin Maojun continued to ask.
I plan to help Senior Xuanwu find the whereabouts of the white tiger. It is said that it is the only one that can help Xuanwu get out of trouble.
Lu Yuan thought for a while and said,
You're such a magical kid. You can even encounter legendary holy beasts.
Fire Qilin ran a long circle and came around to Lu Yuan, handing over a large red crystal-like object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Qilin blood the size of a quail egg.
Hold this. It will help you when you use Qilin fire. This blood will react with my vision. If you want to find me in the future, it will give you a general direction,
Fire Qilin said. Seeing that Wu Qilin became serious, Xiongqi stopped playing around. He transformed into a human form in front of Lu Yuan for the first time. He was tall, dressed in light gauze, and looked very beautiful. There was a constant breeze blowing around him, which made him look a little strange. The meaning of dust.
Although you and I were fighting when we first met, you are pretty good. If you want to fly, you need to feel the wind. The wind is everywhere. As long as you use your own energy to resonate with the wind, you can fly in the wind.
So far, I have taught Lu Yuan the secret of flying. Bai Qianqian, who had been silent until now, also spoke.
Although you are not very strong, you are very handsome when you fight for your women. Treat them well.
The monsters didn't stay too long and left after saying a few words. Lu Yuan looked at the leading figures with some emotion. Fong Rou counted the number of people and realized something seemed wrong.
Is one of them missing? Tao Tai is still sleeping?
Chapter 419 Powerful Basic Attributes. After the big monsters left, Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He used 3 days to recover some strength. Although his mental strength still showed no improvement, he no longer had the same headache as when he first woke up. What made Lu Yuan the happiest was that the Thunder Sword finally returned to his side. Although Qiongqi was usually rude, he was still quite considerate. Thanks to its own equipment, it was not lost. Unfortunately, the Thunder Sword consumes too much energy, and Lei Ling has not responded. The Sky Thunder suit has become even more dilapidated. If there are still enough materials, there is a chance to repair it. But there is no Sky Thunder crystal left, so I can only feel distressed. There is nothing you can do about stroking the Sky Thunder suit. In addition, the Xuanwu shield also had cracks. The damage to the Xuanwu suit was not very great. The Xuanwu shield was originally the carapace of the mythical beast Xuanwu that fell off as an adult. It was a natural thing that Lu Yuan could not repair.
I have forged so many things, but this time I feel that I am useless. It seems that it will be difficult to recover.
Lu Yuan stroked his equipment, his words a little sad. Fong Rou just sat aside and watched quietly without saying any words of comfort. She couldn't do much to help, and the only thing she could do was to accompany her quietly. The Xuanwu suit placed in front of Lu Yuan lit up, and the shadow of the mythical beast Xuanwu emerged from the equipment.
Boy, you don't have to worry about the Xuanwu shield. Although you paid a heavy price in this battle, I benefited a lot. My spiritual clone absorbed a lot of your overflowing energy. The damage to the Xuanwu suit and Xuanwu shield will be taken care of by me. Reparable. Then I'll thank you. Senior, after I recover, I plan to travel around. I will definitely find the white tiger. I will help you escape from the barrier as soon as possible,
Lu Yuan said.
No hurry. No rush. I have been waiting for so many years. It will take just a moment and a half. I think your thunder attribute suit and the weapons seem to be one. If you feel good, you should have the weapon spirit. As long as the weapon spirit wakes up. The equipment can also be used slowly. It's been repaired, so you don't have to be too sad.
Xuanwu clone comforted.
Really? It's been damaged like this, and can it be repaired? And it's repaired automatically?
Lu Yuan said in surprise. This can't be blamed on Lu Yuan for not knowing that the equipment he forged has never been damaged to such an extent. Patriarch Uya only taught him how to forge it. But he never had time to teach him the theoretical knowledge. As a result, Lu Yuan has strong hands-on ability and theoretical knowledge. The stuff is not very solid. Forget about the 5 elements natural disaster set. After all, it is an epic level set. But the Sky Thunder set has a different meaning to Lu Yuan. It was the first set of artifacts he made. Although the parts are all pseudo-artifact levels. But it's very memorable.
Equipments with weapon spirits are 1 level higher than equipment of the same level because they have life. Just like humans and monsters. The equipment itself is their body. As long as it has a soul, it is considered to have life. As long as the soul is immortal, the injury will heal sooner or later.
Lu Yuan has been in contact with weapon spirits more than once. But he really didn't regard them as living beings. He always felt that he cherished them very much. In the end, he found that he had always stood on a high ground and still failed to treat them as equals. The Xuanwu clone chatted with Lu Yuan for a while, and then disappeared into the equipment. Lu Yuan inserted the Thunder Sword into the scabbard made of phoenix wood. This was specially made by Lu Yuan to prevent the energy of the Thunder Sword from being lost. And then released into the warm jade sword box to cultivate. As for the Sky Thunder suit, Lu Yuan stored it in the God of Craftsman ring. The core of the Sky Thunder crystal is the Thunder Sword. And the Thunder Spirit has always stayed in the weapon. As long as the Thunder Spirit restores its energy, the Sky Thunder suit will still have a chance to be repaired.
Lu Yuan, can I go with you to find the White Tiger?
Fong Rou asked in a low voice.
It's very dangerous outside. And there are a lot more monsters than before. And I don't have a clear direction. If I die now, there will be no chance of resurrection.
I suggest.
I'm not afraid of danger. The world has become a mess. I don't know what I should do in the future. Now I just want to follow you. Even if I die, I will follow you.
Fong Rou changed from her usual careless demeanor. Her words were full of confusion about the future. There was only one thing she was very determined about. And that was to stay by Lu Yuan's side.
Then you have to practice hard and don't hold me back when the time comes.
Lu Yuan did not refuse. After all, even if Lu Yuan disagreed with Fong Rou's decision, she would still find a way to do it.
Tisk, when did I get behind me? My Taoyuan system was also activated. I am a level 66 assassin.
When Fong Rou heard that Lu Yuan did not refuse, she immediately became happy and regained her former energy.
By the way, Lu Yuan, what level are you at now? And your equipment? It feels much better than the previous equipment.
Fong Rou asked curiously. Since the villa incident, Professor Sun has stopped running the Taoyuan game. So the level of almost all players has stayed at that time. With the exception of Lu Yuan, who reached level 70 after a series of journeys. However, in this battle, the 4 monster beasts each lost a level in order to achieve their own achievements. You must know that it is a level after level 90. It is hard to imagine how much energy has been injected into Lu Yuan's body. He has been busy recovering his body these past few days. Due to his depletion of mental power, he did not contact the system Xiao Tao to check on his strength.
Xiao Tao! Xiao Tao! Can you help me visualize the attribute panel and take a look? Oh well.
Xiao Tao quickly responded to Lu Yuan. But she was listless and seemed very tired.
Why don't you have energy? I am attached to your sea of consciousness now. That sword Zhu Xian took away all the mental power. It's good that I wasn't drained to death.
Xiao Tao said angrily. The attribute panel quickly appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Because Xiao Tao inherited the characteristics of the system matrix, Lu Yuan easily shared the data with Fong Rou. Lu Yuan ID, Bu Dao Huan. Level, 75. Vitality, strong. Magic value, mental power depleted state. Strength, 843. Intelligence, 542. Stamina, 960. Spirit, 750. Agility, 642. Attack power, 1746. Defense, 420. PS, not wearing armor.
Why is it only level 75? Each of the 4 monster beasts dropped by 1 level. I was only raised by 5 levels after I was over 70 years old.
Lu Yuan said with some reluctance.
Lu Yuan, you are not wearing any armor or weapons. But your attributes are so abnormal?
Fong Rou asked in surprise.
Is it abnormal? I don't know what normal is.
Lu Yuan has been immersed in the lack of level improvement. But he didn't pay much attention to his basic attributes. Xiao Tao's dissatisfied voice sounded.
Level does not mean everything. The energy injected by several monsters has helped you lay a solid foundation. The Dian Shalong Ju has upgraded your body to a higher level. Your body is already comparable to that of monsters. A beast. After arriving in this world, Lu Yuan rarely looks at his attribute panel, because the data is only a reference and does not mean that he will definitely win. However, Lu Yuan still knows about the improvement of various attributes. After all, it is rare for Lu Yuan to break through now. Unopened defense. Lu Yuan called up the attributes of the Xuanwu suit again. Xuanwu suit, summary. Artifact set. Defense, 460,120. Strength, plus 25,000. Stamina, plus 23,000. Additional attributes, Earth attribute affinity. Immune to 30% of Earth attribute attacks. And the effect of own Earth attribute attacks is doubled. Additional attributes, Water attribute affinity. Immune to 30% Water attribute attacks. And the effect of its own Water attribute attacks is doubled. Additional attributes, Hardness. Special attribute bonus of Basalt Ore. Self-defense increased by 60%. Additional attributes, Amphibious. Movement speed on the ground or in water is increased by 20%. Additional attributes, Xuanwu Breath. Due to the presence of Xuanwu's spiritual clone, the suit itself contains Xuanwu Breath, which has a deterrent effect on low-level monsters. Monsters with weak strength will not actively attack the wearer. Additional skills, Mire. A fusion skill of water and earth attributes that turns the ground into a swamp, making it difficult for enemies trapped in it to extricate themselves. The degree of control depends on the strength of the enemy. Additional skills, Absolute Defense Xuanwu. Summons the Energy Body Xuanwu for defense. The Energy Body Xuanwu will cover the wearer for 360 degrees defense without blind spots. The strength of the defense depends on the wearer's energy level. Forger, Bu Dao Wan. Chapter 420 The Origin of Contradiction. The city was taken over by the government again. In addition to soldiers starting to patrol and investigate, the government also began to recruit some players who had awakened the system. The players suddenly gained power in the real world, which was also full of surprises. But after all, not everyone is willing to serve the motherland. Groups of adventurous people have gone to explore the unknown world. Some people who are greedy for petty gains have used their abilities to start sweeping the city, tried to find some missing finances. The government is also stepping up inspections in the city. Some undamaged houses and buildings have begun to escort residents back one after another. The power supply and network are also being repaired. The city is returning to normal life. Lu Yuan originally wanted to live a quiet life for a few days, so he kept hiding in this apartment and did not leave. However, the tree wanted to be quiet, but the wind did not stop. Not everyone knew that it was Lu Yuan who defeated Professor Sunday. As the soldiers investigated, both Lu Yuan and Fong Rou were regarded as suspicious elements. Finally, they contacted the Xia family through the communicator, and then asked someone to get rid of them. Suspicion. Tao Tai, who was sleeping in another room, caused Lu Yuan a lot of trouble. The soldiers got orders from their superiors and left. But there were always players who had gained abilities and had nothing to do. A group of people actually explored Tao Tai's place and saw that he was sleeping. They even thought about sneaking up on Tao Tai, wondering if any artifact would be revealed. Something like that. But even if Tao Tai is sleeping, how can its terrifying defense be broken by a few ordinary players? He was not even woken up at first, but several players still attacked without giving up, and finally defeated him. Tao Tai was woken up. The Tao Tai who was woken up was extremely irritable, and his body shape returned to its original appearance from the size of a lion. The apartment building couldn't bear it at all. First, several floors were pushed open in succession, and then the building couldn't bear it and collapsed. The city, which had just returned to calm for a few days, was once again broken by this sudden change. The few players who had caused trouble felt bad when Tao Tai woke up, although they tried their best to escape. In the end, only one of them stumbled down the stairs and jumped down, while the rest were sucked into Tao Tai's stomach. Lu Yuan was adjusting his breath, but the sudden change suddenly woke him up, and he grabbed Fong Rou and rushed out. The building began to collapse, and Tao Tai suddenly went crazy. Soldiers patrolling the streets quickly gathered and started attacking without any hesitation. Tao Tai was furious and became even more violent when he was attacked again. He started a new round of attacks regardless. Lu Yuan used his hands avoid to fly around in the air, avoiding the collapsing building. When he landed on the ground and saw the crazy Tao Tai, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Why are you leaving this guy here? Who can stop him from going crazy?
Lu Yuan put down Fang Rou in his arms, and couldn't help but complain.
It was so crazy that it almost killed us both.
Fang Rou complained angrily. Lu Yuan wanted to rush forward to stop Tao Tai. But more and more soldiers gathered around him, and the attacking firepower was too fierce. Even if Lu Yuan had high defense, he did not dare to enter the fire area like this. The troops gathered more and more, but they could not cause substantial damage to Tao Tai. Ordinary bullets could not even break through its defense. This place was in the center of the city, and it was impossible to use artillery SHLs that were too lethal.
You find a place far away to hide. This is not an option. I'll go over and have a look,
Lu Yuan said to Fang Rou. The primary goal now is not to stop Tao Tai, but to find a way to stop the besieging soldiers. Only when the attack stops can Tao Tai have a chance to calm down. After all, Tao Tai knows Lu Yuan and should give him some face. After constant questioning, Lu Yuan quickly came to the leader responsible for on-site command.
Hello. Please stop attacking immediately. This kind of attack is impossible to be effective and will only continue to irritate it,
Lu Yuan reminded loudly.
It's dangerous here. Citizens, please leave quickly. Squad leader, send 2 people to escort him to a safe place.
The commander ignored Lu Yuan and loudly sent someone to escort him.
I am not an ordinary citizen. My name is Lu Yuan. I have cooperated with you in fighting many times. This is the vicious beast Tao Tai. I hope you will not make a big mistake,
Lu Yuan said loudly again.
I don't know what you are. What else can I do if I don't attack you? Are you going to let it wreak havoc in the city? You can do it. Come on.
The commander was busy giving orders and became a little impatient with Lu Yuan's entanglement. Lu Yuan's whole body flashed with light, and the Xuanwu suit immediately appeared on him.
You guys stop. I'll go.
Lu Yuan didn't bother to continue explaining. The commander was stunned when he saw the change in front of him. He paused and said,
Are you the Lu Yuan who single-handedly destroyed the Taoyuan group?
The Taoyuan group has been hegemonic for several months. When Lu Yuan fought before, everyone in the government naturally knew the news, and even the battle scenes were recorded in the dark. Although it was not announced to the outside world, Lu Yuan was known as Lu Yuan in the army. The name has already become famous.
It's me. Please cease the fire. It also has a share of credit for destroying the Taoyuan group. Although I don't know why it went crazy. Leave the rest to me.
Lu Yuan nodded. The commander didn't recognize him before because the scene was chaotic, and he only wanted to deal with Tao Tai. Now that he knew that this was the hero Lu Yuan, he naturally obeyed him. This was the benefit of being famous. Who would have listened to a young man in the past? The commander ordered everyone to cease fire and quickly retreat to a safe distance. Soon the army stopped attacking. In such a short time, many soldiers had been sacrificed. Although it was sad, there was nothing that could be done about it. In order to prevent Tao Tai from continuing to pursue the soldiers, Lu Yuan directly used the Hand of Void to rush towards Tao Tai.
Tao Tai! Wake up! I am Lu Yuan. Please stop attacking.
Lu Yuan shouted to Tao Tai loudly as he moved towards Tao Tai. But his eyes were red, and he had obviously lost his mind. As Lu Yuan approached, Tao Tai also noticed him, but without any intention of waking up. He raised his front paws and patted Lu Yuan. Because Lu Yuan didn't expect Tao Tai to lose his mind, and was not fully prepared when he sprinted. He was hit hard by this claw and fell to the ground like a ball. Due to the excessive force of the impact, Lu Yuan could not react at all. He could only try his best to protect his head, and made a big hole in the ground.
Damn! That's too much!
Lu Yuan got up from the ground, feeling furious in his heart. The Hand of the Void did not grab Tao Tai, but instead grabbed the tall building next to it. The angry Lu Yuan quickly surpassed Tao Tai's height, and poured all his strength into the Hand of the Void's skill. A big golden fist hit Tao Tai with a bang on the head. Although the mad Tao Tai's strength increased sharply, his acuity dropped significantly. He was hit on the head by this energy fist, and fell to the ground without any defense. And his eyes regained clarity. Lu Yuan took out the Yongyan knife, and a thrust was already on the way to attack Tao Tai. Tao Tai felt the attack coming, and when he looked closely, he saw that it was Lu Yuan.
Why did you hit me?
Tao Tai asked, confused. Lu Yuan recognized him, took back the Yongyan knife, rolled a few times to release his strength, and finally stood on Tao Tai's head.
Look what you have done. And you asked me why I hit you.
Lu Yuan said angrily.
I slept peacefully. Who knows what happened? Someone must have woken me up. You kid, don't think that you can hit me for no reason just because the candle dragon is covering you.
Tao thunderous voice echoed throughout the room.
Street. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Your companions are all gone. So you should leave quickly.
Lu Yuan turned over and jumped off his head. Tao didn't want to embarrass Lu Yuan, so he angrily got up from the ground, snorted angrily at Lu Yuan, jumped up and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Lu Yuan shook his head. After all, they were ferocious beasts. It was still difficult to live in peace with them. He had to take some time to practice flying with the wind. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to fight against high-level monsters. Lu Yuan was still in a daze. But the soldiers around him were different. A young man single-handedly knocked down this behemoth with just one punch, and then escaped in a hurry. This was such a legendary thing. If it weren't for his comrades, there were many casualties, and everyone was already cheering.
Why did you let it go?
The commander came to Lu Yuan and asked.
Otherwise? Can I kill it? Monsters are destined to not live in peace with humans. Sooner or later, I will seek an explanation for my dead brothers.
The commander clenched his fists and felt sorry for his lost comrades. Lu Yuan also couldn't bear it. But the world had changed. If he didn't take action, if he didn't know Tao Tai, I'm afraid this whole city would be destroyed because of it. The building was destroyed, and Lu Yuan and Fang Rou had to go to Xia's house. Lu Yuan originally planned to visit his parents as soon as he recovered. But after talking, they learned that they could move around freely. And the Xia house had a lot of customers. And they all wanted to go there. Thanks to Lu Yuan for saving the children of various families. He decided to meditate for a few days. Naturally, the two of them were warmly welcomed back. After visiting their parents, they exchanged pleasantries for a while. And they didn't get to rest until late at night. The next day, the newly restored internet and TV were full of reports of giant monsters attacking the city center. And a young man whose legs were broken was even interviewed.
A few of my friends and I happened to pass by XX apartment. Unexpectedly, the monster suddenly went crazy. Several of my friends were eaten by it. Only I escaped. The world has undergone a sudden change, and various unknown species have invaded the Earth. Humanity is facing an unprecedented disaster. It seems that these invaders cannot coexist peacefully with humans. We hope that the general public will pay attention to safety when traveling, and do not go outside the city unless there are special circumstances. Military, we will do our best to ensure everyone's safety.
The host concluded neatly. Lu Yuan was helpless after reading the report. It seemed that the relationship between humans and monsters had been forged. Although most monsters were ferocious, there were still some peace-loving monsters. If they attacked indiscriminately, then the war would be futile. The rest continues. Besides, Lu Yuan knew very well how the sleeping Tao Tai could take the initiative to attack several civilians. Chapter 421. Let's go! Looking for the holy beast White Tiger. Just after breakfast, more and more people came to visit the Xia family. I don't know where these people got the news of Lu Yuan's return. They all brought thank you gifts and wanted to see Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was very glad that he did not come to see his parents directly a few days ago. Otherwise, he would not be able to rest and recover from his injuries in this situation. Although Lu Yuan only indirectly saved the children of other families, people from other families don't think so. Everyone knows about Lu Yuan's engagement with Xia Lui. This opportunity is also the best time to curry favor with the Xia family. Besides, Lu Yuan, this young man, is indeed young and promising. As a younger generation, Lu Yuan was a little disgusted by these sophistication. But he had to deal with it out of politeness. It was already noon when everyone left. Lu Fei and Li Jingxian were of course very happy to see their son achieve such an achievement. The Xia family is indeed one of the largest families. In such troubled times, they can still make a sumptuous lunch. During the dinner, Xia Hao, the head of the Xia family, always looked at Lu Yuan with a smile, his eyes full of affection. And he was obviously extremely satisfied with his prospective grandson-in-law.
Xia Rui, the child is still so young. How dare you let the Lu family boy take risks for your own daughter?
Xia Hao was the first to speak, although there was a hint of blame in his words. His tone was completely inaudible. He was obviously talking to Lu Yuan. And it was a bit like Liu Bei throwing a child to win people's hearts. Lu Fei and Li Jingxian just smiled and said nothing when they heard this. They just looked at Lu Yuan silently. It was obvious that several elders were teasing Lu Yuan.
Even if Uncle Xia doesn't ask, I will go to save people. Lu Yi and others all happened when they were with me. I will rescue them because of the circumstances.
Lu Yuan thought for a while and said. Lu Yuan just took the responsibility for the accident and did not mention the engagement with Luo Yi. After all, Contemporary young people still feel that engagements such as martial arts competitions are somewhat informal.
No matter what, the good son-in-law is now famous, and all the big families are trying their best to fawn over him. If it weren't for this troubled times, wouldn't a generation of young heroes be buried?
Xiaorui said with a smile.
How is Luo Yi's situation now?
Lu Yuan finally waited for the opportunity to ask.
I didn't tell you before because I was afraid that you would be worried about the impact of the injury. Luo Yi's current situation is a bit complicated. Professor Gao Yang, who escaped from Taoyuan building, is helping to restore her memory. However, Professor Gao said that the little girl's brain is trying its best to resist external invasion. It should be that she was previously attacked, caused by tampering with memory. However, the little girl has been smart since she was a child and has a photographic memory. After a few days of cultivation, the memory in her mind has begun to recover automatically. There is no danger anymore. However, she started to retreat a few days ago. It is said that if she can fully recover, your own mental strength will also grow a lot. Xiaorui replied. Lu Yuan originally wanted to use the system characteristics of Xiao Tao's mother body to help Luo Yi recover. But if Xiao Lui was mentally resistant, even the system mother body could not forcefully enter. Otherwise, it would cause permanent damage to it. But since Xiao Lui being able to recover automatically is already the best result.
Although the threat from the Taoyuan group has been lifted now, there are still many unknown dangers in other worlds, especially the Demon Emperor. Although Professor Sun was at the end of his strength at the time, he was instantly killed by the Demon Emperor. His strength was unimaginable. What he pursues is the power to break through the limits. But he also wants to rule the world. I made a bet with him that there will be a battle between the two of us. So I plan to continue to go out and experience and strive to become stronger.
Lu Yuanyuan had something to do here, and directly stated his intention to leave. Firstly, he felt that time was tight, and he had to improve his strength quickly. Secondly,
it was his commitment to the mythical beast Xuanwu. Of course, part of it was also because there were too many people visiting him every day.
My silly son, since that Demon King is so powerful, why do you want to bet with him?
Li Jingxian said with a worried look on his face. Lu Yuan smiled helplessly and said,
Mom, if it weren't for this bet, your son might have been turned into ashes in a snap.
Lu Fei also shook his head sadly when he heard this.
I thought we could represent the contemporary martial arts world, but I didn't expect that we would be seriously injured against 180 soldiers. The life before was still too comfortable. Dad, you don't need to belittle yourselves. The people in the Taoyuan group are fully armed, and most of them have awakened this system. In addition to high-tech weapons, everyone has skills and magic. You don't wear any armor at all, and you can withstand so many people. He is already a master among masters.
Lu Yuan consoled him.
A man should travel everywhere. A man should protect 3 things in his life: the land under his feet, his parents at home, and the women around him. You don't need to worry about me and your mother. You can take care of the other 2 things by yourself. Don't worry about whether you are a demon king or a devil. You boy, practice hard and beat him up.
Lu Fei obviously agreed to Lu Yuan's long trip.
Don't worry. The new world is so big, and there are many forces from all sides. The demons are not that quick to unify the world. Besides, I will stop it. Since my parents have no objection, I will prepare to leave early tomorrow morning. Leaving so soon? Have your injuries been healed?
Li Jingxian said with some reluctance. Lu Yuan just smiled and nodded, saying that his injuries were not serious. I am afraid that he would be reluctant to leave after talking too much. But now he has no choice. If he continues to live comfortably, the Demon Emperor will not let him go in a few years. It's better to try your best. And after this battle, Lu Yuan also has a new understanding of power. Now, in addition to forging, Lu Yuan also wants to see what the end of power is. What will happen after the restrictions of heaven are broken? Lu Yuan also become curious. After lunch, Lu Yuan went back to his room to continue practicing. The day passed quickly. When Lu Yuan came to the front hall early the next morning, he found that many people had gathered, and it seemed that they were all here to see him off. There were many people coming, but most of them were Lu Yuan's friends. This time, the Xia family should have deliberately not let outsiders come. The Li family was talking with Lu Yuan's parents. Zhang Yu, Xiao Xinghe, Jianchen and others gathered together to discuss. No matter what. Even Yang Yanzhao and Chang Chunzi, whom they had not seen for a long time, came to see Lu Yuan off at this moment.
Boss, you're here.
Zhang Yu was the first to see Lu Yuan and said,
Well, Why are you all here?
Lu Yuan asked.
Uncle Xia informed you yesterday that you were leaving. I originally wanted to come here yesterday.
Li Tong looked at his father halfway through his sentence, and then continued with some disappointment.
I can't go on an adventure with you this time. You must come back safely.
Li Jingbai stepped forward, patted Li Tong to express comfort, and handed over a walkie-talkie-like phone.
Considering that the places you may go to are relatively remote, although this equipment looks a bit old, the signal is super strong, and a positioning system is installed inside to facilitate everyone's contact.
Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, and put away the communicator.
Boss, I originally wanted to practice with you, but in this current situation, my father will not let me go. However, I have signed up for the city guard, and I will protect everyone.
Zheng Yu said.
Xiao Yuanzi, I can't go this time either. I heard that people from the city guard will have the opportunity to go to the battlefield in the future. I want to make a name for myself. I should be able to meet Miss Chiu Shui in the future.
Zhao Xinghe also said. Jianchen, Yang Yanzhao, Chong Chunzi and Qing Shi also came over. But Jianchen was the first to speak.
Brother Lu, I feel a little ashamed to say that we all chose to stay and take care of our families, compared with the safety of the world.
Our families are more important to us. We have also joined the city guard. We will definitely have the opportunity to fight together in the future. We will try our best not to hold you back when the time comes. Brother Lu, take care.
Yang Yanzhao and Chong Chunzi also nodded and said solemnly.
Well, you all should also take care. Lu Yuan Dao.
Lu Yuan didn't like separation very much and was afraid of making it too sad. So he didn't say too many words. Li Jingxian worriedly told Lu Yuan some things, and Xia Rui prepared a lot of gold bars for Lu Yuan. After all, the current situation was turbulent, and only gold was the most valuable thing. Lu Yuan wanted to shirk it, but in the end Mr. Xia Hao spoke. Lu Yuan did not dare not to give face, so he could only accept it into the ring of the god of craftsmen. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lu Yuan didn't waste any more time and got up and set off directly while the weather was just right. As soon as they arrived outside Xia's house, Fong Rou appeared behind Lu Yuan with a backpack on her back with a smile on her back.
In which direction are we going? Don't say you won't take me with you. You promised me back then.
Fong Rou said with a smile. Lu Yuan was thinking about why he didn't see Fong Rou before, but he didn't expect that she was waiting for him here.
Fong Rou, are you going to go with the boss?
Zheng Yu asked in surprise.
Lu Yuan will be left to you.
Li Tong said a little lonely.
No wonder you were the only one who didn't say anything when we were discussing yesterday. It turned out that you had already made a plan.
Zhao Xinghe looked at Fong Rou with a playful look in his eyes. Lu Yuan knew that nothing he could say could stop Fong Rou at this moment. So he got into the jeep prepared by the Xia family without further words.
Let's go east. As the saying goes, green dragon on the left and white tiger on the right. Maybe the white tiger will be in the east.
Lu Yuan casually mentioned a direction. After all, searching for a holy beast is an illusory matter. Everyone watched Lu Yuan drive away in silence, with mixed feelings in their hearts. If everyone had no worries, then how could Lu Yuan be allowed to set off on his own? In the sky, a big bird with dark purple flames all over its body flew past, following Lu Yuan from a distance.
You promised to help me practice, and now you have secretly left. Men are really big liars.
The netherworld flame bird muttered as it flew. Chapter 422 Chapter 422 Two people and one bird. Lu Yuan drove the jeep out of the main city quickly. There were no difficulties at every checkpoint along the way. It seemed that he had set age low in advance. The roads outside the city have become very dilapidated. After the new world has been integrated for so long, people have gradually begun to get used to it. There are also sporadic people in the wilderness. Especially after the Taoyuan system is all activated, people form a team to level up. In wild areas such as the Gobi Desert, there are more types of monsters than in Peach Blossom World. But they are all similar. Even monsters of the same species have different looks, physiques, and attack methods.
If this was still in the game, the playability would be higher. It's a pity that everyone only has one life now.
Fong Rou was sitting in the passenger seat with one hand stretched out the window, looking extremely comfortable. Although the future of this trip was unknown, the sense of freedom after escaping from the city still made people unable to control themselves.
Yes, either you pass the level with one life, or you live in this world. Think about it. The peaceful days are now out of reach.
Lu Yuan also drove the car very easily, and couldn't help but sigh. A few months ago, He was an ordinary college student, and a few months later, he actually started to interact with the Demon Emperor's holy beast.
Tauntaun originally planned to travel together, but after being arrested for several months and only returning home for a few days, Uncle Lee refused to put her in danger at any cost. So she had no choice but to compromise.
Fong Ro
continued. Actually, you shouldn't follow me. When I was fighting against the demons, I killed too many demons. Now that the Demon Emperor has been resurrected and is targeting me, the only way to stay away from me is to avoid being implicated in the end. The Demon King sees me as a plaything, so he lets me become stronger. Maybe he just wants to see how the weak struggle, or maybe it's because you feel too lonely at the top, and you're looking forward to having one more opponent appear in your heart?
Fong Ro leaned her head against the frame of the car window, letting the wind ruffle her short hair. She was silent for a while before replying.
What do you think is the most important thing in life?
Lu Yuan was stunned by the sudden question. This kind of question was often mentioned by people. Different times and different situations gave different answers. The reason why I was stunned when I was asked is because when I think back to these years, I have always done whatever others asked me to do. I was forced to practice Kung Fu since I was a child, and I was asked to study hard after I went to school. Even when I entered the world of Taoyuan, I did it in Europe. He worked hard to achieve the goal of patriarchy, and later wanted to prevent the present world from being invaded. But is all of this really what you want to do most? Lu Yuan thought for a while, and was about to answer Fong Ro's question. But the speeding jeep was suddenly jacked up by something. The speed of nearly 100 miles was hit by the impact, and the airbags in the car popped out directly. Even though both of them were wearing safety gear, the belt was also shaken by the impact. The car was hit and flew into the sky, and then a slender tail wrapped around the body of the car. With a sudden pull, the car quickly fell to the ground. Lu Yuan quickly recovered after being knocked away, quickly unbuckled the two seat belts, and when the car was being pulled downwards, he had already blown off the roof of the car with one palm, and pulled Fong Ro out of the car. The car was slammed to the ground, and Lu Yuan could see clearly that the monster that attacked him turned out to be a huge rat. To say it is a mouse is just based on its appearance. It has 2 white teeth, gray-black hair, and a slender tail. However, it is not as weak as a mouse. Its hind limbs are very strong, and its 4 claws are very sharp and slender. The tail is like a whip. The body is 5 to 6 meters long, and the body looks a little fat and bloated. Mutated violent giant rat level 65 vitality, exuberant. Lu Yuan and the two were falling in the air, and the giant rat's tail had already whipped towards the two of them again. The sky suddenly darkened, and the Evernight knife had appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. It was unlucky for the level 65 monster to encounter Lu Yuan. The tail of the attack was easily cut off by Lu Yuan, and the dark attribute of the wound began to erode. The Xuanwu shield instantly grew larger as it appeared. The shield held Fong Ro down and pushed the shield out with a single palm push. Lu Yuan used the reaction force and the Hand of the Void to rush towards the giant rat before landing. Fong Ro sat in the Xuanwu shield and slid down to the ground like a boat. Apart from a little bump on her, but when she landed, she also avoided falling. Lu Yuan rushed towards the giant rat at an extremely fast speed, and Yongyi was already prepared in his hands. As long as he got close, the defense of the giant rat could not withstand his attack. The giant rat also felt the threat from Lu Yuan, and suddenly lowered his head and tried to get into his hole. Ice. A thick layer of ice instantly appeared on the ground. As his strength increased, the hardness and thickness of the ice surface also increased. This skill, which was originally considered useless, has changed the situation of the battle many times. Seeing that the entrance to the cave was sealed, the giant rat had no choice but to use its 2 front paws to fight back. Just as Lu Yuan rushed in front of the giant rat, a black shadow shrouded the sky, and a big bird swooped down from the sky. Its sharp beak had easily caught the giant rat by the back of its neck, and then flew into the sky again. Lu Yuan's blow missed. Due to the excessive momentum, there was nowhere to release it. When he landed, he rolled many times on the ground before stopping. He looked a little embarrassed. Lu Yuan was also familiar with the big bird that fell from the sky. It was the Netherworld Flame bird that followed him all the way. But he didn't expect that a fire bird with its whole body on fire would actually eat mice like an eagle.
Lu Yuan felt relieved when he saw that Fong Ro was safe and sound. Looking at the jeep that was smashed into scrap metal, he still felt a little distressed. He originally thought that if he ran out of gas, he would receive the God of Craftsman's ring. But it turned out that he had not driven it for a day. The effort was wasted.
What a pity this car is.
Fong Ro also came to Lu Yuan's side and said with some regret. Lu Yuan smiled helplessly, picked up the Xuanwu shield and saw that the cracks on it had been repaired a lot, which made him feel a little better. After putting the Xuanwu shield and Xuanwu suit together again and giving them to Xuanwu soul to nourish and repair, Lu Yuan and Fong Ro found a big rock and sat down. Since the nether flamingo appeared, it must be coming for him. So Lu Yuan planned to wait here for its return. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the netherworld flamingo to fly back by itself. And the giant rat had long since disappeared. I don't know if it was thrown somewhere or if it was eaten by it.
Why did you come here?
Lu Yuan asked. The nether flamingo turned into the size of a sparrow, landed directly on Lu Yuan's shoulder, and said unceremoniously,
Didn't you say you wanted to help me practice? Why did you leave without even saying age, low? How to help you?
Lu Yuan had already forgotten about the netherworld flame bird, so he simply got to the point without mentioning anything else.
Just use your yang fire to assist me when I practice. At other times, I just need to stay by your side.
The netherworld flame bird's request was not too much, and Lu Yuan agreed without any hesitation. At least it could be considered a help, and it would be good to use it as a mount at critical moments. Although Qiongqi taught him the secret of flying in the wind, it might be difficult for him to understand it in a short time.
The car is destroyed. Should we summon our mounts or move forward on foot?
Fong Ro asked.
We have been walking for most of the day, and I am really hungry. Let's set up a tent and prepare to spend the night. We will continue moving forward tomorrow.
Lu Yuan simply didn't plan to continue on the road, and took out the prepared tent from the storage ring to find a place to rest.
Hey, little bird, do you really eat mice?
Fong Ro followed Lu Yuan, and couldn't help but ask the netherworld flamingo.
Monsters eat monsters. The weak eat the strong. What's there to be surprised about?
The netherworld flame bird replied impatiently.
But Dot, it's a mouse after all. Don't worry. I only eat them after they're cooked.
Chapter 423, The Restless Gold-Eating Beast. The sky was gradually getting brighter, but Lu Yuan was extremely tired. This night, she was going to help the netherworld flame bird practice. Fong Ro also made a noise about someone outside the tent, but she insisted on squeezing into Lu Yuan's tent. After finally calming down, the nether flamingo failed to control the flames during practice and burned Lu Yuan's tent to the ground. Fortunately, Lu Yuan reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would not have been seriously injured without any precautions.
From tonight onwards, you can practice with me outside. And you, Fong Ro, are not around at all. I don't feel anyone is nearby. If you dare to lie, I will send you back directly.
Lu Yuan was disturbed all night, and his mental strength had not yet fully recovered. When he saw Nether Flamingo and Fong Ro in the morning, he couldn't help but said angrily,
Who knew your fire was so pure? And the amount you released was so huge. I was almost burned by your sun fire.
Netherworld Flamingo also complained a little.
There really is someone. I thought it was you at first, but I actually saw someone with my own eyes. Besides, you're not satisfied with having a beautiful woman sleeping with you. You got an advantage and acted like a good boy.
Fong Ro said matter-of-factly.
I don't care. Anyway, stay in your tent tonight.
Lu Yuan couldn't defeat the tough Fong Ro.
What about you? Didn't your tent burn down? In this wilderness, even if you have great martial arts skills, you still have to be blown away by the wind after being outside all night. It's none of your business. Okay. Don't be stupid. What age are you? Still playing with men and women and not kissing each other? Besides,
what are you afraid of when you are wearing clothes? Be good and go cook.
Fong Ro took the water she had prepared for washing and began to direct Lu Yuan to work while brushing her teeth. Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly, took out a piece of iron ore and made it into a pot with a few clicks. He took some prepared rice, controlled the temperature of the Qilin fire, and started to cook the porridge.
TSK. The legendary blacksmith is really overqualified.
Fong Ro didn't forget to mock Lu Yuan while waiting for the meal. The netherworld flamingo also flew back from a distance, holding a large piece of meat from an unknown monster in its claws, and threw it casually next to Lu Yuan.
I've eaten. I brought this for you. Jingyi, I didn't expect Xiao Zixin to be quite delicate. I saw that we too have nothing to eat.
Fong Ru happily picked up the meat and started to wash it.
Xiao Zi, are you calling me?
Netherworld Flamingo said with some dissatisfaction.
You are covered in purple flames. Why don't you call me Xiuzi? Why don't you call me Xianyo?
Fong Rose said, as if she didn't notice her dissatisfied look. Lu Yuan didn't want to get involved in the battle of words, so he was calmly cooking his porridge. Suddenly, the ring of the god of Craftsman began to stir. After checking, he found out that it was the Yongye sword. Lu Yuan took out the Evernight knife, and the dark blade turned into the original shape of the gold-swallowing beast. He looked at Lu Yuan with a charming look on his face.
Master, I seem to feel something delicious, and there is a strong sword in tension not far away. Look, you have all started eating. Let me go and eat something delicious too.
The gold-swallowing beast rolled its dark eyes and waggled its dark tail, like a puppy trying to please its master. Before Lu Yuan could say anything, Fong Rose saw that the gold-swallowing beast was funny, touched the gold-swallowing beast's head, and directly made the decision for Lu Yuan.
Xiao, you are really a glutton. Go ahead. Don't go too far.
The gold-swallowing beast didn't care about Fong Rose's nickname for it. Seeing someone agreed, he ran out quickly.
Fong Ro, it is very capable of causing trouble. I don't know what kind of trouble it will cause if it runs away.
Lu Yuan suddenly had an ominous premonition.
How is that possible? I heard Zheng Yu talk about it. It is said that he is good at hunting for treasures.
Fong Rose said with a smile. Lu Yuan didn't want to say anything more. He separated the cooked porridge, roasted the washed monster meat, and started eating. More than half an hour later, Lu Yuan had packed his luggage, but the gold-swallowing beast still hadn't returned. So he had no choice but to head in the direction where it had left. The direction the gold-swallowing beast was walking was northeast. Although it deviated from due east, it was still in line with Lu Yuan's general direction.
I hope that careless one can find some good ore. Otherwise, I will have to lock him up.
Lu Yuan said while riding the 9-color sacred deer. Fong Ro also summoned the spider that she had not seen for a long time. The ghost-faced demon spider had not been summoned for a long time. It had been staying in the pet space, and did not even know that the outside world had changed drastically. Fong Ro lay on the ghost-faced demon spider's broad back and followed Lu Yuan slowly. This walk lasted for more than half a day, and there were more and more hills around. However, the vegetation was not very lush, and there was no sign of the existence of ore. Moreover, Lu Yuan did not feel any sword intent at all, and the gold-swallowing beast did not feel it at all. No trace.
Xiao, fly fast. Help me go to the front to find the gold-swallowing beast.
Lu Yuan said helplessly. Originally, Lu Yuan thought that traveling with fewer people would save him some trouble. But on the second day, he was already worried. The nether flamingo seemed to accept this title and flew directly from Lu Yuan's shoulder. When it flew into the air, it had become normal size. It flapped its 2 wings and flew out quickly. Lu Yuan and Fong Ro traveled some distance and found a faint road in the middle of the hills. It seemed that they should be able to see the town if they continued forward.
Sure enough, they didn't go far before they found a transport convoy. Judging from the situation, they should be a team that runs business all year round. The convoy was not traveling very fast. Lu Yuan and Fong Ro quickly closed the distance. When the convoy discovered Lu Yuan and the other two, all the mercenaries in charge of security became alert.
There is a monster. Everyone is ready to attack.
The leader of the convoy shouted in a thunderous voice. It turned out that Fong Ro's ghost-faced demon spider was too eye-catching and looked menacing just by its appearance, which was why it aroused such a strong reaction from the team.
Don't be afraid. We are just ordinary passers-by.
Lu Yuan had extraordinary eyesight and naturally saw that the convoy was on guard against the ghost-faced demon spider. He quickly warned the convoy loudly and signaled Fong Ro to put the spider away. Seeing that Lu Yuan and the others did not seem to have any ill intentions, the leader of the convoy ordered the convoy to continue moving forward, while he walked in the direction of Lu Yuan. Judging from the fact that the merchant team was all riding horse-drawn goods, it was concluded that this area was definitely not a modern city. But the goods on the horse-drawn carriage did contain some modern products.
Where are you two planning to go?
The team leader obviously came to explore the bottom, and said straight to the point.
We are looking for Xiaohei, the dog we raised.
Lu Yuan said perfunctorily.
Ha ha. If you are looking for a dog in a place like this, my little brother really won't lie. You guys, are you the one who opened the road to prevent others from walking on it? We can do whatever we want. What does it have to do with you?
Fong Ro said with some dissatisfaction. The team leader looked Fong Ro up and down, nodded and said,
The little girl has quite a bad temper. There is another half-day's journey to Chiodong City. If you are looking for people and things, you can go there to have a look. although our destination the same. But it seems that we can't go together. I advise you two not to have any bad intentions. My team is not a vegetarian. Brother, go ahead. We just stay away.
Lu Yuan didn't talk nonsense to the team leader. The other party obviously didn't trust him, so it was best to keep a distance. Lu Yuan ran away from the caravan leader, pulled Fang Rou onto the back of the deer, and followed slowly behind the caravan.
Since there is a town, let's go check it out. Walk slowly to wait for the gold-swallowing beast to see if it will come back.
Lu Yuan Dao. Chapter 424 Capsized in the sewer. The caravan was advancing mightily in front, while Lu Yuan and Fang Rou followed leisurely.
What's wrong with you? Why are you frowning all the time?
Fang Rou noticed Lu Yuan's strangeness and couldn't help but ask.
This caravan is very strange, as well as the people who came to talk to me just now. I can't see clearly their strength. It seems to be hidden by something. Moreover, this caravan seems to have traveled many places. Look at the goods on the car. There seem to be many modern products, and the carriages with people in them in front are even more heavily guarded. They should be more than just caravan owners.
Lu Yuan said everything he observed at once.
You really think too much. Our goal is not robbery anyway. As long as they don't provoke us, it will be fine.
Fang Rou leaned in Lu Yuan's arms, with a look of fearlessness on her face. There was no need to be so crowded on the broad back of the nine-colored divine deer. After a while, the netherworld flamingo flew back. It may have discovered the caravan in front of it in advance, so it was very small when it returned, so it didn't attract too much attention.
How's it going? Have you found any traces of the gold-swallowing beast?
Lu Yuan asked.
There is a city not far ahead. It was not found at the city gate or around the town, because there were many soldiers and archers on the city wall. I did not fly to the city.
Netherworld Flamingo replied.
Xiaozi, you are so useless. You can fly in the sky, but you can't run on the ground?
Fang Rou mocked.
You are useful. You are useful. You are chasing me.
Netherworld Flamingo complained angrily, then closed his eyes and stopped talking to Fang Rou. It would have taken half a day's journey to reach the town, but the caravan stopped halfway and actually started setting up a meal. Under normal circumstances, in order to avoid accidents, this kind of caravan would not sleep at night and enter the city as soon as possible. But this caravan went against common sense. The caravan in front stopped, and Lu Yuan quickly caught up with it. The previous communication was not very pleasant, so Lu Yuan had no intention of stopping. However, when Lu Yuan passed the caravan, he was stopped by a voice.
Why do you two need to rush on your way? It's getting late. Why don't you stop and travel together tomorrow?
A clear female voice came from the heavily guarded carriage. Lu Yuan stopped and looked at the carriage curiously. The curtain of the carriage was immediately opened, and the woman who appeared was dressed in a smart outfit, and subconsciously looked at the netherworld flamingo on Lu Yuan's shoulder. Naturally, every move of the other party cannot escape Lu Yuan's eyes. The nether flamingo has never given off any aura, but the other party still noticed it, which shows that this woman is not simple. And looking at this woman's attire and walking, it is not difficult to see that this person has martial arts skills. Such people usually choose to ride horses, but she chose to ride in a carriage. Considering the number of guards around her, it seems that her status should be high.
Ha ha. Look at this big sun. How does it look like it's getting late? I'm afraid someone has some bad intentions. Right.
Fang Rou said to the caravan woman. Before the dressed-up woman could speak, a skinny but tall middle-aged man stepped forward and said with a smile.
I'm paying attention to you because I think highly of you. Don't be disrespectful. My young lady is a cheerful person. What bad intentions can she have?
Lu Yuan looked at the tall and thin man carefully. He didn't notice him before he spoke. This surprised Lu Yuan. After all, he could ignore such a special figure, which proved that he was not simple.
Sword slave, go and help Shirtu. You will stay here for one night and enter the city early tomorrow morning.
The woman in fine clothes ordered. It turns out that the tall and lanky man is called Sword Slave, and the one called Shirtu must be the team captain who talked to him before. The Sword Slave nodded and turned away. The large rectangular wooden box he carried behind him caught Lu Yuan's attention, because he had been surprised by the Sword Slave's ability to hide his aura. He never saw the wooden box. The long wooden box was red, thick, and well insulated. Even Lu Yuan could not tell what was in the box, but based on its name, it was estimated that the box should contain weapons such as swords.
Young people don't tell secrets. My name is Wei Wire. I am the daughter of the Lord of Chiogong City. This city is famous for its trade. I have just returned from doing business this time. I see that the little bird on my little brother's shoulder is pretty good. I wonder if I can part with it. You can do whatever you want with the price. Come out.
Wei Wire asked straight to the point.
Lu Yuan, why don't you give her a hard blow? She usually can fly back by herself anyway.
Fong Ro whispered.
Vicious woman.
Netherworld Flamingo looked at Fong Ro with dissatisfaction and said. Wei Wire became more interested when she saw that the little bird could talk. She walked closer unconsciously, trying to see it more clearly.
I'm sorry. This is my friend. Not goods. So I can't trade with you.
Lu Yuan refused directly.
What about the deer under you? I can exchange it for you with the best 1,000-mile horse. And I will give you a lot of money. Or you can choose the goods in the caravan as you like.
Seeing that Lu Yuan refused to sell the bird, Wei Wire turned her target to the 9-colored divine deer.
If there is nothing else, I will leave first.
Lu Yuan turned around and prepared to leave. But Wei Wire was not in a hurry and just stood there quietly. Lu Yuan had just walked not far away when he suddenly felt a familiar breath. He suddenly turned around and found that it was the sword slave who had opened the wooden box. The sword slave sat in the middle of the camp and opened the wooden box that he had been carrying on his back. There were many swords in the wooden box, and the one he was playing with was Lu Yuan's Evernight sword. The Yongya knife seemed to be sealed by something. The blade, which was originally as deep as a black hole, now turned into ordinary black. The sword slave played with the Yongya knife with a smile on his face, and glanced at Lu Yuan intentionally or unintentionally. Wei Wire stared at Lu Yuan with her hands behind her back, as if she had expected that Lu Yuan would turn around.
Miss Wei, that knife you are holding.
Before Lu Yuan could finish speaking, Wei Wire spoke first.
What? Master, do you want to change that knife? That knife is mine.
Lu Yuan said directly.
Sir, this is not right. Can I also say that the bird on your shoulder is mine? What do you want? I just want to make a deal. Since the young master doesn't agree, then forget it.
Wei Wire turned around and walked towards the camp. Lu Yuan turned over and got off the 9-colored divine deer, using his legs to quickly rush towards Wei Wire. The simplest and most effective way at this time was to control Wei Wire. Unexpectedly, just when Lu Yuan thought he was about to succeed, Wei Wire turned her body slightly to one side and threw out a ball of powder. Lu Yuan reacted very quickly and blew the powder away with the wind of his palm. But he still took a sip. As soon as Lu Yuan's figure paused, Wei Wire had already run away. She didn't dare to be careless and rushed to check her body. However, her mind was already dizzy. Her body couldn't use any strength, and the internal energy she had just mobilized also dissipated in an instant. Fong Ro saw something was wrong with Lu Yuan and rushed over. But instead of saving Lu Yuan, she was controlled by the sword slave who rushed over. Chapter 425 Wei Wire's Difficulties?
Damn! Where is this?
Lu Yuan covered his head and woke up. His body was still limp and weak, and he couldn't help but curse.
Lu Yuan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person.
When Fong Ro saw Lu Yuan wake up, she was not as concerned as usual, but said angrily to the side. Lu Yuan struggled to sit up. The darkness around him was obviously a prison. There were no beds in the room of several square meters. Fortunately, the ground was relatively clean, and there was no sign of moisture.
What kind of person am I? It shouldn't be the aphrodisiac I took. Right.
Lu Yuan sat up and said, looking at Fong Ro, who was fuming in the corner.
You can fight against the 4 ferocious beasts. And you are no less good against Professor Sunday. Even the resurrected demon emperor looks at you differently. And you were caught by a little girl? Are you coveting other people's beauty? You said yourself that you are what kind of person?
Fong Ro was obviously dissatisfied with Lu Yuan's easy defeat.
Well, I was indeed careless this time. I couldn't see through that girl's strength, so I subconsciously thought she was ordinary. I didn't expect to get into her trap.
Lu Yuan said with some self-blame.
How are you doing? That sword slave is very powerful. I had no chance to resist. Xiaozi saw that things were not going well and flew away. The 9-colored divine deer was captured by them.
Fong Ro gave an overview of the situation.
I tried it just now, but I still can't exert any strength. The medicine should block the circulation of meridians, but I didn't inhale much. Isn't it still like this?
Lu Yuan's skills could not be used, and his mental strength had not been fully recovered. How could he be trapped in this prison made of bluestone?
When you were in a coma, they drugged you again, but you woke up pretty quickly.
Lu Yuan stood up from the ground, feeling that his legs were a little weak. He walked to the iron gate and looked around. The prison doors were all fences made of ordinary fine iron pillars. It was easy to destroy such doors, and Lu Yuan could easily cut them with any weapon. There are not many guards in the prison. The noise can be heard in the hall around the corner. There are about 4 or 5 people there. It seems that it is not difficult to escape from the prison. What is difficult is how to escape the guards outside. According to the original layout of the Holy City, prisons are usually located in the corners of the city lord's palace, and the guards outside are usually very tight. While Lu Yuan was thinking, the jailers all shouted, "Princess," in unison. It seemed that Wei Wire was here. Lu Yuan hurriedly sat in the corner. Fang Rou also received Lu Yuan's signal and cowered in the corner, pretending to be scared. After a while, the footsteps got closer and closer, and it turned out to be Wei Wire and the tall and thin sword slave.
"You guys go down. There's no need to open the door. This man has some skills, so it's better to be careful,"
Wei Wire said.
"You gave me so many medicines, and you were so careful. Miss Wei is indeed someone who will achieve great things."
Lu Yuan sneered.
"I don't mean any harm. After this auction in our country, I will give you two a large sum of money as compensation."
Wei Wire ignored Lu Yuan's sarcasm.
"Isn't it considered malicious to buy and sell by force? Isn't it considered malicious to put people in jail casually?"
Fang Rou couldn't help but say. Wei Wire smiled instead of being angry.
"This girl is pretending to be trembling, but she doesn't look scared at all when she speaks. Sword slave, we will separate the two of them for a while. It seems we have to be more careful to avoid any complications. Since you're afraid of something going wrong, why don't you just kill us? Why bother?"
Lu Yuan said directly.
"I have no deep grudge against you. Besides, I am not a murderer. Qiugong country is a country that advocates peace. Only peace can make business better and more prosperous,"
Wei Wire said.
"When it comes to doing business, it should be based on integrity. Since you are a big business country, why are you still engaging in forced buying and selling? I don't need to explain too much to you. But this time it was indeed my fault. This year is the 50th anniversary of Qiugong country's large-scale auction, so the importance is self-evident. A few months ago, the world suddenly changed. Gobi suddenly appeared around Qiugong Kingdom. Neighboring countries that were not far away from each other have increased their distance several times. Qiugong Kingdom's caravan was even attacked by monsters. My caravan was a temporary organization to go out to search for treasures, but it was too hasty. Although a lot of treasures were found, there was nothing that could serve as the finale of the 50th anniversary. I think the mount under you and the bird on your shoulder are not ordinary, so I want to trade with you. But your attitude is really determined, so I can only make this decision. I don't ask you to understand. I am willing to do anything for the success of the auction. Bear the infamy."
Facing Lu Yuan's questioning, Wei Wire began to talk about the cause of the matter.
"What about my sword? Why did he put my sword in his sword case?"
Lu Yuan pointed at the sword slave and said. The tall and thin sword slave showed an ugly smile and said in a sharp voice,
"This knife was delivered to my door by myself. How can I not accept it as a gift? If you say it's yours, it's yours. Did you see me stealing it?
Or did you see me snatch it? So, you came here with your men. First of all, you want to determine whether we are a threat to the auction. And secondly, you want to find an excuse for what you did wrong, so that you can feel better?"
Wei Wire suddenly smiled and glanced at Lu Yuan with a complicated expression.
"You are the stupidest prisoner I have ever seen. You always want to die in your words. You keep reminding me that killing you is the best choice. It seems like this is the first time Princess Qiugong has done something like this."
Wei Wire did not continue speaking, turned around and walked directly outside.
"Master, do you want me to kill them?"
The sword slave followed Wei Wire and asked in a low voice.
"That's it. If they are honest, let's leave it like that for the time being."
Wei Wire felt a little depressed, and her tone was even more tired. Wei Wire and Jian Nu quickly left the prison. After the jailer inspected the cell became quiet again. The security of Qiugong country seemed to be good, and no other prisoners were seen in the prison.
"What should we do? Are we going to let them auction Annie Shenlu like this?"
Fang Rou asked unwillingly.
"The 9-colored divine deer just likes peace, but not everyone can bully it. Naturally, I won't let them succeed. You eat something first and help me protect the law later." Lu Yuan has found a way to detoxify. All he needs is time. At first, Lu Yuan just ran the marrow cleansing meridian habitually. But because the meridians were blocked by the medicine, the exercise could not be run completely. So it could not achieve the effect of removing toxins at all. It was not until the conversation just now that Lu Yuan remembered that he still had the Dian Divine Dragon technique. After the last battle with Professor Sun, the Dian Divine Dragon technique had been able to operate, and with the help of several ferocious beasts for the first time, the foundation was very solid. Since it can't be eliminated, then absorb it. What Dian Shenlongju is best at is converting various attribute energies for its own use. Although toxins are not considered energy, after Lu Yuan's initial attempts, they can be absorbed by the technique. But he doesn't know what will happen after absorption. Chapter 426, The City That Never Sleeps. It was the first time that Lu Yuan operated the Dian Divine Dragon technique on his own. At the beginning, it was also because his meridians were blocked and he could not fully operate it. However, the Dian Divine Dragon technique is, after all, the ultimate domineering technique. It can open roads in mountains and build bridges when encountering water. As time goes by, the meridians become more and more normal. When all the meridians in his body were opened, all the toxins in Lu Yuan's body were removed, and his strength was restored. There was a faint sound of dragons roar above the prison. Lu Yuan did not continue to run the technique. After finishing the technique, he did not feel many changes, but his body had returned to normal. No wonder Zhulong was able to persist after being poisoned.
Let's go!
Lu Yuan stood up straight, stretched and said with a smile,
You finally woke up. I'm so sleepy.
It was already late at night, and the time in the new world was supposed to be twice as long as before. Although everyone tried their best to adapt, Fong Ro was still very tired without rest for so long.
How about you take a nap first, and then we leave? Come on! Take me away from here quickly. Let's go get a room and have a good sleep,
Fong Ro said with a tired face.
Girls, can you please be more careful what you say?
Lu Yuan said casually, and took out the shadowless sword. Ever since the sword case was made, the shadowless sword had been recharging its strength in the sword case. At this time, there was a sound of phoenixes coming out of the sheath, and there was a burst of sound from the shadowless sword. The feeling of eagerness to try. Fong Ro saw Lu Yuan take out the shadowless sword, and was already standing at the iron fence waiting for Lu Yuan to break through.
Let's not go that way. Keep a low profile and go out,
Lu Yuan said, and directly inserted the shadowless sword into the prison wall. How could ordinary bluestone withstand the sharpness of the shadowless sword? Lu Yuan cut a stone door out of the wall, like cutting tofu, and pushed it gently with one palm. Then he pushed the cut wall out.
They go so far. Why should we keep a low profile? Even if we can't defeat them, we will set them on fire and then run away,
Fong Ro said angrily.
Sister, can we be normal and put on your invisibility cloak? If you don't obey, we will send you back tomorrow,
Lu Yuan Dao.
Okay, it's up to you. It's up to you.
Fong Ro took out the cloak originally worn by the demon General Netherburst, and after putting it on, she entered a state of invisibility, and even the aura on her body was hidden together. This time traveling with Lu Yuan, Fong Ro never entered a fighting state and seemed to leave everything to Lu Yuan. If Lu Yuan didn't remind herself, Fong Ro might have almost forgotten the existence, because it was already late at night. There were almost no soldiers on patrol. There were only a few soldiers standing guard who were already drowsy. Lu Yuan left the prison and quietly pushed the stone wall back. Because the cuts were so neat, it was difficult to find that the stone wall had been cut without looking carefully. The prison was indeed in the corner of the city lord's mansion, because Lu Yuan was in a coma when he arrived. At this time, just looking at the walls of the city lord's mansion, you can see how grand the city lord's mansion is.
As expected of a town mainly focused on commerce, the city lord's mansion is really grand, and even the shape of the prison is so particular.
Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh.
You're not making dirty money. You've forgotten what others did to you, and you're still in the mood to praise me now?
Fong Ro said in attack. Lu Yuan was so shocked that he didn't know how to answer. He took a moment to identify the direction and groped for a noisy place. It was late at night. Most people had already rested, and there was still such a noisy sound. Either something big had happened, or there was something exciting to watch, because the prison was located on the edge of the city lord's mansion. Lu Yuan and the others quickly climbed out of the city lord's mansion from the city wall. The two groped for a block and were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. It turned out that the noisy noise was not that there was anything exciting to see, but this wide street was actually a commercial street. And even at this time it was already a commercial street. Late at night, there were still many people on the streets. The shops are even more lively, and the busiest ones are the restaurants. There are still a lot of people in the various shops selling goods. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a city that never sleeps.
Isn't this too exaggerated? People here don't sleep?
Lu Yuan stood on the street and said in shock. Lu Yuan waited for a while, but didn't get an answer. When he looked to the side, he found that Fang Rou had disappeared. At first, I thought something had happened to Fang Rou. But when I looked closer, I realized that she was already wandering around the commercial street thanks to her invisibility. And she would secretly take whatever she liked. And any object she put into her cloak would disappear.
This girl will feel uncomfortable if she doesn't cause trouble for me.
Lu Yuan shook his head and sighed to himself. Lu Yuan originally wanted to step forward quickly and pull Fang Rou back. But there were a lot of people at this time, and he didn't dare to attract too much attention. A shop on the street attracted Lu Yuan's attention. This shop was a clothing store. The clothes inside were also very strange. They were all large full-body cloaks. There was a big word Shang on the chest. And Chiu was written on the back of the clothes. Okakuni inscription. Each cape also comes with the same mask. The shop was large, and there were many customers inside. Most of the customers were wealthy people. Lu Yuan thought about it, and walked into the shop. I picked 2 sets of Chiogong Kingdom cloaks at random. Fortunately, the common currencies here are copper coins, silver taels and gold. Lu Yuan didn't have any change. But he did have a lot of gold. Others only spent broken silver. Lu Yuan directly took out a gold brick, and cut a piece casually as payment under the surprised look of the clerk. If he weren't quick, he would definitely be watched. It's not because others don't have money. But Lu Yuan, this move is far too high profile. After confirmation, it was exactly what I thought. The same clothes and masks were for the safety of buyers and sellers, and could play a certain role in hiding their identities. After all, it involves large-scale transactions and various treasures. It may be safe in Chiogong Kingdom, but who knows if it will be hacked outside Chiogong Kingdom. Lu Yuan has become somewhat interested in this auction. An auction that can be held for 50 consecutive years must have its own unique value. Besides, his Yongyi Dao and 9-color divine deer are still in their hands. When Lu Yuan returned to the street again, some stalls and shops had begun to commotion. Goods were missing inexplicably, and even shop assistants and customers were being pranked inexplicably. Lu Yuan didn't care much. Quickly found Fang Rou's position, hugged her directly, and then quickly moved to the corner.
Stop making trouble. Okay,
Lu Yuan said angrily.
What's wrong with me? Their princess treated us like this. If I didn't set a few fires, it would be an advantage for them.
Fang Rou retorted.
Then you shouldn't do anything sneaky. If you do this, I will. That's it? Just send me back. Right. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. That's it.
Faced with Lu Yuan's questioning, Fang Rou finally burst out all her grievances, threw off Lu Yuan's arm and ran away. After running 2 steps, she turned back and shouted,
Lu Yuan, you are such a bad person. You are a central air conditioner.
Lu Yuan had never seen Fang Rou so angry before, and was overwhelmed by the sudden outburst. The dispute here still attracted the attention of passers-by, but everyone could only see Lu Yuan, and they all pointed at Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan came to his senses, Fang Rou had already merged into the crowd. No matter how Lu Yuan searched, he still couldn't find any trace of her. Chapter 427 Familiar Faces. After dawn the next day, Lu Yuan and the 2 disappeared mysteriously. The jailers checked in a panic and found nothing, so they could only report it to Wei Wire. Finally, the sword slave's sharp eyes discovered the neat cuts on the wall. After looking carefully, he couldn't help but sigh. What kind of sword can be so thin, and yet so sharp and tough?
Princess, I will take people to capture him.
Shirtu asked.
You should know the power of my powder. If this poison can't restrain him, it will definitely be too late to chase him now.
Wei Wire said.
His sword is still in my hand, as well as his mount. I'm sure he won't leave the city. Do you want to search the city?
Sword Slave suggested.
The auction will start in 2 days. Do you want to cause panic among the guests?
Wei Wire said with a frown.
Then what should we do now?
Shirtu continued to ask.
Increase protection efforts, especially on the day of the auction, and invite all domestic masters to come. No accidents are allowed this time.
After saying this, Wei Wire left angrily. This was the first time that Wei Wire, who had always been shrewd, made a mistake on such an important matter. Shirtu looked at Wei Wire leaving, shook his head, and said to the sword slave,
After all, this is a girl's family. You should have listened to me and killed those 2 people. They have become a hidden danger now. The sword slave glanced at Shirtu and said, "Lead your soldiers well and be obedient. Even if she is wrong, she is still your master." After that, he quickly walked out of the prison. Shirtu was stunned for a moment when he was told this. Originally, he had no other intention. But when the sword slave said this, he seemed to be dissatisfied with Wei Wire. It would be better to spread the word. "AI, what are you talking about? Wait for me. Just watch and wipe." Shirtu hurriedly chased after him. But in the end, he only saw the retreating back of the sword slave. Lu Yuan searched all night, but could not find any trace of Fang Rou. It would be great if his mental power was not damaged. As long as his mental power was spread out, it would be much easier to find the person. What Fang Rou said before leaving deeply touched Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan spent the whole night reflecting on it. Perhaps it was because of his own style of doing things that Fang Rou had indeed been aggrieved. After all, he was knocked unconscious by the force of the medicine. Leaving Fang Rou, a frightened girl, in jail, she finally came out and wanted to vent her anger. But in the end, she was educated by herself. No matter how strong he is now, he has been taught to be humble and polite since childhood. So the world has become chaotic now, and Lu Yuan has not been able to adapt to it. If the other party kills him, Lu Yuan will resist without hesitation. But if the other party stabs himself with a soft knife, Lu Yuan still can't bring himself to do it. And he has suffered several losses. Because Chiogong country is surrounded by Gobi. The weather is very hot during the day, so the commercial streets will be more lively at night. Because the auction was coming, there were many outsiders pouring into the city. Lu Yuan easily got a room in the inn among the crowds. The Chiogong kingdom was very big, and Fang Rou deliberately avoided her. Lu Yuan had no choice but to find a place to settle down first. Planning to find the Yongyan knife and the 9-colored divine deer, Lu Yuan took advantage of when no one was paying attention and shot a ray of unicorn fire into the sky. Not long after, the netherworld flamingos came looking for the unicorn fire. The nether flame bird was more careful this time. Not only did it become the size of a sparrow, but the flames on its body were also absorbed into its body. It looked no different from an ordinary bird. "Xiaozi, what were you doing when I was arrested?" As soon as the nether flame bird landed in front of Lu Yuan's window, Lu Yuan asked a sole question. "I can't beat the man carrying the sword box." Netherworld flame bird replied. "Did he take action?" "When I subdued Fang Rou, she was very fast. Her body was as sharp as a sword, and her cold eyes pierced people's hearts. If the 9-colored divine deer hadn't reminded me to run away, I might have been captured as well." Netherworld flame bird was still a little frightened when he mentioned what happened that day. "With your strength, you won't be able to be stopped with just one look." "Right." In any case, the netherworld flame bird is now nearly level 80 in strength. If it can be caught so easily, then this level is too low. To tell you the truth, when Zhulong put me and several other monsters into the spiritual guarding formation, although my cultivation was faster than my own outside, I was isolated from the world for many years and had little fighting experience. Otherwise, I would have lost my ability to fight. How could I lose to you brats?" Netherworld flame bird confessed. Lu Yuan doesn't question this. After all, once your cultivation reaches a certain level, your strength rating will be very high. But it does not represent your true combat ability. There are many factors such as skills and moves that will affect the battle. Fang Rou left in anger. "I don't know where she is now. Please help me look for her in the city. It's good that the little girl is gone. She's gone in peace. This is not a request. If you still want to continue practicing by my side, just go quickly." Seeing Lu Yuan's seriousness, the nether flame bird flew out without saying a word. Lu Yuan closed the window, sat on the bed, and started running Dian Shenlong Ju again. With the good physical foundation laid by the marrow cleansing meridian, coupled with a good start during the first operation, the true energy will run like a giant dragon shuttling through the meridians. The first run is for fighting. The second run is for detoxification. And this time is the real start of practice. The marrow washing meridian runs like a trickle of water, constantly nourishing one's own meridians, while the Dian Shenlong Ju runs like the yellow river bursting its banks, menacing and overbearing. If Lu Yuan's body wasn't already very strong, he might have had his meridians severed by his own energy. The dragon bloodline passed down by Zhulong to Lu Yuan also played a role at this time. The drop of dragon blood that had been integrated into Lu Yuan's body condensed out again at this time, quickly leading the dragon in front of the dragon's head, and the blood passed by everywhere. The meridians were also coated with a layer of red. After a full cycle of 99 and 81 reincarnations,
Lu Yuan opened his eyes. In the past, after completing the exercise, he just felt relaxed, and as if he could fly. However, after completing the exercise of Dian Shen Long Ju, Lu Yuan felt explosive. The power feels like one punch can break the sky. After taking a look at the sky, it was only noon. In just one morning, he was able to circulate his true energy for 99 and 81 reincarnations. This was something that he never dared to think about before. Even if it is a gentle technique like the Marrow Cleansing Sutra, if you are too eager for success, there is still a danger of going crazy. Lu Yuan didn't dare to be greedy and decided to go to the streets to search for Fang Rou's whereabouts and inquire about the details and precautions of the auction. The Qiugong kingdom was very big, and Lu Yuan was wandering aimlessly in a big cloak and a mask. The auction was well publicized. There were people of all races and regions on the street. You could tell by their clothing. There were even earthlings and various monsters walking through it. There are signs everywhere on the street that say, "No fighting in the city." Although I don't know what will happen if I violate this rule. But seeing that all races can live together peacefully, I know that the consequences will definitely be serious. While walking, a large group of people suddenly caught Lu Yuan's attention. Fang Di from the Demon Clan and his bodyguard Bai Lao were also followed by Zhao Jiuzhou, Lei Bing and others. Even CK Yin Feng Tao, who had disappeared for a long time, was also there. Its column. There were many familiar faces in this large group of people, but they were all people who had joined the Demon Clan. At this time, they were being led by Qiugong Kingdom towards the City Lord's palace.
The Demon Clan members are all here. This Qiugong Kingdom auction is really not easy.
Lu Yuan sighed in his heart. Chapter 428, the second entry into the palace. The appearance of Zhao Jiuzhou and others surprised Lu Yuan. When he passed by the Doqi continent, the demon world was invading the Doqi continent. He didn't know what the current fighting situation was in the 10 countries of the Doqi continent. If the 10 countries could join forces, they would still be able to fight. If they were still fighting among themselves, they would probably have been destroyed by the demons by now. Right? However, not long after, I saw another group of familiar people. This time there were more than 30 people, headed by the successors of the 10 kingdoms of Doqi continent, whom Lu Yuan had met when he participated in the competition. And Prince Carlo was also among them. Su Hong and Tianjin, who competed together with Lu Yuan, were guarding Carlo. It seemed that they had become Carlo's right-hand men after the last competition. But the two brothers Douwen and Dou were nowhere to be seen. Doqi continent is not close to here. And just looking at the clothes and the atmosphere of life in the town, Qiugong country and Doqi continent should not belong to the same world. The new world has just been integrated for a few months, and it is not easy to be able to hold an auction with the power of one country and invite so many forces. What Lu Yuan didn't know was that because of this auction, the demon realm actually stopped invading all forces. All forces also reached an armistice agreement and put aside their past grudges and coexisted peacefully during the auction. Lu Yuan did not say hello to anyone and stood in the crowd as a passerby. Every once in a while, a group of people will be led by a guide to the palace. Among them are even monsters that have transformed into human forms. Judging from their majestic appearance, you can tell that they have certain strength. There were many major guests attending the meeting, and Lu Yuan only knew the tip of the iceberg. After seeing people from the Shebang kingdom, he didn't see anyone familiar anymore.
Master, why don't we have someone to guide us? Don't they know we are rich?
Next to Lu Yuan, a woman was also watching the excitement. She was leaning in the arms of an older man, looking enviously at the crowd in the middle of the street.
It's no use just having money. Anyone who can enter the palace in these 2 days must be the overlord of one party.
The rich people also looked at the group of people in the middle of the road with some envy. If they only had money, I'm afraid the palace wouldn't even be able to let go of these rich people. After listening for a while, Lu Yuan realized that the streets in the past 2 days were like walking on a red carpet. Those who were brought into the palace by the receptionist every year were a symbol of status. Lu Yuan watched for a while, and found that the netherworld flame bird flew back. He hurriedly walked to an uninhabited alley, and let it fall on his shoulder.
It's much easier to find you than that little girl,
Netherworld flame bird complained.
Did you find her? Where is she? She said she didn't want to talk to you. She also said she helped you find something she lost. And we've never owed anything to each other since. What about her? I sneaked into the palace secretly, saying I wanted to see where the auction treasures were hidden.
What? Lu Yuan did not expect that Fang Rou, who is usually not very courageous, would do such a bold thing this time.
What a nonsense. Why didn't you stop her?
Lu Yuan said angrily.
You can't stop this woman. How can I? A little bird. Stop her? But her invisibility cloak is nice. So I guess it's not a big deal.
Netherworld Flame Bird said indifferently.
Ordinary enemies will definitely not be able to find it. But if there are experts present, a cloak will not be of much use at all, let alone such an important auction. The place where the treasures are placed will be heavily guarded.
Lu Yuan Dao. The Nether Flame Bird nodded when he heard this, but did not reply. After all, Fong Rou always disturbed his practice, wishing that the little girl would not come back. It was a sunny afternoon, and there were many patrolling soldiers and palace guards in the city. According to Lu Yuan's observation, there would be a master at a certain distance from the city lord's palace. Although these people are no match for Lu Yuan, it is impossible to sneak in unnoticed at this time. Fong Rou relied on her invisibility with the Netherworld Wolf King's cloak to follow the chaotic crowd and enter easily. But Lu Yuan did not know the invisibility skill. It is even more impossible to break through forcefully at this time. Even if you have good strength, you don't dare to compete with the entire country's army. Just when Lu Yuan didn't know what to do, a group of people appeared in the middle of the street, which made Lu Yuan suddenly enlightened. For some reason, this group of people all wore the cloaks and masks of the Qiugong Kingdom. They didn't look like natives, because they were also led by a guide. Lu Yuan didn't have time to think too much. Blending into this group of people was the best opportunity now. The sun and the moon shine. Lu Yuan came to the street and pulled out the shadowless sword while no one was paying attention. After the shadowless sword weapon skill was released, everyone's eyes were stung by the strong white light, and the whole street suddenly became commotion. When everyone's eyesight slowly recovered and the patrolling soldiers maintained order, Lu Yuan had already blended into the group of people in the middle of the street. Due to the sudden change and the stinging eyes, this group of people didn't even notice that there was another Lu Yuan in the team. Lu Yuan judged from his breath and figured that there were about 28 people in this group. Mostly women. There were only 6 to 7 men including himself. There were 2 carriages carrying goods behind the group. When the guide at the entrance of the palace announced the news, Lu Yuan found out the origin of this team. It turned out that this team was the Royal Song and Dance Team of Qiugong Kingdom. Because this song and dance team has played for Qiugong Kingdom for many years. This time, the team was specially allowed to enter the palace from the main road to express Qiugong Kingdom's recognition of them. As for why masks are used to cover the face, according to Lu Yuan's guess, it may be because all kabuki actors are subordinates. So even though the team enjoys honor, individuals cannot reveal their true faces. After entering the city lord's mansion, they were all taken directly to the residence by the guide, saying that there would be a performance during the dinner in the evening. This is obviously not the first time Qiugong Kingdom has held such a grand auction. There is a large area on the west side of the city lord's palace, all of which are 3 or 4-story guest rooms, enough to accommodate thousands of people at the same time. At first Lu Yuan was worried that he would be exposed, but when he arrived at his residence, Lu Yuan felt relieved. It turned out that this team was not people from the palace, but music or dance masters scattered everywhere. They are only called together every year when there is a large-scale event. Although there is a period of rehearsal, not everyone is so familiar with it. Lu Yuan is just pretending to be a fool this time. Just when Lu Yuan was about to follow the team upstairs, a familiar female voice came, shocking Lu Yuan into a cold sweat.
Lu Yuan? Is that you?
Lu Yuan didn't expect that someone would call his name. He subconsciously turned his head and found that the person calling him was Su Hong from the Soul Fighting Kingdom. And standing next to him was Tianjin with a silly smile on his face.
Do you know each other? Let's chat for a while and go upstairs. There will be a rehearsal later,
said a member of the song and dance team. Lu Yuan nodded and walked toward Su Hong. If he didn't go there at this time, he might attract more attention.
Lu Yuan, it's really you. Long time no see. Are you okay?
Su Hong said excitedly. Lu Yuan hurried forward and whispered.
Keep your voice down. Why can't you see why I'm dressed like this? Ha ha. Lu Yuan.
What do you want to do dressed like this?
Tianjin asked with a smile on his face. Chapter 429 Identity Exposed. Tianjin's loud voice attracted the attention of many people. Fortunately, there was no one familiar with the name Lu Yuan nearby. Otherwise, all his efforts to sneak in would have been in vain.
Tianjin, don't talk too much.
Su Hong reacted quickly and slapped the silly Tianjin directly. And Tianjin obediently closed his mouth and looked at Lu Yuan with an innocent face.
You can still recognize me when I'm dressed like this?
Because Lu Yuan had seen these people arriving a long time ago. He was not particularly surprised to see Su Hong and the other two. What surprised Lu Yuan was that nearly 30 people were wearing the same clothes and their faces were covered. Was he spotted so easily?
I just felt that they were similar. And then I saw the ring on your hand. And then I confirmed it.
Su Hong said a little shyly.
Haha. My sister Han has been thinking about you. Even if you turn into ashes, I'm afraid I'll still recognize you.
Tianjin said with a naive smile. Su Hong glared at Tianjin and surprisingly did not refute, but looked at Lu Yuan expectantly.
How is the relationship between your countries? How is the war with the demons going?
Lu Yuan was speechless for a moment and could only change the topic.
Thanks to you, our Duhan nation won the first place. After having the right to speak, coupled with the invasion of foreign nations, the 10 countries have now united again, although they are a little rusty after not cooperating for many years. The foreign invasion is no longer enough, I'm afraid.
Su Hong said.
That's good. In fact, the 10 countries each have their own strengths and weaknesses. If they can unite, they will definitely be invincible on the battlefield. Why are you dressed like this? I heard this is a song and dance troupe. Right? Are you going to perform on stage tonight?
Su Hong was still concerned about Lu Yuan's affairs. Lu Yuan looked around and found that no one was paying attention here, and he had no intention of hiding it.
He said frankly, my weapons were robbed, and my mount was also taken away by them. My good friend entered the palace alone. I came here to see my friend, worried that something might happen to her.
What?
Qiogong Kingdom actually acted like this?
Su Hong said with a frown.
Brother Lu, if they dare to steal your things, they are going against me. Tianjin, go away, and I will settle the score with them.
Tianjin said angrily.
Just don't cause trouble. I can handle it myself.
Although Lu Yuan felt heartwarming, he was really afraid that Tianjin would do something stupid.
I will go back and report to Prince Carlo that the Qiogong Kingdom, which claims to be based on integrity, actually did such a thing of robbery behind the scenes.
Su Hong thought for a while and added,
there's no need to report it. This is my private matter. Carlo should put the overall situation first. If he acts out of impulse like you two, I'm afraid he won't be able to secure his position as prince.
Su Hong nodded lonely when he heard this, and he was even more entangled in his heart. Country and love can never have both sides. How could Su Hong, who has been on the battlefield for a long time, not know this?
No matter what, as long as something happens to you, Su Hong, will never give up.
Su Hong thought about it and could only express her personal position.
Brother Lu, if anyone dares to touch you, let him step on my body first.
Tianjin also said very proudly. Lu Yuan didn't expect that he would have 2 more life and death friends in just one game. He smiled and nodded.
Not to dwell too much on this topic. Why are you all here? Qiogong Kingdom should not have any interaction with you. So why can't it influence the movements of you and other major forces?
This has always been what Lu Yuan is most curious about. After all, there are constant wars outside. So how can various forces be in the mood to come here? Not to mention they're in the same city with hostile forces.
Not long after you left, people from the Qiogong Kingdom came. And there were people from the 10 Duki Kingdoms. It was a war at that time. So who would have the heart to participate in an auction held by a strange country? But they are worthy of being members of the business empire. They somehow persuaded the invading demons and took the initiative to sign a truce agreement with us. In order to express their sincerity, they even swore an oath from their inner demons that they would never invade again during the auction. Although the demons showed great sincerity, the various countries still had concerns. It was not until later that the Qiogong people and the princes held a secret meeting. They should have promised what treasures would appear at the auction. So the various countries in Duki continent agreed to come.
Su Hong briefly explained what she knew. Although Su Hong is Prince Carlo's right-hand man, he still doesn't know all the secrets. After listening to what Su Hong said, Lu Yuan came up with several major doubts. First of all, although Zhao Jiuzhou and others joined the Demon Clan, they did not fully represent the Demon Clan. When attending the auction this time, Lu Yuan did not see the existence of the Demon General level. Secondly, each of the 10 countries of the Demon Clan and Dochi continent, including other forces, is the overlord of one side. What kind of treasures have I not seen? As a country that is not well known after the integration of the New World, Qiogong country is. What can capture the world's attention? Another point is that Wei Wire said in prison that although it is not entirely true, she said that she did this to Lu Yuan because of the lack of final auction items. Lu Yuan did not believe that a mount or a weapon could attract so many people. Besides, the time doesn't match up either. Lu Yuan and the other three were still chatting when a group of more than 10 people came from a distance, all of whom were members of the Qiugong Kingdom royal family. The leader was an old man with a smile, followed by 3 princes and 2 princesses, including Wei Wire. This is also what the royal family of Qiugong Kingdom does every year to express their respect for the guests attending the conference. Although the old king smiled sincerely, the heirs behind him were not at peace. The princes and princesses were all talking about which force he invited and where the various auction items were obtained, rather than coming to express condolences to the guests. It was more like the old king inspecting the work results of his heirs. Lu Yuan saw this group of people from afar and hurriedly signaled Su Hong and the others to go back to his residence. He lowered his head and walked towards the attic. Lu Yuan tried his best to hide his aura, but he was still noticed by several pairs of eyes. Walking behind the princes were their personal guards and captains. The first one to notice Lu Yuan was the sword slave, and then several other guards also cast their gaze. Lu Yuan understood just by the intimidation brought by these looks that the strength of the other guards was not inferior to that of sword slave. Lu Yuan pretended to be calm and entered the attic. The sword slave obviously recognized Lu Yuan, but he withdrew his gaze and did not take action. Although the other guards saw that Lu Yuan had some strength, they did not know what happened between Lu Yuan and Wei Wire. So I didn't take it too seriously. The duty of the guards is to protect their master, and Lu Yuan will not take action unless he takes the initiative to attack the guards. Although Lu Yuan entered the attic, he already knew that his identity was exposed, so he simply went to the tea table on the first floor, took off his mask and drank tea. Coincidentally, when the royal family of Qiugong Kingdom passed by Lu Yuan Tower, they actually talked about Wei Wire.
Little sister, I heard that some of the items you auctioned this time have very disgraceful origins.
Another princess walking side by side with Wei Wire said sarcastically.
Fourth sister, stop targeting fifth sister all the time. Her caravan was robbed a few months ago.
Don't you have a clue? One of the princes spoke up for Wei Wire.
TCH, third brother, don't get involved in the matter between 2 women. The things you brought back this time are really rotten.
Okay.
You guys, let the distinguished guests hear it, and not be afraid of being laughed at.
The speaker was the eldest prince. Not only was he not affectionate towards his younger siblings, his eyes and tone were full of contempt.
Wei Wire didn't say a word the whole time. While looking around, she happened to see Lu Yuan drinking tea. Although she was a little surprised, she didn't dare to show off at this time. Lu Yuan also figured out the doubts in his mind through just a few conversations. He estimated that the Qiugong Kingdom was divided into 5 factions. Several princes were hunting for treasures and preparing items for auction. If there was competition, there would naturally be comparisons. And if there were comparisons, they would use some means. The battle for the throne of Qiugong Kingdom is probably much more exciting than the auction. Chapter 430, the most dangerous place is the safest. The reason why Lu Yuan dared to sit down and drink tea brazenly was because his identity had been exposed. It was better to be more generous than being secretive. Anyway, except for Wei Wire's men, no one else knew his identity. Even if Wei Wire jumped over the wall in a hurry, she was not a vegetarian. Even if she lost to their numbers in the end, Qiugong Kingdom had invited so many forces this time. Once she let herself get out of trouble and told them about their force buying and selling activities, she would be against them. That was a fatal blow to Qiugong Country's reputation. Facts also proved that Lu Yuan was right in his bet. Although the quarrel between the princes was not loud, it was clearly heard by Lu Yuan. Wei Wire was not in a very good situation, and she was probably ostracized by her sister. It seemed that the third prince had a good relationship with Wei Wire, but the second prince had a bad impression of everyone. And the eldest prince was even more arrogant. There were 5 children in total, but they all had their own thoughts. But the king of Qiugong Kingdom seemed not to notice, and seemed to encourage several people to fight openly and secretly. Wei Wire was obviously stunned when she saw Lu Yuan. She didn't expect that Lu Yuan would appear here, but at this moment, the 4th princess found something to say.
Ha ha. I didn't expect my sister to be interested in Maiko. Look at that boy. He's fair and tender, and he's really attractive.
The 4th princess sneered.
My sister just looks familiar to him. I don't dare to compare with the 4th sister when it comes to men and women, let alone not as romantic as the 4th sister.
Wei Wire also replied unforgivingly.
Okay, you each take care of the invited guests. Before the auction begins, you must satisfy all the guests and disperse.
said the king of Xiaogong Kingdom. The king didn't care at all about the quarrels between several people. The princes were probably used to it, so they spoke freely regardless of the occasion. The old king patrolled for a while, and then went to the main hall under the escort of the guards. The princes were also busy looking for the guests they had invited to exchange greetings. Wei Wire did not go far, and was not afraid of her sister's teasing. She led the sword slave, and walked straight towards Lu Yuan.
"You're so brave! You dare to sit here without any disguise!"
Wei Wire sat on the other side of the tea table, and said expressionlessly,
"I want to hide it, but your eyes are too sharp and I can't hide them at all."
Lu Yuan said calmly.
"Aren't you afraid that I will arrest you now? Do you really dare to use force directly in this situation? You are neither humble nor arrogant. If it had not happened before, we should be able to become friends."
Wei Wire leaned on the back of the chair, and said with a tired look,
"I am a person with a good personality. If it had not happened before, we could indeed become friends."
Lu Yuan replied.
"I'll give you that deer back, so you can go. The sacred deer is mine. I won't thank you. My knife ran away on its own and was lost. I don't blame you. The auction is very grand, and I want to participate."
Lu Yuan Dao. The sword slave was very angry when he saw Lu Yuan's fearless look, and couldn't help but reprimanded him.
"Do you think we can't do anything to you? If I want, I can prevent you from even having a chance to speak."
Lu Yuan smiled disapprovingly, although the sword slave was wrapped in sword energy, so that he could not see his true strength. He had no chance to resist. Even the fierce beast did not dare to say it easily.
"You can try."
"I'm not that careless about men,"
Lu Yuan replied.
Sword slave.
"Let's go." Wei Wire stood up, thought about it, and threw an invitation to Lu Yuan, and continued,
"If you want to participate, just do it openly. Just ask for the sacred deer auction, no matter how much the price is. All it's on me."
Wei Wire said that she did not stop and walked out of the attic. The sword slave gave Lu Yuan a cold look and followed him out, because this attic was specially designed for Kabuki to stay. There were no guests on the first floor at this time. As for the servants preparing tea and meals, how could they dare to listen to the princess? So Wei Wire dared to say anything.
"Take the invitation and come up with me."
Lu Yuan watched Wei Wire and Jian Nu leave. He did not reach for the invitation, but stood up and whispered into the air. Sure enough, Lu Yuan went upstairs, and then the invitation disappeared from the table. It turned out that Lu Yuan discovered Fong Rou beside him. Lu Yuan went upstairs and randomly found an empty room, and Fong Rou quietly followed in.
"Why are you back?"
Lu Yuan asked Fong Rou's location. Fong Rou angrily pulled down her invisibility cloak and said angrily,
"Of course you don't want me to come back. I've only been gone for less than a day. Look at how many women you've picked up. How can there be any woman?" "Well, how do you know when you came to my side?"
Lu Yuan asked in surprise. Lu Yuan noticed Fong Rou after Wei Wire and Jian Nu left. Although Fong Rou said angry words, she obviously saw him chatting with Su Hong and others, but he never noticed her.
"I've been here for a long time. It's just that you don't have me in your eyes."
Fong Rou replied sourly.
"Don't make trouble yet. I can see through your cloak, but I didn't notice you until the end. It's not normal if you can't find it. This is the immovable Pluto technique independently developed by this lady,"
Fong Rou said proudly.
"What is the unmoving Pluto technique? Are you strong enough to create your own moves?"
Lu Yuan couldn't figure it out.
"What's wrong with my strength? Do I look down on others? Okay, let me tell you. I found that although this cloak can have an invisibility effect, it is difficult to hide my own breath. In addition, when I encounter people with abnormal eyesight like you, as long as I use my own invisibility, that's the double invisibility effect. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is not to move. As long as you don't move, it will be difficult for you to detect. Then I will quietly move a few times while you are not paying attention. This is my method of not moving,"
Fong Rou said proudly. Lu Yuan was speechless after hearing this. He originally thought that Fong Rou had some new abilities, but it turned out that he just discovered a new use of the Wolf King's cloak.
"Fong Rou, I'm sorry. I made you feel wronged. And I always threatened you and me with sending you back."
Lu Yuan apologized sincerely.
Okay. Don't do this. I want to keep an eye on you for Li Tong and Luo Yi. I haven't figured out that yet. So I started to be merciful again. And I dare to talk to other women again. You keep flirting. Be careful I castrate you while you're asleep."
Fong Rou returned to her original boldness. After hearing Lu Yuan's apology, She directly interrupted Lu Yuan's words. In fact, Fong Rou didn't blame Lu Yuan. She was even a little scared, afraid that Lu Yuan would not come to find her. After hearing this, Lu Yuan knew it was a joke, but he still felt a chill in his lower body. There are too many forces coming to this auction, and it can attract so many people. Maybe some treasure will be born. Let's stay and see. Lu Yuan changed the subject and said, well, their treasure house is very mysterious. It should be underground. The entrance is not only heavily guarded by soldiers, but also by many experts. I felt dangerous even though I was far away. So I came here to watch the fun. No. Thinking of meeting you. Fong Rou originally planned to go in and steal something. Don't mess around anymore. I won't be careless anymore. I will definitely protect you. Lu Yuan Dao. Chapter 431 The Mysterious Old Man. Qiugong Kingdom is very willing to invest. And everything from accommodation to food is very comprehensive. Fong Rou has returned. And Wei Wire has promised to pay for the 9-color sacred deer. As for the Eternal Night Sword, Lu Yuan is not particularly worried. After all, there is a sword spirit swallowing gold beast. As long as it can break free, it will definitely return to itself. If the sword slave intends to hide it forever and has no intention of returning it, then there will be a battle between Lu Yuan and the sword slave. The afternoon passed quickly, and as the sun set, the envoys from Qiugong Kingdom began to guide the distinguished guests to the dinner venue. Since there were many guests entering the palace, Qiugong Kingdom would naturally not wait for the subordinates brought in by various forces. So the dinner venue was chosen in the back garden of the palace. Lu Yuan originally didn't want to attend. After all, there were so many acquaintances, and it would be boring to chat with them. In addition, Zhao Jiuzhou and other demon clan members might have other ideas when they see him. However, Fong Rou had already become impatient after sitting there all afternoon. There was a lot of fun to watch and delicious food to eat at this time. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must not be missed. In the end, Lu Yuan chose to compromise and let Fong Rou wear the other cloak he had bought before. After Qian warned one not to cause trouble, he went with Fong Rou. The first time Lu Yuan came here, he was in a coma and was imprisoned. At this time, he was walking openly in the palace, and he felt the strength of Qiugong Kingdom. The residence of thousands of guests was just the tip of the iceberg of the palace, and only led to the back. It only takes 20 minutes to walk to the garden passage. The back garden is even more vast, with a dazzling array of all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. Although it is a garden, the tables and tableware have been set up. Although it is late, it is brightly illuminated by lamps. The heads of various forces were all sitting in the upper seats. There were more than 1,000 guests entering the palace, but only a few hundred people could sit near the king of Qiugong Kingdom. More than 100 people surrounded the city with single tables, and an open space in the middle was reserved for kabuki performances. Sitting in a circle was specially done by Qiugong so that there would be no priority in seating, so as to prevent any force from being dissatisfied. The other subordinates of the various forces were sitting in various places in the garden, with about 10 people per table, and all had maids pouring tea and wine, which was a great honor. Lu Yuan and Fong Rou randomly found a table and sat down. The other people were obviously rough thugs, and they didn't know which force brought the bodyguards. The dinner started on time. The old king of Qiugong Kingdom did not hesitate. After a few simple words, the attendants began to serve wine and food, and the kabuki performance of the guest of honor also began. As most of the people drank a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere of the dinner suddenly became high. The food was very sumptuous, but Lu Yuan felt that his tablemates were rough. So he ate a few bites, and then wandered to the artificial lake nearby. Fong Rou just loves fun and is not a glutton. So she followed Lu away from the table and followed her to the artificial lake. Why don't you eat more? Fong Rou quickly stepped forward and playfully patted Lu Yuan on the back. Lu Yuan glanced at the table where he was sitting, curled his lips helplessly, and said with a smile, "Rich people know how to live. Look how grand this back garden is. Yes, the new world is in chaos everywhere, and Qiugong country is pretty awesome, but it's actually a pure land." Fong Rou also imitated Lu Yuan, and walked leisurely beside Lu Yuan, with her hands behind her back. Lu Yuan seemed to be strolling around leisurely, but in fact, he was secretly observing all the guests. Among those who could enter the palace, the lowest strength was level 60, and the highest strength was above level 80. Most of the monsters that enter the palace are loners, but their strength is close to level 90. It is impossible to tell what they are when they transform into human form. If Lu Yuan had not dealt with monsters a lot,
It would be difficult to detect them even with excellent eyesight. They are not people.
Lu Yuan, do you feel that we are the only ones wearing cloaks in the audience? It seems that instead of hiding our identities, it attracts more attention.
Fong Rou felt that many people were looking at her and couldn't help but remind her.
It doesn't matter. It's not like I have to hide my identity. I'm just too lazy to chat with acquaintances.
Lu Yuan explained. Just when Lu Yuan felt bored after walking around in a circle, a loud voice overcame the noisy noise. Singing and dancing. And the entire back garden suddenly became quiet.
Old man Wei, I heard you found a good treasure this time. Why didn't you inform your old friend?
This short sentence shocked people's hearts and minds. Everyone present looked bitter, and blood flowed from the corner of the mouth where the weakest person was. Fong Rou was also shocked by the sound. She frowned and said to Lu Yuan,
Who is this person? He's so powerful. Just one word can have such lethality.
Although Lu Yuan also felt a little uncomfortable. He just frowned. How could Lu Yuan's body be injured so easily now?
It's just to establish prestige. This person is very strong. But this sentence contains at least 80% of his strength. The technique should be related to sound.
As Lu Yuan explained, he injected gentle Jinqi into Fong Rou's body, helping Fong Rou sort out the chaotic energy, which made Fong Rou feel better. As the mysterious man finished, the whole back garden exploded. Everyone sitting in the second seat rushed to the guest seat to protect the host, while the people in the guest seat all turned their attention to the king of Qiugong Kingdom. The old king stood up from the table and said loudly to the sky,
Old man, if you come to attend the Qiugong Kingdom's welcome meeting, if you come to cause trouble, you will be crushed to ashes this time.
The old king's voice was very strong, and he said the same words, which fully proved his strength. And he seemed to know the person coming from his words. Buzz buzz. A buzzing sound fell from the sky, and the sound came from far to near. In an instant, a huge ancient bell was seen falling from the sky. The ancient bell was golden in color, and hit the open space between the guests of honor with a clang. An old man in green clothes standing on one foot on the ancient clock. He remained motionless. The impact of the ancient bell falling to the ground was huge, and bluestone debris flew everywhere, forcing the people around it to retreat and defend themselves. The old king of Qiugong Kingdom looked ugly. All the efforts he had made before this incident were in vain. The auction had not even started yet. An accident occurred. If it was not handled properly, how could the guests trust him? Although the Qiugong country auction has been held for 50 years, this time many new forces were invited to participate. This time is a good time for the new world to become famous.
The soldiers of the Qiugong Kingdom obey orders and protect the guests attending the meeting. Anyone who fails in their duties will be killed.
The old king gave the order loudly, then threw away the king's cloak and raised his fist to go into battle himself.
Father, don't worry. Come here, my child.
The eldest prince rushed forward before the old king and shouted loudly to the mysterious old man.
No matter who you are, your blood will be splattered on the spot today. The little baby has grown up, and his tone of voice has also improved. It's a pity that he hasn't been beaten severely,
the mysterious old man said with a smile. The mysterious old man was not afraid of the eldest prince's attack. He jumped off the ancient bell and kicked the ancient bell towards the eldest prince with one kick. The eldest prince punched the ancient bell with all his strength, and the huge bell echoed throughout the back garden. The ancient bell flew back, and the old man clapped it and stopped in front of him. The eldest prince's attack was broken, so he took 2 steps back and glared. This round turned out to be a close fight.
You dare to try your best even though you are a small skill. I will never come back if I ask you today,
the eldest prince said domineeringly. Chapter 432, Alarming the Snake. The eldest prince of Qiugong Kingdom was in his 30s, and his boxing skills were resolute, and he could actually compete with the mysterious old man. Even Lu Yuan did not expect that everyone in this business empire was a master.
Lu Yuan, look at that prince. He is an expert. You said that since they are so powerful, why are they surrounded by guards? By the way, why don't the guards come when the enemy comes?
Fong Rou asked in a low voice.
It's just to establish prestige. I guess I want to take the opportunity to prove that Qiugong Kingdom is not weak in military force.
Lu Yuan thought for a while and said. On the other side, the mysterious old man stood next to the big clock. Although the attack was broken, he showed no anger. On the contrary, the eldest prince's ridicule made the old man feel funny.
Little baby, you should learn to be humble.
The mysterious old man held up the ancient bell with one hand, transferred his true energy into the ancient bell, and then threw it at the eldest prince. The eldest prince wanted to fight with his fist again, but he did not expect that the ancient bell was getting longer in the wind, and the huge bell mouth was about to hit the eldest prince, covered inside. Seeing that he was defeated, the eldest prince was about to retreat, but the bell mouth issued a terrifying suction force, and for a moment he was unable to escape. Naturally, the old king couldn't let his son get into trouble. He gathered energy with his right fist and struck out. An invisible energy fist in the air hit the ancient bell with a bang. The ancient bell flew back, and the eldest prince was able to escape. The eldest prince's guards also came to him at this time, holding swords and looking at the mysterious old man cautiously.
What kind of trick is that? The bell can actually grow bigger. Is he a cultivator?
Fong Rou asked curiously. Lu Yuan shook his head and explained.
Do you still remember the bow that you forged for Li Tong? The raw material is copper essence. The material of the ancient bell is similar to copper essence. They are all mineral essences. As long as you inject your own energy, you can change its size.
Oh, I got it.
After being reminded, Fong Rou also remembered that Li Tong's bow could indeed change its size according to the user's condition.
This old man is very powerful, but he likes to make mysteries. With his strength, studying these fancy things is really superfluous.
Lu Yuan couldn't see through the old man's specific strength, but based on his performance, he was roughly sure that he had just reached level 90. However, the old man didn't know whether he was worried or had other ideas, so he never used all his strength when taking action.
Zhong Zuishan, it has been 30 years. You have made trouble many times, and I have let you go. This is the 50th anniversary of our auction in Qiugong. If you continue to persist in your obsession, I will not be merciful.
The king of Qiugong Kingdom changed his usual amiable appearance and said to the mysterious old man with an angry look on his face.
Old man Wei, you used all means to seize the throne and took the East China Sea Dragon Ball from my hand. I found it with great difficulty to save my wife, because there is no Dragon Ball to survive. If my wife dies, you will be the murderer. Unless I die too, I will never let you go in this life.
Zhong Zuishan still frowned when he mentioned these things, and every word was filled with hatred.
Obviously you voluntarily sold it to our country, and I also gave you wealth far beyond its value. You have been reckless and greedy over the years, and this time you slandered our country in front of all the distinguished guests. It is an unforgivable crime.
Qiu, the king of Gang, would criticize sternly.
Whoever comes, whether dead or alive, take it down for me. I came here today just to remind you that the past enemy Zhong Mao has not been forgotten. The auction in the future will definitely ruin your reputation.
Zhong Zuishan said with a sneer without fear. The soldiers of the Qiugong Kingdom have begun to compress the encirclement, and there are many powerful masters among them. Everyone holds their breath and waits for the battle that is about to begin.
Boom!
Suddenly there was an explosion on the east side of the palace, and then a green signal flare rose into the sky. Zhong Zuishan was a little proud when he heard the explosion,
but seeing the fearless expressions of the king of Qiugong and others, and the fact that the unplanned signal flare was launched into the sky, his expression froze before he realized something was wrong.
That direction seems to be where the palace keeps auction items,
Fong Rou whispered to Lu Yuan. As soon as Fong Rou finished speaking, the king of Qiugong Kingdom laughed and said,
You have been planning for so long, and you are still playing the trick of attacking in the east and attacking in the west?
Zhong Zuishan's expression quickly recovered and he smiled back.
It's just an appetizer. In the past, I relied on the large number of people in the country. This time, I'm not alone. To tell you the truth, among your distinguished guests, I am one of them.
Colleagues. Ha.
After saying this, Zhong Zuishan laughed wildly, held up the big bell with one hand, and slapped it with the other hand. The sound spread in the air like water ripples, and the ordinary soldiers' minds suddenly went blank. And then, they stood up in the air and prepared to leave. Seeing this, the eldest prince kicked the ground with his right foot, and rushed out like an arrow. His fists gathered arrogance. He reacted quickly and attacked fiercely. He was also a master.
Longer. Don't be careless. Be careful with him.
King Qiugong shouted anxiously when he saw the eldest prince rushing forward. Zhong Zuishan seemed to have been prepared. The ancient bell grew bigger again, and the mouth of the bell instantly enveloped the eldest prince. Zhong Zuishan stood back in midair, and struck the ancient bell with several palms in the air. This time the sound attack did not spread outwards, and only a few muffled groans from the eldest prince were heard inside the ancient bell. The masters of Qiugong Kingdom all took action. Zhong Zuishan looked up to the sky and roared in midair. he once again launched a sound attack. After restraining the besieging masters, he glanced at the king with a sneer, casually moved his ancient bell, and walked away in the air.
Old man Wei, the grudge between you and me will not hurt the lives of the younger generations. But the auction in the future will definitely make you uneasy.
The king of Chiogong Kingdom waved his hand to signal his people not to pursue him any further. The guards of the eldest prince also stood up and caught the eldest prince's body. At this time, the eldest prince was bleeding from his 7 orifices and had already passed out. Although he was not in danger of life, he would probably be in a coma within half a month. I can't get out of bed. The guards of the eldest prince hugged his body, looked at the king with a guilty look, and whispered,
I did not protect you well. Please punish the king. Settlement the eldest prince. I won't blame you this time.
The king of Chiogong Kingdom ignored the eldest prince's injury. He looked at the distinguished guests, who were still watching the excitement, with an apologetic look and said,
They are all greedy people who do not want to see our country's prosperity, and have disturbed the interest of all the distinguished guests. I am really sorry. Please,
wait. After the venue is cleared, the dinner will continue.
The king of Chiogong Kingdom seemed to have forgotten that there was a battle just a few seconds ago. The attendants and soldiers reacted very quickly. They removed the smashed tables and chairs, cleaned up the food on the floor, and quickly rearranged the venue. The king of Chiogong Kingdom motioned for everyone to sit down and signaled the kabuki to re-enter. He raised his glass and said with a smile,
Let's play music and dance.
Everyone attending the meeting had an attitude that it had nothing to do with them. Although the fight was fierce before, they all regarded it as a joke. By now, everyone had already sat down and exchanged glasses and exchanged greetings.
Lu Yuan, how do you think they are? Their son almost died, and they are still eating and drinking there.
Fong Rou said with some disdain.
How could we build such a business empire without so much hypocrisy? Look at the people around the main table, and none of them looks like a commonplace. I didn't expect that Chiogong country is a habitual offender. Not only did they buy and sell you by force, but they have been doing this since the older generation. This is because old man Yong has some skills. If he were an ordinary person,
he would have to swallow his anger.
Fong Rou was indignant.
Complaints?
Lu Yuan nodded. There is no fairness in life. He just didn't know if the power brought by this mysterious old man could fight against the entire business empire. Chapter 433 Warm-Up. The farce at the dinner did not have much impact on Chiogong State, and Chiogong State began to warm up the auction the next day. Chiogong Kingdom officially announced a total of 26 main auction items, of which 3 princes and 2 princesses each collected 5 items, and the old king of Chiogong Kingdom prepared 1 item, although the specific contents have not been announced. Judging from the market held by the venue the day before the auction, the lots must be extraordinary. Chiogong Kingdom opened the outside of the venue one day in advance. The crisscross stalls in the square in front of the venue were filled with various treasures. Although the grades were not too high, they were not something that could be seen in ordinary markets. A rough calculation showed that Chiogong Kingdom had to take out all kinds of treasures. There are tens of thousands of things. The auction venue stood directly behind the market, giving Lu Yuan the impression of a modern stadium. Judging from its area, it could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people.
I've been here for several days, and haven't looked around the Chiogong Kingdom. I didn't expect there to be such a magnificent building in the north of the city.
Lu Yuan and Fong Rou also came to the market. Firstly, to familiarize themselves with the route to participate in the auction, and secondly, to see the quality of the preheated items from Chiogong Kingdom.
I have the nerve to say that I was a prisoner when I came here. I finally escaped, and I knew how to hide in the house to practice every day. Fortunately, this city is so big that you still have some excuses.
Fong Rou said unforgivingly.
Okay. As an apology, I can just pick whatever I like, and I will pay for all the expenses.
Lu Yuan didn't dare to continue to confront Fong Rou. He couldn't defeat her anyway.
Okay. Seeing as you are so sincere, I won't argue with you for now. But as we have agreed, I don't have any gold or silver on me, and you will be embarrassed if you can't pay. I can't help you.
Fong Rou said that people were already turning around in front of the stall, because the market is very centralized. You don't need to walk too far to get around. The stalls are arranged in separate sections, and with so many varieties, it does take some energy to look carefully. Xiao Gangwei is very experienced and expected that there would be a lot of people coming to the market. So the stalls were crisscrossed to form a passage. The reserved passage in the middle was very wide, and there were many salespeople at the stalls on both sides. The passage was one way, with entrance and exit. If you miss something you like, you can only go all the way to the exit and then walk again. In short, you can move forward slowly, but you are not allowed to look back. Lu Yuan thought this would affect sales, but it turned out that it actually made everyone choose more cautiously, because there have been many situations where after going around for a while, they found that the things they liked were bought by others. Later, Lu Yuan figured out what was going on. Although most people were qualified to enter the auction, not everyone had the strength to compete for the last 26 lots. Because the products preheated before the auction are also good. People who are self-aware will do some shopping today. There were more people wearing cloaks in the town today. So Lu Yuan and the two of them were not out of place among the crowd. The products that Fong Ro was interested in were mostly exquisite and cute items, and they hardly had much use except for playing with. In fact, among these tens of thousands of products, there are still many good and practical things. And there are even some books on exercises and moves. It is a warm-up market that is almost as rich as the treasury of several other countries that Lu Yuan has visited. Fong Ro picked out two rare and inexpensive gadgets and stopped. Although Lu Yuan thought they were useless things, she still paid for them happily. Just choose these two? Well, although there are a lot of things for sale, they are of no use to me. You said that the world is so chaotic now. What's the use of Chiogong country no matter how much money it makes? Maybe one day gold and silver, and the like will be it has become waste paper like our currency. Maybe it's for the sake of fame. I've traveled to many places, but many countries have no characteristics. There is no such distinctive country like Chiogong country. From now on, when everyone mentions Chiogong country, they will all know it is a holy land for trading. This is that their purpose? Lu Yuan analyzed. Fong Ro was not stupid. After listening to Lu Yuan's analysis, she immediately realized that it was a different world. The same businessman. Lu Yuan and Fong Ro walked to the exit of the market. As Fong Ro said, although there were many things on sale, there was really nothing that could be used. Decorations such as gold, silver, and jade were of no use to Lu Yuan. Books such as exercises and moves were of too low a level even though I had not read them. Materials such as forging were simply not of any use to Lu Yuan. Some armors and weapons were of no use to Lu Yuan. Needless to say, I originally planned to hunt for treasures to see if anything slipped through the net. But such fantasy things did not happen. Chiogong country can hold so many large-scale auctions, so it is impossible for such things to happen. Just when Lu Yuan felt bored and wanted to leave, the sound of gongs came from the temporary high platform at the main entrance of the venue. Dear distinguished guests, in order to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Chiogong Kingdom auction, today the king has specially selected 3 additional treasures to preheat, and they will be auctioned here in a quarter of an hour. Please tell each other. Don't miss this opportunity. Lu Yuan and Fong Ro also heard the news and gathered around. This item was not included in the official itinerary. It seemed to be specially added for high-end people. After all, these are just items in the market, and it is difficult to evoke high-ranking people. If people's interest is limited, the warm-up effect will be greatly reduced. Chiogong Kingdom naturally understands that the masterminds of the various forces are the main ones. As for the common people and local rich people, it is nothing more than to enhance the atmosphere and make everyone feel more fulfilled when spending money. The waiting time was not long, but there was an endless stream of people joining in the fun. The news spread quickly, but no overlords from all parties were seen around the high platform. Naturally, Lu Yuan and Fong Ro could only wait in the crowd. If Lu Yuan hadn't been very strong, they would have been crushed by the crowd. With the sound of a gong, the noisy surroundings became much quieter. 3 items covered with red cloth were pushed up on the high platform. The 3 items were not large in size, but they were full of mystery under the thick red cloth. Dear guests, please be quiet. Thank you again for coming to this event. The 3 lots being preheated today have been collected by Nakia Gangwa for many years. They are not far behind the 26 lots that will be auctioned tomorrow. Hey, it's over or not? Stop bragging and start bragging. That's right. The sun is going to kill someone. So what are you talking about? Before the host could finish his opening remarks, someone below began to take the lead in making noises. Although it was very rude, it aroused a series of resonances. The onlookers commented, and the scene became chaotic again. However, the host always smiled and did not stop the noise from the crowd. The audience laughed for about half a minute before the host spoke again. Now I will show you the first warm-up auction item. As soon as the host finished speaking, he slowly unveiled the red cloth of the first lot. It was an exquisite wooden box. The lid of the box was opened and set aside. but a barrier seal had been made at the mouth of the box. Inside was a ginseng. Although Lu Yuan didn't understand it very well, but just looking at the integrity of its roots, just know it's extraordinary. As the red cloth was unveiled, the crowd unconsciously became quiet. Everyone looked at the ginseng on the stage attentively, waiting for the host's explanation. The host smiled and said,
"This is a 1,000-year-old ginseng. The ginseng is over 5,000 years old. It already possesses spirituality. Let's not mention the effect of prolonging life. If used properly, it can be used to restore the bones of the living and dead."
Chapter 434 3 Lots. The sudden addition of 3 items immediately aroused everyone's interest. After all, high-end people simply don't like the tacky items in the market. The first warm-up auction item turned out to be a 5,000-year-old ginseng. Everyone was assured of the quality of the product. After all, if Chiogong country wanted to prosper in the new world in the long run, there would definitely be no problems with the product. People with status naturally look down upon gold and silver, and what they care most about is longevity. This top-quality ginseng instantly aroused everyone's interest. The host was very satisfied with the reaction of the audience. After giving everyone a minute to observe, he continued unhurriedly.
As we all know, ginseng grown over 100 years is already of the highest quality, and it is even rarer to grow over 1,000 years. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the king of ginseng if it is over 5,000 years old.
After the host gave a brief introduction, he felt that the atmosphere had been lifted, and then began to introduce the rules of the auction.
Chiogong country has been doing business for 100 years, and the large-scale auction has been held for the 50th time. Although the national power cannot be said to be the strongest in the mainland, it will never allow any party to be fooled. Please act according to your ability when bidding, and take it seriously. And do not take the bidding price seriously. Treat it as child's play. The best 1,000-year-old ginseng. The starting price is 1,000 taels of gold, and each bid must not be less than 100 taels of gold.
In order to prevent anyone from randomly bidding on prices, the host said some serious words. The overlords of all parties would naturally not lose their identity by randomly bidding on prices. These words were mainly meant for the majority of individual visitors. After all, in order to increase publicity, Chiogong country did not verify the capital of all participants. The audience in the audience didn't seem to pay attention to the threat in the words, and they started to shout out the price.
"This thing is great. I will buy it for my father to eat. He may live for decades. I will pay 1,100 taels. You are indeed a filial child. But my body is too weak. I can't let you have such a treasure. I'll pay 1,200 taels."
Although the scene was a bit chaotic in this advanced warm-up, the people bidding in the audience were not ordinary people. It was hard to imagine that the units with a price increase of 100 and 200 taels were actually gold.
Lu Yuan. Why are they all so rich? The ones bidding for thousands of taels are all gold. 1,000 taels is 100 caddies, and 100 caddies is 50,000 grams. If the lowest price of gold is 300 per gram, the starting price is 150,000 renminbi.
Got it. Fong Ro crossed her fingers and started calculating in RMB.
This ginseng is really good. If the little pill were here, my eyes would probably be red. After all, it's something that's thousands of years old. The starting price doesn't seem to be high after all.
Lu Yuan originally thought that the price of so much gold was not low. But after Fong Ro calculated it, he found that Chiogong country's pricing was quite conscientious. After all, it would cost several million or even tens of millions to build any piece of equipment by himself. The price of Millennium Ginseng quickly rose to 5,000 taels of gold, and the audience began to bid slowly. After each bidding, the magic projection behind the booth will show the bidder, as if to remind everyone that it is impossible to run away after bidding. After all, cloaks and masks can only block the sight of ordinary people.
6,000 taels of gold.
Lu Yuan raised his hand to signal.
Are you crazy? Do you have so much gold?
Fong Ro pulled Lu Yuan's sleeve and said nervously,
"It's okay. I have a lot of gold bars in my hand."
Lu Yuan got several large boxes of gold bars in Duhun Kingdom, and later became an honorary elder of Shibing Kingdom. When he left the Xia family, he received many gold bars as gifts, although he had never counted them. Looking at those thick gold bars, every the root must weigh 30 or 40 kilograms no matter what. And Lu Yuan still doesn't take it seriously even if it's thousands of taels of gold. Damn, I didn't expect you to be a rich man. You'll be bidding for a while. Let me raise my hand. I also want to experience the feeling of spending a lot of money.
Fong Ro said with a wicked smile. Lu Yuan raised the price by 1,000 taels of gold at a time, which immediately silenced the audience. The host on the stage was not in a hurry to finalize the decision. He seemed to know that the 6,000 taels of gold had not yet reached the limit. As expected, a waiter soon brought a sign.
Demon Zhao Jiuzhou bids 10,000 taels of gold.
As the host announced the bidding, Zhao Jiuzhou's appearance was magically reflected behind the stage.
11,000 taels.
Fong Rou heard the host's quotation and added 1,000 taels without saying a word. Zhao Jiuzhou appeared on the screen for only 2 seconds before being replaced by Fong Rou wearing a mask.
Sister, can you keep a low profile?
Lu Yuan said helplessly.
Why keep a low profile when you've spent all your money?
Fong Rou stirred things up, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Waiters delivering price tags came on stage one after another. It turned out that people from all parties were in the private rooms behind the scenes. Although the first warm-up auction item is not very attractive to these big forces, it is equivalent to a good start. Of course, face matters are more important. The people on the screen changed one after another, but the one who appeared most often was Fong Rou. No matter who asked the price, Fong Rou would definitely be the first to raise his hand to increase the price.
Demon Clan Fong Di bids 42,000 taels.
Fong Rou just wanted to continue to increase the price, but Lu Yuan Gang quickly stopped him.
It's almost.
Okay.
The price is too high, and it's not worth it. Save some money to buy something useful tomorrow.
When Fong Rou heard what Lu Yuan said, she put down her hand angrily. But she still had some unfinished thoughts.
It doesn't matter whether I buy it or not. I just feel good letting them spend more money. Xiao Gangguo really should ask you to act as a trustee.
I originally thought that the ginseng must belong to Fong Di, but I didn't expect that Prince Carlo of the Soul Fighting Kingdom suddenly emerged and finally bought this top-quality ginseng for 55,000 taels of gold. The second lot was warmed up, and the red cloth was quickly uncovered. It turned out to be a pearl the size of a basketball. Its surface exuded a gleaming white light, indicating its extraordinary status.
This one is a 10,000-year-old deep-sea pearl. It can calm your mind and stabilize your mind when you keep it with you. You can take it out during battle without fear of illusion. The starting price is 5,000 taels of gold.
The host introduced briefly. Fong Rou still wanted to bid, but was stopped by Lu Yuan. Although this pearl was precious, it was a bit useless to Lu Yuan. The bidding of ginseng had already attracted the attention of the two. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Lu Yuan acted decisively. Give up the competition. Perhaps because the word, Wanyan, is too attractive. Or perhaps because it can help break the illusion. The bidding for the
Wanyan Deep Sea Pearl
has become more intense. The price has been increased to 10,000 taels of gold, and there is no sign of stopping. In addition to all parties, Taiwan individual tourists below were also very enthusiastic. Surprisingly, the winner in the end was not a major power, but a rich man among individual tourists. And the reason was just to win the favor of the beauties around him.
The final transaction price of the 10,000-year-old deep-sea pearl was 155,500 taels of gold.
The third item also unveiled its mystery. It was a very ordinary wine jar with a tightly sealed mouth. Compared with the first two items, this one seemed a bit too plain.
This jar of wine is not ordinary. Although it is not comparable to the previous two lots in terms of age, it is no less precious than them. This is the 100 years of monkey wine, brewed by monkeys in the mountains. Monkeys are known to be impatient. Generally, monkey wines are consumed by the monkeys before they are even older. Monkey wines that can survive for more than 100 years are extremely rare. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a treasure for people who love wine. The starting price is 50,000 taels of gold.
After the host's introduction, the individual visitors in the audience were in an uproar. The transaction price of the best ginseng was only 55,000 taels, and the starting price of a bottle of century-old monkey wine was 50,000 taels. This pricing was really confusing. Chapter 435 VIP Card. In the eyes of some people, the price positioning of Qiugong country seems a bit ridiculous. But something even more ridiculous happened. Individual customers and major forces on the market seemed to be very interested in this sky-high price of wine. And soon the price exceeded 10 W taels of gold.
Fong Rou, bid me the price. I want this jar of wine.
Lu Yuan originally didn't want to join in the fun. But when he saw the wine, he couldn't help but think of his apprentice Master Zhang Feng, and missed his ancestor Ou Yi even more. So he decided to take a photo of the monkey wine and drink it the next time they meet.
The worst drinker is still interested in wine. With your small drink capacity, you can't drink this century-old wine without drinking a glass. Why don't you buy that pearl just now and give it to me?
Fong Rose spoke to Lu Yuan half-jokingly. But her hands were not idle. Spending huge sums of money was Fong Rose's favorite thing. When the price of the century-old monkey wine rose to 500,000 taels of gold, the only bidders were Lu Yuan and other major forces. Among them, the most powerful contenders were Zhao Jiuzhou and a barbarian force. Zhao Jiuzhou is very familiar with Lu Yuan, and he is not a drunkard in theory. He is willing to spend a lot of money to buy it, mostly to give gifts or win people's hearts in the future. Lu Yuan, a barbarian force, had noticed before that there were about a dozen people in the group, all dressed in animal skins and tall and powerful. The leader was even dressed in tiger skin, with a striking scar on his face, exuding the aura of killing. Lu Yuan couldn't think of any other reason why the barbarians bought wine. It must be for drinking, because the most enjoyable drinkers at the dinner were the barbarians. Although they looked a bit scary, they were really generous when drinking.
1 million taels of gold.
When the price reached 90W, Lu Yuan did not wait for Fong Rou to speak and directly increased the price to 100W. After the host revealed the price, the major forces did not continue to increase the price. Perhaps because they felt that 100W was not worth it. Or perhaps they did not want to increase the price. There was a big fight before the auction even started. With the success of the auction, Lu Yuan noticed that two auras were staring at him. They were not people who wanted to kill people and seize the treasure. They should be the staff of Chiogong State to prevent them from sneaking away after bidding the price. No one expected that 2 of the 3 warm-up auction items would be taken away by individual visitors. The lack of competitiveness among the major forces also surprised Chiogong Kingdom. The host made a simple closing remarks and began to talk about some details of tomorrow's entry. Soon a waiter found Lu Yuan and the 2 of them, and followed the waiter quickly into the auction venue behind the high platform. Chiogong State has very professional measuring instruments. As Lu Yuan placed the gold bars on the instrument, the weight and authenticity of the gold bars were quickly revealed. 100W of gold used up half of Lu Yuan's wealth. After paying the money, her wine was directly handed over to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not see anyone else during the entire transaction. Each item was traded separately, and there was a special channel to leave after the transaction was completed. Lu Yuan and Fong Rou walked out of the secret passage, which was a very quiet alley. After the waiter pointed out the direction for them, he left Lu Yuan a VIP card and bowed before leaving.
This Chiogong Kingdom really has a way of keeping secret.
Lu Yuan spent so many gold bars to buy a jar of wine, but he didn't feel distressed at all and chatted with Fong Rou easily.
Man! I actually spent so many gold bars to buy a jar of wine. What a waste! What a waste!
Fong Rou said in pain.
Ha. I was a little impulsive. But where did I get the VIP card if I didn't pay for it?
Lu Yuan shook the VIP card in his hand, but what he got was Fong Rou's sneer. However, Fong Rou's attitude soon changed. When the two returned to the residence of the palace, the treatment was suddenly different from before. I don't know how Chiogong Kingdom knew Lu Yuan's identity. There was a waiter waiting downstairs at the residence. They were given rooms at the same level as those of the powerful men. They were also equipped with 2 waiters and a maid. Fong Rou casually said she was hungry, and soon the table was filled with sumptuous dishes. The room was large but only had 1 bed, an ancient-style screen partition, and a separate bathing space.
It's great to have money. This jar of wine is worth buying. Lu Yuan, why don't we open it now and have a try?
Fong Rou was very satisfied with this environment. She chewed the dishes slowly and joked with Lu Yuan. While the two were chatting, the waiter announced outside the door that someone had come to visit. Lu Yuan didn't avoid it after thinking about it. Someone came to visit him just after changing rooms. It was obvious that the other party knew his identity, and there was no need to cover up or stay behind closed doors. Opening the door, the visitor was no stranger. It was Prince Carlo with Su Hong and Tianjin. Tianjin was also holding the 1,000-year-old ginseng that he had taken.
Brother Lu, I haven't seen you for a long time. If Su Hong hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have recognized you.
Prince Carlo greeted warmly.
Long time no see. Please come in.
Lu Yuan invited a few people to sit down in the room, and the waiter quickly served tea and closed the door.
When I met Brother Lu today, he seemed to be very interested in this 1,000-year-old ginseng. I bought it as a meeting gift for Brother Lu,
Prince Carlo said, signaling Tianjin to hand over the Millennium Ginseng.
Prince Carlo's gift of thanks was generous enough, but I cannot accept such a heavy gift today.
Lu Yuan's attitude was very clear. He had already cleared up his affairs when he left Duhan Kingdom. And now, he did not want to be involved with a certain force. What's more, Prince Carlo was very politically minded, since they could know Lu Yuan's identity. Sooner or later Fang Di and others would also will know. Carlo snatched the 1,000-year-old ginseng from Fang Di, and now gave it to himself. If Lu Yuan accepted it happily, it would be a statement of his position. Although Lu Yuan was opposed to the demons, he did not want to be used as a pawn by Carlo. Prince Carlo didn't mind either. After Tianjin placed the Millennium Ginseng on the table, he stopped dwelling on the issue and started chatting with Lu Yuan.
Brother Lu, are you still worried about the things you concealed before? For the unification of Dochi continent, there are many things that you can't help yourself with. There is no other meaning in coming here today. In any case, we are not enemies. Right?
Lu Yuan was indeed dissatisfied with Carlo's concealment at first. Although he later understood his identity, he still felt a little unhappy. Now that Prince Carlo paid a special visit and made Lu Yuan's thoughts clear, the relationship between the two also changed. As the saying goes, there is no need to be an adversarial relationship.
Thank you very much for Prince Carlo's kindness. I will accept the ginseng. I really deserve it for such a valuable thing. Brother Lu is willing to spend a lot of money to buy a jar of wine. A mere 1,000-year-old ginseng seems a bit insignificant.
Carlo didn't say much other than visiting. The two continued to chat for a while, and Carlo stood up to leave. Before leaving, he still smiled and extended an olive branch to Lu Yuan.
If Brother Lu has any difficulties, Duhan Nation will be your most loyal comrade in arms. The purpose of our visit this time is not to auction items. As for money, as long as Brother Lu needs to ask, it will be fine.
Prince Carlo finally expressed his intention and didn't stay much longer. After seeing off a few people, Lu Yuan looked at the 1,000-year ginseng and pondered.
Even the prince calls you brother. Lu Yuan, you are getting more and more powerful.
When Fang Rose saw the guests leaving, she also looked at the 1,000-year-old ginseng on the table inside.
It's just valuable. Patriarch Uya is right. Everyone will only respect things of value. That's right. We just applied for a card in Chiogam country,
and the benefits immediately increased.
Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard this.
What about applying for a card? You make it sound like we are in a barber shop.
Chapter 436 Dragon Egg? Lu Yuan actually didn't resent the Soul Fighting Kingdom's overtures. Maybe in Carlo's eyes, Lu Yuan was just a powerful pawn. But as long as Lu Yuan himself was strong enough, the two parties could completely turn into a cooperative relationship in the future. Not long after sending Carlo and others away, Lu Yuan was joking with Fang Rou again when another announcement came from outside the door. Lu Yuan used his recovered mental power to investigate, but he was a little surprised as to why they came. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he could only turn around and open the door again.
Brother Lu, long time no see.
The person who came was none other than Zhao Jiuzhou, who had joined the demon clan. He was accompanied by Fang Di and by Lao. It was Zhao Jiuzhou who spoke first. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and said,
I didn't expect that I was wearing a mask, but you all still saw it.
The relationship between Zhao Jiuzhou and Lu Yuan is a bit complicated. They have cooperated before, but they have never been friends. At this time, they belong to the demon clan, but they have not had a direct conflict. Every time they meet, they look like a smiling tiger, worthy of being a good Tai Chi player.
It's been a long time since I last saw you. I wonder what you can do for me.
Lu Yuan had no intention of letting them into the house.
Brother Lu, don't you invite us to sit in the house?
Zhao Jiuzhou said with a smile. Faced with a soft knife like Zhao Jiuzhou, Lu Yuan was obviously a little inexperienced, so he could only invite a few people into the room with a smile. After entering the room, Zhao Jiuzhou and Fang Di took their seats, while Bai Lao stood behind Fang Di calmly. Fang Di sat down and said directly,
I didn't expect that the Demon King would come to find you personally after his resurrection. Now you are a famous figure in the demon world. Your bet has been spread throughout the demon clan. But the competition between us I have to continue. Last time you just had the advantage of the materials. My strength is not weaker than yours. Haven't you always called yourself a saint? Why are you talking about a demon and a demon king now? After the demon king saw you, he changed the word saint to the word devil when he went back. And he seemed to be in a good mood.
Zhao Jiuzhou explained for Lu Yuan.
Tell me why you're here. Lu Yuan Dao. I want to compete with you again. A fair and just forging competition. I will be on the front line of the battle with Dochi continent in the near future. Come to me at any time if you are ready.
Fang Di clenched his fists, seemingly unwilling to lose the last forging conference.
What is fair and just? Fong Di was speechless. I will go if I have time. The forging process does not necessarily have to tell the difference. You are a good opponent, but you are not my ultimate goal.
Lu Yuan looked at Fong Di and said seriously. Fong Di looked at Lu Yuan thoughtfully, got up and walked directly outside the house.
No matter what, I'll wait for you.
Fong Di left the room after leaving a few words. When Zhao Jojo saw Fong Di leaving, he stood up slowly and said with a smile after Fong Di and Bai Lao left the room.
Brother Lu, you are the only one who can make him feel weak. He is really small in comparison. What's too small? Ha ha ha. His situation has become smaller. Brother Lu, we will see you later.
After Zhao Jojo said Lo, he slowly left the room. A rare smile appeared on his face. He didn't know if it was because he read Fong Di's joke. Just as Lui Wang was about to close the door, he was greeted by two more guests. None other than Wei Wire, the fifth princess of Qiudong Kingdom, and her bodyguard sword slave.
I didn't expect that Mr. Lu is not only rich in financial resources, but also has a wide range of contacts. Fortunately, he did not continue to have bad relations with Mr. Lu.
Wei Wire said to Lu Yuan, who was about to close the door.
I wonder what happened to the princess.
Wei Wire did not show politeness to Lu Yuan, walked directly into the room, and sat at the dining table.
Fong Ro had just returned to the dining table, and was furious when she saw the rude Wei Wire. When the two groups of guests came to visit, Fong Ro had the good sense to hide aside. After all, although she had a carefree personality, she was not ungrateful. At this time, two groups of guests had just been sent away, and just when they were about to start eating again, who would have thought that this enchantress showed up again uninvited?
Have a good meal, and let you mix it up finely,
Fong Ro said angrily.
I came here with good intentions. The auction is about to start tomorrow. There are 26 items in total. Even if the major forces carry money with them, they dare not say that they will definitely be able to take pictures of what they like. What's more, Mr. Lu only relies on his personal strength.
Although Wei Wire did not explain it, her meaning was very clear. That is, she could help Lu Yuan at the auction.
Tell the important point.
Lu Yuan was too lazy to listen to Wei Wire's twists and turns.
Can't you have a nicer attitude? Hey, how can you have a nicer attitude? But you want to make money and kill yourself first. You just want the property to return to its original owner. Do we still need to thank you?
Fong Ro interrupted angrily. Seeing that his master was being bullied, the sword slave raised his hand and was about to slap Fong Ro. Lu Yuan was already prepared at the side. Using all his inner strength, he slapped the Qianquan palm directly on the sword slave's arm. Because Lu Yuan had suffered losses from Wei Wire and others, this palm was precise and sharp, leaving nothing behind. The sword slave didn't expect Lu Yuan to react so quickly. His arm had no time to withdraw its strength and received a solid slap. The sword slave was not an ordinary master. Although he could not avoid it, he still used the power of Lu Yuan's palm to throw his arm back. After rotating his body in a circle, the damage was minimized. Even so, his right arm still trembled and hung down. The sword slave suffered a big loss and was about to curse, but was stopped by Wei Wire. He could only stand behind holding his breath. He had slapped Fong Ro just now, without any intention of using any force. But he didn't expect to be injured by Lu Yuan's blow. Although the injury was not serious, it was a bit embarrassing in terms of face.
I came with good intentions, but I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be so small-minded. This is the list and order of the 26 lots in tomorrow's auction. This storage bag contains the gold used to buy back the 9-colored sacred deer. Since Mr. Lu doesn't want to hear more from me, forget about other matters. After the auction is over, I will ensure that you two leave safely.
Wei Wire changed her previous shrewd and capable attitude and lost control of her emotions in front of outsiders for the first time. She originally wanted to share top-secret news with Lu Yuan, but unexpectedly she ended up in an unpleasant situation. Wei Wire and Jian Nu left Lu Yuan's room unhappily. As for the secret Wei Wire wanted to share, Lu Yuan was still a little curious. But since the relationship had become tense, there was nothing to regret. After attending the auction tomorrow, he would give his after getting everything back. I naturally won't stay here any longer.
Why did she only mention the 9-colored divine deer and the Yongye sword?
Fong Judao.
Of course, I can't forget it. Whoever buys it will be in trouble.
Lu Yuan picked up the auction list on the table. The 26 items had been written in order. The auction items were divided into 5 categories: rare treasures, exotic treasures, martial arts, exotic beasts, and magical weapons. The last one was prepared by the king of Qigong Kingdom. The auction item turned out to be a dragon egg.
Dragon eggs? Such things are actually put up for auction?
Lu Yuan muttered in disbelief. Chapter 437 List of Auction Items. After Lu Yuan saw the dragon eggs, he regretted not listening to Wei Wire. The auction details only mentioned dragon eggs, and the specific information was unclear. Is it a Western dragon or an Asian dragon? Why didn't Qigong Kingdom keep such an important thing for itself? Many questions remained unanswered. Just one dragon egg made Lu Yuan inattentive to other auction items. If the dragon egg could be hatched and cultivated to help him from an early age, it would be a great improvement for an individual or even a certain force.
Lu Yuan, look! The 9-color divine deer and your sword are both on the list. The black sword written on it should be Yong Yi.
Regarding his two items, Lu Yuan was not worried about the 9-color divine deer being wronged. But he was not worried about the Evernight knife. As long as the seal on the blade was lifted, the gold-swallowing beast would definitely find a way to come back. Even if the sword slave didn't take Yong Yi out for auction, Lu Yuan would come to him when he left Qigong Kingdom. But then, the swords would be facing each other. Lu Yuan put aside his surprise and took a rough look at the list of auction items. There was a simple explanation attached to each item. 1. Curiosities. 1. 10,000 years fire Yunji. It can directly improve the fire attribute, but its energy is extremely overbearing and cannot be endured by the human body. 2. Snow lotus seeds. The medicinal power of snow lotus from Tianshan Mountains has been condensed for thousands of years. It can be cultivated and planted again or taken directly. Once planted again, it will have 1,000-year medicinal power once it blooms. 3. Yin iron. This iron has extremely strong attraction to the same kind. Although its properties are similar to magnets, it is extremely hard and only attracts the same kind. If used properly, the suction force can reach thousands of miles. 4. Multicolored stone. The stone is multicolored in appearance and combines the attributes of the 5 elements. It is rumored that it was left behind by Nuwa to mend the sky. Apart from being hard, no other uses have been found yet. 5. Suzaku feather. The place where it was found was dry for thousands of miles, and the place was covered with high-temperature flames. It was rumored that it was a feather dropped by the sacred beast Suzaku. It is now sealed in a 10,000-year cold crystal box. Not only is the Suzaku feather extremely valuable, but the 10,000-year cold crystal the box is also highly collectible. Lu Yuan is not very interested in the seeds of fire cloud shi and snow lotus, but yin iron and colorful stone are very attractive to Lu Yuan. As for the Suzaku feather, if it is really the feather of the 4 sacred beasts Suzaku, the Xuanwu consciousness clone should have it. Induction. Although there is currently no whereabouts of the holy beast white tiger, it would be a big breakthrough if Suzaku can be found. 2. Exotic treasures. 1. Ice jade rui. It can increase the owner's luck, and has the effect of warding off evil spirits. If placed in the house, evil spirits will not invade, and the descendants will be prosperous. If it is carried around, it will bring good luck and good luck. 2. Relics. Left behind by the eminent monk Yuan Hua. Keeping them with you can greatly increase people's understanding. 3. Pigeon egg loose diamond. A symbol of love for people on earth. And moreover,
diamonds are forever, and one will be passed down forever.
As praise, a mere fingernail is priceless, and such a big diamond is even more priceless. 4. Duanmai powder. A potent restrictive poison. Although it has strong medicinal properties, it has no taste and can be dissolved in any liquid. People who are poisoned by this poison will have their meridians blocked and their qi and blood blocked. No matter how strong they are, they can only escape without help, if it lasts for a long time. If the poison is not resolved, the poisoned person may suffer from complete exhaustion of martial arts, or may suffer from chronic death. 5. Obedient water. A medicine developed by people on earth. It is said that this water is a banned drug. Those who drink this water will become unconscious and can only be obedient. It is more effective for women. The 5 items in the exotic treasure category were not very attractive to Lu Yuan. The only thing that caught Lu Yuan's attention was the Duanmai powder. This poison should be the white powder used by Wei Wire. Although it is not fatal immediately, it does make people lose their ability instantly. Combat effectiveness. The most speechless thing is obedient water. Unexpectedly, these princes really put in a lot of effort in hunting for goods. 3. Exercises. 1. Yuanyang sword technique. Suitable for those who are good at shorthand combat. Double short swords. Both offensive and defensive. Focusing on speed. 2. Vajra Indestructible Boy Kung Fu. The best horizontal kung fu can only be practiced with the body of a boy. 3. Walking on the wind, wind-based body technique. You can walk against the wind. Increase your movement speed. The effect of going against the wind is halved. It can only increase the time in the air, but cannot fly. 4. Earth Escape. Earth magicians can practice it, and they can instantly distance themselves from the enemy through Earth Escape. The distance and accuracy depend on the strength of the releaser. 5. Hell God Ice. It can be practiced by water and ice magicians. It is a forbidden spell level and extremely powerful. The extremely cold ice can form a frost field within 10 meters of the selected area. The range can be increased according to the user's strength.
Lu Yuan. Buy a copy of the Vajra Indestructible Boys Kung Fu and learn it. After all, these days, it's really hard to find someone as old as you who can still maintain the body of a boy.
Fong Rose saw the auction of kung fu techniques. Finally, he couldn't help but joked.
This kind of horizontal kung fu training is not suitable for me. I prefer light and changeable kung fu. In terms of fists and kicks, I have mastered the Qiankuan palm.
Among these exercises and spells, the one that Lu Yuan is most interested in is the not particularly top-notch
Traveling on the wind.
Lu Yuan is not interested in its effects. He just wants to use this wind movement technique to gain a deeper understanding of the world. He understood that Xiongqi once taught him how to control the wind.
Oh, not suitable? When did it happen?
Fong Rose smiled slyly.
When did it happen?
Lu Yuan asked in confusion without thinking too much.
When did you break the boy's skills? I beg you to act like a woman.
Lu Yuan ignored Fong Rose's teasing and continued to look down. 4. Strange Beasts. 1. 9-color sacred deer. 9 colors are integrated into one body, exuding an auspicious atmosphere. It is the best spiritual beast, perfect for keeping in captivity or as a mount. 2. Fire Bull. Fire attribute. Extremely strong collision ability, and certain fire attribute attack capabilities. It is the first choice for battlefield mounts. 3. Millennium Cold Toad. It has ice attributes and is filled with cold poison. Although it is not big in size, it can destroy an entire army without a single blow if used properly. 4. Yunning Crane. If you want to have the aura of transcending the world, you must buy this. 5. Mammoth. A huge mammoth with a strong body and an invincible ability to kill enemies while riding. Although the exotic beasts are considered to be the best, they are not too attractive to Lu Yuan. Apart from buying back the 9-color sacred deer, Lu Yuan has no idea about the other 4 exotic beasts. It is estimated that the alien beasts will be of various types, the focus of competition among major powers. 5. Divine Weapon. 1. Black Knife. The blade is pitch black and there is a spirit inside the knife. This knife is like a divine weapon. 2. Ice Pointing Spear. A top-notch epic weapon. When stabbed by a spear, it freezes instantly. A bit of cold light arrives first, and then the spear emerges like a dragon. 3. Wangchuan Sword. The top epic weapon, with wind attribute attack speed bonus, swinging the sword like the wind. 4. 9-Bone Divine Whip. A pseudo-artifact level. It is made by refining the spines of top masters after they are killed. It has the power to whip gods and defeat immortals. 5. God of War Fontion Halberd. A top-notch epic weapon. The weapon is extremely heavy. The person holding this weapon becomes braver as he fights, and it has the effect of increasing morale, except for his Yongye sword, which is the black sword on the list. Only the 9-bone magic whip can make Lu Yuan pay a little attention to it. Making weapons from human bones is somewhat of a crooked way, but being able to reach the level of a pseudo-artifact proves that the forger is very high level.
With so many treasures, do you still have enough money?
Fong Ro asked worriedly after reading the list of items for sale.
There are indeed a lot of good things. It's impossible to want them all. Even the major forces can't do much. After all, this is an auction. What a pity.
What a pity. Yeah. What a pity. What a pity.
Lu Yuan put down the list of auction items and looked out the window, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 438. The auction begins. The auction was originally held close to noon, but when the sun rose slightly, the streets and alleys became lively. It turned out that ordinary attendees were already queuing up to enter. Lu Yuan and the VIPs from various major powers lived in the palace, so there was no need to go through the regular channels to enter. Qiugong Kingdom is indeed a qualified business empire. Various stalls have been set up on both sides of the main streets leading to the auction venue, including all kinds of goods and delicacies, which can be regarded as adding some color to the auction. because there is a distance between the palace and the auction venue. The palace specially prepared carriages for the distinguished guests in the palace, and opened an exclusive passage. The passage was also designed very carefully, so that you can see the individual tourists walking to the venue. It can be said that it satisfies everyone's vanity. Those who could enter the palace are not ordinary people. Although there are many forces on the opposite side, they have not shown up in Chiogong. Each prince and princess is responsible for the guests they invite. Wei Wire was naturally in charge of Lu Yuan and Fong Rou. The three princes invited the most forces, and the two princesses were somewhat inferior in comparison. Most of the people Wei Wire invited were single people. Although there were many experts among them, they were still insignificant compared to the forces of various countries. When Wei Wire saw Lu Yuan again, her face was still a little angry. She took Lu Yuan to a carriage angrily, snorted and turned around to leave. Chiogong Kingdom's practice of having the prince and princess personally guide it has been recognized by all the major forces. It can be said that Chiogong Kingdom is really sincere this time, with the exclusive channel and VIP invitation for direct admission. Lu Yuan and others entered the venue before the individual tourists, who had gotten up early and queued up. The interior of the venue was very large. The VIPs did not enter the private rooms this time, but sat right in front of the stage, while the individual guests sat in seats similar to those in the auditorium of a stadium. Lu Yuan felt like watching a concert. There was a circle of masters around the stage, and several light magicians behind the stage worked together to create a large screen. On the screen, clips of previous Chiogong country auctions were played.
Don't mention it. The venue is quite modern, especially the large screen, which looks much more advanced than the LED display.
After Fong Rou and Lu Yuan sat down, they kept looking around and praised the auction venue. Lu Yuan also had to lament that light magicians kept pace with the times and used magic to such an extent. You must know that both light and dark magicians are relatively scarce. It is possible to train several light magicians for broadcasting. Chiogong State is really willing to spend money. Naturally, the distinguished guests did not wait while entering. The table was filled with various pastries and tea, and everyone was chatting or eating something to entertain themselves. Lu Yuan and Fong Rou were placed in the third row. Today, the people sitting in the front row were all the leaders of major forces. Although their subordinates were also in the VIP seats, they were all placed in the back rows. Lu Yuan and Fong Rou simply did not wear masks today. After all, their identities have been exposed, and there is no point in continuing to hide them. The most surprising thing was that the elders of the Shibing Kingdom suddenly came over when they saw Lu Yuan appeared. Lu Yuan exchanged greetings for a while before returning to his seat.
Lu Yuan, there are so many people who know you. I haven't seen you for a few months, but you are really amazing.
Fong Rou couldn't help but sigh. Fong Rou could naturally see that the people who came to visit Lu Yuan in the past 2 days all had good backgrounds, and they seemed to be very polite to Lu Yuan, except for the demon Fong Di who was here for competition. Everyone else wanted to win over Lu Yuan. People didn't have to wait too long. The host quickly came on stage to announce the opening,
and a kabuki performance served as a warm-up to arouse everyone's enthusiasm.
Without further ado, the auction officially begins. Since this is the 50th anniversary of Chiogong Country's auction, our country has specially prepared a special auction. In the past, the best things were unveiled last, but today is the first one of the introduced items is the ultimate auction item. Please enter this special auction.
The host's words made everyone excited, and he released a blockbuster item at the beginning. This approach can be said to be unprecedented. Lu Yuan was also shocked. Others didn't know what the ultimate item was, but Lu Yuan had already seen the list. If the dragon egg was the first item to be auctioned, how could other items compete with it? The waiter quickly pushed up a table covered with red cloth. The host carefully lifted the red cloth without writing, and an egg covered with dragon scales appeared in front of everyone. A close-up of the dragon egg also appeared on the big screen. Lens. The surface of the dragon egg is very smooth, and the scales are fine and complete. But there is no color, as if it has lost its vitality. As you can see, the ultimate lot in this auction is this dragon egg. I don't need to introduce the power of dragons too much. If you can raise a dragon, I'll pay you 1 million taels of gold. I'll give you 2 million taels, so no one can take it from me. 2.5 million taels. Before the host finished speaking, someone in the venue had already begun to raise the price, and the enthusiasm of the entire audience was aroused by the appearance of the dragon egg. However, the first few rows of the VIP seats were not too surprised. Apparently, The leaders of various forces also got the list in advance, like Lu Yuan.
Please don't be anxious. Although the dragon eggs will be displayed to everyone at the beginning, the auction of the dragon eggs will still be placed at the end. If you want to compete for this ultimate auction, please arrange your money reasonably. In addition, the starting price of the dragon eggs is 10,000 taels of gold.
Seeing everyone's enthusiastic bids, the host began to explain in a leisurely manner, and the starting price of 20 million taels also directly eliminated those who were not qualified. Lu Yuan thought for a while, and suddenly realized.
Jiugong Kingdom has indeed had great foresight to throw out the ultimate item first, so that the powerful people can keep the money, in case the competition ahead is too fierce and everyone lacks stamina, and then releases the starting price, so that some people who know they are not qualified to compete for the dragon eggs choose what they like from the auction in front. It's just to whet your appetite. How can you come up with so many things?
Lu Yuan smiled and did not answer. At this time, the host had already signaled to push the dragon egg to a slightly backward position, and then began to formally introduce the first lot. Just like the list Lu Yuan got. The first lot was the Wanyan Fire Yunji. Lu Yuan was not very interested in this thing. Although Lu Yuan had Qilin Fire, the purity of the Qilin Fire was not this fire cloud. She can be improved. There were still many fire attribute cultivators present, and with the host's embellished introduction, the first auction item sold for a sky-high price of 1.5 million taels of gold. Lu Yuan naturally didn't care about the second item, Tianshan Snow Lotus Seed. In the end, it was bought by an individual customer. In comparison, the VIP seats seemed a bit quiet. The third item, Yin Iron, is one of the items that Lu Yuan is paying attention to, but it is also an item that Xin Bingguo and Fang Di are interested in. After all, any of the forging materials that can be included in this auction is available. Its value.
This ore is called Yin Iron. Although it looks like a large piece at this time, it is actually 5 small pieces of Yin Iron stuck together. This iron has a strong attraction to the same kind, and its texture is hard. It is added during forging, it will definitely produce unexpected effects. And the starting price is 200,000 taels of gold.
The host finished the introduction, but the audience was quiet. Ordinary people felt that the ore was useless, and those who wanted to buy it were waiting for others to bid first. The scene was once awkward. Chapter 439. The Judge. The host was slightly surprised by the sudden silence and hurriedly continued to promote the show.
This cathode iron is extremely hard and not an ordinary magnet.
In order to prove the properties of Yin Iron, the host took a sharp iron sword handed by the waiter and slashed at the large piece of Yin Iron. The Yin Iron did not exert any suction on the iron sword, and showed that it did not leave even a trace. On the other hand, the blade of the iron sword was curled. For things like forging materials, people who know how to do it will naturally understand it. No matter how someone introduces it, it is just a pile of scrap metal.
How about I pay 200,100 taels?
The bidding of an individual customer caused countless people to burst into laughter. It seemed that everyone was not optimistic about Yin Tai.
500,000 taels of gold.
A cold and arrogant voice penetrated the noisy laughter and shocked the entire audience. The person bidding was none other than the demon Fang Di.
600,000 taels of gold.
The great elder of the Shibing Kingdom did not wait and directly increased the price by 100,000 taels.
1 million taels of gold.
Fang Di didn't take the elder of the Shibing Kingdom seriously at all, and increased the price without any hesitation.
2 million taels of gold.
Lu Yuan was not polite. Although he didn't have much gold in his hands, Yin Tai was too attractive to him, and he didn't dare to increase the price little by little. He could only tentatively double the asking price in an attempt to make others give up. When the Grand Elder of the Shibing Kingdom saw that it was Lu Yuan who was calling the price, he naturally would not refuse to give him face, and did not continue to increase the price. On the other hand, Fang Di looked at Lu Yuan and smiled. He did not increase the price immediately, and kept waiting for the host to count the seconds.
2 million times. 2 million times. 2 million. 4 million taels of gold.
Fang Di's voice came at the right time, interrupting the host, who was about to drop the hammer. The price of 4 million made the scene an uproar. From the beginning of the auction to now, it can be said that this is the first time that the price of 4 million has appeared. And the item being auctioned turned out to be a piece of black scrap iron? Lu Yuan no longer had enough gold in his storage ring. He looked at the storage bag Wei Wire bought for him, and saw that there was only about 10 million taels in it. After thinking for a while, Lu Yuan decided to continue bidding.
5 million taels. 10 million taels.
Fang Di stood up directly on his seat. looked at Lu Yuan from a distance and said,
Master Lu, I will order this and I will keep it until you come to me, and treat it as a bet for the competition.
When the 3 elders of the Shibing Kingdom saw that Lu Yuan did not continue to bid, they all turned their heads and hinted that Lu Yuan could continue to bid. If the money was not enough, the Shibing Kingdom would help make up for it. The successors from various countries in Dochi continent also looked at Lu Yuan. Everyone was familiar with this person, especially Prince Carlo, who kept looking at Lu Yuan with a smile, and even put his storage bag on the table. A look of support for Lu Yuan. Facing the 2 countries' overtures of goodwill, Lu Yuan smiled softly and shook his head, and said to Fong Di very gracefully,
Since Brother Fong wants to buy it and give it to me for free, what else is there to say? I can only be disrespectful.
Whether it's for free will depend on your ability,
Fong Di said unwillingly. The elder of the Shibing Kingdom wanted to continue to increase the price, but seeing that Lu Yuan had already reached a bet with him, and the target was not just Yin Tai, he allowed Fong Di to buy Yin Tai. After the Yin iron was sold, it was pushed to the back of the stage like the first 2 lots, and then the 4th lot was pushed up.
The 5-colored stone is said to be a relic left behind by Nua when she patched up the sky. 5 million taels of gold.
Fong Di didn't even wait for the host to quote the price, and directly opened the bidding, which fully demonstrated the arrogance and tyranny of the demon clan.
However, this time has obviously aroused the anger of all the major forces. Everyone gathered here, and no one wants to be in the limelight. Fong Di is so arrogant that he does not take the people present seriously.
6 million taels. 8 million taels.
The major forces began to increase their prices desperately, and every time the price was not less than 1 million. Peripheral individual customers, including Lu Yuan, all became spectators. Colorful stones were originally one of Lu Yuan's goals. Who would have thought that with Fong Di interfering like this, everyone would start bidding regardless of whether they could use the forging materials. After some bidding, Fong Di finally set the price at 55 million taels of gold. It's not that other forces don't have money, but that at this price, people who are not good at forging feel that it's not worth it. And after resisting the price for so long, Fong Di paid a big price, and everyone was relieved. The multicolored stone table, with the transaction price and Fong Di's name on it, was also pushed to the back of the stage. And then the last of the rare items was pushed up.
Suzaku feather.
The host unveiled the red cloth and just announced the name of the lot. Then the voice suddenly stopped, and his little head shook his head from side to side, as if to see if anyone made a direct bid. The host's sudden humor made everyone burst into laughter, and his high emotional intelligence handling method also eased the tense atmosphere just now. Everyone seemed a little tired from the crazy bidding just now. No one was causing trouble, and they were all waiting for the host's introduction.
The Suzaku feather was dry for thousands of miles when it was discovered. It was covered with high-temperature flames for thousands of miles. It is said that it is the tail feather of the sacred beast Suzaku that has fallen. It is now sealed in a 10,000-year-old ice crystal box. It is extremely valuable for both viewing and collection. The starting price is 1 million taels of gold.
As soon as the sacred beast Suzaku was mentioned, everyone's interest was aroused again, and they began to increase prices. Lu Yuan attached great importance to the clues about the holy beast. Although a Suzaku feather had no practical effect on him, he still decided to capture it. Although Lu Yuan has the support of 2 major forces behind him, he does not dare to increase prices wildly because of his wealth. He only adds some appropriately when the price fluctuation is not large. After all, the demons are still very unfriendly to Lu Yuan. If it is seen that he cares too much about Suzaku, he will easily be maliciously competed with again. Everyone was still immersed in the bidding, when suddenly the roof of the venue collapsed, and the location of the collapse was just behind the stage, which did not cause any harm to the VIP seats and participants. 10 more people fell with the falling gravel. Although Lu Yuan was also startled. He was a person who had seen big scenes after all. He quickly calmed down and took a look at the few people who fell. One of them, Lu Yuan, knew him. It was Zhong Zuishan, who made a big fuss at the dinner party the day before yesterday. The other 9 people were all above level 90 in strength. Among them, there was only one woman. Apart from Zhong Zuishan, they were not very old, but their strength was at the level of Zhong Zuishan. On top of the mountain, the 10 people landed at the auction venue, but did not fall on the stage. Instead, they rushed towards the back of the stage. After a series of screams from Chiogong Kingdom soldiers, the 5 strange beasts that were originally auction items rushed out towards the front of the stage. The giant mammoth was the first to bear the brunt. The VIP seats, which were originally the best seats, have now become the most dangerous places. A middle-aged man stood on the head of the mammoth and shouted loudly to the attendees.
The judge specializes in dealing with injustices in the world. He is now settling a private matter with the Cheonggang Kingdom. If you don't want to be involved, please hurry up.
Leave.
Chapter 440 Chaos. 10 masters who called themselves
judges
suddenly fell from the sky, and tens of thousands of people in the audience were caught off guard by this sudden change. The judge specializes in dealing with injustices in the world. He is now settling a private matter with the Cheonggang Kingdom. If you don't want to be involved, please leave quickly.
A middle-aged man stood on top of the mammoth and shouted loudly to the guests. The loud voice echoed throughout the venue. The mammoth was originally one of the exotic beasts at the auction, but now the treasures in the background are obviously controlled by them. And the alien beasts have also been released to disrupt order. Lu Yuan was very close to the meeting platform, and the 9-colored sacred deer was also running out. He ignored the middle-aged man riding a mammoth and rushed towards the 9-colored sacred deer. One person and one deer met again. Without much communication, Lu Yuan directly took it back to his pet space. After being briefly suppressed, Cheonggang Kingdom quickly organized a counterattack, and the angry voice of the old king of Cheonggang Kingdom was also heard.
You are just a rotten fish, but you still dare to call yourself a judge. How are you qualified to judge? You are just a robber under the banner of justice.
As soon as King Cheonggang finished speaking, several rays of sword light flashed through, and the auction stage was torn into several pieces and pushed around by the sword energy. The treasures that were not on display backstage were all snatched away by the judgment organization. But several of the items on stage were blown up and scattered in all directions. Naturally, there are many people who want to fish in troubled waters. After all, the dragon egg is still among them. Lu Yuan naturally cannot let go of this opportunity. However, most of the people in the VIP seats are targeting the dragon egg, while Lu Yuan's target is the Suzaku feather. The targets of all the major forces are almost all dragon eggs. After all, even if other materials and medicinal materials are precious, they are still too small for a country. Although Suzaku feather is related to the sacred beast, it has no substantive effect except for viewing. This also resulted in Lu Yuan being less competitive. He easily pocketed the Millennium Ice box containing the Suzaku feather. Lu Yuan was not afraid of others seeing it. After all, he had paid the highest price before, and he would have to pay for it later. That's it. The demons didn't fight for the dragon eggs either. Fong Di snatched back the iron and colorful stone that he had photographed, and shook them at Lu Yuan before putting them away. As for the Snow Lotus Seed and 10,000 Years Fire Cloud G, no one paid any attention to them. I don't know who picked them up and put them away. The 10 people who invaded obviously got the auction list in advance, but they didn't expect that the dragon egg would be put on the stage in advance. They wanted to create some power, but unexpectedly sent the dragon egg away. Those in the front row of the VIP seats are not only distinguished by status, but also have good skills. Although they are usually pampered, no one is willing to lag behind for the treasure. Dragon eggs are constantly flying in the air as you fight for them. The 10 invading people finally discovered the dragon egg, and soon joined the team to snatch the dragon egg. But in the end, it was a step too late, and the dragon egg was caught by the old king who came over.
Now that you're here, don't leave. Open the barrier, form an array, and kill.
The old king really started to get mad this time, and the carefully prepared auction was disrupted. Most of the forces in the New World came to participate in the 50th anniversary auction. Such a big change occurred, which was a fatal blow to the Cheonggang Kingdom, and the culprit turned out to be Zhong Zuishan. The textures on the floor and walls of the auction venue lighted up, and a substantial barrier formed instantly. Although the source of the energy was unknown, its defensive capabilities could be seen with the naked eye. The individual visitors area of the venue was still there to watch the excitement, but at this time the venue was blocked, and panic began.
Don't be afraid, everyone. I am Wu Wei, a member of the judge organization. Today is a personal grudge against the Cheonggang Kingdom. We will not harm anyone. It's just that the Cheonggang Kingdom has set up such a tight barrier. If there is a war,
there will be accidental injuries. At this point, everyone can only say sorry in advance.
The middle-aged man standing on top of the mammoth elephant shouted again. Wu Wei's shouting directly pushed Cheonggang Kingdom to the forefront. They were out for revenge, and many people knew that it was the old king who had taken away the dragon ball from others. And now people who should not be implicated. Everyone was trapped in the venue by the Cheonggang Kingdom's barrier. and their lives were in danger at any time. Curses against Chiogong Kingdom began to sound. The 10 judges stood together, and the surroundings had been blocked by Chiogong Kingdom's masters. Even the guards of the king and princes were among them. Although they were superior in number, the 10 enemies above level 90 could not stand up to anyone dared to act rashly. The most important thing was the curses from the guests in the venue, which invisibly lowered Kyugengwa's morale. Wu Wei was very smart, and he managed to pull the guests into his camp with just a few words, because people who came to the auction always felt that they were God. And Wu Wei cleverly changed the concept, and it was clearly his own side that was invading. But it was Chiogong Kingdom that put everyone in danger. The old king of Chiogong Kingdom did not explain. He just raised the dragon egg in his hand and announced loudly, "This auction coincides with a sudden change. In this case, I will also change the rules. Whoever kills the most among the 10 people will give the dragon egg to he, whether it is an individual or a certain force." The old king knew very well that interests were eternal, and no amount of explanation could restore the lost image. So he simply issued a reward using dragon eggs as a reward. Furthermore, the treasures on these people will belong to whoever snatches them, and Chiogong Kingdom will not recover them. The old king added, "Jiang is still old and spicy." When only dragon eggs were mentioned, the people at the venue were still thinking about the gap in strength. When the things of these people were added, some experts among the guests began to be eager to try. You must know that the auction items here are easily more than 1,000,000 taels of gold. And with these powerful enemies, who can still have no treasures on them, some powerful and money-grubbing guests began to move forward. But the leaders of the major forces quietly moved back. The mantis stopped the cicada, and the oriole was behind. The smart people all wanted to be that oriole. "Brother Zhong, please help everyone defend themselves. I'll go have some fun first." Wu Wei and Zhong Zuishan were brothers. At this moment, when he saw the enemy pressing forward, he was not afraid, but became a little excited. "We are here to seek justice for Brother Zhong. Let's just settle it quickly. What are we playing at this time?" "Sima Su, you said you are not very young yet. Why do you act so old-fashioned every day? After practicing, aren't you just for the purpose of torturing vegetables?" After Wu Wei finished speaking, he didn't care about the others. His fists glowed with blue light, and he directly attacked the master from Chiogong Kingdom. Although Chiogong Kingdom did not expect the enemy to come down from the roof, they had made security preparations. At this moment, the center of the battlefield was full of masters. Wu Wei was very strong, and his pace changes were even weirder. Only blue fist shadows were left in the air, while the masters of Chiogong Kingdom flew out one by one. The other 9 members of the judge organization were not idle either. Following Sima Su's advice, they launched an attack. The old king had already retreated to the rear. Now that he saw the invaders killing each other, he only regretted that he had not ruthlessly eradicated them.